The sea of stars stretched boundless and vast. In the endless void, a small starship streaked forward like a shooting meteor. Aboard the vessel, a young man leaned against his seat, sleeping soundly. His face was deathly pale, as if utterly exhausted. Beside him, a charming, innocent-looking girl was tensely operating the starship's controls. "This is bad. What did His Majesty just say the operating sequence was? Left 3, right 19, shallow 1 deep. It should be something like that." The girl had no time to think it through. She pressed hard on the green button on the right side of the control panel. A thunderous boom resounded as the starship's engines roared to life. At the same time, the operating system issued a prompt: warp engine activated. "Please set warp destination." The girl cried out inwardly in alarm. Warp meant a long-distance jump of at least hundreds of light years. She had pressed the wrong key. If the warp was not stopped in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as she was at a total loss, a hand as clear and lustrous as carved jade pressed down on the green button. Warp engine cancelled. Switching to cruise mode. The girl looked up and saw that the young man had already awakened. He turned his gaze toward her, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. "Xiaoying, where have we ended up?" Xiaoying's face flushed with embarrassment. The starship had long since veered off its planned route. Without checking the star chart, even she did not know their exact position. "Your Majesty, we have already arrived in the Centaurus star system, not far from the homeworld of the Centaur race." Her words were vague and unsteady. The Centaur race. Chu Li murmured, his thoughts drifting far away. He had once been the supreme ruler, the God Emperor, of the Level 4 civilization Tai Xing, commanding several nebula regions with billions of starships under his banner and countless trillions of subjects wielding unparalleled might and authority. Half a year earlier, he had led a legionary fleet into a decisive battle against a rival civilization. At the height of the fighting, 2 royal clansmen he trusted most joined forces with other high-ranking figures of Tai Xing who resented Chu Li launching a coup d'etat. Assailed from within, and without Chu Li suffered a crushing defeat. Under the cover of his loyal subordinates, he fled into a wormhole and arrived in the Eternal Nebula. Chu Tion, Chu Xiong. At the thought of these 2 traitors, flames of fury blazed in Chu Li's eyes. Chu Tion was his elder brother, and Chu Xiong his third uncle. Tai Xing was a martial civilization. Beneath the God Emperor, nearly all adult members of the royal family fell on the battlefield. For that very reason, Chu Li had placed exceptional trust in those 2 remaining royals. He had even considered handing newly conquered star domains over to them to govern once victory was secured, never imagining they would choose to betray him at the critical moment. "One day, I will make you understand the price of betraying me." Chu Li clenched his fists tightly. Yet when he returned to the present, his mood settled back into icy calm. He was no longer the God Emperor. There were no longer billions of starships awaiting his command, nor trillions of subjects kneeling in reverence before him. The trusted followers who had once roamed the stars at his side had in a previous battle chosen collective self-destruction of their starships, using the energy of the detonations to annihilate the pursuing forces. Now only his secretary Xiaoying remained by his side. A dragon stranded in shallow waters, Chu Li's road to rise again would be anything but easy. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. "I hope the next phase of the plan proceeds smoothly," Chu Li thought to himself. Seeing his darkened mood, Xiaoying hurried to comfort him. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. With your talent and ability, we will definitely rise again. I will do my utmost to assist Your Majesty." Xiaoying's earnest expression finally drew a smile from Chu Li. Looking at her flushed, rosy cheeks, he only smiled without replying. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through his mind. "Ding, system loading complete. God Emperor system now bound to host Chu Li. System initialization complete. Your humble servant is honored to serve you, great God Emperor." Chu Li was taken aback. Strictly speaking, he was not a pure native of Tai Xing. His soul had originated from Lanxing. 20 years earlier, he had transmigrated to Tai Xing and become its crown prince. As an avid reader of online novels, he knew that a cheat was standard issue for transmigrators. At first, he had assumed he would awaken a system or obtain a ring housing a mysterious old master. Yet all these years, nothing had ever appeared. He had nearly forgotten the matter altogether, only for the system to awaken at the lowest point of his life. This system truly chose its timing well. Joy surged in Chu Li's heart. With the system's assistance, he now had a path to rapidly elevate his strength and to hasten the fulfillment of his revenge. However, unlike the aloof, domineering systems in online fiction, this God Emperor system sounded almost servile. Its tone was remarkably similar to that of the fawning ministers who had once flattered Chu Li. "System, tell me your functions," Chu Li intoned silently. If he wished to advance swiftly, he had to master the system's capabilities as soon as possible and leverage them to enhance his own power. No sooner had the thought formed than the system hurried to respond. "For every fleet Your Majesty annihilates, or every civilization you conquer, you will obtain a corresponding amount of civilization points." By expending civilization points, you may participate in a lottery. Prizes are categorized into three major types: fleets, technology, and items. The quality of prizes is random. With good fortune, you may draw 1,000 interstellar dreadnoughts. With poor fortune, you may obtain only a single escort ship. The quality of technology and item rewards is likewise random. The outcome depends entirely on your Majesty's luck. An interstellar dreadnought could with a single volley annihilate an entire medium-sized star system. It was a terrifying beast of war. A medium-sized star system contained over 100 stellar systems comparable in scale to the solar system. Destroying more than 100 such systems in one strike spoke volumes about the dreadnought's horrifying might. 1,000 interstellar dreadnoughts. If Chu Li truly possessed such a fleet, not only could he return to Taixing to exact vengeance, he could even march across plains and conquer higher-level civilizations without difficulty. This lottery was nothing short of heaven-defying, yet he did not know what price it demanded. System: how many civilization points are required for a single draw? The initial draw consumes 10,000 civilization points. Thereafter, with each lottery draw, the civilization points required will continue to increase. How much is 10,000 civilization points worth? Is there a reference standard? If your Majesty completely annihilates a fully staffed level 3 fleet, you will receive 10,000 civilization points. Annihilate a fully staffed level 3 fleet. Chu Li's face darkened with exasperation. In the interstellar era, a fleet's grade was directly linked to the technological level used in forging its starships. A fleet forged with the technology of a level 1 civilization was a level 1 fleet. A fleet forged with the technology of a level 2 civilization was a level 2 fleet, and so on in ascending order. A level 3 fleet was constructed entirely with the technology of a level 3 civilization. Within the Eternal Nebula, level 3 civilization technology was already the ceiling of science. A level 3 fleet was an invincible existence within the Eternal Nebula. If Chu Li were still a god emperor, then with the might of the level 4 civilization Titan Star behind him, wiping out a single level 3 fleet would have been as effortless as crushing an ant. But now with only himself and Xiaoing plus one shabby little escort ship, let alone annihilating a fully staffed level 3 fleet, even a single destroyer from such a fleet could easily crush them. Your Majesty, you have received a Newbie gift pack containing 1 free lottery draw and 10 top-tier fleet commanders. Would you like to use it now? Since it was a free draw, Chu Li saw no reason to refuse. Use it. As the command left his lips, his gaze seemed guided by the system to pierce through the boundless sea of stars and arrive at a desolate asteroid belt. Suddenly, a black spatial rift opened within the asteroid belt. It was the space tier created by a starship's jump. A powerful, terrifying aura spilled out from the rift. Chu Li knew this feeling well. It was the oppressive presence exuded by overwhelming firepower. Every hair on Chu Li's body stood on end. He felt as though he were facing a herd of primordial behemoths. With a resonant hum, streaks of flowing light burst out from the rift. It was the energy turbulence caused by a fleet jumping in. When the protective shields enveloping the starship's outer hulls dissipated, a neatly arrayed fleet appeared before Chu Li. The starships bore a heavy metal punk aesthetic, their lines sharp and angular with rugged cannons exposed along their hulls, exuding unbridled savagery. The fleet was vast. From Chu Li's perspective, the starships were densely packed, stretching beyond the limits of sight. The vision faded. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained the Liberation Metal Fleet of the Mimitar civilization. The fleet consists of 5,000 vessels of various sizes, including 100 battleships, 500 cruisers, and 4,400 ships below cruiser class. 10 top-tier fleet commanders are already stationed within the fleet. Please check them at your convenience. All crew members of the fleet possess 100% loyalty to Your Majesty. The fleet has activated stealth coding blocking all scans and is awaiting Your Majesty's reception. Mimitar. Chu Li had once read intelligence reports on this civilization. It was a level 4 civilization located on the other side of this star region. Mimitar had once been enslaved by a level 4 civilization called the Ima Empire, and only through bloody struggle had they finally gained their independence. Thus, Mimitar liked to include the word liberation in the names of their most elite fleets to commemorate the indomitable spirit of their forebears' resistance. From the name alone, it was clear that the Liberation Metal Fleet must be a crack force of Mimitar. A level 4 civilization, on par with Titan Star in terms of civilization tier. Level 5 civilizations were the highest known tier of civilization. Level 4 civilizations, second only to them, were mighty entities capable of crushing the vast majority of others. In terms of grade, the Liberation Metal Fleet could already subject any level 3 fleet in the Eternal Nebula to technological domination. Even the most elite guard fleets of the great civilizations would be no match for it. Chu Li had never expected that even a free draw could yield such a grand prize. His luck was extraordinary. The system thoughtfully transmitted the coordinates of the Liberation Metal Fleet to him. Chu Li closed his eyes, and a star map of coordinates surfaced in his mind. As long as he reached the fleet's location, he could automatically take control of the entire armada. He was just about to pass the coordinates to Xiaoying when all of a sudden the escort ship's communication system activated on its own. Someone had hacked into the corvette systems. A dull male voice came over the broadcast. "Attention, escort ship ahead. Our radar has already locked onto you. I now order you to dismantle your engines and cannons, or do not blame us for what happens next. Dismantle the engines, and the starship would be unable to move. Dismantle the cannons, and it would be unable to fight back." It was a classic ploy, and Chu Li already knew who they were. Interstellar pirates. The Centaurus system lay at the junction of several great civilizations, a land of four-way contention. Years of war had drained the Centaur race, leaving them unable to maintain security within their own territory. Over time, it had become a paradise for interstellar pirates and mercenaries. At this moment, not far from Chu Li's starship, 3 cruisers and 10 destroyers burst out from the asteroid belt. 13 starships formed a combat formation and pressed in toward Chu Li. By contrast, Chu Li's lone vessel hovered motionless in place as if it had already abandoned resistance. In the pirate's command room, a burly man with a bristling beard cut off the communication link. "Not bad this time. We've netted a fat sheep. Old Six has earned great merit. When we get back to base, drinks are on me." The bearded man clapped a skinny fellow on the shoulder. This skinny man, Old Six, was the scout of this pirate fleet, specializing in tracking down isolated juicy targets. Chu Li and Xiaoying had already fallen under his surveillance when they stopped in the previous star system. "Boss, you've got to trust these eyes of mine. That kid looks so handsome with such a noble bearing. There's no way he's an ordinary nobody." Old Six thumped his chest in guarantee. At that moment, a low-ranked lackey nearby spoke up with some concern. "Boss, if that kid really is as impressive as Old Six says, might he be someone we shouldn't cross?" Even the most lawless interstellar pirates had to bow their heads when confronted with truly formidable nobles and powers. Otherwise, if some civilization's patrol fleet chased them day and night, there would be no piracy left to ply. The bearded man's expression stiffened at these words. He was no fool. He understood this perfectly well. He simply did not care. It's just an escort ship. What big shot could be aboard? If someone truly important were inside, there would be armed escorts all around it. He sneered. "Do you see any escorting warships around this little corvette of yours? Besides, we haven't had a successful raid in 3 months. Even if the Centaur Queen herself were sitting in that escort ship, right now I'd still squeeze a few drops of profit out of her. Do it. Rob them blind." The 13 pirate starships poured on full thrust, bearing down on Chu Li's vessel. In the cockpit, Chu Li stared at the pirate signals on the radar as they rushed closer. He merely let out a cold chuckle, then said to Xiaoying beside him, "Use the coordinates I just gave you and initiate the jump." Since their radar had already locked onto Chu Li, if he initiated the jump sequence now, all 13 pirate starships would be dragged into the jump along with him. Thinking of that terrifying fleet waiting within the asteroid belt, Chu Li found himself looking forward to the pirates' reactions. Understood. Initiating jump. The sequence was left 3 right on, 9 shallow, and 1 deep. Xiaoying muttered under her breath, her small head a complete mess. She had never dared tell Chu Li that she had bought her starship pilot license with money. Chu Li sighed. He was a dignified god emperor. There was little he did not know. There were many unlicensed pilots in the universe, but he had never seen one as hopeless as Xiaoying. Chu Li reached out and pressed the green button. He had already set the coordinates long ago. Virum. The spaceship's engine began to roar loudly. In the pirate cockpit, the bearded man noticed the escort ship initiate its jump, and a terrible legend came to his mind. Not good, it's the patrol team's trick. Using the escort ship as bait, waiting for the pirates to lock on with their radar, before directly jumping to bring the pirate's starship into the interstellar police station. This is a common tactic used by the patrol fleet to deal with interstellar pirates, most of whom have heard of it. He hurriedly shouted towards the communication system. "Quick, turn off the radar, don't lock." Virum. The starship uncontrollably began to jump. The bearded man felt his mind go blank as if his soul had left his body. In an asteroid belt 1,000,000 kilometers from the Centaurus mother star, 14 starships simultaneously burst out from the energy rift. In the pirate cockpit, the 6th brother was hugging the bearded man's leg and retching violently. The bearded man's face looked grim, but as the boss he had to maintain his image, so he could only force himself to swallow back everything that surged to his throat. It was fortunate that they didn't end up throwing up their intestines, as the cockpit hadn't completed the pressurization before the jump. Looking at the escort ship on the screen gliding smoothly with a calm demeanor and a slowly spraying tail flame, the bearded man felt a surge of anger. Clearly they were the robbers, yet the whole situation made the bearded man feel like they were the ones being set up. A disgrace. This was simply a tremendous humiliation. Damn it, it's better to be killed than insulted. We interstellar pirates also have our dignity. The bearded man didn't care where everyone had jumped to. He wanted the people on that escort ship to die. He directly opened the communication system and ordered all pirates. Brothers, everyone fire at the fat sheep. The bearded man shouted the order. He wanted to see the escort ship blown to pieces immediately. But nothing happened. Everyone in the cockpit stared blankly at the screen. The bearded man was puzzled when he felt the sixth brother who was hugging his leg start to tremble uncontrollably, with warmth and moisture spreading from his ankle. The sixth brother had peed. The bearded man felt a wave of nausea and was about to kick the sixth brother away when he heard the trembling voice of the sixth brother. Bobbus. Quick look. The bearded man looked curiously, and on the screen the pirate starship was suddenly surrounded by countless massive meteors. However, these meteors were faintly shining with a metallic luster. Damn it. These aren't meteors, what surrounds them is clearly battleships, and there are no less than 100 of them. Battleships. Battleships are the firepower backbone of the interstellar battlefield, covered in armor gun barrels and missile launchers. Such armed monsters are simply beyond the capabilities of the civilian starships the bearded man and his crew are piloting. The bearded man's face turned pale. At this moment, even if he were foolish, he would know he had provoked a formidable figure. Realizing that his radar was still locked onto the opponent, the bearded man hurriedly shouted at his subordinates. Quickly unlock the radar lock. Don't let the fat sheep. No, don't let the Lord misunderstand. At this time, a young man's voice came from the pirate cockpit's communication system. Calm and indifferent. Attention to those on the cruisers and destroyers you have already been locked onto by our radar. I now demand that you unload your engines and cannons, or don't blame us for being rude. The words spoken by the pirates earlier were echoed back to them by Chu Li. The pirates looked grim, exchanging glances. What else could they say? Facing the massive black battleships, they had no means of resistance. Helplessly, they could only lie down and accept the dominance of the other side. Your Majesty, what are these? Xiaoying looked at the suddenly appearing powerful fleet, momentarily at a loss. As Chu Li's personal secretary, her vision was not low, and she immediately judged that this was a fleet of fourth-level civilization. The fleet consisted of thousands of powerful warships quietly arrayed in space, with numerous weapons aboard the starships. The shields for beam weapons, particle projectors, and missile launchers had all been opened and could launch at any time. Looking at the fleet's movements, they advanced and retreated with measure, orderly and precise. Xiaoying concluded that this was an elite fleet. But why would such an elite fleet suddenly appear in this remote asteroid belt? Looking at the expression on His Majesty's face, he must be here for this fleet. Xiaoying thought to herself. Chu Li smiled calmly, affirming Xiaoying's guess. This is my fleet. At this moment, a video signal came into the communication system. Xiaoying connected it. On the screen appeared 10 middle-aged men dressed in generals' uniforms. Behind them stood countless others. These were the captains of the Liberation Metal Fleet. Since they were all commanding their respective warships, what Chu Li saw was their virtual images. The 5,000 captains knelt on one knee in unison before Chu Li, sincerely bowing to him. All captains of the Liberation Metal Fleet, salute your Majesty. The voice was grand, even coming through the screen it sounded like thunder, shaking Xiaoying to the point of near suffocation. Yet compared to the imposing presence, Xiaoying felt more surprised and confused about the origins of this fleet. Is this His Majesty's fleet? Xiaoying's small head was filled with big question marks. Could it be that His Majesty had already made arrangements in the Eternal Nebula? Or is this fleet something that His Majesty temporarily recruited after arriving at the Eternal Nebula? She had always been by Chu Li's side and had never seen him take action to assemble a fleet. It shouldn't be a temporary recruitment. If it weren't temporary recruitment, it must be a premeditated arrangement. Your Majesty, is this fleet one that you had arranged here in advance? As Chu Li's personal secretary, even the most confidential military intelligence of the Titanium Star was accessible to her. If this fleet had been deployed by Chu Li in advance, she would have had to know. No. Chu Li revealed a confident smile. Don't concern yourself with how the fleet came here. Just know that this fleet will be our capital to return to Titanium Star and avenge ourselves. I believe it won't be long before I can return to Titanium Star and reclaim everything that belongs to me. As he spoke, Chu Li clenched his fist, a powerful aura reminiscent of a divine emperor sweeping across the universe returned. Seeing Chu Li regain his spirits, Xiaoying was also very pleased. She mimicked the captains and knelt on one knee before Chu Li, sincerely saying, Xiaoying is willing to dedicate her life to serve your Majesty. We are willing to dedicate our lives to serve your Majesty. Almost simultaneously, the 5,000 starship captains shouted in unison, their momentum soaring, shaking the universe. Chu Li's gaze was deep and resolute. Everyone rise. Chu Li waved his hand. Revenge is not something to rush. Chu Li retracted his aura, restoring a calm demeanor. Then he looked at the 10 generals on the screen. From their attire, it was clear that these 10 were the highest-ranking and most capable individuals in the entire fleet. These 10 should be the top commanders gifted by the system. Please introduce yourselves. Chu Li's voice fell. Chu Li greets your majesty, I am the commander of the first battle group of the fleet. Chu Air greets your majesty, I am the commander of the second battle group. The 10 introduced themselves in a tone of submission. Due to the system's settings, all 10 share the surname Chu, with their names being their numbers from Chu Li to Chu Shi. These 10 are the elite among the 5,000 captains. Not only can they command a battle group, but they would also excel in leading a fleet. Although the name Liberation Metal Fleet holds special significance for these crew members and commanders, the fleet now belongs to Chu Li and he intends to leave his own mark on it. Chu Li spoke solemnly. I declare, reorganizing the Liberation Metal Fleet, the Shenhuang Ji-Ren organization will be established. You will become the elders of the Shenhuang Ji-Ren, recorded in history as my loyal subordinates. Chu Li and the others, including the captains behind them, revealed looks of struggle and hesitation on their faces. The background set by the system indicates that they hail from the 4th-level civilization Mimitar, and the term liberation holds extraordinary significance and honor for them. For them to abandon the name Liberation Metal Fleet is more painful than death. However, the system has also set them to be 100 loyal to the Shenhuang. This is the root of their struggle and hesitation. However, soon the hesitation and struggle on the faces of the 5,000 starship captains disappeared. In their hearts, loyalty to the Shenhuang surpassed all. The captains knelt on one knee in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great grace. We pledge to defend the glory of Shenhuang Ji-Ren with our lives and blood. Chu Li nodded and continued reorganize the fleet's 10 battle groups into 10 fleets. The battle group commanders will be promoted to fleet commanders. When the time is right, I will provide you with new starships, allowing these 10 fleets to be fully staffed, making you true fleet commanders. A fully staffed fleet requires at least 100 starships or more. With 500 starships distributed among 10 fleets, each fleet would have only 500 starships. Rather than being called fleets, it would be more accurate to refer to these 10 as subfleets. The incomplete state of the fleet would only be temporary. Chu Li promised to ensure the fleet's full complement. Chu Li and the other 10 revealed expressions of delight. Being able to independently command a fleet was their dream. I will personally serve as the president of Shenhuang Ji-Ren, and as for the vice president, it will be this beautiful lady beside me. Do you understand? Your Majesty, I cannot. Xiaoying blushed in panic, shaking her head repeatedly. She felt she was unqualified to be the vice president. After all, she was merely the secretary by the Shenhuang side with a lowly status. If she were to suddenly occupy such a high position, it might provoke dissatisfaction among the generals and captains. You don't need to say more. My words are commands that no one can refuse. Chu Li did not give Xiaoying a chance to decline. He understood what Xiaoying was worried about. She was merely concerned that her status was insufficient and might cause discontent among the subordinates. But what Xiaoying did not know was that everyone in this fleet was 100 loyal to Chu Li. Even if he ordered them to commit suicide, they would comply immediately. How could they harbor discontent over a position? As expected, things unfolded as Chu Li anticipated. Chu Li pays respects to the vice president. Chu Air pays respects to the vice president. In the footage, nearly everyone expressed their respect and saluted Xiaoying. Seeing the sincerity of the crowd, Xiaoying opened her mouth, but chose not to speak further. Among the crowd, a few did not bow. Chu Li cast a playful glance at those few in the footage. They were the space pirates detained aboard Chu Li's flagship. The bearded men were now pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Li smiled slightly and said to Chu Li, bring those few over. Soon several space pirates were pushed forward. You guys have quite the audacity, daring to rob my starship. Speak, how do you wish to die? As soon as Chu Li finished the word die, the bearded man fell to his knees in front of the screen. Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. Looking at the bearded man bowing like a garlic peeler, Chu Li smiled and said, do you wish to live? Yes, as long as your Majesty spares my life, I will do anything. The bearded man was very agreeable. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Li's face. I do have 2 tasks for you. If Chu Li wanted to kill these space pirates, he would have done so long ago. Keeping them alive is naturally useful. The first task is to lure more space pirates to me. The second task is to gather intelligence on the various civilizations in the Eternal Nebula. As an external force, Chu Li wanted to establish his intelligence network as quickly as possible, and utilizing space pirates was undoubtedly a shortcut. These space pirates roamed for years and had an extensive intelligence network in the Eternal Nebula. By incorporating these pirates, Chu Li would effectively gain control over their underlying intelligence network. The bearded man and the others did not hesitate and promptly agreed. Chu Li certainly would not easily trust the promises of these space pirates. He gave a knowing glance to Chu Li. Chu Li understood immediately. He waved his hand, and several captains stepped forward, placing a device around the pirates' necks. This is a thought bomb. If you dare to harbor even a hint of betrayal against His Majesty, the bomb will detonate immediately. As soon as Chu Li's words fell, bang! One of the space pirates beside the bearded man had his head explode, brain matter splattering everywhere. The remaining pirates were too frightened to think further and could only desperately vow loyalty to Chu Li. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Mimitar, a dignified fourth-level civilization, would have perished long ago if it lacked even this means of controlling captives. One of the most important pieces of information Chu Li sought was the civilization points of each civilization. With hundreds of civilizations in the Eternal Nebula, understanding the civilization points of each would help Chu Li decide which civilization to conquer first. System, is there any way to obtain the civilization points information of various civilizations? Chu Li communicated with the system in his mind. Your Majesty, you can obtain the civilization points information of target civilizations through the Eye of Truth system. I have downloaded the Eye of Truth system to the brain of your starship. You can copy it to any starship of your faction for use. When in use, simply point the radar at the target civilization's home planet, and the Eye of Truth system will automatically display that civilization's points. The brain is the central computer of the entire starship, controlling all operations of the starship. Chu Li instructed Xiao Ying to copy the Eye of Truth system to the pirates' starship's brain. This way, while they gather intelligence, they can also probe the civilization points of various civilizations and fleets. With the preparations complete, Chu Li entrusted the specific work of intelligence collection to Xiao Ying. He only needed to see the final result. At this time, Chu Li remembered the purpose of coming to the Centaurus system. He asked the pirates, "Where is there an electromagnetic storm field nearby?" Electromagnetic storms have terrifying destructive power against starships and structures below level 3. Ordinary people wouldn't even manage to hide, let alone remember its location. The pirates exchanged glances. Seeing that he couldn't get a result, Chu Li prepared to let the pirates retreat. At this moment, a pirate named Lao Lu stepped forward. "I know a place where the electromagnetic storm covers an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers." Chu Li gazed through the enormous glass dome, looking outside. The outside world was a distortion of space-time caused by the leap. Snowflake-like spots rapidly swept past Chu Li's eyes. The starship Chu Li was on was originally named Queen Tianyo, captured by Chu Li during a surprise attack on Queen Emma. The starship was entirely crafted from gold adorned with crimson armor, giving the entire vessel an opulent and majestic appearance. Chu Li immediately chose it from 5,000 starships as his flagship, renaming it Divine Emperor's Ultimate. Divine Emperor's Ultimate was truly a masterpiece of level 4 civilization technology, both in design and technology, flawless in every regard. The interior environment was extremely comfortable. Even at that moment while the starship was in leap, Chu Li felt neither dizziness nor discomfort. Buzz! Divine Emperor's Ultimate burst out of a space fissure. Outside, high-energy electromagnetic particles crazily converged with chaotic electric serpents surging through space amidst explosions caused by the erosion of electromagnetic storms. It was like an apocalyptic scene. The outer shell of Divine Emperor's Ultimate raised a shield blocking all the storm's erosion. Based on the coordinates provided by Lao Lu, Chu Li calculated a new coordinate that directly transported them to the center of the electromagnetic storm's force field. Below level 3 civilization, it was impossible to reach this place. Xiao Ying asked Chu Li beside her, "Your Majesty, what are we doing here?" Here, besides the thunderstorm, she couldn't find anything else. Chu Li smiled mysteriously at Xiao Ying. "There will soon be a surprise." Saying this, he pressed a yellow button. "Begin anchoring the interstellar fortress." The cockpit broadcast emitted a prompt tone. The anchoring laser indicator on the belly of Divine Emperor's Ultimate pointed forward where the electromagnetic storm was less fierce. The purpose of the anchoring laser indicator is to provide coordinate guidance for ultra-large starships and mobile buildings during leaps. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as space collapsed. The space marked by the laser collapsed entirely, forming an energy-swirling black hole. A steel spire 100 times larger than Divine Emperor's Ultimate protruded from the black hole. Then came a small part of the structure. In the cockpit of Divine Emperor's Ultimate, the broadcast loudly prompted, "Warning! Detected high-intensity electromagnetic storms at this anchoring point for the interstellar fortress, which will prevent starships below level 3 from entering the fortress. Continue." "Yes, continue anchoring." Starships below level 3. Chu Li had no interest in such trash. Even if he accidentally won one in a lottery, he would choose to exchange it for resources with lower-level civilizations. The reason Chu Li chose to anchor the interstellar fortress within the electromagnetic storm's force field was precisely because it could isolate starships below level 3. With this barrier in place, all civilizations in the Eternal Nebula could not approach or spy on this interstellar fortress. As Chu Li's command was issued, The lightning storms outside the ship became increasingly rampant, and the black hole slowly expanded. If the black hole at this moment were compared to a giant divine emperor's ultimate stood before it like an insignificant ant. A harsh sound of distorted steel echoed. A massive steel fortress slowly floated out from the black hole. The fortress was constructed of thick pitch-black steel layers reflecting the flickering starlight and emanating a sense of dread and power. Chu Li gazed at the imposing interstellar fortress standing tall amidst the stormy cosmic space, his heart surging with emotion. Wow! Xiaoying was so shocked, she covered her mouth. Is this another of your Majesty's new creations? This was also the first time Xiaoying had seen such a scene. She knew the steel behemoth before her was called the Interstellar Fortress, a space structure only level 5 civilizations could construct. Yet even for level 5 civilizations, the Interstellar Fortress was an extremely precious strategic facility, not something that could be casually given away. How did your Majesty acquire this steel giant? Not just Xiaoying. The tens of thousands of crew members on Divine Emperor's Ultimate also witnessed this spectacular scene, all stunned with their mouths agape. As crew members of a level 4 civilization, they had only heard legends of interstellar fortresses. This was the first time they had seen a real one. Shock, fear. Various emotions surged within the hearts of the crew members. Upon learning that this interstellar fortress belonged to His Majesty, the once holy image of the Divine Emperor in everyone's minds became majestic and mysterious, like an omnipotent deity. Your Majesty, does this interstellar fortress also belong to you? Xiaoying swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the shock of it all. Yes, this fortress will henceforth be the base of the Divine Emperor's blade in the Eternal Nebula. With a wave of his hand, Chu Li commanded Divine Emperor's Ultimate to slowly navigate towards the towering interstellar fortress. Upon entering the fortress, the tens of thousands aboard Divine Emperor's Ultimate eagerly disembarked to explore the fortress. This interstellar fortress was comparable in size to a planet. Tens of thousands dispersed inside like raindrops falling into the vast ocean, instantly disappearing from sight. This interstellar fortress was acquired through a massive allocation of resources and in exchange with a declining level 5 civilization when Chu Li was still the Divine Emperor. Chu Li had hidden this interstellar fortress as his trump card in the depths of the universe. He never expected there would truly come a day to use it. Remembering his past glory, Chu Li couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, while also becoming more eager for revenge. Chu Li had already sent the fortress coordinates to Long Yi and the others who were leaping over with the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. Without waiting for them, Chu Li, accompanied by Xiaoying, headed straight for the control room of the fortress. The control room was the core of the entire fortress. On the way, Chu Li faced no obstacles, moving as if on a leisurely stroll, while Xiaoying was continuously interrogated by the security system. Without Chu Li's authorization, she wouldn't have made it to the control room at all. Upon entering the control room, a massive light screen caught their eye. The screen displayed the panel data of the fortress. Interstellar Fortress Firepower Configuration: 5,000 units of 2,000 mm machine guns, 10,000 units of 300 mm Closian guns. Facilities available: 10 primary starship docks, 1 primary commander school, 1 resource smelter. Starship capacity: 15,000 personnel capacity, 435,000,50,000. Resource points: 0.1 billion. Below the light screen were notes in small print. Primary starship dock consumes resource points, allows for daily maintenance of ships, and can produce starships of level 4 and below. Primary commander school consumes resource points, can train qualified captains to become higher-level starship captains. Resource smelter converts various minerals and energies into resource points. After reviewing the data panel of the interstellar fortress, Chu Li felt a lingering restlessness in his heart. The interstellar fortress not only possessed terrifying firepower, but also had the capability to accommodate various functional modules. Chu Li's interstellar fortress was currently equipped with 3 modules: the basic starship dock, the basic command school, and the resource melting furnace. In the future, it could accommodate additional modules as needed. For Chu Li, who currently lacked support from a mother planet, having an interstellar fortress meant that his fleet now had basic logistical support. Of course, to truly make the fortress effective, it was essential to have sufficient resource points. Minerals energy. Chu Li pondered. He did not possess any resource planets himself. To acquire resources, he had to rely on trade or plunder other civilizations. While these methods were indeed convenient, they were short-lived and not sustainable. If Chu Li wished to strengthen his power, he needed to find a sustainable way to obtain resources. What method would allow him to continuously acquire energy and resources? Suddenly, Chu Li recalled the specialty of the Centaurus galaxy: mercenaries. By becoming a mercenary and completing missions, he could gain resources and wealth. At that moment, Xiaoying approached Chu Li and said, "General Chu Yi and the others have arrived." Chu Li nodded. He had already thought about the future direction of the Divine Emperor's blade. In the hall of the Iron Fortress, a square capable of accommodating 100,000 people, the captains of the 5,000 fleet from Chu Li to Chu Shi stood in a neat row waiting for Chu Li to address them. Although they appeared calm on the surface, the fluctuations in their gazes indicated that their hearts were anything but tranquil. The first time they laid eyes on the Interstellar Fortress, they were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. Though they hailed from a level 4 civilization and had heard of interstellar fortresses, this was the first time they had seen one with their own eyes. The majestic and colossal body gleaming with a cold light from its steel shell and the countless massive turrets and missile systems. Each frame of the scene struck at their very souls. Amidst their astonishment, they also deeply revered His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Only His Majesty the Divine Emperor was worthy of possessing such a formidable steel behemoth. At that moment, Chu Li stepped onto the stage. Wow! All the captains saluted Chu Li in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized without any prior agreement. This salute was given in honor of the most revered His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Chu Li waved his hand and smiled at the captains below, saying, "You all need not stand on ceremony. I am here to announce something. I have decided on the future development direction of the Divine Emperor's Blade. We will build the Divine Emperor's Blade into a mercenary organization. I hope that within a year you will develop the Divine Emperor's Blade into the most powerful mercenary organization in the Eternal Nebula. Do you all have the confidence?" "Yes, we are willing to serve your Majesty." Wow! The captains all knelt on one knee. Their shouts reverberated throughout the hall. Morale was high. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. With 5,000 starships and nearly 10 million crew members settling in, the interstellar fortress began to operate like a newly unveiled machine running wildly. It must be said the bearded man and old Lu were quite ruthless when it came to their own people. In just half a month with their cooperation, Chu Li had ambushed over 100 interstellar pirate fleets in various asteroid belts. For each pirate group, Chu Li used the same methods as the bearded man and old Lu, forcibly subduing these pirates and capturing nearly 1,000 pirate starships. Chu Li reorganized these pirates into 2 major brigades, placing them under the command of the bearded man and old Lu. He tasked them with the same missions while requiring them to spread the fame of the Divine Emperor's Blade among various civilizations. As long as they are willing to pay sufficient resources as compensation, we can deal with anyone. Chu Li personally instructed the bearded man and old Lu. Chu Li believed that with the combat strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, it would be quite difficult to encounter opponents in the Eternal Nebula. The two nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Of course, if the clients have requirements, we can also take on missions first and collect payment after completion. After all, the Divine Emperor's Blade was just starting up and clients would surely be concerned that they wouldn't deliver after receiving payment. Chu Li's arrangement was essentially a reassurance for the clients. He believed no one could refuse such terms. Naturally, he dared to do so because he had confidence in the strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. He wasn't worried at all about others taking advantage of them. If someone truly dared to do so, Chu Li wouldn't mind indulging in some interstellar piracy himself. The elite fleets of level 4 civilizations easily bullied the fleets of level 2 and 3 civilizations, akin to a walk in the park. Remember, we will not accept missions with a reward below 100 million interstellar coins. This threshold was set because Chu Li's fleet was limited and could not take on every random task. The mercenary market was flooded with a large number of troublesome and low-reward tasks. Chu Li did not want to waste time on such tasks. Old Lu diligently took notes, carefully recording Chu Li's instructions. Chu Li cast an appreciative glance at old Lu. This kid was quite astute and could be entrusted with the pirate affairs in the future. Time passed quickly. 2 months had flown by since Chu Li anchored the interstellar fortress. With the hard work of old Lu and the bearded man, Chu Li had added 2 more pirate brigades and promoted old Lu to commander of the pirate fleet. Under old Liu's management, countless pirates operated throughout the Eternal Nebula, spreading the fame of the Divine Emperor's Blade everywhere. Simultaneously, they did not forget Chu Li's instructions. Information about the various civilizations in the Eternal Nebula continuously flowed into Xiao Ying's hands, accumulating into a mountain of data. After working tirelessly for a month, Xiao Ying finally completed the distribution map of civilizations in the entire Eternal Nebula. On the distribution map, the names of different civilizations were marked with the distribution of civilization points. There were fleets and various civilizations. As the strengths of various forces and fleets changed, the civilization points also fluctuated. Fortunately, Xiao Ying's exceptional abilities ensured real-time data updates. Chu Li looked at the civilization distribution map with satisfaction. He valued Xiao Ying not merely for her innocence and beauty. As the ruler of several starfields, women who could only provide entertainment value did not pique his interest. Well done. Chu Li rarely praised Xiao Ying, causing her to blush for quite some time. Chu Li gazed at the distribution map in a daze. Having been in the Eternal Nebula for so long, it was the first time he truly appreciated the vastness of this starfield. The Eternal Nebula in terms of area was at least 10,000 times larger than the solar system. There were hundreds of interstellar civilizations of various sizes distributed throughout the nebula, and the number of fleets was countless. If he were to conquer them all, Chu Li would gain tens of millions of civilization points. When that time came, Chu Li wouldn't even need to lift a finger, or just relying on the system's lottery to spawn troops would likely suffice to take revenge on Titanium Star. Conquering civilizations. Although the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade was formidable, the fleet was not fully staffed and was not suited for large-scale military operations. Even if he were to barely conquer a certain civilization, it would inflict considerable damage on Chu Li's fleet. For the time being, Chu Li did not consider acquiring civilization points through conquering civilizations. Then we can only choose to annihilate fleets to gain civilization points. Chu Li pondered. The Eternal Nebula. Recently emerged, the Eternal Blades have stirred faint ripples across the cosmos. The Lizard Clan, Bone Clan, and Fox Clan, among the great civilizations, remain calm, their immense power affording them serene detachment. The mere appearance of a mercenary organization fails to warrant their attention. Smaller civilizations, however, brim with curiosity toward the newly surfaced Divine Emperor's blade, a bold, enigmatic mercenary force. Other mercenary organizations bristle with resentment. For Divine Emperor's blade boasts audaciously claiming it can accomplish missions no rival group dares undertake. Their rivals eagerly await its first misstep, eager to witness its humiliating downfall. 1 month later, the Lizard Clan's homeworld. A homeworld serves as the central planet of a civilization, akin to a national capital. Within the vast, majestic Lizard Imperial Palace, several lizard elders clad in golden robes sit face-to-face with the lizard sovereign. Seated upon the imperial throne is the reigning lizard sovereign, his gaze profound and boundless, his frame imposing and indomitable. Under his rule, the Lizard Clan has already conquered over a dozen interstellar civilizations. Today, the Lizard Clan commands dozens of star systems, ruling over a population of 3 trillion, its empire standing at the zenith of its might. An imperial council is now convened within the palace. When the formal session concludes, the sovereign does not dismiss the elders, but instead plays an audio recording. Seek strength. Respond swiftly. Solve problems with precision. Welcome to Divine Emperor's Blade Mercenaries, the Eternal Nebula's premier provider of private security and defense solutions. Our organization commands the Nebula's only fully Tier 4 fleet. At these words, the assembled lizard elders inhale sharply, their minds roiling with shock and disbelief. A full Tier 4 fleet. What staggering resources would such a force demand? Rumors claim even the Plant Clan, the most powerful civilization in the Eternal Nebula, could barely assemble several hundred Tier 4 starships, amalgamating them with its Tier 3 fleet before shamelessly branding the hybrid formation a Tier 4 combined fleet. How could Divine Emperor's Blade, a mere mercenary outfit, possess greater resources than the entire plant civilization? Whence springs such brazen audacity? As the advertisement in silence descends upon the imperial hall, the sovereign sits motionless upon his throne, eyes flickering with quiet calculation. This so-called Divine Emperor's Blade has grown alarmingly arrogant. Boasting ceaselessly for contracts is one thing, but now it dares infiltrate our communications network to broadcast propaganda across our domains. What are your thoughts? Speak freely. An elder lizard, his scales silvered with age, rises to his feet. Divine Emperor's Blade sets exorbitant terms. It refuses any mission valued below 100 million interstellar credits and claims it will accept any task provided the price is sufficient. In my estimation, it is almost certainly a third-rate mercenary band. Another elder stands in agreement. Intelligence confirms that not only our own networks, but those of the Bone Clan and Fox Clan, have suffered identical intrusions and forced broadcasts. It has in effect provoked every major civilization across the Eternal Nebula. Such extreme conduct cannot possibly sustain influence or longevity. Your Majesty need not concern yourself further. The other elders nod in unison. The sovereign gives a slight, thoughtful nod. Before the might of the Lizard Clan, Divine Emperor's Blade truly merits no notice. Yet Divine Emperor's Blade's brazen intrusion into the lizard communication grid reveals utter disregard for lizard wrath. To ignore this insult outright would erode the dignity of the Lizard Clan, a Tier 3 civilization, and tarnish the sovereign's own prestige. Indeed, several vassal civilizations under lizard dominion have recently shown signs of unrest, making decisive action imperative. Make an example. The sovereign intends to make Divine Emperor's Blade that example. Grand Elder, how do you advise we proceed? Your Majesty, he turns to the Grand Elder, the clan's wisest mind, whose attention remains fixed on the mention of the Tier 4 fleet. The Lizard fleet has crushed countless Tier 2 civilizations. The Sovereign well understands the terror of technological supremacy. Should Divine Emperor's blades claim hold true, it would be a force of terrifying magnitude. He has no desire for the Lizard clan to become the first to test its edge. The Grand Elder slowly rises. Your Majesty, this old servant suggests patience. We observe and wait. Divine Emperor's blade has breached not only our networks, but likely those of every major civilization across the Eternal Nebula. Others too will seek retribution. Let us bide our time, awaiting the moment when rival powers and Divine Emperor's blade exhaust each other in mutual ruin, then strike with decisive force. As he speaks, a flash of lethal intent glints in the usually benevolent eyes of the Grand Elder. Across the Eternal Nebula, forces as audacious as Divine Emperor's blade have risen before, only to fall beneath the coordinated annihilation of the great civilizations. Tall trees catch the wind first. Divine Emperor's blade shall be no exception. We must be the hidden sparrowhawk, watching while the mantis hunts and the cicada sings. The Grand Elder's counsel is sound. I endorse it wholeheartedly. So do I. The remaining elders voice unanimous assent. Upon the throne, the Sovereign nods in deep contemplation. The Grand Elder's proposal is indeed the optimal course, for now. Very well. We proceed as advised. Intelligence Division continue relentless pursuit of all leads on Divine Emperor's blade. Grand Elder journey personally to the Bone and Fox clan star systems to discern their stance toward this upstart force. Yes, Your Majesty. The elders bow deeply in reverence. The Bone clan's homeworld. Dispatch agents to investigate Divine Emperor's blade thoroughly. The Fox clan's homeworld. Find Divine Emperor's blade. Search the entire Eternal Nebula, if necessary. Leave no stone unturned. The Plant clan's homeworld. So Divine Emperor's blade dares provoke the Plant clan. Dispatch investigators immediately. Report any trace without delay. Divine Emperor's blade's aggressive broadcast has ignited fury among the Eternal Nebula's dominant civilizations. From the Bone and Fox clans to the Plant clan, their star systems seethe with outrage. Yet no matter what methods these civilizations deploy, they uncover no substantive trace of Divine Emperor's blade. This impenetrable veil only deepens the organization's mystique, while its claimed Tier 4 fleet intensifies the dread gripping each civilization's leadership. It is as though Divine Emperor's blade is no mere mercenary syndicate, but a gleaming blade suspended above their thrones poised to fall at any moment. All of this unfolds precisely as Chu Li anticipated. Lao Lu executed this campaign with Chu Li's explicit approval. As a nascent mercenary organization, Divine Emperor's blade required bold, flamboyant actions to seize prominence swiftly and forge an indelible name. For mercenaries, reputation is currency. Without renown, there are no contracts, no wealth, no ascendance. As for the reactions of the Eternal Nebula's Tier 3 civilizations, Chu Li does not deign to consider them. Star Fortress. Haven't received a mission yet. Chu Li sat upright on the high platform while the commanders of the 10 fleets stood below. Reporting to Your Majesty, there is nothing at the moment. Old Six stepped forward to report. In just a few months, he had grown from a mere pirate lackey to the commander of a pirate fleet controlling 2,000 starships. And all of this was bestowed by the great Divine Emperor. Old Six's gratitude and worship for the Divine Emperor reached an unparalleled level. However, spies from various civilizations are constantly watching the movements of our pirate fleet. There was a hint of concern in Old Six's tone. As a space pirate born from the Eternal Nebula, he understood how powerful the great civilizations like the Lizard clan, Bone clan, and Fox clan were. The establishment of the pirate fleet had cost the Divine Emperor a great deal of effort. He did not want this force to be destroyed under the siege of the great civilizations. No need to worry about them, just tell the brothers to be alert. Chu Li replied indifferently. With the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade, even if the pirate fleet was surrounded, he had the ability to rescue them. As for the occasional pirate being captured, Chu Li did not care. After all, the universe is vast, and there are plenty of pirates. If necessary, Chu Li could just gather another batch. What reaction do those small civilizations have? According to intelligence, they are often oppressed by these great civilizations. Don't they want to hire us to take revenge? Chu Li was quite speechless. Were the small civilizations in the Eternal Nebula so docile? Chu Li remembered that the small civilizations under the rule of Titan Star frequently revolted and rioted. Chu Li had also wanted to take advantage of the conflicts between the civilizations of the Eternal Nebula. Unexpectedly, these small civilizations were so timid. Suddenly, Old Six excitedly said to Chu Li, Your Majesty, a mission has arrived. As he spoke, Old Six uploaded the received information to the light screen in the hall. Kill the human traitor Yi Chun. Currently, Yi Chun is under the protection of the Lizard clan. Reward 300 tons of gold. Chu Li looked up the interstellar market of the Eternal Nebula. 300 tons of gold is worth 150 million interstellar coins. It is 50 higher than the minimum standard set by Chu Li. Human. A piece of intelligence about the human race in the Eternal Nebula flashed through Chu Li's mind. Like Chu Li, the human race in the Eternal Nebula was also an external force. However, they arrived earlier and had colonized for several million years. They are currently at the early stage of a third-level civilization in terms of technological level. The human race and the lizard clan are sworn enemies. The two races fought fiercely over the boundaries Alpha Star system. The lizard clan is in the later stage of a third-level civilization, being technologically superior, while the human race has always been on the defensive. As for this human named Yi Chun, Chu Li's gaze turned to Old Six. Old Six had learned about Yi Chun's information from the pirates under him. It turned out that this Yi Chun had betrayed the human race during the last war between the human race and the lizard clan and was currently hiding under the protection of the lizard clan. Very well, this is the first mission received by our Divine Emperor's blade, and it must be executed perfectly. Chu Li stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with a determined gaze. Please give your orders, Divine Emperor. Chu Li instructed. This mission is assigned to your first fleet. Remember, it must be done beautifully. We need to establish the reputation of our Divine Emperor's blade. Yes, Your Majesty, I will handle it personally. In less than 10 days, I will make Yi Chun vanish without a trace. Having said that, Chu Li left the hall without looking back. New solar system. The human home planet is called New Earth. A 10th sand-meter tall building rises into the clouds. In the conference room at the top of the building. Commander, can the Divine Emperor's blade really kill Yi Chun? I heard that only the Lizard Emperor and the 3 elders of the Lizard clan know Yi Chun's hiding place, and the Lizard Emperor even specially dispatched an elite guard fleet nearby to protect Yi Chun. The Divine Emperor's blade was previously unknown. Do they have this strength? In the conference room, Huang Zheng frowned, looking at the human leader, Zhao Qintian. Huang Zheng is the commander-in-chief of the human fleet. All human fleets are under his unified command, and he is one of the top 5 elders of the human race. Let's give it a try. If the Divine Emperor's blade can really kill Yi Chun, that would be best to prevent the Lizard clan from using Yi Chun to disrupt our morale. As for the reward of 300 tons of gold, although it's considerable compared to Yi Chun's head, it's nothing. Moreover, if the Divine Emperor's blade fails, we won't suffer a loss. After all, the Divine Emperor's blade said themselves, complete the mission first, then receive the reward. You are quite right, Commander. I was just not considering it thoroughly. If we can deal with Yi Chun, then indeed spending this 300 tons of gold is worth it. But I just hope the Divine Emperor's blade won't disappoint. Otherwise, if the mission fails, our human race will become the laughingstock among the great civilizations. The Divine Emperor's blade has just been established, and its strength is highly questioned. Hiring the Divine Emperor's blade now makes our human race look like fools in the eyes of other civilizations. Zhao Qintian nodded, handing the information in his hand to Huang Zheng. According to intelligence, the recently active pirate fleet should be an affiliated force of the Divine Emperor's blade, and the advertisements of the Divine Emperor's blade should be spread by the pirate fleet. Huang Zheng hurriedly took the information upon hearing this. He had once thought of integrating these pirates for the use of the human race, but unfortunately he had failed. Anyone who can become an interstellar pirate is cunning and sly. How could they submit to the management of a great civilization? That the Divine Emperor's blade could subdue these old foxes made Huang Zheng look at it with new eyes. Zhao Qintian gazed out the window, his voice trailing off. With this method of integrating the pirate forces, it is evident that the Divine Emperor's blade is not simple. Perhaps this time they can accomplish this task. Lizard Clan Homeworld. A massive battleship was hovering in the orbit of the homeworld. This is the flagship of the 3 elders of the Lizard Clan. In a luxurious bedroom, the Lizard Elder was entangled with the wife and concubines of the Lizard Clan leader. Third-level civilization, having surpassed racial isolation. The Lizard Elder was panting from pleasure, calling out to the Lizard Clan leader standing by the bed. Come help me push her down. I have no strength left. The Lizard Clan leader was filled with fury, but was helpless. After all, the Lizard Clan was merely a subordinate civilization of the Lizard Clan. At that moment, clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed at the door. The third elder is growing stronger. Impressive, impressive. A middle-aged human man entered with several subordinates. The man was Chu Li. Human, how did you get onto my flagship? The Mimitaral civilization belongs to a branch of the Earth humans, but it has developed faster and with more advanced technology than the humans of the Eternal Nebula. Chu Li had the face of an East Asian person. No wonder the 3 elders of the Lizard Clan misunderstood. The 3 elders of the Lizard Clan were both surprised and angry. Could it be that the human race was launching a war against the Lizard Clan again? 3 elders of the Lizard Clan. Chu Li did not waste words and directly confirmed the identity of the Lizard Elder. Human, since you know my identity, then obediently retreat. I can pretend that nothing happened today. In this war your human race paid a great price. You should cherish this hard-won peace. After saying that, the three elders of the lizard clan nervously watched Chu Li. He could not determine whether the human race had torn up the peace agreement and launched a surprise attack, so he could only test this human man before him. Chu Li saw through the three elders of the lizard clan's ploy. He chuckled. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chu Li from the Divine Emperor's Blade. Not of the human race. Divine Emperor's Blade. The third elder of the lizard clan was taken aback. The lizard clan was investigating the Divine Emperor's Blade. He naturally knew the situation regarding it. These people actually came to find him. It seemed that their target for this business deal was himself. The third elder was both surprised and suspicious. Who wanted to target him? He filtered through his enemies repeatedly in his mind. At the same time, a terrifying thought rose in his heart. His flagship had incorporated the latest technology of the lizard clan. How could such an advanced starship be boarded by those from the Divine Emperor's Blade? Why was there no warning from the radar? He had no idea. Mimidal was known for the agility and speed of its starships, making it extremely easy to raid and board a bulky battleship. The third elder's eyes darted around. He couldn't figure out either of the two problems. Chu Li asked, Speak, where is that fellow Gution hiding? If you tell me, I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, the third elder finally understood that Chu Li's target was not him, but Gution. Human race. Only the human race would pay attention to Gution. Gution's whereabouts were a secret to the lizard clan. The third elder could not speak. However, if he remained silent, he feared for his own life. Should he speak or not? The third elder hesitated. Suddenly Chu Li raised his thumb towards the third elder. It seems the third elder would rather die than speak. A true man. Someone apply the methods to the third elder. The third elder of the lizard clan panicked. Are the mercenaries from the Divine Emperor's Blade always this impatient? He wanted to say more, but his mouth was already stuffed, and something like an antenna was placed on his head. Chu Li had no intention of listening. Who knew if the information voluntarily given by the third elder was true or false? He directly employed a level 4 civilization torture device, the brain memory extractor. This device had many advantages, but one flaw: prisoners who had been subjected to it would have their brain waves erased, turning them into vegetative states. 2 minutes later, the third elder lay twisted and thrown on the ground like a broken sack. Chu Li obtained the extracted memory. In 3 hours, the lizard clan's royal guard fleet will escort Tion to the lizard clan's home planet. This is indeed an opportunity to exploit. A plan formed in Chu Li's mind. As for the third elder and this starship, he left it to Lao Lu to handle. This kind of deadly silence work was what the interstellar pirate Lao Lu was most familiar with. Chu Li proceeded with the first fleet of 500 starships to ambush Tion. In a small asteroid belt 200 light-years away from the lizard clan's home planet, a fleet of 2,000 starships from the lizard clan was slowly heading toward their home planet. Once they passed this asteroid belt, they would reach the preset jump point. From there, they could directly jump to the home planet. Everyone stay alert. We are about to enter the jump point. Once we complete the escort mission, I will treat everyone to a good time at the Mother Serpent's den. On the flagship, Fleet Commander Lizard Yong encouraged loudly. The already exhausted crew, hearing this, thought of the agile tongues of the serpent women in the Mother Serpent's den and immediately felt invigorated. Thank you, Commander. Everyone keep it up. Morale was high. Lizard Yong nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, an intelligence officer approached. Report, Commander, we just received intelligence from the home planet. The third elder was ambushed by interstellar pirates during an inspection of the Serpent Clan's home planet and has perished along with the clan leader and his wives. The wreckage is still being searched for. His Majesty the Lizard Emperor has instructed us to be extra cautious. After hearing this, Lizard Yong pondered. He knew how advanced the third elder's flagship was. Even if ordinary interstellar pirates attacked, or even multiple pirate squads surrounded it, the third elder could hold out until rescue arrived. Moreover, that starship was equipped with the fastest escape pod. Even if the third elder couldn't win, escaping was not a problem. This incident felt strange. Lizard Yong suddenly turned to his adjutant. Where is Tion? The adjutant looked troubled. He is in the room playing a guessing game with the princess. Hearing this, Lizard Yong's face darkened. He quite liked that game too. Damn human scum, how dare he desecrate the noble bloodline of the Lizard Emperor. He regretted agreeing to the princess' request to accompany her for a leisurely outing. Thinking about the possible repercussions from the royal family, Lizard Yong felt a headache coming on. Report, Commander, the radar has detected a fleet of starships appearing on the western side of our fleet. Hearing this, Lizard Yong was shaken. To encounter a fleet in this remote asteroid belt could not possibly be mere coincidence. This fleet was clearly coming for his own. A battle-hardened Lizard Yong did not panic. Immediately report the situation here to the home planet and request support. All starships turn around. Auxiliary ships activate shields. Battleships arm weapons. Cruisers. Under Lizard Yong's command. More than 2,000 starships moved as one, quickly entering battle readiness. At this moment, across from Lizard Young's battleship, Chu Li stood on the bridge. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but applaud the opposing fleet's commander. Not bad, a capable person. Chu Li was both impressed and regretful. The opposing commander was indeed a talent, but unfortunately his fleet's technology lagged behind his own. A level 4 civilization fleet against a level 3 civilization fleet, even if the number was not as many, it was still overwhelming. Gatling guns against cavalry, 10 guns can crush 1,000. All firepower ships ready. Prepare for the first round of volley. Fire. While the Lizard Clan fleet was still adjusting their battle formation, the first fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blade had already opened fire. The Mimidal civilization used gunpowder weapons which seemed outdated, but the power was not small. They were launching nuclear shells. In one volley, hundreds of thousands of nuclear shells exploded in the center of the Lizard Clan fleet. Instantly, half of the Lizard Clan fleet was torn apart, reducing its scale to a few hundred ships. Lizard Young's complexion turned pale. With just this one strike, he knew that his fleet was no longer on the same technological level as the opponent. This was the Lizard Clan's most elite Royal Guard fleet, not easily defeated in the entire nebula. Yet they could not withstand the opponent's strike. Lizard Young felt bitter in his mouth. However, the second round of volleys soon followed. The artillery fire still covered the original position of the Lizard Clan fleet. The destructive rays triggered by the nuclear explosion annihilated everyone in the escape pods. This was the way of war for the Mimidal civilization. No survivors were left. Chu Li calmly watched the scene before him, then turned to his adjutant and said, "Report to His Majesty, Tion is dead." On the home planet of the Lizard Clan, the Lizard Emperor was in discussion with several elders regarding the attack on the third elder. The second elder of the Lizard Clan entered the room. "Your Majesty, the Royal Guard fleet escorting Tion has been completely annihilated." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that the human clan recently had contact with the Divine Emperor's Blade. Many pieces of evidence suggest that this attack was orchestrated by the human clan hiring the Divine Emperor's Blade. The second elder said solemnly. The second elder of the Lizard Clan suddenly realized. It seems that the death of the third elder is also related to this attack. The Divine Emperor's Blade must have obtained Yichen's whereabouts from the third elder. The faces of all the Lizard Clan members turned extremely grim. The Divine Emperor's Blade dared to openly attack the third elder of the Lizard Clan. The previous intrusion into the communication system had yet to be settled, and now the Divine Emperor's Blade had directly struck at the Lizard Clan. The actions of the Divine Emperor's Blade were no longer just a slap in the face for the Lizard Clan, they were a direct assault. This matter was intolerable. The Lizard Emperor suddenly stood up from his throne. "Mobilize all resources of the Lizard Clan and thoroughly investigate the Divine Emperor's Blade. Anyone associated with the Divine Emperor's Blade must be killed without mercy. Daring to act against us, whoever it may be, will pay a heavy price." The Lizard Emperor's furious roar echoed through the palace. The entire Lizard Clan was mobilized. A month later, "Your Majesty, we have searched the star field within tens of thousands of light years and found no clues of the Divine Emperor's Blade." In the Lizard Clan palace, the second elder knelt nervously before the Lizard Emperor, his voice trembling. A month had passed. The Lizard Clan had put forth all their strength to search for any clues regarding the Divine Emperor's Blade. However, whenever they managed to capture one or two pirates advertising for the Divine Emperor's Blade, before they could torture them, the captives would explode. The Divine Emperor's Blade seemed to appear and disappear like a ghost, extraordinarily elusive. After hearing the report, the Lizard Emperor's voice turned as cold as ice. "I do not wish to hear any excuses. Continue the investigation." After a pause, the Lizard Emperor continued. "Keep this investigation confidential. Do not let other civilizations know about this matter. It is a great humiliation for our Lizard Clan." The so-called invincible Royal Guard fleet was ambushed and annihilated within their own territory, while the Lizard Clan had no means to stop them, allowing them to escape. If this news were to spread, the Lizard Clan would become the laughingstock of all major civilizations. "Your Majesty, it may already be too late. Our previous high-profile investigation has already alerted many spies from other civilizations to this matter. It is likely that the news has already spread." The second elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Strictly speaking, this was a failure in his duties. When this incident first occurred, the Intelligence Bureau should have sealed the information. Now that almost a month has passed, it is impossible to contain the news. Upon hearing this, the Lizard Emperor's expression turned cold. He suppressed the anger rising within him and said to the second elder, "Fine, since we cannot keep it under wraps, let's openly inform the other civilizations and simultaneously offer a hefty bounty for the Divine Emperor's Blade." Now that it cannot be concealed, the Lizard Emperor decided to lay bare the conflict between the Lizard Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade, clearly informing other civilizations that the Lizard Clan was the first to declare war against the Divine Emperor's Blade. Additionally, within 3 months, I demand information on the owner of the Divine Emperor's Blade. He wanted to see who dared to target the Lizard Clan so aggressively. The Divine Emperor's Blade was provoking the Lizard Clan. If the Lizard Clan did not respond with thunderous action, they would be looked down upon by other major civilizations, and the smaller civilizations under Lizard Clan rule would also lose respect for their authority. Thus, the Lizard Emperor had to deal not only with the Divine Emperor's Blade organization, but also with the owner of the Divine Emperor's Blade. He intended to declare to all civilizations in the Eternal Nebula, those who offend the Lizard Clan are destined to meet a grim end. Soon the news of the third elder of the Lizard Clan being attacked and the total annihilation of the Royal Guard fleet spread throughout the entire Eternal Nebula like wildfire. Not only the major civilizations like the Bone Clan, Fox Clan, and Plant Clan, but even some lesser-known small civilizations learned of this matter. The Royal Guard fleet was the elite guard of the Lizard Emperor, the ace of all Lizard Clan fleets. For such a powerful fleet to be completely wiped out in its own territory was astonishing to anyone who heard. Does this mean that the Divine Emperor's Blade possesses the power to crush a third-level civilization? In no time, the reputation of the Divine Emperor's Blade soared to unprecedented heights. Many small civilizations that had long been oppressed by major civilizations began to inquire about the Divine Emperor's Blade, preparing to hire them for revenge. In the Centaurus galaxy at the Queen's Palace, to annihilate the Lizard Clan's Royal Guard fleet within their territory, the Divine Emperor's Blade has some audacity. I bet the Lizard Emperor is furious. The Centaurus Queen wore a smile, seemingly in good spirits. I know about that Royal Guard fleet of the Lizard Clan. Its strength is indeed formidable and has caused us much hardship in the past. To see them completely wiped out is truly satisfying. A middle-aged woman resembling a Centaurus chimed in. The Centaurus galaxy was surrounded by several major civilizations, including the Lizard Clan. The reason the Centaurus clan had not been swallowed by a major civilization was due to the delicate balance maintained between these major civilizations, with the Centaurus galaxy serving as a strategic buffer zone. However, this fragile balance was about to be disrupted. According to intelligence, the Bone Clan to the east of the Centaurus galaxy was recently assembling a quasi fourth-level fleet with the assistance of a certain fourth-level civilization. This would disrupt the power equilibrium among the major civilizations, and the Centaurus clan would inevitably face the threat of being consumed by the Bone Clan. The middle-aged Centaurus woman tentatively asked the Centaurus Queen, "Your Highness, the Divine Emperor's Blade seems quite formidable. Since they can clash with a major civilization like the Lizard Clan for money, if we offer a higher price, they should be willing to annihilate the Bone Clan's quasi fourth-level fleet." The Bone Clan's quasi fourth-level fleet employs some starship technology from fourth-level civilizations, making it a castrated version of a fourth-level fleet. Though it is a castrated version, it is already considered top-tier combat power in the Eternal Nebula. Since this fleet successfully passed its trial run, the oppression from the Bone Clan has become increasingly severe. If they are allowed to grow, they will soon harbor ambitions of swallowing us whole. In the Eternal Nebula, the Centaurus clan was one of the few small civilizations that could maintain independence. They did not wish to lose this status. The Centaurus Queen pondered for a moment. "All right, let's proceed, as you suggested." The middle-aged Centaur woman continued, "The Bone Clan places great importance on the fourth-level fleet. Annihilating it is no easy task, and the price of the Divine Emperor's Blade should not be low. The Mercenary organization calculates rewards based on task difficulty. The harder the task, the higher the required reward. The Centaur galaxy is a paradise for mercenaries." The Centaur Queen naturally understood the underlying emotions. She had already calculated the reward for hiring the Divine Emperor's Blade in her mind. If the Divine Emperor's Blade can complete the task, I concede the Omega planet located east of the Centaur galaxy to them. The middle-aged Centaur woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "Your Highness, are you referring to that Omega planet entirely composed of hydrogen and helium? That planet is an invaluable energy treasury. If fully developed, it could provide enough energy for our mother planet for millions of years. Even if this task is challenging, we could just pay the Divine Emperor's Blade a bit more interstellar currency." "Oh, why?" The Centaur Queen interrupted her from continuing. "No need to say more. I understand everything you said. Although this planet is rich in energy, unfortunately, as a second-level civilization, we lack the technology to extract and utilize it. On the contrary, because of this planet, we have endured numerous attacks from surrounding advanced civilizations. If it weren't for their internal conflicts and mutual restrictions, this planet would have long ceased to belong to us. I think we can test the courage of the Divine Emperor's Blade with this planet. We've already offered a price that just depends on whether they dare to take this hot potato." The middle-aged centaur woman suddenly realized. After all, she was merely a middle-aged woman, while the other was a queen. This scheme was indeed profound. Since your highness has made a decision, I will contact the people from the Divine Emperor's Blade. The centaur queen sighed. Small civilizations often find themselves helpless while struggling for survival in the cracks. New Earth. Zhao Qintian, a leader of the human race, was practicing calligraphy. Suddenly, the fleet commander Huang Zheng burst in shouting as he walked. He's dead. Yi Chun is dead. Sir, I just received confirmation from our intelligence personnel that Yi Chun was ambushed by a mysterious fleet on his way to the Lizard Clan's home planet, and his death has been confirmed. Is that true? Zhao Qinshan's brush trembled as he stood up abruptly. Huang Zheng excitedly replied, absolutely true, and it's not just Yi Chun. Even the Lizard Clan's escort fleet for Yi Chun was completely annihilated, not a single one escaped. I heard that the Lizard Emperor was so furious he nearly fainted. Zhao Qintian trembled at the words, his eyes filled with disbelief. If the news of Yi Chun's death surprised him, then the annihilation of the Lizard Clan's escort fleet was simply unbelievable. It's worth mentioning that the human race had indeed fought this fleet and knew of its formidable strength. He grabbed Huang Zheng's arm. Who did it? Was it the Divine Emperor's Blade? This is still uncertain, but the Lizard Clan has already offered a bounty for the Divine Emperor's Blade to all civilizations in the Eternal Nebula, declaring that anyone related to the Divine Emperor's Blade will be killed without mercy. It seems the possibility that the Divine Emperor's Blade did this is quite high. The Lizard Clan is declaring war on the Divine Emperor's Blade. According to our spies in the Lizard Clan, the mysterious fleet ambushed the Lizard Clan's escort fleet in less than half an hour, striking swiftly and retreating. By the time the Lizard Clan's rescue forces arrived, only countless wreckage and bodies remained. It was a scene of devastation. Teske. Hiss. Even Zhao Qintian, who was usually calm, couldn't help but gasp. How did the Divine Emperor's Blade accomplish this? In less than half an hour, they had completely obliterated the Lizard Clan's escort fleet with a single blow. It seems the technology level of the Divine Emperor's Blade far exceeds ours. Such an instant annihilation of a fully manned fleet usually occurs on battlefields where advanced civilizations crush lower-level ones. Only with the technological superiority of the Divine Emperor's Blade over the Lizard Clan could this be achieved. Huang Zheng nodded. The Lizard Clan's technology is even more advanced than that of the human race. Could it be that the technology level of the Divine Emperor's Blade has reached the 4th-level civilization? Huang Zheng nodded. That's what I suspect as well. The Divine Emperor's Blade was bold enough to invade the communication systems of various civilizations so openly, which should be backed by powerful strength. We have conducted simulations, and the conclusion is that for the Divine Emperor's Blade to completely annihilate the Lizard Clan's escort fleet, they must possess at least 50 battleships of the 4th-level civilization. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a swift kill. 50 4th-level civilization battleships. Zhao Qintian looked utterly incredulous. The crushing power of civilization levels is far more terrifying than one might imagine. Not to mention the battleships of the 4th-level civilization, even a small fleet of 4th-level cruisers could potentially defeat a fully manned fleet composed of thousands of 3rd-level civilization starships. Moreover, this is a full 50 4th-level civilization battleships. If everything is as Huang Zheng and the others deduced, then the strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade is indeed fearsome. At least in the Eternal Nebula, no one should be able to confront the Divine Emperor's Blade hidden. Thinking of how the Lizard Clan was still unaware of their impending doom and declared war on the Divine Emperor's Blade, a hint of mockery appeared on Zhao Qinshan's face. How ridiculous that the Lizard Clan thinks they can wage war against such a terrifying force. The Lizard Emperor is indeed growing more foolish with age. Since Yi Chun is dead, then you should pay 300 tons of gold to the Divine Emperor's Blade. Additionally, provide the intelligence regarding the weaknesses of the Lizard Clan to the Divine Emperor's Blade as an extra reward. I'm looking forward to seeing the Divine Emperor's Blade thoroughly thrash the Lizard Clan. Understood, sir. I will contact the people from the Divine Emperor's Blade right away. In the interstellar fortress, Chu Li was discussing matters with his subordinates. Old Six received a text message and said to Chu Li, Your Majesty, the human race has prepared 300 tons of gold, and we are to go to the new moon planet for the transaction. Completing the task of killing Yi Chun not only earned Chu Li 300 tons of gold, but he also received a reward of 200 civilization points for annihilating the Lizard Clan's escort fleet from the system. Chu Li was in high spirits. Old Six continued, They also sent over a report on the Lizard Clan's intelligence. I briefly glanced at it. It contains weaknesses related to the Lizard Clan's warships, territories, and defenses. Chu Li understood immediately. This intelligence from the human race is quite interesting. They clearly want to exploit us for free, urging us to continue attacking the Lizard Clan. Although the Divine Emperor's blade inevitably had to become enemies with the Lizard Clan after the killing of Gution, Chu Li also didn't want to be exploited by the human race. The human race thinks they can remain aloof and take advantage of us. They are mistaken. Old 6U immediately spread the word to the Lizard Clan saying that the human race will deliver the reward to us on the new moon planet. Be clear about the time and location. On the day of the transaction, you deliberately arrive an hour late, letting the human race and the Lizard Clan reminisce first. Take the opportunity to gain some advantages. Old 6 felt goosebumps all over upon hearing this. His Majesty's scheme was exceedingly cunning. He could already envision the scene of a fierce battle between the human race and the Lizard Clan outside the new moon planet. At this moment, as Old 6 looked at Chu Li again, his eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Your Majesty is wise. Chu Li then inquired, are there any new missions recently? Due to our reputation from the recent mission to eliminate Gution, several small civilizations have begun contacting us wanting to commission tasks. Currently, there is only one confirmed mission. The Queen of the Centaur star system wants to commission us to annihilate the Bone Clan's Quasi 4th level fleet. The reward for the mission is somewhat special. It's the Omega planet of the Centaur star system. Hearing that the reward was a planet, everyone present was taken aback. Chu Li was also slightly stunned. Using a planet as payment for mercenaries was indeed rare. His interest was piqued. The Omega planet is that the energy celestial body. Beside Chu Li, Xiaoing explained, Your Majesty, the Omega planet is composed entirely of hydrogen and helium, and its development value is immense. However, the Centaur clan is a second-level civilization lacking the technology, and several major civilizations nearby are also eyeing this planet, which is why the Omega planet has remained undeveloped. Upon hearing this, Chu Li pondered. Accepting this mission would mean facing not only the Bone Clan, but also those major civilizations that covet the Omega planet. If he declined the mission, he could avoid dealing with so many enemies, but he would also miss the opportunity to obtain such immense energy. Energy can be converted into resource points. With resource points, the various functions of the Interstellar Fortress can be utilized. The Interstellar Fortress is crucial for Chu Li's rise. In comparison, having a few more third-level civilizations as enemies was insignificant to Chu Li. With this in mind, he resolutely told Lao Lu, Inform the Queen of the Centaur clan that I will take this mission. Yes, Your Majesty. 10 days later, 40 tons of gold ingots were neatly stacked in the main square of the Interstellar Fortress. Due to Chu Li's cunning scheme, when Lao Lu arrived at the new moon, the Lizard Clan's raid fleet and the Human Clan's fleet were already locked in a fierce battle. To completely annihilate the Lizard Clan's fleet, the Human Clan gave the Divine Emperor's blade 100 tons of gold, and only then did Lao Lu assist the Human Clan's fleet in defeating the Lizard Clan's raid fleet. The Lizard Clan was quite unfortunate, receiving false intelligence and believing that only 2 small fleets from the Human Clan and the Divine Emperor's blade were involved in the transaction. Considering the need to pursue the small fleets, the Lizard Emperor dispatched a lightweight fleet focused on mobility. This fleet had extremely poor defenses and was caught off guard and annihilated by Lao Lu's pirate fleet. This was also one of the rare cases of pirates annihilating a regular fleet. If this battle tale spread, the Lizard Clan's fleet would become the laughingstock of all civilizations in the Eternal Nebula. Thinking about how the Lizard Emperor would be furious to the point of spitting blood, Chu Li couldn't help but smile. Ding annihilated the Lizard Clan's raid fleet, obtained 100 civilization points. With the previous 200 civilization points from exterminating the Lizard Clan's elite fleet, Chu Li now had a total of 300 civilization points. The points needed for the system lottery would increase with each draw. Chu Li glanced at the price list. First lottery, 100 civilization points. Second lottery, 200 civilization points. Third lottery, 400 civilization points. The points required for each lottery were based on the previous amount. With 300 civilization points, he could just afford to draw twice. System perform a double draw, all for fleet acquisition. Chu Li's fleets were all incomplete, which significantly affected their combat power. He urgently needed starships to replenish his fleets. Understood. Double draw starting. Chu Li's gaze traversed the vast starry sea. Ding, congratulations, Your Majesty obtained the Minotaur Tiger fleet consisting of 400 starships, including 100 battleships, 500 cruisers, and 340 destroyers and frigates. There wasn't the same luck as in the first lottery. This time, Chu Li drew an ordinary fleet, which based on fleet scale and starship quality was likely the patrol fleet of Minotaur. The main task of the patrol fleet is to maintain public order and combat interstellar pirates. Its combat power cannot compare to the Courage Metal fleet that Chu Li obtained in the first draw. Fortunately, there was still another draw. Buzz. Chu Li's gaze was once again drawn by the system to a small asteroid belt. In a black hole, a light broke through, illuminating the cold, starry sky. 100 white medical motherships floated like a sanctuary, slowly emerging from the black hole, followed by accompanying rescue ships, engineering ships, and protective vessels, with more ships flying in a dense formation behind the fleet. Ding! Congratulations, Your Majesty obtained the Sisterhood rescue fleet consisting of 3 starships, including 100 medical motherships battleship class, 400 rescue ships cruiser class, and 250 engineering ships destroyer class, and protective vessels frigate class. Also obtained a senior technician from the Sisterhood fleet. Chu Li's eyes widened in shock. The Sisterhood is an exceptionally proud organization. They only provide humanitarian assistance to those suffering from war, famine, or lost in space, never specifically serving any particular power or civilization. Their technology in ship maintenance, battlefield first aid, and combat assistance is at the pinnacle level of a 4th-level civilization. It is no exaggeration to say they are the best support for fleets. At that moment, Xiaoying beside Chu Li spoke to him. Your Majesty, there is a video connection request from an unknown signal. Chu Li knew this request was from the Sisterhood fleet. The video was connected. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty appeared on the screen dressed in a pristine uniform with a gentle smile on her face. Eve greets the Divine Emperor. Eve should be the senior technician referred to by the system. Behind Eve, all crew members were female, also dressed in white uniforms. Greetings, Divine Emperor. The members of the Sisterhood did not display the rumored aloofness and arrogance, but instead showed admiration and eagerness in their eyes. The Sisterhood operates as a semi-religious organization, and due to the system's setting of 100 loyalty to Chu Li in the hearts of these women, Chu Li is not only a worldly monarch, but also the leader of the gods. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. With 2 lottery draws yielding fleets from 4th-level civilizations, his luck was still quite good. Although the Tiger fleet is merely a patrol fleet and a second-line force, it can still achieve technological dominance against the 3rd-level civilizations in the Eternal Nebula. As a logistical support fleet, the Sisterhood fleet can greatly enhance the combat efficiency of the fleet. Overall, Chu Li was quite satisfied with the results of the 2 lottery draws. With 700 starships combined with the 500 starships obtained from the last lottery, Chu Li now commanded a total of 1200 starships. When Xiaoying saw these new fleets, she was quite astonished. Chu Li said to Xiaoying, "Send the order down. Divide these 2 fleets and incorporate them into the 10 fleets from Chu 1 to Chu 10. After the restructuring is complete, each fleet will possess 1A0 starships, reaching the full complement standard for a 4th-level fleet. From previously having only 500 starships in each fleet to now being fully equipped. Chu Li achieved this in just a few months. Such a supply speed is something even a 4th-level civilization like Mimitarl with thousands of star systems cannot accomplish. Yet Chu Xiao made it happen. At the steps below, Chu 1 and others looked up at Chu Li. In their hearts, the Divine Emperor was simply omnipotent of being capable of miracles. The fleet's reorganization has been completed. Chu Li plans the next lottery targeting technology and items. However, the next lottery requires 400 civilization points. The civilization points earned from annihilating the fleet are too few. If I want to draw more from the lottery, I must conquer civilizations quickly. Chu Li's gaze fell upon the distribution map of the Eternal Nebula crafted by Xiaoying. The Lizard clan suffered 2 successive blows from the Divine Emperor's blade, losing 2 fleets, one of which was an elite guard fleet. Their civilization points fell from the initial 1.3 million to 1 million. The decrease in civilization points for the Lizard clan has manifested in reality as many small civilizations under their rule beginning to show signs of rebellion. The civilization points lost by the Lizard clan have been redistributed to these small civilizations. As long as Chu Li finds an opportunity to deal the Lizard clan 2 more significant blows, their civilization points will surely drop below 600. When civilization points fall below 600, it signifies the collapse of civilization order. Once the small civilizations rebel against the Lizard clan, chaos will inevitably ensue. At that time, as long as Chu Li conquers the Lizard clan and deals with these small civilizations, all these civilization points will fall into his pocket. Buzz. The energy fluctuations from the portal interrupted Chu Li's thoughts. Chu Li frowned slightly. He despised being interrupted while deep in thought. Although Old Six entered excitedly, he froze in fear and knelt down upon meeting Chu Li's cold gaze. The majesty of his divine majesty has been increasing day by day. Even a casual word or glance can impose immense invisible pressure on those around him, let alone when he is slightly angered. Sweat beads the size of beans dripped from Old Six's forehead, yet he dared not wipe them away. Reporting, Your Majesty, we have found the location of the Bone Clan's quasi 4th-level fleet. Chu Li nodded. As Old Six felt the pressure on him begin to lift, he struggled to straighten up. Your Majesty is truly unfathomable. Old Six marveled inwardly while continuing to report. The Bone Clan fleet is currently in the Flies Galaxy. He carefully marked the location on the Eternal Nebula map after receiving Chu Li's approval. Xiaoying said to Chu Li, "There is a human colony here." According to the intelligence compiled by Xiaoying, the Bone Clan's method of reproduction is extremely peculiar, requiring a blood sacrifice of a large number of other civilizations' populations each year, with humans being the most. The Bone Clan has dispatched their strongest fleet to the human colony, likely to abduct their population. A quasi-4th level fleet. Chu Li pondered. Strictly speaking, this quasi-4th level fleet of the Bone Clan is actually a 3rd level fleet. However, the Bone Clan claimed it to be a quasi-4th level fleet because they used some 4th level civilization starship technology while building it. The Bone Clan must have spent quite a bit of resources to build this fleet, Old Six agreed. Your Majesty is wise. The Bone Clan has reportedly exhausted resources from dozens of star systems to construct this fleet. The Bone Clan is even said to be severely weakened because of this. Oh. Chu Li suddenly looked at the civilization distribution map, locating information about the Bone Clan's power. Indeed, the changes in the Bone Clan civilization points are evident. They have plummeted from an initial 1.5 million to 98000. The severe weakening of a civilization is reflected in its civilization points, resulting in a sharp drop. Good. The Bone Clan has brought this upon themselves, which gives me an opportunity. Chu Li felt a surge of joy within. If the Divine Emperor's blade can successfully annihilate this quasi-4th level fleet, the Bone Clan's strength will undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow. At that time, Chu Li could consider conquering both the Bone Clan and the Lizard Clan together. Chu Sin, you two will accompany me this time. Chu Li said to the two. Mobilizing more than 2 fleets for battle falls into the category of a small core operation. A corps commander must coordinate and oversee the entire operation. Chu Yi to Chu Shi are merely fleet commanders lacking the ability to command a corps. Until a qualified corps commander is trained, Chu Li must personally lead the corps. It's been a long time since I fought and my skills are almost getting rusty. Chu Li said with a smile. Once upon a time, when speaking of the Titanium Star's Divine Emperor Chu Li, even his opponents would give a thumbs up and say the war god Chu Li. At this moment, the fleet commanders under Chu Li were already eager to try, especially since this mission allowed them to accompany His Divine Majesty on the expedition. Hearing Chu Li's command, the others cast envious glances at Chu Er and Chu San. Both Chu Er and Chu San felt extremely honored. They knelt on one knee and assured Chu Li, "We are willing to follow your Majesty to annihilate the enemies." In the Flies Galaxy, a human colony. A massive fortress lies on the plain, resembling a giant dragon coiled upon the land, exuding a majestic aura. Many weapons are mounted on the fortress, with several radar antennas standing tall, constantly on alert. Deep Space Fortress. This fortress in the human colony is named Deep Space because it is ruled by the Deep Space Clan. The Deep Space Clan has a long history and has cultivated many human fleet commanders. A few years ago, they even trained a tactical genius, Deep Space-Een. Deep Space-Een went to the human 4th level derivative civilization, the Galeni Federation, to study fleet command at the age of 16. He is now the commander of the 1st Fleet of the Galeni Federation's Supreme Command. Due to Deep Space-Een's influence, the prestige of the Deep Space Clan among the human race has soared to unprecedented heights, even making the human leader, Zhao Qingtian, give the Deep Space Clan face. At this moment, above the Deep Space Fortress, the vast starry sky is boundless, and suddenly a powerful energy fluctuation appears like a dark jade sky. A spatial rift appears out of nowhere. A fleet has jumped in. Subsequently, the rift continues to expand and countless light points burst forth from the rift, forming into combat formations in the air. These starships resemble skeletal fortresses with thrusters positioned where the ribs are spewing blue-green flames. As soon as the fleet appears, it brings immense pressure and fear to the human colony below. The Bone Clan is here. Run! The Bone Clan is notorious for abducting humans for blood sacrifices. Inside the fortress, everyone is terrified and fleeing in all directions. The Deep Space Fortress quickly enters a combat posture with countless anti-air weapons targeting the fleet above. Inside the fleet's cockpit, someone asks, "Are you sure this is the right place?" A humanoid being entirely composed of bones stands at the command position, looking down with disdain and arrogance at the human colony's fortress below. Tion, the son of the Bone Clan's leader, is also the commander of this fleet. The Bone Clan practices the law of the jungle. Tion is exceptionally gifted, possessing a strong talent for fleet command. At the age of 20, he led the Bone Clan fleet to defeat the enemy fleet that was besieging him, earning the favor of the Bone Clan leader, who regards him as a future leader. "That's right, Your Highness, this is the place." A man resembling a human but with a pair of wings stands beside Tion, wearing a long robe. The man with a fawning expression speaks to Tion. He is Tion Shan, the leader of the Angel Clan. The Angel Clan once thrived and was even worshipped by humans as messengers of the gods. However, for the past few million years, the Angel clan has been in decline and has now become a small vassal civilization of the Bone clan. This time the Bone clan is plundering humans, and Tion Shan volunteered to bring his only fully equipped second-level fleet. The goal is to take advantage of the chaos. Tion Shan humbly says, according to the intelligence I received not long ago, the Deep Space Clan discovered an ancient data box in the ruins of the Jade Bone clan, which likely contains secrets of ancient technology from the Jade Bone clan. Gution came to the Deep Space Fortress not for anything else, but to obtain this mysterious data box. The Bone clan today is a descendant of the Jade Bone clan. While they retain some of the Jade Bone clan's technology, most ancient technology has been lost over billions of years of inheritance. Not only the Jade Bone clan, but many ancient civilizations face the same situation. The descendants wishing to reclaim these lost technologies must rely on luck. Thus, as soon as Gution received the news, he hurried over. Damn humans, they dare to attempt to steal the ancient technology of my Bone clan. They truly deserve to die. Gution's eyes flashed with cold light, and he snorted disdainfully, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the actions of the humans. To him, the fact that humans did not return the ancient data box to the Bone clan is a grave mistake. Especially towards the Deep Space clan, Gution is filled with rage. Your Highness speaks rightly. The great technology of the Jade Bone clan is beyond human comprehension and should rightfully be returned to the Bone clan. Tion Shan flatters Gution excessively. As soon as he received the intelligence, he reported it to Gution to improve their relationship. It seems that the effect is quite good. If the ancient technology of our Bone clan is indeed in the Deep Space Fortress, then all the wealth and resources of this human colony will belong to your Angel clan. Gution said. In Gution's eyes, this human colony is already a piece of fat meat on the plate ready for him to carve. Thank you, Your Highness. It is truly an honor for us Angel clan to serve you. Tion Shan fervently suppresses his inner excitement, feigning a humble demeanor as he speaks to Gution. Hearing Tion Shan's words, Gution's lips curl into a smile. Tion Shan's flattery is quite pleasing to him. Then Gution raises his hand. The Bone clan starships suddenly unleash powerful pulse waves, ionizing the entire Deep Space Fortress as the pulse waves permeate through the fortress weaponry. All electronic components in the weaponry are burnt out, rendering all weapons ineffective. Then the Bone clan fleet extends countless cannons, launching a frenzied barrage against the Deep Space Fortress. The shield systems of the Deep Space Fortress have been destroyed by the pulse waves, and the shells face no obstruction, directly slamming into the fortress steel exterior, scattering countless steel shards. The fall of the Deep Space Fortress is merely a matter of time. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man approaches the screen inside the fortress. He recognizes it. This Bone clan fleet is the elite fleet known as the Quasi 4th level fleet. The Deep Space clan is powerless to resist against the onslaught of the Bone clan fleet. A request for assistance has already been sent to the human headquarters. However, the reply indicates that the human headquarters is currently engaged in a large-scale battle with the Lizard clan and cannot provide assistance. This means that the Deep Space Fortress has no external support. The Deep Space clan can only face the invasion of the Bone clan independently. The middle-aged man connects with the Bone clan commander's video signal. Bone clan commander, our two clans just signed a ceasefire agreement. Why are you attacking our Deep Space Fortress? Without powerful military support, the middle-aged man's words lack confidence. They had already deliberated and decided that if the Bone clan did not make excessive demands, they would first accommodate the Bone clan. After the human race and the Lizard clan's battle concludes, they would find an opportunity for revenge. I've heard that your Deep Space clan has obtained the data box of the Jade Bone clan. Hand it over. Otherwise, I will obliterate the Deep Space Fortress and sacrifice all of you. Bone Tion's tone was extremely arrogant. A mere Deep Space Fortress with defenses as flimsy as paper was nothing in his eyes. As soon as Bone Tion's words left his mouth, the members of the Deep Space clan in front of the screen widened their eyes in anger and clenched their fists. The Bone clan's preference for plundering human blood sacrifices is no secret. Bone Tion's mention of this was like tearing open the scars of all humanity. However, anger cannot kill. They could do nothing against the Bone clan's fleet. Just then, at a position over 100 kilometers from the Bone clan's fleet, the space suddenly tore apart. A battleship crafted from gold and adorned with red armor patterns slowly emerged, surrounded by nearly 100 fully armed battleships. Following were cruisers and destroyers, and even a support fleet composed of white auxiliary ships closely followed behind. Everyone who witnessed this scene took a cold breath. Just in terms of the fleet scale, with only over 2,000 starships, it was not even half the size of the Bone clan's fleet. But in terms of the composition of the fleet, it was simply luxurious. The number of battleships alone exceeded that of the Bone clan's fleet by more than double. Every gaze, whether from the Bone clan or the human race, was drawn to this fleet. At the bow of each starship, a golden emblem was carved. A long knife sliced through the dark clouds. Elegant and generous, this was the first impression everyone received upon seeing the emblem. Divine Emperor's Blade. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim softly. Due to the incident involving the killing of Yi Chun, the reputation of the Divine Emperor's Blade had long spread throughout the eternal star cloud. Also well known was this emblem, said to be personally designed by the owner of the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Divine Emperor's Blade, a mercenary organization rumored to possess a fully equipped 4th-level fleet. A mysterious force capable of annihilating the Lizard Clan's elite fleet in an instant. It appeared right before everyone's eyes. The Divine Emperor's Extreme. The flagship of Chu Li. 2 video requests. One from the Deep Space Clan. The other from the Bone Clan's fleet. Chu Li opened the request from the Deep Space Clan. The content of the video from the Deep Space Clan was quite simple. Under Chu Li's skillful manipulation, the members of the Deep Space Clan reached a deal with the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Deep Space Clan would pay 100,000 tons of energy crystals, and the Divine Emperor's Blade would help them drive away the Bone Clan's fleet. The Divine Emperor's Blade was originally here to eliminate the Bone Clan's quasi 4th-level fleet. Even without this deal from the Deep Space Clan, Chu Li would still have engaged the Bone Clan's fleet. Now he was essentially receiving 100,000 tons of energy crystals for free. Chu Li couldn't help but say to Chu Air and Chu Shan, "You see, this is what I call killing 2 birds with 1 stone, accomplishing 1 task, while reaping 2 rewards. 1 gram of energy crystal contains energy equivalent to 1 ton of oil. The energy contained in 100,000 tons of energy crystals is enormous, and as a reward is undeniably generous." Chu Li's flagship had now become the command center for 2 fleets. Chu Air and Chu Shan wore looks of awe. His Majesty's strategy is truly far-reaching. We've learned another trick. Chu Air said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for broadening our horizons." Chu Shan echoed. Chu Li then connected to the video request from Bone Tion. Bone Tion had been kept waiting by Chu Li for a long time, his fury reaching its peak. "Are you the owner of the Divine Emperor's Blade?" Chu Li nodded arrogantly. "Indeed I am." Bone Tion was taken aback. He had always thought the owner of the Divine Emperor's Blade was a cunning old fox. He never expected the other party to be so young. "Commander of the Bone Clan, what do you want with me, eh?" Bone Tion said, "This area is temporarily under our Bone Clan's control. If you don't want trouble, leave the Flystar system immediately. Do not refuse, or we will list you as a primary enemy and take action against you." After finishing, the Bone Clan's fleet revealed its massive cannons aimed at the Divine Emperor's Blade's fleet. The threat was very strong. After all, the Divine Emperor's Blade claimed to possess a fully equipped 4th-level fleet. Regardless of the truth of this matter, the fact that the Divine Emperor's Blade had annihilated the Lizard Clan's fleet had been confirmed. This indicated that the Divine Emperor's Blade possessed at least the strength to crush a 3rd-level fleet, something Bone Tion could not claim. Therefore, Bone Tion still harbored some fear of the Divine Emperor's Blade and hoped to intimidate its fleet with this show of force. Of course, the Bone Clan had its own pride. If the Divine Emperor's Blade ignored Bone Tion's warning, Bone Tion would not mind letting the other party experience the power of the Bone Clan's cannons. In Bone Tion's view, a quasi 4th-level fleet against a 4th-level fleet, even if the combat power was slightly inferior, shouldn't differ too much. Moreover, Bone Tion's fleet boasted 6,000 starships, while the Divine Emperor's Blade had only over 2,000. In terms of the number of starships, Bone Tion held nearly a 3-fold advantage over the Divine Emperor's Blade. This should be enough to compensate for the technological shortcomings of the starships. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's Blade, Chu Air and Chu Shan felt nothing but disdain upon hearing Bone Tion's threat. "Let us retreat from the Flystar. To list us as primary targets for strikes. A rabbit attempting to scare off a hunter with its front teeth is truly laughable." Chu Li said calmly, "If you want us to leave, that's fine. We also have conditions. First, the Bone Clan must immediately roll out of the Flystar. Second, contribute 10 million Bone Clan members as slaves to our Divine Emperor's Blade. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to let the Bone Clan experience the methods of the Divine Emperor's Blade." Upon saying this, the starships of the Divine Emperor's Blade also revealed their cannons aiming at the Bone Clan's fleet, each cannon barrel thicker and larger than those of the Bone Clan. Bold. Bone Tion trembled with rage. He could tell that the other party had not taken his threat seriously, and the tone in which they spoke was like teasing a child. Having roamed the Star Sea for so many years, when had Bone Tion ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately ordered his fleet. "Fire the electromagnetic pulse wave. Suppress the Divine Emperor's Blade's fleet first." The electromagnetic pulse wave specifically targets the electronic components of ships and weapons. This is a weapon technology of 4th-level civilizations. The Bone Clan's fleet had just used a pulse wave to paralyze the anti-aircraft weapons of the Deep Space Fortress. This showcases the immense power of such a weapon. However, the energy consumed by the electromagnetic pulse wave is enormous, and it also damages the starships on the user's side. If it weren't for being enraged by Chu Li, he would never have used it a second time in a single battle. Accompanying Bone Tion's order, the pulse generators mounted on the Bone Clan's battleships simultaneously glowed with dazzling arcs of electricity. Buzz. The pulse generators simultaneously emitted a pulse. The pulse converged in the air, forming a wave-like fluctuation that was visible to the naked eye. Crackling. The pulse wave pressed towards the Divine Emperor's Blades fleet. Wherever it passed, the affected Bone Clan starships fell like flies. Bone Tion, however, remained unmoved. In his heart, as long as he could destroy the Divine Emperor's Blades fleet, these sacrifices were insignificant. The Divine Emperor's Extreme. The lowest grade EMP electromagnetic pulse, a mere parlor trick. Chu Li looked at the screen with disdain. As the Titan Star Emperor, the brightest imperial star on the battlefield, what kind of electromagnetic weapon had he not seen? An EMP electromagnetic pulse was nothing more than low-end goods among them. Activate the pulse wave reflection device. At Chu Li's command, the auxiliary ships of the Sisterhood that had just joined the fleet positioned themselves in front of all the starships. The pulse wave reflection device was ready. An invisible barrier rose before the Divine Emperor's Blades fleet. This was also because Chu Li personally served as the Corps commander, causing the entire Corps to almost merge into one entity. Otherwise, with the current command abilities of Chu Air and Chu Shan, they might not have been able to direct the Sisterhood starships so smoothly. Boom. The electromagnetic pulse wave crashed against the barrier, then rebounded. The intensity of the rebounding electromagnetic pulse even amplified several times. At this moment, the fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blades stood like a solid fortress, unshakable. Sisterhood auxiliary vessel. Tion's face paled instantly, his expression one of utter disbelief. When the Bone Clan had purchased Level 4 starship technology, the Level 4 civilization that sold it had briefly mentioned this enigmatic organization. Sisterhood starships possessed a distinctive, unmistakable silhouette. Tion's heart hammered wildly within his chest. Wasn't the Sisterhood an independent non-profit organization? Wasn't it said their vessels served no faction whatsoever? Then how had the Divine Emperor's Blade brought a Sisterhood vessel under its command? Shock. Bewilderment. A torrent of emotions surged through Tion's mind. Simultaneously confronted with an electromagnetic pulse wave now magnified several times over, he panicked. Quick, activate full shield defenses. The Bone Fleet scrambled to deploy layered energy shields. At that moment, in Deep Space Fortress, the Shinkong clan watched the main screen in tense silence. The battle between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Bone Clan would determine the Shinkong clan's very survival. What? The Bone Clan's electromagnetic pulse wave. It was reflected. The Bone Clan had relied on this technology to crush elite fleets of numerous civilizations. Yet here before the Divine Emperor's Blade, it had utterly failed. Watching the pulse wave recoil violently toward the Bone Fleet, the Shinkong Patriarch wore an expression of profound complexity. Though he had once served as Supreme Commander of the human fleet, this was the first time he'd ever witnessed an electromagnetic pulse being reflected. Is this the true power of the Divine Emperor's Blade? His gaze drifted toward the Blade's fleet and lingered upon the white auxiliary vessel stationed at its vanguard, striking him as strangely familiar. Clan Chief, does that white auxiliary vessel resemble a Sisterhood starship? One of the Shinkong elders ventured uncertainly. The Sisterhood operated across the Star Realms. The Shinkong clan itself had maintained brief contact with them. In fleet support technology, the Sisterhood wielded scientific mastery surpassing even Level 4 civilizations. No wonder they could reflect the Bone Clan's pulse wave. Yet, the Sisterhood swore allegiance to no power. This was common knowledge throughout the Star Realms. Once a Level 5 civilization attempted to compel the Sisterhood's fleet into servitude. Faced with overwhelming military superiority, the Sisterhood chose instead to detonate their entire fleet, upholding their principles unto annihilation. Such an unyielding, indomitable organization, why would it now serve the Divine Emperor's Blade? The Shinkong Patriarch lifted his eyes toward the golden flagship hovering above. Who then was the master capable of commanding such absolute authority over all this? The reflected pulse wave struck the Bone Fleet with terrifying speed. Those shields held countless starships suffered catastrophic electronic failure. Engines sputtering, hulls groaning, vessels plummeting in fiery ruin. The angelic fleet sustained especially devastating losses. As a Level 2 civilization, they were utterly defenseless against even the residual shockwaves of Level 4 technology. Your Highness, what shall we do now? The Divine Emperor's Blade fleet is too powerful. We cannot withstand it. Tion Shan, clan chief of the Angels, spoke with a face twisted in despair. He had come intending only to see spoils amid the chaos. Instead, he had snatched defeat from the jaws of opportunity before any plundering could begin. The angelic fleet lay shattered. This their last fully assembled level 2 armada. Now utterly annihilated, Tion Shan felt his very soul bleed. Gution detected the undercurrent of resentment in Tion Shan's voice and responded with a contemptuous snort, his mood black as storm clouds. The Divine Emperor's blade's counterstrike had inflicted grievous losses upon the Bone Clan. His frustration had nowhere to vent until Tion Shan walked straight into the line of fire. Gution seized Tion Shan by the throat. Before the formidable tall bone, Lord the angelic chief looked like a helpless chick. Before Tion Shan could even react, Gution tore both wings from his back. Blood gushed forth in a crimson arc, and Tion Shan fainted mid-scream, overwhelmed by agony. Gution tossed the severed wings to his aide. Roast them. I'll drink them down tonight. He treated subordinate civilizations with habitual cruelty. To displease him was to invite savage retribution. Even clan chieftains were not spared. Having vented his fury, Gution refocused his gaze upon the Divine Emperor's blade fleet. That earlier setback had not shaken his confidence. In fact, it had ignited a fiercer, more resolute determination. Since assuming command of this fleet, I have carved my path across the cosmos, toppling countless adversaries. Even when facing foes many times stronger, I have never flinched. Today I shall test whether a level 4 fleet is truly invincible. Activate Hypercaliber Kinetic Cannons. At Gution's command, the ventral hatches of every battleship in the Bone Fleet swung open. From each emerged a colossal cannon, its bore diameter exceeding 100,000 millimeters. These cannons had cost the Bone Clan a staggering fortune, purchased from a level 4 civilization. Gution had even used them to ambush a small level 4 task force. Their battlefield record was legendary. Every cannon mouth blazed with searing crimson light, the telltale sign of energy saturation pushed to its absolute limit. Even the surrounding space warped and shimmered under the sheer intensity of the accumulated power. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclap shook heaven and earth. Cannon storms ripped through the air, unleashing shrieking tempests that vibrated Deep Space Fortress, even from dozens of kilometers away. This was no ordinary barrage. It was cataclysm incarnate. Thousands of incandescent projectiles hurtling toward the Divine Emperor's blade fleet like falling stars. Divine Emperor's sovereign-class flagship. Chu Li issued his order calmly. Deploy gravitic amplification barrier. This was the Memoratal civilization's latest breakthrough, a localized field generating gravitational acceleration up to 1 million times standard gravity for short durations. Any physical projectile passing through that zone, be it conventional artillery shell or electromagnetic round, would be wrenched downward by monstrous gravitational forces, veering catastrophically off course. Gution watched dumbfounded as his ultimate weapon, the Hypercaliber Kinetic Cannons, missed entirely, obliterating the mountain range beneath the Divine Emperor's blade fleet instead. Meanwhile, the blade's fleet remained untouched. How is this possible? Gution's eyes bulged, disbelief etching deep furrows across his face. Inside Deep Space Fortress, the Shinkong Patriarch gasped aloud. Such massive caliber shells achieved extraordinary muzzle velocity. Their trajectories were virtually immutable. Behind him, Shinkong clan members murmured among themselves. None had ever witnessed anything so inexplicable. None could discern which technology the Divine Emperor's blade had employed to warp the Bone Clan's ballistics. Some had already launched simulation protocols feeding parameters retrieved from the Galeni Federation, a level 4 civilization, into their computational models. Even using the Federation's most advanced publicly disclosed data, the result remained impossible. Divine Emperor's sovereign-class flagship. Command Bridge. Chu Li regarded the gravitic amplification barrier's performance with quiet satisfaction. Only a civilization like the Memoratal, one whose material ordnance development had reached its zenith, could perceive the inherent vulnerability of kinetic weaponry. Any other civilization relying primarily on lasers or missiles would never conceive of such a perfect countermeasure. This ultimate bane of physical projectiles. Alas, the Bone Clan's starships mounted kinetic artillery as their primary armament. Very well, the rest of this engagement is yours to command. Technological supremacy had rendered the outcome inevitable. With victory assured, what followed was mere epilogue. Chu Li entrusted the remainder of the battle to Chu Air and Chu San, an exercise in leadership development. To cultivate future corps commanders, one must grant subordinates every opportunity to grow. Chu Air and Chu San understood their commander's profound intent and gazed upon Chu Li with deep, unspoken gratitude. As ordered, Chu Air and Chu San responded in unison. Chu San commanded, load uranium-powered armor-piercing rounds. Full broadside batteries prepare for firing 3 consecutive volleys. The hull of the Divine Emperor's blade starship split open, revealing colossal gun barrels, thicker, blacker, and harder than any bone-clad warship of the Bone Clan. In civilizations that worshipped massive cannons and dreadnoughts, warfare inevitably culminated in a contest of sheer bore diameter. In this regard, the Minmater civilization stood peerless among all stellar nations. Automated loading mechanisms had already chambered the uranium-powered armor-piercing rounds. Fire. The shell cleared the muzzle, its rear-mounted nuclear propulsion unit detonating instantly, with energy rivaling a thermonuclear blast, accelerating the projectile over tenfold beyond its initial velocity. While conventional ordnance decelerated mid-flight, the uranium-powered armor-piercing shells accelerated relentlessly. In a fraction of a millisecond, 0.0x seconds, countless luminous rifts tore across the void and slammed into the Bone Clan's defensive shields. Gution had no time to react. Explosion. Shredding. The Bone Clan fleet's shield shattered. The warheads surged forward, piercing through the remnants of the angelic fleet, obliterating the Bone Clan's vanguard battleships, then cleaving through their left-wing battlecruisers. The Bone Clan armada fractured like an eggshell struck by a hammer, its tender, vulnerable core laid bare and devoured by the Divine Emperor's blade's relentless barrage. A sea of fire engulfed the battlefield. Though the uranium-powered armor-piercing shells did not trigger nuclear detonations, their destructive effect upon starship hulls surpassed even that of standard nuclear ordnance. Gution watched in horror as a Bone Clan battleship ahead of him dissolved into vapor the instant it was struck. Of the 6,000 vessels, half were torn apart in mere seconds. Gution had no time to think. His fingers slammed down on a remote control mounted on his armor. An escape pod sealed around him and launched down the ejection chute. The moment Gution departed, a sound like the void itself rending echoed through space. Boom. Gution's flagship erupted into a blinding fireball. As he whispered inwardly how narrowly I escaped, he transmitted a distress signal toward the Bone Clan homeworld from within his escape pod. Having completed the transmission, he could not resist glancing back at the battlefield. Nearly all 6,000 Bone Clan starships had been annihilated in an instant. Countless mechs streamed forth from the Divine Emperor's blade, hunting down fleeing escape pods. Rage burned in Gution's eyes. Not only had he failed to secure the Jade Bone Clan's data vault, but he had also lost the Bone Clan's hard-won quasi-stage 4 fleet. Cursed Divine Emperor's blade, you have shattered the very foundation of our clan. I swear, I will have my vengeance. Crack. Gution's escape pod exploded, and a towering iron giant seized him in its fist. It was a mech deployed by the Divine Emperor's blade. Gution was now a captive. Aboard the Divine Emperor's sovereignty, Chu Li stood upon the command bridge, flanked by Chu Shan and Xiaoying. Gution was escorted to the base of the command bridge, where a familiar face awaited him, the patriarch of the Deep Space family. Your Majesty, Divine Emperor, we express our deepest gratitude for your aid to the Deep Space family. 10 million tons of energy crystals have already been transferred to your cargo holds. I shall also formally report the Divine Emperor's blade's benevolence to the Human Federation Central Command. On the bridge, Chu Li gave a slight, indifferent nod. 10 million tons of energy crystals constituted an unexpected windfall, but as for goodwill from the Human Federation, he cared not at all. After all, every civilization in this cosmos would fall beneath his dominion, sooner or later. His gaze fell upon the captive Gution. Chu Li spoke calmly, commander of the Bone Clan. We meet again. Taking the intelligence dossier handed to him by Xiaoying, Chu Li read softly, Gution, son of Gulong, current chieftain of the Bone Clan, commander of the Bone Clan's elite fleet. Your lineage is indeed formidable. Chu Li looked directly at Gution, whose teeth were clenched, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. He knew he had been utterly outmatched by the Divine Emperor's blade's technology. He had once believed numerical superiority might allow the Bone Clan to stand against them. Now that belief seemed nothing more than tragic hubris. Yet he refused to yield. Had the Divine Emperor's blade never appeared, the Bone Clan, armed with the Jade Bone Clan's legacy technologies, might well have forged their own Stage 4 fleet. Gution struggled once, then spat bitterly. Since you know who I am, release me immediately. Should harm befall me, the Bone Clan will never forgive you, or the Divine Emperor's blade. We shall mobilize our entire civilization to annihilate you without mercy. Not bad. You're truly a tough bone to crack. It has been many years since anyone dared threaten me so openly. Since I intend to subjugate your people regardless, I shall make you the first banner raised upon their conquest. You. Gution froze, stunned silent by Chu Li's words. The Bone Clan was a mighty Stage 3 civilization commanding over 20 star systems and holding sway over a dozen subservient races. And yet the Divine Emperor's blade, a mere mercenary syndicate adrift in the eternal nebula with no territorial foothold whatsoever, dared dream of conquering such a great civilization. It was pure fantasy. Preposterous. Conquer the Bone Clan. with your pitiful strengths. Even as a prisoner, Gution retained his clan's haughty pride, his voice dripping with disdain. Chu Li gazed upon Gution, not with anger, but with quiet pity. One cannot speak of ice to a summer insect. The narrow-minded will forever fail to comprehend realms beyond their vision. Chu Li shook his head. Take him away. Execute him by orbital bombardment. At that moment, an unknown video signal intruded. On screen appeared a humanoid figure resembling Gution, but several times larger in stature. Are you the chieftain of the Bone Clan? Chu Li asked, calm and unruffled. He had already divined the purpose behind the transmission. Since you know my identity, I shall dispense with formalities. Master of the Divine Emperor's Blade, name your terms. What must we pay to secure Gution's release? To the Bone Clan, chieftain mercenaries operated solely on transactional logic. They served for credits, nothing more. It was merely a matter of price. Gution was his most beloved son, and no cost was too great to reclaim him first. As for the ransom paid to the Divine Emperor's Blade, that could always be reclaimed, by force, once the matter was settled. Terms: I demand your unconditional surrender. The Bone Clan shall kneel before me. Can you do that? What kind of condition is this? Forcing the powerful Bone Clan to submit to a mercenary organization. Outrageous. The Divine Emperor's Blade is nothing short of a blatant insult to the Bone Clan. Damn the Divine Emperor's Blade. How dare you? The leader of the Bone Clan exploded with rage, cursing wildly in the video, but it was abruptly cut off by Chu Li. Chu Li had already decided Bone Tion's fate, deeming it unnecessary to waste words with the leader of the Bone Clan. He glanced at the despairing Bone Tion and coldly said, take him away and remember to fire a few rounds with the Gatling gun. Bone Tion was not only the most elite fleet commander of the Bone Clan, but also a strong candidate for the future leader of the Bone Clan. Eliminating him would deliver a tremendous blow to the Bone Clan's strength and could even directly impact their civilization points. Chu Li opened the civilization distribution map organized by Xiaoying. With the destruction of the Quasi-4th level fleet, the Bone Clan's civilization points had now plummeted to 65000. This was very close to the threshold of civilization collapse. It was to be expected. To maintain this Quasi-4th level fleet, the Bone Clan had nearly exhausted the entire foundation of their civilization and had crazily exploited their vassal civilizations. The annihilation of this Quasi-4th level fleet was the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Bone Clan. At this moment, the Bone Clan was even more suitable for conquest than the Lizard Clan in Chu Li's size. Upon hearing that Chu Li intended to conquer the Bone Clan, Chu Er and Chu Shan displayed indifference. They were 100% loyal to Chu Li and considered any of his decisions as a matter of course, showing no surprise. Xiaoying looked at Chu Xiao with admiration. She understood that these inferior civilizations before her were merely stepping stones on the path of revenge for the Divine Emperor. Conquer the Bone Clan. Is His Majesty the Divine Emperor finally taking this step? Outside the command room, the unique sound of the Gatling gun echoed. Bone Tion is dead. Chu Li took the intelligence report handed to him by Xiaoying. Indeed, the Bone Clan's civilization points had dropped to 600. Snuffing out a civilization's future hope could indeed reduce its civilization points. The home planet of the Bone Clan. It was a planet constructed from bones and flesh with blood plasma flowing into a sea of blood along the veins of the earth. Above the vast sea of blood, a landmass resembling a skull floated. On this land, cities were built with white bones. The Divine Emperor's Blade. Damn it! How dare they detain my son? An enraged voice shattered the silence of the Bone Clan's altar. After the video was cut off, the furious leader of the Bone Clan continued to slaughter thousands of humans, unable to contain his rage. Outside the altar, the elders of the Bone Clan looked at their leader with terror. The leader of the Bone Clan was extremely brutal. Not only were beings from other civilizations subjected to his cruel slaughter, but many within the Bone Clan also met a tragic end at his hands. One of the Bone Clan elders cautiously inquired, "Leader, what on earth happened?" Everyone was curious about what had caused the leader to become so tyrannical. "Leader, it's bad. The life signs of the young master have vanished, I'm afraid." A Bone Clan member rushed in shouting, but was so frightened by the grim atmosphere that he could not speak. When the fleet was dispatched, the Bone Clan usually tracked the life signs of their crew members. The disappearance of these life signs indicated Bone Tion's death. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. Bone Tion is dead. Then what about the Quasi-4th level fleet? Elders had already begun contacting their kin within the Quasi-4th level fleet, but they could not reach anyone. No need to confirm. The Quasi-4th level fleet has been annihilated, and all crew members, including Tion Er. The leader of the Bone Clan showed a pained expression. Both the Quasi-4th level fleet and Bone Tion represented the future hope of the Bone Clan. "Leader, who did this?" the Grand Elder of the Bone Clan exclaimed angrily. Whoever it was, this act undoubtedly severed the future of the Bone Clan. The entire Bone clan would be at odds with him to the death. The Divine Emperor's blade, Tion Shan, and the fleet were destroyed by their hands. The leader of the Bone clan gritted his teeth, his face dark as water with anger suppressed within him, making him appear like a volcano ready to erupt. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. No matter how formidable the Divine Emperor's blade is, I will make them pay for their actions. The Grand Elder stepped forward, clenching his fists. Damn the Divine Emperor's blade, I will demand a blood sacrifice from all of them. The losses this time had been too great for the Bone clan. The entire development of their civilization would be cut off as a result. The Bone clan could very likely fall to the bottom tier of a third-level civilization with no hope of rising again. With justice, we are afraid we cannot deal with the Divine Emperor's blade. Isn't the Lizard clan seeking revenge against the Divine Emperor's blade? Since we have a common enemy. Grand Elder, I must ask you to visit the Lizard clan. The leader of the Bone clan said. In the Centaurus star system, the Queen's palace. Two figures stared blankly at the screen. The Centaurus queen, tall and regal with a finely chiseled face, deep bright eyes, and hair cascading down her shoulders, had just finished watching the footage of the battle between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Bone clan's Quasi-4th-level fleet. Your Highness, who exactly is the Divine Emperor's blade? How could they so easily annihilate the Bone clan's pride, the Quasi-4th-level fleet battling 2,000 ships against 6,000, completely crushing the Bone clan's fleet? Do you think they could possibly be from? The middle-aged woman from the Centaurus was utterly baffled as to how the Divine Emperor's blade had suddenly emerged and developed to such a powerful level in less than half a year. Aside from the possibility that the Divine Emperor's blade hailed from an advanced civilization, she could think of no other explanation. The Centaurus queen raised her hand to silence the middle-aged woman, preventing her from continuing. It is said that the Eternal Nebula serves as a strategic buffer zone for advanced civilizations. Although advanced civilizations have agreed not to occupy this nebula, they often cultivate their forces and plant spies within the Eternal Nebula. The Centaurus middle-aged woman suspected that the Divine Emperor's blade was a spy planted by some advanced civilization in the Eternal Nebula. However, such matters could be undertaken by advanced civilizations, but the Centaurus queen and her kin could not speak of them. The Centaurus middle-aged woman also realized she had misspoken. She slapped herself on the mouth. Look at my mouth, how could I not keep it shut? The Centaurus queen smiled coldly. We do not need to know the background of the Divine Emperor's blade. We just need to ensure they complete the mission and that we pay them the reward. You personally deliver the Omega planet to the Divine Emperor's blade. When making the delivery, remember to put on a good act. Don't let the Bone clan suspect anything. If the Centaurus openly delivered the Omega planet to the Divine Emperor's blade, it would be tantamount to informing the Bone clan that the Centaurus had hired the Divine Emperor's blade. Such a small power as the Centaurus could not afford to offend the Bone clan. Thus, the delivery process required some skill. The news of the Divine Emperor's blade annihilating the Bone clan's Quasi-4th-level fleet quickly spread throughout the Eternal Nebula. The Bone clan's Quasi-4th-level fleet was reputed to be one of the strongest fleets in the Eternal Nebula. Yet it was completely annihilated by the Divine Emperor's blade in less than half a minute. If it weren't for the battle video circulating, who would dare to believe it? Civilizations within the Eternal Nebula began to speculate. Could it be that a powerful 4th-level civilization stands behind the Divine Emperor's blade? Otherwise, how could they defy the odds so dramatically? Many smaller civilizations were already hesitating, wondering whether to abandon their current overlords and choose the Divine Emperor's blade. After all, it's about finding a strong ally. There's no shame in choosing a powerful one. Many smaller civilizations even united to secretly contact the people of the Divine Emperor's blade, seemingly conspiring something. This left many larger civilizations restless. On the mother star of the Fox clan, the Fox King suddenly stood up upon hearing the news. The God Emperor's blade. That mercenary organization that forcefully invaded the communication systems of various civilizations. They actually annihilated the Bone clan's Quasi-4th-level fleet. The Fox King, who originally looked down on mercenary organizations, had to take the God Emperor's blade seriously. Continue to investigate the intelligence on the God Emperor's blade, be cautious, and avoid conflict with them. The Fox King instructed his intelligence personnel. On the mother star of the Plant clan, this is a civilization developed from plants where no other creatures can be seen apart from plants. The Plant clan integrates politics and religion. The Plant clan's goddess holds the great power of civilization. In the Goddess Palace, Your Excellency, here are the materials regarding the battle between the God Emperor's blade and the Bone clan. After reading, the Plant clan's goddess said, It seems we have all underestimated the God Emperor's blade. They annihilated the Bone clan's fleet in less than half a minute, something even our Sunflower fleet could not achieve. The Sunflower fleet is the Plant clan's mixed 4th-level fleet, possessing formidable combat power that rivals the Quasi-4th-level fleet of the Bone clan in the Eternal Nebula. The God Emperor's blade is not simple. Pass it down. Let the intelligence personnel pay close attention to the movements of the God Emperor's blade. The various civilizations in the Eternal Nebula became more cautious and respectful towards the God Emperor's blade. In no time, the reputation of the God Emperor's blade skyrocketed. Consequently, the number of entrusted missions gradually increased. At this moment, an event that shocked the entire Eternal Nebula occurred. The fleet of the God Emperor's blade launched a surprise attack on planet Omega of the Centaurus system, seizing control of the sovereign buildings there. The Centaurians offered no resistance and obediently handed over the access codes to the sovereign buildings. Seizing the sovereign buildings is tantamount to taking control of planet Omega. This stirred a sensation among the surrounding forces. On the mother star of the Lizard Clan in the Lizard King's palace, the Lizard King and the elders of the Lizard Clan looked at the footage of the God Emperor's blade annihilating the Bone Clan's quasi 4th level fleet, their faces filled with shock. Once again, it was a one-hit kill. Even the Bone Clan's quasi 4th level fleet, known as one of the strongest combat powers in the Eternal Nebula, was eliminated by the God Emperor's blade in an instant. The Lizard Clan's fleet. The Lizard Clan has declared war on the God Emperor's blade. What would be the outcome when their fleet faces the God Emperor's blade? The Lizard King dared not imagine. At this moment, a lizard intelligence officer hurriedly walked in. Your Majesty, the latest intelligence shows that the God Emperor's blade has occupied planet Omega of the Centaurus system. Planet Omega is the most valuable planet in the Centaurus system. The Lizard Clan has long coveted it. It would be a lie to say that the Lizard King and the elders present were not angry. But what use is anger? Lacking the strength they have to endure. The second elder said to the Lizard King, Your Majesty, we might not be able to deal with the God Emperor's blade alone. Oh, why not seek the help of the Scale Emperor? The Scale Emperor is the ruler of the 4th level Scale Clan. The territory of the Scale Clan is close to the Eternal Nebula, and they are very powerful. If the Scale Clan intervenes against the God Emperor's blade, it should not be a problem. However, the Scale Emperor is extremely greedy. Every time the Lizard Clan seeks their help, they have to pay a tremendous price. The costs of annihilating the God Emperor's blade and acquiring planet Omega might not even compare to what they would have to pay the Scale Emperor. Unless absolutely necessary, the Lizard King did not want to resort to this method. Just then a guard came to report, Your Majesty, the Bone Clan's Grand Elder requests an audience. Let him in. The Grand Elder of the Bone Clan entered with his head held high. I have come to pay my respects to Your Majesty, the Lizard King. Presumably Your Majesty and the elders have also received the news. The God Emperor's blade has committed severe war crimes against my Bone Clan. We the Bone Clan will not rest until we annihilate the God Emperor's blade. The Lizard King nodded. He understood the Bone Clan's intention, an alliance. However, an alliance between our two third-level civilizations will only increase the number of fleets. Faced with the God Emperor's blade, we would still be crushed by technology. The Lizard King did not have high hopes for an alliance with the Bone Clan. In the face of technological oppression, numerical superiority is merely a joke. The annihilation of the Bone Clan's quasi 4th level fleet has already proven this point. Furthermore, the numerical advantage may not even exist. So far, the God Emperor's blade has only utilized part of its strength. Who knows how enormous its fleet would be if the God Emperor's blade went all out. The Grand Elder of the Bone Clan seemed to be well prepared. He smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Your Majesty, we of the Bone Clan have a plan. Under the guidance of the Lizard King, the two entered a secret room. The Grand Elder of the Bone Clan said, The entire plan begins with the Angel Clan faking a surrender to the God Emperor's blade. In the Centaurus system, the God Emperor's flagship arrived at planet Omega. For fleets of the God Emperor's blade, nearly 5,000 starships were arranged in 2 rows guarding the flagship. In the command room, looking at the yellow-brown planet outside the glass window, Chu Li felt a surge of emotion. This was the first territory he had gained since his exile. Though it was merely a small asteroid, it was an energy-rich planet. Chu Li looked at the respectful Old Six. Old Six, have the pirates quickly recruit cosmic refugees, and let's start with 5 million for the first batch. Countless civilizations in the universe are caught up in war, so there is no shortage of labor. Then Chu Li turned to Eve from the Sisterhood and said, Draw 100 people from the resting Sisterhood fleet as instructors to teach the refugees the technology to develop the planet. Eve nodded. Understood. The Sisterhood belongs to the technical troops, and there is no shortage of technical talents. Drawing 100 people to serve as instructors is not difficult. I want planet Omega to start producing energy within 3 months. Can it be done? Old Six and Eve both knelt on one knee. We guarantee to complete the task. Xiaoying looked at Chu Li with admiration in her eyes. Your Majesty is truly majestic. At that moment, a communication officer entered to report. Your Majesty, there is a special envoy from the Serpent Clan requesting an audience. Serpent Clan. Chu Li had no impression of this civilization. Xiaoying quietly reminded him from the side. The Serpent Clan is a vassal civilization of the Lizard Clan. Last time when Chu Li killed the third elder of the Lizard Clan, the leader of the Serpent Clan was also present. Chu Li nodded, recalling. The one who helped the third elder of the Lizard Clan was indeed the leader of the Serpent Clan. The leader of the Serpent Clan had died at old Six's hands. What business could they have with him? Revenge. Could the Serpent Clan achieve what even their master, the Lizard Clan, could not? Chu Li found the idea somewhat laughable. The envoy of the Serpent Clan entered. She possessed a delicate and beautiful face with a tall and graceful figure that radiated a mysterious allure. The beauty of the Serpent Woman was renowned throughout the eternal star cloud. Serpent Clan Medusa has met His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Chu Li's gaze was piercing, hot, and aggressive, making Medusa squirm uncomfortably. Envoy of the Serpent Clan, state your intentions. Chu Li withdrew his gaze, leaving Medusa feeling empty and unexpectedly forlorn. Chu Li had once ruled over countless women in his harem. With just a thought, he could make any woman go mad for him with his words and laughter. To call him a master of seduction would not be an exaggeration. Medusa's reaction was merely a trial of his skills. Her face flushed and her voice trembled. Your Majesty, Medusa is willing to lead the Serpent Clan to submit to the Divine Emperor's blade and request your Majesty's protection. Medusa was the newly appointed leader of the Serpent Clan. Protection. Your former leader died at the hands of the Divine Emperor's blade. Do you not hate me? The Serpent Clan chose to rely on the Divine Emperor's blade rather than avenge their leader. Even accustomed to deceit and treachery, Chu Li could not comprehend such behavior. The Serpent Clan believes in the strong as their leaders, Medusa said, looking at Chu Li with eyes full of admiration and adoration. Only the strong deserve our loyalty, she continued. Your Majesty and the Divine Emperor's blade are at the peak of power. Your strength is evident in the eternal star cloud. Please accept our allegiance and loyalty. As she spoke, Medusa knelt on one knee, revealing her ample curves beneath her uniform. Chu Li had previously reviewed the intelligence on the Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan was inherently cold and cruel, revering the strong and martial power, yet due to their insufficient strength, they could not participate in the disputes of the eternal star cloud and had to rely on several grand civilizations. As long as their leader was strong enough, the Serpent Clan would be the most loyal of followers. However, once their leader's power waned, the Serpent Clan would be the first to rebel. Under the oppression of the Divine Emperor's blade, the strength of the Lizard Clan had sharply declined. It was no wonder the Serpent Clan was eager to find a new master. But what did that have to do with Chu Li? As a former level 4 Titanium Civilization Divine Emperor, he did not take the level 3 civilizations like the Lizard Clan or Bone Clan seriously, let alone the level 2 Serpent Clan. In Chu Li's eyes, the Serpent Clan was merely a small civilization for him to toy with. His only concern at the moment was one question. System: if the Serpent Clan voluntarily submits, can I gain civilization points? If a civilization voluntarily submits, does it count as Chu Li conquering that civilization? If it counts, Chu Li would gain civilization points from the Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan had 1,200 civilization points, which was not a small sum for Chu Li at this time. A civilization voluntarily submitting to your Majesty is also a testament to your Majesty's strength, fulfilling the conditions for conquest, and your Majesty can gain civilization points. However, if the other party is feigning submission, it does not meet the conditions for conquest, and your Majesty will not gain civilization points. Which kind does the Serpent Clan belong to? Chu Li approached Medusa and firmly grasped her smooth chin. Serpent Clan, tell me, is your surrender sincere? Medusa looked at the young and handsome face before her, the air thick with his potent pheromones, and thinking of his immense power, her gaze grew hazy, almost drowning in desire. Your Majesty, the Serpent Clan may be fickle, but I will always be devoted to you. With that, Medusa prostrated herself on the ground, kissing the tip of Chu Li's shoe. Kissing the toes is the most humble gesture of submission, universally recognized across the cosmos. Medusa decisively surrendered all the passwords to the sovereign buildings of the Serpent Clan. From this moment on, the sovereignty of the Serpent system under the Serpent Clan shifted. The Lizard Clan was ousted and the Divine Emperor's blade became the new sovereign of the Serpent Clan. Chu Li did not expect Medusa to be so straightforward. With this, his territory expanded to the Serpent system, encompassing 108 stellar systems and 485 planets. Ding conquered level 2 civilization. Serpent Clan gained 1,200 civilization points. Your Majesty has conquered your first civilization, and the system has granted an additional gift, the Stamp Album. Stamp Album, a virtual item any royal woman of a civilization your Majesty takes as a consort, will have a stamp generated for that civilization in the album. The value on the stamp represents the loyalty of that civilization to your Majesty, from 1 being the lowest to 100 being the highest. If loyalty falls below 60, that civilization may rebel. Every time your majesty graces the consorts of that civilization, the stamp value increases, enhancing that civilization's loyalty to your majesty. In short, with the stamp album, Chu Li could increase the loyalty of vassal civilizations by favoring their consorts. What is this? Chu Li had heard that many stars like to collect stamps. Was the system forcing him to experience the murky and unsavory world of the entertainment industry? System, your majesty, I am here. What is your command? This kind of tribute has a negative impact, making me feel like I'm mingling in the entertainment circle. Understood, your majesty. Next time. Chu Li interrupted. Remember to bring more next time. The system. With the stamp album, even if the Serpent Clan was prone to rebellion, Chu Li had ways to ensure their unwavering loyalty. However, asking Chu Li directly for women was quite degrading. When he was still the Divine Emperor, he merely had to make a glance for beauties to present themselves. Shouting was truly like a little worm inside Chu Li's belly. It was inconvenient for him to speak, so she did it for him. Medusa, as a vassal civilization, you should be well aware of your obligations, right? Medusa nodded in response. Vassal civilizations were obliged to present royal women to their sovereign, a method for the sovereign to bind the vassal civilization. Thus, as an interstellar overlord with countless vassals, his harem was filled with all sorts of unique beauties from various civilizations. With the advanced development of interstellar civilizations, race was no longer an obstacle in many respects. Rest assured, your majesty, I will return and offer you 2 younger sisters. Unlike Medusa, who was specially trained to be the clan leader's successor, her family had nurtured many girls specifically for offering to the sovereign. Chu Li shook his head. Medusa assumed he disliked younger girls and had a unique taste. If your majesty prefers someone older, I have an aunt. Xiaoing nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. Beside them, Chu Shi and Eve wore strange expressions. Chu Li's face darkened. While he indeed had a preference for certain types, he was not that extreme. Chu Li pointed at Medusa and coldly said, No need to trouble others. I find you quite suitable. You shall do. But your majesty, I am the leader of the Serpent Clan, I cannot. Medusa hurriedly shook her head. That was ridiculous. Although the Serpent Clan was fickle, they still had their dignity. How could the leader of the Serpent Clan? But when she met Chu Li's determined gaze, her heart couldn't help but race. As a strong woman, she had never been moved by any male creature. Why was she unable to resist in front of the Divine Emperor? Chu Li's voice was like an enchanting melody. Did you not say you would forever be devoted to me, eh? Medusa struggled for a moment before finally kneeling before Chu Li with one knee. I am willing to serve your majesty. You can rest assured, as long as you serve well, and the Serpent Clan harbors no ill intentions, I will help it quickly break through to level 3 civilization. Upon hearing this, Medusa couldn't help but look up at Chu Li. His confidence and grandeur not only intoxicated her, but also made her firmly believe in his promises. In truth, even if the Serpent Clan had ulterior motives, so what? With Medusa by his side and the stamp album as a tool, with Chu Li's 20 centimeters advantage, he naturally had the strength to ensure the Serpent Clan's unwavering loyalty. A virtual stamp album appeared before Chu Li, visible only to him. As he opened the first page, a stamp appeared featuring a green snake with the number 60 inscribed below. The serpent stamp represented the Serpent Clan that had already submitted to Chu Li. With a loyalty of 60, it was at the critical point of rebellion. Chu Li glanced at Medusa, realizing that he would need to invest more effort in her from now on. While conquering a civilization, he must also win over the women of that civilization, and Chu Li felt a heavy responsibility. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Angelic Clan requests an audience. And Medusa had just departed. Nagard entered and delivered the report. In the Angelic Clan. Enduring the war between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Bone Clan, the Angelic Clan, vassals of the Bone Clan, had also joined the conflict. The Angelic Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade remained locked in open warfare. And why would they seek an audience with him? And surely not to surrender, as the Serpent Clan had done. The Angelic Clan's envoy was a middle-aged man. Ni's appearance closely resembled that of humanity, except for 2 stumps protruding from his back, where wings once grew, rendering him absurdly comical, like a plucked fowl. Tion Shan, chief of the Angelic Clan, pays homage to His Imperial Majesty the Divine Emperor, and Tion Shan knelt before Chu Li with profound deference. And Tion Shan, speak. Why have you come? Chu Li's gaze pierced like frozen steel, sharp enough to press against Tion Shan's throat. In trembling, Tion Shan hunched his neck and replied, Your Majesty, I speak on behalf of the Angelic Clan. We humbly offer our surrender and beg your Majesty's protection. Oh. And Chu Li's eyes burned with intensity, neither affirming nor denying. In fearing disbelief, Tion Shan deliberately exposed the wing stumps on his back. Behold, your Majesty. These stumps are where the Bone Clan brutally tore my wings from my body. In wail, wail, wail. The Bone Clan's tyranny over our people has been unspeakably cruel. We implore your Majesty's mercy. To place ourselves beneath the banner of the Divine Emperor's blade, pledging absolute, unwavering fealty. Tion Shan spoke with such sorrowful conviction that tears streamed down his cheeks. Chu Li watched coldly, and he knew. Tion Shan was lying. The angelic clan possessed 1500 civilization points, higher even than the serpent clans. Had Tion Shan surrendered in earnest, Chu Li would instantly have received 1500 civilization points. Yet no system notification confirmed their arrival. This meant Tion Shan was staging a feigned surrender. Cease your theatrics. I know you're bluffing. Next you'll claim the sovereign facility's access codes aren't on your person, and that you'll deliver them later, won't you? A true defector would never withhold control of sovereign infrastructure. Chu Li had laid bare Tion Shan's ruse. Tion Shan's heart lurched in shock. Indeed, that very line was scripted into his next act. Yet he had rehearsed this performance countless times, convinced he could deceive the Divine Emperor's blade entirely. How? Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I surrender with utmost sincerity. Tion Shan attempted to squeeze out another pair of tears, straining for pathos. Chu Li gave a frost-laced smile. It seems you require persuasion before speaking truthfully. Eve, you've long sought living subjects for your medical experiments, haven't you? He is yours now. Sometimes the line between physician and tormentor is but a single step. The Sisterhood's surgical mastery was legendary across the star domain, and so too were their uniquely refined methods of affliction. Eve possessed profound expertise in extracting maximum agony from a subject, without crossing the threshold of death. Thank your Majesty for this gift. I shall make exquisite use of this living specimen. As Eve spoke, her gaze locked onto Tion Shan, alight with unsettling fervor. Tion Shan recoiled, chilled to the marrow. In such beauty, yet her eyes sent shivers down his spine. No, don't come near me. No, please. Nee's screams receded into silence as Eve led him away. Chu Li opened the civilization distribution map, compiled by Xiaoying. On the map, Bone Clan's civilization points had plummeted to 55000, signaling total collapse of their governing order. The Lizard Clan score had likewise fallen below 6000 to 58000. Coupled with Chu Li's covert agitation among their vassal civilizations, rebellion would soon erupt across both dominions. Now was the optimal moment for Chu Li to strike the Lizard and Bone Clans, the inseparable brothers in ruin. The angelic clan's feigned surrender was almost certainly orchestrated by the Bone Clan, likely intended to ensnare Chu Li and the Divine Emperor's blade. Chu Li could, however, turn this trap against its architects. In returning to the Stellar Fortress, he made his way to the Resource Forge. Lao Lu stood waiting, already present. At Chu Li's arrival, he snapped off a precise military salute. In less than half a year under Chu Li's command, Lao Lu had undergone a metamorphosis, shedding every trace of his pirate past, emerging ever more as a disciplined soldier. Your Majesty, the order has been executed. 4,000 tons of gold and 10,000 tons of energy crystals have been conveyed to the Resource Forge. Chu Li nodded, lightly patting Lao Lu's shoulder. You've all labored hard. Lao Lu felt his shoulders lighten, overwhelmed with awe. To be personally commended by the Divine Emperor was the highest honor imaginable. Chu Li strode onward unaccompanied. Lao Lu understood that lingering would risk suspicion of espionage, and withdrew with practiced discretion. Before departing, he bowed low and closed the door with reverent care. Chu Li now walked a path paved entirely in gold, the vast chamber of the Resource Forge ablaze with radiant molten light. Deeper within, fist-sized crystalline formations, resembling diamonds, lined the corridor, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. The gold was payment for eliminating Yi Chun on behalf of humanity, the crystal's energy reserves supplied by Deep Space Fortress. Chu Li approached the Resource Forge itself, a colossal furnace resembling a steel smelter yet containing no flame, only a deep abyssal blue substance akin to the void itself. All resources had been arranged with meticulous precision by Lao Lu's team. Chu Li simply pressed the crimson activation button beside the forge. With a grating metallic groan, the Resource Forge ignited. Conveyor belts spanning the entire chamber whirred to life, feeding ton after ton of gold and energy crystals into its maw. Resource points N100, N50, N30, N numbers surged relentlessly upward. Chu Li entered the Stellar Fortress's command center and summoned the Fortress interface. Stellar Fortress and Armament Configuration 50 Autocannons 100 300mm point defense cannons in existing facilities, 10 basic starship docks, 1 basic command academy, 1 resource forge and starship capacity 1500. Personnel capacity 43550 and resource points 540 and rising 100 in war with the Lizard and Bone Clans loomed imminent. Military readiness was Chu Li's paramount concern. In his view, the battle fleet required substantial reinforcement. And across the stellar age, no matter how tactics evolved, the thunderous kinetic ballet of capital ships exchanging fire remained the battlefield's immutable heartbeat. The Divine Emperor's blade currently fielded 10 fleets, reconstituted from 3 original formations, one of which belonged to the Sisterhood and served only as auxiliary support. Only 200 battleships were truly combat-ready. At minimum, we require 1,000 battleships, Chu Li murmured thoughtfully. 1,000 divided across 10 fleets equals 100 per fleet. And to Chu Li, a Tier 4 fleet warranted no less than 100 Tier 4 battleships, merely to meet baseline firepower standards. As for the Bone and Plant clans' so-called quasi-Tier 4 or mixed-tier fleets, they merely incorporated scattered Tier 4 technologies or a handful of Tier 4 vessels amid inferior hulls. To Chu Li, such formations were contemptible. Calling them Tier 4 fleets was an insult to the very concept. 10 fleets demanded exactly 1,000 battleships. With 200 already operational, Chu Li needed 800 additional Tier 4 battleships. He would not acquire them through random draws. First, civilization points were scarce, draw opportunities precious, and outcomes inherently unpredictable. Drawing an entire fleet of cruisers or destroyers would be devastating. Second, the Stellar Fortress's basic starship docks could construct vessels up to Tier 4. With the Serpent clan's allegiance secured, resources would flow steadily, making direct conversion of resource points into starships far more efficient and reliable. Chu Li opened the management interface of the primary starship dock. Below the welcome slogan, a list of starship price tags was displayed. Mimitar Civilization. Battleship, 5,000 resource points. Cruiser, 2,000 resource points. Destroyer, 1,000 resource points. Frigate, 100 resource points. Sisterhood. Medical Mothership, 4,500 resource points. Rescue Ship, 1,800 resource points. Engineering Ship, 800 resource points. Defense Ship, 70 resource points. After the fortress was anchored, the civilizations that Chu Li had encountered, their starships were all on this price list, including the Bone Clan, Lizard Clan, Centaur Clan. Even starships from lesser civilizations like the Snake Clan and Angel Clan were present. After each starship price, there was a construct option. As long as Chu Li ensured he had enough resource points in his account, he could click Construct, and the primary starship dock would produce the corresponding starship. The Divine Emperor's Blade fleet primarily utilized starships from the Mimitar civilization. Without hesitation, Chu Li clicked Construct behind the Mimitar battleship. The Construct function, once clicked, would remain active until Chu Li clicked again to cancel it. With the Construct function activated, as long as Chu Li had 5,000 resource points, the starship dock would immediately consume the resource points to produce the corresponding starship. With the support of resources contributed by the Snake Clan, building 800 Mimitar battleships was not a problem. It would only take some time. The battleship issue was resolved. Now the crew problem needed to be addressed. A star-class battleship measured in kilometers for its length and width moved like a moving mountain. To operate such a massive steel beast, thousands of crew members were required. Currently, Chu Li did not have spare crew members to allocate to the newly added battleships. Ordinary crew members could be recruited within the Snake Clan territory, or have Lao Lu recruit those stranded crew members in the Starry Sea who had lost their starships. The key was the captain, as such talents were invaluable, and it was not easy to recruit them from outside. Chu Li had to cultivate them himself. Fortunately, the Star Fortress had a junior commander academy. As long as he consumed resource points, Chu Li could quickly cultivate captains through the junior commander academy. He opened the academy interface, and like the primary starship dock, a price list for cultivating captains popped up. Cruiser Captain, Battleship Captain, 2,000 resource points. Destroyer Captain, Cruiser Captain, 1,500 resource points. Frigate Captain, Destroyer Captain, 1,000 resource points. Ordinary Crew Frigate Captain, 500 resource points. To directly cultivate an ordinary crew member into a battleship captain would require a total of 5,000 resource points, equivalent to the cost of one Mimitar battleship. To be honest, it was not cheap. However, under normal circumstances, cultivating an ordinary crew member into a battleship captain not only cost more resources, but also had numerous restrictions such as cultivation time and crew member aptitude, which would affect whether the crew member could ultimately grow into a battleship captain. In contrast, cultivating crew members in the Junior Commander Academy was much simpler. As long as resource points were invested, various levels of starship captains could be continuously produced. It saved trouble and time. Chu Li now had over 1,000 cruiser captains at his disposal, so cultivating 800 battleship captains was not a problem. Chu Li directly clicked the upgrade option after Cruiser Captain, Battleship Captain. Just like the primary starship dock, the effect of the upgrade option would continue until he canceled it. At the same time, he opened all other upgrades. Upgrading 800 cruiser captains would require 800 replacements for them. In this manner, the total number of people needing upgrades actually reached 3,200. Chu Li couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, with the support from the Snake Clan and the acquisition of the Centaur Omega planet, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to use this function at all. It consumed too many resource points. With Chu Li's actions, the Star Fortress began to reveal its true nature as a combat readiness center. One by one, brand new Mimitar battleships appeared in the dock. Captains of various starships walked into the Commander Academy, and when they came out again, they were already appointed as commanders of higher-level starships. Chu Li watched the changes unfolding before him with satisfaction. Next, there was something even more important to address: the lottery. After annihilating the Bone Clan's Quasa Level 4 fleet, Chu Li earned 400 civilization points, and with the Snake Clan's allegiance this time, he gained another 100 civilization points. Chu Li now had a total of 1600 civilization points. Since the cost of civilization points for each lottery increased with each draw, the subsequent costs for the upcoming lotteries would be 40000, 80000, 16000. Chu Li had enough civilization points for 2 draws with an additional 400 civilization points, which was not enough for another draw. System, is there any way to use the remaining 400 civilization points? Losing civilization points was not a problem. He had no habit of saving. Your Majesty, you can choose to spend 200 civilization points to enhance the quality of the lottery items, but each lottery can only enhance once. Okay, draw twice in a row, once for technology and once for items. Spend 400 civilization points to enhance the quality for each draw. Understood. 2 draws, 1 for technology, 1 for items, both enhancing quality. Please confirm, Your Majesty. Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar process began, and Chu Li's gaze was drawn to a vast starfield. In the center of the starfield stood a star fortress larger than a star itself. Chu Li's gaze penetrated the fortress and entered its interior. Countless glowing humanoids were busy inside the fortress. Scientific instruments, spaceships, weapons. Everything Chu Li saw was so mysterious and peculiar. This is a lost civilization. Chu Li thought of a possibility. Lost civilizations were said to have developed technology to the extreme and ventured to other dimensions. Each lost civilization was one of ultimate strength. Even 4th-level civilizations like Mimitar and Titan seemed like dust in front of lost civilizations. Ding! Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained the genetic technology of the lost civilization, the Jupiter Empire. Clone Chamber. Clone Chamber, a facility of the Star Fortress that can clone and preserve the bodies of important crew members. Upon the demise of a crew member, they will be directly revived on the backup body in the Clone Chamber. Incredible! As Chu Li read the technical description, only one word echoed in his mind. With the Clone Chamber, as long as Chu Li wished, his crew members would possess immortality. Boom! Chu Li felt a massive flow of information surge into his brain. The principal structure and production process of the Clone Chamber. All information regarding the Clone Chamber was inscribed into his mind. Good prize. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. The 200 civilization points spent on enhancing quality were worth it. The second draw continued. This time the draw was for items. With the introduction of the Clone Chamber, a groundbreaking technology, Chu Li looked forward even more to the upcoming draw. Chu Li's gaze was once again drawn afar. Before him appeared a brain constructed entirely from titanium and transparent optical cables. Countless flickering light particles danced across its surface. Ding! Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained the item, Super Light Brain. Super Light Brain, compared to biological brains that operate through electrical signals, the Super Light Brain, which operates through light signals, runs at a speed 100 times that of a biological brain. It was automatically upgrading Your Majesty's biological brain to a Super Light Brain. After a slight numbness and tingling in his head, Chu Li suddenly felt invigorated. His eyes were clear, and his thoughts instantly became extraordinarily expansive. Super Light Brain. Chu Li retrieved several universally recognized difficult problems from the database. These questions, which had stumped countless civilizations, seemed as simple as 11 to Chu Li at this moment. Is this the feeling of having my brain's operation speed increased by 1000 times? Truly marvelous. Chu Li was very satisfied. Chu Li himself was the brain of the Divine Emperor's blade. With the increase of his brain's operating speed by 1000 times, the decision-making and operational efficiency of the Divine Emperor's blade would also see significant enhancement. As for the other benefits of the Super Light Brain, Chu Li would need to gradually explore them later. At this moment, Xiaoying walked in. Apart from Chu Li, only Xiaoying could come and go freely here. Your Majesty, the Angel Tribe's Tion Shan has confessed. So soon. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. It seems I underestimated Eve's capabilities. Both prizes from the 2 draws are quite good, Chu Li thought, feeling quite pleased. The 2 of them arrived in the hall. Eve was already waiting beside her lay something that resembled a human. The thing had its legs protruding from its back with its arms inserted into its abdomen, one forward and one backward. Upon seeing Chu Li, the odd creature hurriedly cried for help. "Your Majesty, I confess everything, just don't let that strange woman near me." It turned out this bizarre creature was Tion Shan, the leader of the angel tribe. In less than half a day, he had been turned into this state by Eve. Chu Li kicked the wriggling Tion Shan on the ground. "If you had been this sensible earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this pain." Tion Shan did not dare to retort and could only honestly reveal the Bone Clan's conspiracy. At this moment, 800 light-years away from the interstellar fortress in the Gemini star system, the Eternal Cemetery, the ruins of a battle between several ancient civilizations, the massive relics formed by the wreckage of tens of millions of starships stretch over tens of millions of kilometers, resembling a lifeless wasteland. Due to the detonation of a stellar collapse bomb during that battle, a gravitational core naturally formed at the center of these ruins. All passing starships are subjected to strong gravitational pulls, either having their hulls torn apart and becoming part of the wreckage or being dragged directly into the gravitational core, compressed into a proton. Over time, this area has become a forbidden zone in the mouths of interstellar travelers. Generally, starships would avoid this region. At this moment, at the edge of the Eternal Cemetery, beyond this edge, the gravitational core could not influence the starships. At this time, a rift in space-time suddenly appeared. A giant warship made of bones burst forth from the rift. Accompanying this enormous warship were 4 large Bone Clan fleets. Subsequently, another space-time rift appeared. Similarly, a bizarre-looking starship shaped like a lizard emerged, accompanied by 3 fleets. In the command room, Bone Clan leader Bone Dragon welcomed the Lizard Emperor. "Lizard Emperor, did you bring what I asked for?" The relationship between the Bone Clan and the Lizard Clan is not good. If it weren't for the common enemy of the Divine Emperor's blade, there would be absolutely no possibility of cooperation. The Lizard Emperor wore a stern expression, signaling to his aide behind him. He was in a very bad mood. The Serpent Clan's alliance with the Divine Emperor's blade had further weakened the already crumbling rule of the Lizard Clan. The Lizard Emperor had heard that many vassal civilizations also wanted to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade. The people were in a state of panic. Therefore, the Lizard Emperor was determined to eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade as quickly as possible to deter those with ulterior motives. The black box handed over by the Lizard Emperor was solemnly presented to Bone Dragon. "Bone Dragon, this is a treasure left by our ancestors. You promised that if you obtained this, you would be able to eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade. I hope you keep your word." Bone Dragon ignored the Lizard Emperor and directly opened the box. Inside lay a small orb emitting blue light. The stellar core. This mysterious substance formed after the collapse of a star. Under normal conditions, it is very stable, but under the activation of specific devices, it can erupt with astonishing energy enough to obliterate an entire star system. The device that triggers the stellar core is known as a stellar collapse bomb. The starship fragments in the Eternal Cemetery are the result of the explosion of a stellar collapse bomb. Bone Dragon, you must have invested quite a bit to acquire the stellar collapse bomb. The stellar collapse bomb is a technology possessed only by 4th-level civilizations, and its manufacturing is very troublesome. Even among 4th-level civilizations, it is quite rare. The stellar collapse bomb will not be cheap. The Lizard Emperor could not help but admire Bone Dragon's boldness in his heart. To eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade, he was willing to invest so heavily. Bone Dragon snorted coldly, carefully placing the stellar core into a golden oval device. His heart ached. This bomb device was obtained in exchange for half of the Bone Clan's territory. If this time he could not completely destroy the Divine Emperor's blade, the Bone Clan would suffer a terrible loss. The Lizard Emperor beside him watched the stellar core being placed into the bomb device, feeling equally distressed. Although using this stellar core would not harm the foundations of the Lizard Clan, it was nonetheless a treasure left by the ancestors of the Lizard Clan, originally intended for a critical moment of survival, yet unexpectedly had to be used against the Divine Emperor's blade, a mercenary organization. Both felt deeply aggrieved. They had always thought of mercenary organizations as mere dogs for hire, not worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, among the mercenaries emerged the Divine Emperor's blade, a monstrous force that looked down on several great civilizations. The bomb device was installed. "Is the acceleration trajectory set up?" Bone Dragon turned to ask his aide. The aide replied, "It has been arranged. The coordinates for the acceleration trajectory delivery are precisely at the center of the Eternal Cemetery. We have also disguised the surrounding environment of the trajectory to make it appear more like an ancient ruin. The acceleration trajectory can precisely deliver the fleet to a specific coordinate. Ancient ruins often use acceleration trajectories as entrances." Bone Dragon's plan was to have Tion Shan feign surrender to the Divine Emperor's blade, then falsely claim that the Angel tribe had discovered an ancient ruin, luring the Divine Emperor's blade into the acceleration trajectory. Once the Divine Emperor's blade activated the acceleration trajectory, they would be sent to the center of the Eternal Cemetery. Bone Dragon planned to send a Shinfenglass starship carrying the Stellar Collapse Bomb into the Eternal Cemetery to detonate. Even if the fourth-level fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade could withstand the gravitational tearing at the center of the Eternal Cemetery, they could not escape the explosion of the Stellar Collapse Bomb. What if the Stellar Collapse Bomb cannot heavily injure the Divine Emperor's blade? The Lizard Emperor could not help but point out this flaw in the plan. Indeed, if even the graveyard's gravitational pull and stellar collapse bombs cannot severely injure the Divine Emperor's blade, then the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade only needs a few rounds of concentrated fire to annihilate the elite fleet brought by the two clans. Recalling the terrifying firepower of the Divine Emperor's blade fleet in the video, the Lizard Emperor's gaze narrowed slightly. The Bone Dragon was taken aback. The abnormal performance of the Divine Emperor's blade during this time proved that the Lizard Emperor's concerns were not without reason. Who knows what other trump cards the Divine Emperor's blade, this monstrous entity, is hiding? Fortunately, the Bone Dragon had also considered this possibility while devising plans. In light of this situation, I have also made preparations. I have already hired the most powerful mercenary organization in the entire star domain, the Wolfkill, to participate in this operation. If my original preparations prove ineffective, it will be up to the Wolfkill to take action and eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade for us. Wolfkill. The Eternal Nebula is part of the Twin Star domain, and Wolfkill is one of the most powerful mercenary organizations in the Twin Star domain. There are even rumors that Wolfkill has participated in several grand civilization battles and has managed to retreat unscathed, highlighting their formidable combat strength. In the eyes of the Bone Dragon, the Divine Emperor's blade is merely causing minor disturbances in the Eternal Nebula, and its influence and combat power cannot be compared to the renowned Wolfkill in the entire Twin Star domain. The Lizard Emperor gasped in shock. The Bone Dragon has lost its mind. Indeed, Wolfkill's combat power is formidable, but their prices are also steep. If the Bone Dragon hires Wolfkill, it is likely to result in a significant financial drain. It is foreseeable that even if the Divine Emperor's blade is eliminated this time, the Bone Clan will suffer a substantial decline in strength, potentially plummeting to the level of a secondary civilization. The Bone Clan has gone to such lengths to eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade. However, the Bone Dragon's plan is indeed flawless and should be more than sufficient to deal with the Divine Emperor's blade. At this moment, the Bone Dragon had received information relayed by Tion Shan that the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade was already on its way to the acceleration track. This time, the Divine Emperor's blade dispatched its entire fleet, indicating that the ancient relic serving as a trap for the Bone Dragon holds great allure for the Divine Emperor's blade. After all, it's just a mercenary organization with a shallow perspective. If it were the Bone Dragon, it would definitely not mobilize the entire Bone Clan's forces for an ancient relic. The actions of the Divine Emperor's blade are reckless and foolish, making the Bone Dragon unable to help but question internally. Is it truly worth making so many preparations against such a foolish opponent? Perhaps just relying on the gravitational pull of the center of the Eternal Graveyard would be enough to tear apart this group of fools from the Divine Emperor's blade. At this moment, in the depths of space somewhere in the universe, the Divine Emperor's supreme ship hovered in space, flanked by two fleets led by Chu Li and Chu Shi. Unlike the information reported to the Bone Dragon by Tion Shan, the Divine Emperor's supreme ship did not have all its fleets accompanying it. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's supreme ship, Chu Li stood on the command bridge. By his side stood Xiaoying and Eve. The leader of the Angel clan, Tion Shan, was hiding far away. He was genuinely afraid of Eve, this bizarre woman who, despite her beautiful appearance, possessed a twisted and perverse heart. Thinking of how he was modified into that inhuman, ghostly form by her, Tion Shan shuddered all over. Because Tion Shan had cooperated perfectly in deceiving the Bone Dragon, Chu Li had Eve restore Tion Shan to his original state. However, during this process, a 10 centimeters long component went missing. Tion Shan dared not ask where his 10 centimeters went, bowing obsequiously to Chu Li. "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you." Chu Li did not have a particularly favorable impression of the Angel clan. If Tion Shan were not of any use, according to Chu Li's habit, traitors would be executed on the spot. Little did Tion Shan know that he had already danced around the gates of hell several times, looking around curiously. This ship is truly luxurious. The large screen's glass displayed a starry beauty akin to the sea. The leather sofa in front was both loose and soft. Tisk tisk, if only he could sit on the sofa with a beauty while facing this large screen. Chu Li caught a glimpse of Tion Shan's expression from the corner of his eye. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Could it be that this set of exercise facilities he specially prepared for Medusa has been seen through by this fellow? Tion Shan. This is a good candidate for the chief steward. Since his 10 centimeters is missing, why not? Chu Li noted this name in his talent pool. Your Majesty, we have reached the acceleration track. Outside the glass window, a track-like device floated in space. Each beam of the device had electric currents passing through it. This is the acceleration track. As long as the starship and fleet send activation commands to the acceleration track, they will be transported to the designated location. It is somewhat similar to a leap, but the destination of the acceleration track is fixed. The starship is connecting to the acceleration track. The system is loading. Beep. Incorrect password, please re-enter. The acceleration track has been set with a password. Chu Li looked suspiciously at Tion Shan, who had not mentioned that the track had a password. Could it be that this fellow is hiding something he hasn't mentioned? Tion Shan was scared out of his wits by Chu Li's murderous aura. He did not want to become Eve's test subject again and hurriedly explained. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I have told you everything I know. That bastard bone dragon did not tell me the password for the track. Tion Shan had cursed the bone dragon countless times in his heart. Not mentioning such an important matter isn't that just asking for trouble. It turns out that the bone dragon deliberately did not inform Tion Shan of the password for the acceleration track to make the entire trap appear more realistic. It is normal for no one to know the password of an acceleration track leading to an ancient relic. If Tion Shan could casually disclose the password, it would be strange for the Divine Emperor's blade not to be suspicious. Chu Li exchanged glances with Eve. Take him away and dig deeper into what else he hasn't revealed. Yes. Eve dragged Tion Shan away. In fact, cracking the password for the acceleration track is not difficult. Any ordinary starship's AI can accomplish it. Forcefully crack the password. Chu Li said to Xiaoying. His next plan still relies on this track to be completed. Xiaoying approached the AI control panel. The AI of the Divine Emperor's supreme ship is controlled only by Chu Li and Xiaoying. The AI connects to the track. Suddenly, an information prompt flashed in Chu Li's mind. Detected that there are level 4 starship AIs operating nearby. If connected to the starship AI, the operation speed of the superlight brain will increase to 100,000 times the speed of the AI operation. Connect to the starship AI. Chu Li paused for a moment. Although brain-machine connection technology has existed for a long time, each starship's AI is equivalent to a supercomputer capable of performing tens of thousands of trillion calculations per second. Even though the brain capacity of biological beings has greatly expanded after entering interstellar civilization, it still cannot accommodate such terrifying computational power. If an ordinary person rashly uses a brain-machine interface to connect to a starship AI, even if it is the most basic level 1 frigate's AI, the result would be a head explosion and death. Yet Chu Li, who already possessed a superlight brain, was prompted that he could connect directly to the level 4 battleship's AI. Moreover, after the connection, the operation speed of Chu Li's superlight brain would be 100,000 times that of the starship. That would mean tens of billions of trillion calculations per second. Chu Li's breathing quickened. If connecting to a level 4 battleship's AI can achieve such astonishing computational power, what would happen if he connected to an invincible ship or even stronger level 5 civilization starships? Chu Li dared not imagine. It seems the superlight brain still has much potential waiting for me to explore. Would you like to connect to the AI? Connect. A vast amount of information surged into Chu Li's brain in an instant. Unlike what Chu Li had imagined, his brain felt perfectly fine. It was as if his mind were a sponge fervently absorbing the torrent of incoming information. When the connection was established, this sponge was only half saturated. The capacity of the superbrain was truly astonishing. After connecting to the superbrain, it was as if Chu Li possessed 2 sets of neural networks. One set of neural networks belonged to his own body, allowing him to control his physical movements as usual, perceiving everything happening around him. The other set belonged to the Divine Emperor's flagship, enabling Chu Li to control all activities of the starship. With a mere thought, all the shields of the weapon bays opened simultaneously. When he withdrew his thought, the shields closed again, making the crew piloting the starship believe there was an issue with the weapon control system, prompting them to rush for repairs. How long will it take to brute force the password using exhaustive search? Chu Li heard Xiaoying instructing her subordinate beside her. Sir, using exhaustive search will require calculating 10 quintillion times. It's quite a lengthy process, estimated to take about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Xiaoying clearly seemed dissatisfied with this result. Sir, this is only because the superbrain of the Divine Emperor's flagship is of top-level standards, otherwise it would take even longer. 20 minutes. Chu Li had no time to waste. If within those 20 minutes the lizard and bone races slipped away for any reason, his plan to conquer the 2 races would be ruined. At this moment, the operational speed of Chu Li's superbrain was 100,000 times that of the Divine Emperor's superbrain. While it required 20 minutes, Chu Li would need less than half a second. The password is XXXXXXXXXXXX. Just as a subordinate was about to operate the system to brute force the orbital password, they suddenly heard Chu Li recite this string of numbers. Xiaoying was stunned. The subordinate was stunned. Even the crew repairing the weapon system looked over in curiosity. For a long time, Xiaoying asked Chu Li quietly, "Your Majesty, was this password extracted from Tion Shan under torture?" She assumed this password originated from Tion Shan. This was the only explanation she could think of. It couldn't possibly be calculated by Chu Li himself, could it? After all, that would require 10 quintillion calculations. No matter how intelligent one was, they couldn't possibly arrive at the result in a lifetime. Just consider it that way, Chu Li replied half-jokingly. If he claimed to have calculated it himself, no one would likely believe him. Moreover, as the Divine Emperor, he had no need to explain his actions to anyone. The subordinate entered the password. The guidance lights for the acceleration orbit all lit up, indicating activation. Chu Li nodded. He was satisfied with the remarkable utility of the superbrain. The ability to crack the acceleration orbit password with his physical brain was simply extraordinary. Chu Li then ordered, "Place the gifts I prepared for the lizard and bone races onto the orbit." At Chu Li's command, a sister ship, 3,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide, slowly approached the acceleration orbit. The hatch opened. A spherical device floated slowly towards the acceleration orbit, an antimatter annihilation bomb, a type of bomb capable of annihilating space. The explosion range of the bomb was not large, but the energy at the explosion center was highly concentrated, capable of causing a collapse of space. Eve and the others had a total of 2. Chu Li planned to throw one at the center of the Eternal Cemetery. According to Eve's calculations, the central area of the Eternal Cemetery had already experienced a spatial collapse due to the last explosion. If this antimatter annihilation bomb exploded there, it would definitely form a black hole, sucking in everything around it. With the gravitational pull of the black hole, even light would be swallowed, let alone the fleets of the lizard and bone races. The lizard and bone races thought they could use the stellar collapse bomb to scheme against the Divine Emperor's blade, yet they never anticipated that they too were being schemed against by Chu Li using the same method. At this moment in the Eternal Cemetery, the Lizard Emperor and Bone Dragon quietly awaited on the flagship of the Bone Race. The Lizard Emperor sat calmly with his eyes closed, meditating. The Bone Dragon was somewhat restless, pacing back and forth. He believed he had accounted for all possibilities, yet the Divine Emperor's blade. Better safe than sorry. Suddenly the Bone Dragon came to a halt and clapped his hands. "It's here." He received a message from Tion Shan. The Divine Emperor's blade had activated the acceleration orbit, and in just a few seconds its fleet would crash into the net of traps woven by the Bone Dragon. Countless streaks of light rushed towards them. These were starships accelerated to high speeds by the orbit. "Prepare quickly." The Bone Dragon shouted loudly. The Bone Race starships equipped with stellar collapse bombs began to accelerate towards the center of the Eternal Cemetery. Once the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade landed and became ensnared by the gravity, the Bone Dragon would immediately detonate the bombs. The starships sped past the Eternal Cemetery without stopping. It was not the Divine Emperor's blade. The Lizard Emperor and Bone Dragon exchanged glances, and the Bone Dragon began to sense that something was amiss. At this moment, the Bone Dragon's adjutant shouted, "Chief, there's another light." The Bone Dragon looked and saw a light quickly approaching from a distance. As the streak of light came near, he could barely make out what was flying towards them. It was round and seemed somewhat cute. "Not good, it's a bomb." The Lizard Emperor reacted first. "Quick, retreat." The Bone Dragon felt a wave of panic. His plan had been leaked, otherwise what was approaching would be the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade, not a bomb. Although he did not know what kind of bomb it was, given the technological level previously displayed by the Divine Emperor's blade, this bomb's power would not be small. The most important thing now was to quickly distance themselves from this dangerous place. The fleets of the Bone and Lizard races began to accelerate backwards. The Lizard Emperor and Bone Dragon nervously focused on the streak of light falling towards the center of the Eternal Cemetery. Boom! A flash of white light flickered at the cemetery's center, followed by a dull explosion. Yet nothing happened. "Is that it?" The Lizard Emperor and Bone Dragon stared at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. The power of this bomb seemed a bit small. Fortunately, it was merely an ordinary bomb. The Lizard King wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Judging by its power, it was undoubtedly an ordinary bomb. However, he couldn't understand what the Divine Emperor's blade meant by throwing an ordinary bomb over. Aside from startling the Lizard and Bone clans, it had not caused any damage. At this moment, the fleets of both clans had already distanced themselves from the Eternal Cemetery. "Send 2 ships to investigate the situation." A bomb had merely flown over, not the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. This indicated that the Divine Emperor's blade likely knew that this was a trap. From previous experiences, the master of the Divine Emperor's blade was cunning and treacherous. The best choice for the Bone and Lizard clans now was to give up this ambush to avoid being outmaneuvered by the Divine Emperor's blade. The Bone Dragon had emptied the Bone clan's resources just for this setup. He was unwilling to return just like that. The Bone Dragon decided to send a starship forward to assess the situation. At this moment, a massive fleet was hidden in a small asteroid belt not far from the Lizard and Bone clan's fleets. The flagship of the fleet bore the emblem of a snarling wolf's head, fangs bared, exuding a chilling and brutal aura. The ship's hull was covered with sturdy and smooth armor, with countless laser weapons protruding from the back of the flagship, resembling the mane of a ferocious wolf, radiating an intimidating and terrifying presence. The other starships in the fleet were arranged in a formation resembling a pack of wolves closely surrounding the flagship. Wolfkill, the strongest mercenary organization in the Twin Star Domain. This fleet was one of the elite fleets of Wolfkill. In the flagship's command room, Wolfly stared at the distant Lizard and Bone clans fleets, a trace of disdain tugging at the corner of his mouth. After all, they are just a level 3 civilization panicking over such a minor issue. As an elite of Wolfkill, Wolfly had participated in many large-scale battles. Oh, what type of bomb hadn't he seen? Compared to those world-destroying weapons, this bomb was like a mere firecracker. The Divine Emperor's blade is not as formidable as it seems. Flashes of information about the Divine Emperor's blade passed through Wolfly's mind. The Divine Emperor's blade had suddenly appeared in the Eternal Nebula, growing into a significant force in just half a year, allegedly possessing a level 4 fleet. Like many forces, Wolfkill had once suspected that the Divine Emperor's blade was a pawn of a major power embedded in the Eternal Nebula. However, he now ruled out that possibility. If the Divine Emperor's blade had the backing of a level 4 civilization, they could easily crush a level 3 civilization schemes. There would be no need for such caution. Using bombs to probe. Such carefulness demonstrated the limited strength of the Divine Emperor's blade. The claim that the Divine Emperor's blade swept through the Eternal Nebula with the backing of a level 4 civilization was likely an exaggeration by the Lizard and Bone clans, unable to face the Divine Emperor's blade and unwilling to lose face. See Commander, look light. The officer stammered, interrupting Wolfly's thoughts. Wolfly shot a displeased glare at the officer. What light? Speak clearly. However, the scene before him rendered Wolfly dumbfounded. At the location of the bomb's explosion, a black sphere rapidly expanded. The wreckage of starships that had gathered in the Eternal Cemetery began to be slowly drawn towards the sphere, then swallowed by it. Even more despairing was that the light around the cemetery was being drawn in and devoured by the black sphere. The terrifying darkness swiftly approached Wolfly's fleet. It's a black hole. The Lizard King turned pale. A black hole itself was not frightening. What was terrifying was that they were so close to it that escape from its pull was impossible. The fleets of the Lizard and Bone clans were swept along with the wreckage of starships surrounding the black hole, sliding towards it together. The starships of both clans pushed their engines to the maximum in an attempt to escape the black hole's gravity, but all efforts were in vain. One must understand that the pull of a black hole is capable of swallowing light, and unless starships employ special methods, escape is impossible. Unless something unexpected occurs. What awaited the fleets of both clans would be annihilation. At this moment, the Lizard King felt immense regret. The Third Elder's death was inconsequential. The fleet could be rebuilt. Even if the Lizard civilization collapsed, he could still reign over the Lizard's own territory. At worst, they would be downgraded to a level 2 civilization, but at least his own life would be preserved. Why provoke the Divine Emperor's blade? The Lizard King was already in despair, while the Bone Dragon continued to make a final struggle. Initiate. The jump coordinates are 5 light-years straight ahead. Start. Buzz. The energy of the jump overflowed, only to be consumed by the black hole. The jump engine failed to activate. The Bone Dragon did not hesitate. Initiate hyperspace jump, attempting to jump to a location 5 light-years ahead. The energy of the hyperspace jump circulated within the ship's hull, preventing overflow and shielding it from the black hole's influence. However, this method of jumping caused significant damage to the starship's hull, and the accompanying equipment was extremely expensive. Currently, only the flagship of the Bone Clan had it installed. Buzz. This time the jump successfully initiated. The flagship's hull trembled violently as the impact of the jump and the pull of the black hole acted on the hull, simultaneously tearing it apart. When the Bone Dragon's flagship appeared 5 light-years ahead, the entire starship had shattered beyond recognition, coming to a halt. 5 light-years was just enough to escape the black hole's pull. At this moment in space, there was only their lonely, broken ship. The elite fleet that both clans had sent to ambush the Divine Emperor's blade had been entirely swallowed by the black hole. That comprised tens of thousands of elite starships with hundreds of millions of experienced crew members on board. Now they were all gone. Without these elite fleets to maintain order, Needless to say, against an enemy like the Divine Emperor's blade, even the vassal civilizations that had once been oppressed by them would rise up, tearing the lizard and bone clans apart. Thinking of this, the Lizard King and Bone Dragon turned ashen. Why did a black hole appear? The Lizard King could not comprehend. A level 3 civilization could not possibly touch the technology required to create a black hole. The Bone Dragon beside him felt a hint of regret. Although he did not understand the principles behind creating a black hole, he knew that it must be related to the bomb thrown by the Divine Emperor's blade. To his knowledge, this technology for creating black holes was only mastered by a handful of top-tier level 4 civilizations, even among the powerful level 4 civilizations. Top-tier level 4 civilizations were entities that the Bone Clan could only look up to. If the rumors were true and the Divine Emperor's blade were backed by a level 4 civilization, it must be one of those top-tier level 4 civilizations. Faced with such a colossal force, all of the Bone Dragon's prior calculations seemed like a joke. How could an ant's schemes have any impact on an elephant? This attempt to deal with the Divine Emperor's blade was incredibly unwise. Not only did it inflict no damage on the Divine Emperor's blade, but it also resulted in the loss of nearly all the two clans' elite fighting strength. But now it was too late for regrets. You two are now prisoners of the Divine Emperor's blade. Come, His Majesty is waiting for you both. The Bone Dragon looked up and saw a middle-aged human general accompanied by several mechas entering the command room. The Bone Clan crew in the command room had already been subdued. The Divine Emperor's blade. He maintained a calm expression. The Bone Dragon's flagship was now immobilized, so it was not surprising that the ground forces of the Divine Emperor's blade could board the flagship. The Bone Dragon had anticipated his fate, and instead he felt a sense of calm. The middle-aged human general nodded. That's right. The Divine Emperor's blade, Chu Li. The fleet of Lang Li faced the same fate as the Lizard Emperor and the Bone Dragon. As the elite fleet of the strongest mercenary organization Wolfkill, the starships of Lang Li's fleet were primarily equipped with hyperspace jump devices. Even so, only 30% of the starships could successfully jump and escape the gravitational pull of the black hole. Each of these ships had sustained damage from the hyperspace jump, and once they landed, they were essentially immobilized. Damn, the blade of the Divine Emperor truly is a formidable weapon, Lang Li exclaimed as he slammed his fist down on the dashboard before him. He had not anticipated that the blade of the Divine Emperor possessed the capability to create black holes. He had underestimated his opponent. The blade of the Divine Emperor is rumored to be supported by a level 4 power, and it seems to be true. I must report the situation here as quickly as possible. Even if Wolfkill fails a mission, it never gives up. As long as Lang Li reports the situation, the headquarters of Wolfkill will dispatch an even stronger fleet to deal with the blade of the Divine Emperor. Historically, there have been instances where Wolfkill has failed missions. However, the fate of those who caused Wolfkill's failures was always dire. A glint of amusement flashed in Lang Li's eyes. Blade of the Divine Emperor, I hope you can withstand the coming blows from Wolfkill. Send a distress signal to headquarters. Lang Li ordered his aide. The starships of Lang Li's fleet were rendered immobile, waiting for rescue from the Wolfkill headquarters. At that moment, approximately 500 kilometers away from Lang Li's fleet, a spatial rift appeared. A fleet emerged, followed by a second, a third. 8 fleets formed a battle formation surrounding Lang Li's fleet. Then another spatial rift appeared behind the 8 fleets. A battleship entirely crafted from gold and adorned with red armor slowly emerged from the rift. 2 fleets flanked it, guarding the golden battleship. Blade of the Divine Emperor. Lang Li recognized the golden battleship at a glance. The data provided by the Bone Dragon indicated that this was the flagship of the owner of the blade of the Divine Emperor. Seeing the formidable approach of the enemy and the damaged state of his own fleet, Lang Li realized that he was in grave danger. Commander, our distress signal has been jammed, and we cannot contact headquarters, the communications officer reported to Lang Li. Lang Li suspected that the blade of the Divine Emperor had conducted electronic interference against his fleet. They had now become an isolated force cut off from the world. Commander, the flagship of the blade of the Divine Emperor has sent a video signal. Should we connect? No need. It's probably just some words of persuasion to surrender. I've maneuvered through the star seas for over 10 years. When have I ever been a coward? Prepare for battle, activate the shields, and ready the first salvo of torpedoes. Interstellar torpedoes are weapons that only level 4 civilizations can master. Although their flight speed is slower than missiles, their explosive power is hundreds of times greater. Lang Li commanded loudly. All the starships of this battered fleet raised their shields, and the weapon protection barriers opened, revealing the large, rounded interstellar torpedoes inside. Unlike the Mimitar's who excel in using cannon weapons, Wolfkill's standard weaponry consists of interstellar torpedoes. The Divine Emperor's flagship. Chu Li watched as the signal was cut off on the screen, feeling somewhat surprised. It seems that the commander of the Wolfkill fleet is quite a character. Bone Dragon, this mercenary you hired is much more tenacious than your Bone Clan. Chu Li smiled as he looked at the two individuals beneath the bridge, completely unconcerned about the impending attack from the Wolfkill fleet. The starship technology of the Minotaurs is at the top level among level 4 civilizations, and with the shield enhancement assistance from the Sisterhood, it would be surprising if this battered fleet of Wolfkill could breach the defenses of the blade of the Divine Emperor. Chu Li had no concerns whatsoever. Below the bridge, the Lizard Emperor and the Bone Dragon were pinned to the ground by guards. How have you two considered? Will you surrender or die? If you surrender to me, you can not only preserve your current status, but I also guarantee that I will prioritize supporting the Lizard and Bone clans to achieve level 4 civilization. Chu Li's voice was ethereal and filled with temptation. He painted a grand vision. He was a master. Once he returned to Titan and became the Divine Emperor, he would indeed have this capability. Upon hearing this, the Bone Dragon became extremely agitated. You're dreaming. To kill my kind and sever the future of the Bone clan, I wish I could swallow you whole right now. To make me surrender, I must die first. Bang! The Bone Dragon's forehead was instantly pierced by a laser green blood and brain matter splattering. The Lizard Emperor beside him felt a chill run down his spine as cold sweat poured down. The Bone Dragon was executed before he could even finish his words. It was too brutal. Chu Li put away his laser pistol. If he wants to die, he'll fulfill his wish. Chu Li then said to Xiaoying, leave no members of the Bone Dragon clan alive. I've heard that the Bone Dragon has many illegitimate children outside. Find them and kill them all. This battle solidified the victory of the Blade of the Divine Emperor over the Lizard and Bone clans. Next, Chu Li would inevitably occupy the territory of the Bone clan. Eliminating the Bone Dragon clan would not only aid Chu Li's rule, but also eliminate future threats. To cut the grass, but leave the roots would allow it to grow again with the spring breeze. Chu Li would not make such a foolish mistake. Yes. Xiaoying nodded. As long as it was the command of His Majesty the Divine Emperor, she would obey unconditionally. Beneath the bridge, the Lizard Emperor felt a chill in his heart upon hearing Chu Li's words. He understood that in front of such a ruthless and decisive figure as Chu Li, he had only two paths to choose from. Either wholeheartedly submit or generously face death. Any attempts to play tricks like feigning surrender or betraying after surrendering would likely lead to a fate worse than that of the Bone Dragon. Lizard Emperor, will you surrender or not? The Lizard Emperor extended a trembling hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty the Divine Emperor, please allow me to think it over. After all, the fate of the Lizard Emperor and the entire Lizard clan was at stake. Even in fear, the Lizard Emperor had to be cautious. A glint of appreciation flashed in Chu Li's eyes. Though the Lizard Emperor was a bit timid, his political skills were quite strong. At least before encountering the Blade of the Divine Emperor, he had managed the Lizard clan's territory quite prosperously. Chu Li was not lacking in fleet commanders. What he lacked were officials like the Lizard Emperor. Thus, he was willing to give the Lizard Emperor a chance to consider. If you can't figure it out, just think carefully. Saying this, Chu Li no longer paid attention to the Lizard Emperor, but turned his gaze to Chu Shi. They were all commanding the fleet now, and those standing here were merely virtual projections, but that did not hinder their communication with Chu Li. The opponent is just a battered army. Don't take too much time. Resolve it quickly, Chu Li said in a deep voice. Yes. 10 voices responded in unison. The first salvo of torpedoes from Lang Li's fleet was launched. Massive torpedoes, each several dozen meters long and several meters in diameter, surged toward the Divine Emperor's flagship with immense tail flames. Given the current battered state of Lang Li's fleet, it was utterly impossible to match the 10 fleets of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. Bombarding Chu Li's flagship to create chaos among the Blade of the Divine Emperor would give him a chance to escape. It must be said that Lang Li was indeed an experienced battlefield commander. This strategy was the best solution for Lang Li's fleet at the moment. However, in the face of absolute strength, such small tricks were merely a joke. Chewie, deploy the destroyers for air defense. Chu Air. Auxiliary ships activate shields covering the Divine Emperor's flagship. Chu San. Battleships fire a full salvo. I'll prepare nuclear warheads. With Chu Li as the Legion commander and the assistance of Superlight Brains, all the fleets of the Blade of the Divine Emperor moved smoothly without any pause. The 10 fleets acted as a single entity under the unified command of Chu Li, beginning to show their fangs toward Lang Li's fleet. The nuclear projectile erupted from the barrel of the Minotaur starship, coalescing into a dazzling beam of light in the void of space, rushing towards the fleet of Wolf Li. The starship energy of Wolf Li's fleet was depleted during the recent hyperspace jump, and the strained energy shield was as fragile as paper before the nuclear projectile instantly pierced through. A violent explosion enveloped Wolf Li's fleet. Even though the fleet consisted entirely of level 4 starships with astonishing defensive capabilities, they were still torn apart in an instant by the furious nuclear blast. Inside the flagship of the fleet, Wolf Li adjusted his captain's uniform and slowly closed his eyes. Then the artillery fire engulfed Wolfkill on the Divine Emperor's supreme ship. In the command room, the Lizard Emperor watched in astonishment as everything unfolded on the screen. He mentally counted the achievements of the Divine Emperor's blade. Lizard Tribe rating Fleet Instant Annihilation. Lizard Tribe's Imperial Guard Fleet Instant Annihilation. Bone Tribe Quasa Level 4 Fleet Instant Annihilation. Now facing Wolfkill's Level 4 fleet, it was still an instant annihilation. The Lizard Emperor was speechless. Could the Divine Emperor's blade have no worthy opponent? He seemed to foresee that if he refused to surrender, the Lizard Tribe would undoubtedly be crushed and destroyed in the same manner. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a bald pirate walked in. Lao Lu glanced at the Lizard Emperor, then turned to Chu Li. Reporting to your majesty, while cleaning the battlefield, we captured many prisoners. How should we deal with them? Just kill them all. Chu Li's tone was cold, yet in an instant he decided the fate of tens of thousands of lives. He had devised a plan for revenge against the traitors of Titan Star. The prerequisite for executing the plan was that no living witnesses could remain on the battlefield. Understood. Lao Lu cupped his hands, and then left with a murderous aura. Chu Li turned to the dazed Lizard Emperor. So what have you decided? Surrender or not? Chu Li looked at the Lizard Emperor. The Lizard Emperor only felt that Chu Li's gaze was deep and dark, seemingly filled with endless murderous intent. The killing intent was overwhelming. The Lizard Emperor believed that if he refused to surrender, the same fate that befell the Bone Dragon would inevitably befall him. I surrender. The Lizard Tribe surrenders. The oppressive terror and killing intent in the air nearly suffocated the Lizard Emperor. The Lizard Emperor no longer insisted on his so-called dignity. A good death is better than a miserable life. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. The Lizard Emperor was a smart man. Xiaoying approached the Lizard Emperor and pressed a button on his neck. A round device appeared on the Lizard Emperor's neck. This is a thought bomb. As soon as you have even a hint of betraying His Majesty the Divine Emperor, your head will explode instantly. Xiao Ying's delicate words concealed a terrifying message. The Lizard Emperor's face turned pale as he shook his head repeatedly. I absolutely wouldn't dare to betray His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Chu Li sneered and said to the Lizard Emperor, don't disappoint me. I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning to see your headless corpse. The Lizard Emperor shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Soon Lao Lu finished cleaning the battlefield. Following Chu Li's instructions, Lao Lu arranged the wreckage of Wolfkill's fleet into a spherical shape and sent a distress signal to the Wolfkill headquarters using the communication system of Wolfkill's fleet. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's supreme ship, Chu Li and Xiaoying stood side by side, looking through the glass window as Xiaoying observed everything. Your Majesty, are you preparing to frame the Eternal Life Church? The Titan Star Eternal Life Church is one of the Titan forces that betrayed Chu Li. Without the support of the Eternal Life Church, neither Chu Tian nor Chu Xiong would have had the strength to challenge Chu Li. The Eternal Life Church enjoys arranging the wreckage and corpses of defeated enemies into the shape of Titan Star for sacrificial activities. If Wolfkill sees this spherical formation, they could easily trace it back to the Eternal Life Church. The Wolfkill Mercenary organization is the strongest mercenary force in the Twin Star territory, implying they possess considerable combat strength. Finding such an opponent for the Eternal Life Church would be enough to keep them occupied for a while. Meanwhile, Chu Li was waiting for the right moment to act. On the home planet of the Bone Tribe, in the city above the Blood Sea, the elders of the Bone Tribe gathered with anxiety and fear spreading among them. The fleet of the Angel Tribe has reached less than 3 light years from the home planet. The Insect Tribe has also declared independence. These damned vassals should have been drowned in the Blood Sea from the start. The elders were anxious but had no solutions. The elite fleet of the Bone Tribe had been taken away by their leader, the Bone Dragon. The home planet of the Bone Tribe was now defenseless with minimal control over the vassal civilizations. An elder looked at the Grand Elder of the Bone Tribe. Grand Elder, has the leader contacted you? When will our fleet return? The Grand Elder reassured everyone. Don't worry, the leader is assured of victory and will return soon. Among those present, only the Grand Elder knew the extent of the resources the Bone Dragon had mobilized to deal with the Divine Emperor's blade. Stellar collapse bombs. The elite fleets of the Lizard Tribe and the Bone Tribe. The Wolfkill Mercenary fleet. Plus the leader's schemes. If this still can't eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade, it could only mean that the heavens have forsaken the Bone Tribe. Look, it's a fleet. The leader is back. Everyone turned to look at the distant horizon where countless lights were racing towards them. Judging by the scale of the fleet, it was likely the elite forces of the Bone Tribe taken away by the Bone Dragon. However, as the fleet approached, everyone realized this was not the fleet of the Bone Tribe. Someone quickly recognized this fleet. It's the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. Leader, where did the leader's fleet go? Could it be? The elders dared not think further. The fleet of the Bone Tribe had not appeared Instead, the enemy's fleet had arrived. Everyone present understood what this meant. Today, it was likely the end of the Bone Tribe. The Grand Elder threw down his bony staff and sighed deeply. It's over, all over. The heavens have forsaken our Bone Tribe. The battle on the Bone Clan's home planet lasted less than 3 hours. By the time Chu Li descended from the starship, all resistance from the Bone Clan had been eradicated. The elders of the Bone Clan were all captured. Chu Li approached these elders and commanded, "Install thought bombs on them. His Majesty the Divine Emperor still needs them to control the Bone Clan." He instructed the soldiers on guard. All of Chu Li's preparations were for revenge. He would not waste energy on managing the Bone Clan, and the Lizard Clan, cultivating a few bone traders and lizard traders to do his bidding, was a good choice. Then Chu Li arrived at the warehouse where the Bone Clan stored their supplies. The soldiers clearing the battlefield had piled up all the plundered goods. Chu Li looked at the supply list handed to him. Iron 100 trillion tons. Copper 30 trillion tons. Gold 10 billion tons. Energy crystals 30 billion tons. Various supplies filled the square to the brim. However, the supplies before him were less than 1/10 of the Bone Clan's normal reserves. Even with just 1/10, it was evident how abundant the Bone Clan's resources were. The Bone Clan indeed has deep foundations. I must suggest to His Majesty to thoroughly exploit the Bone Clan. This is a large piece of meat rich in resources. Chu Li happily commanded his subordinates to load these supplies onto ships and transport them to the Interstellar Fortress. A similar situation was occurring among the Bone Clan's vassal civilizations. Angel Clan. That is the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. It's gone. Our last fleet is gone. Cat Clan. Commander Chu Sen, I represent the Cat Clan to surrender to His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Here is our sovereign facility's password. As the Queen of the Insect Clan, I am willing to enter His Majesty the Divine Emperor's harem and serve him. The Divine Emperor's blade may have once incited these small civilizations to rebel against the Bone Clan, but after the Divine Emperor's blade took over the Bone Clan's power, they naturally would not let go of these vassal civilizations. Whether voluntarily or by force, the formerly subservient vassal civilizations of the Bone Clan could only obediently submit to Chu Li. Likewise, the Lizard Clan and the vassal civilizations that once served the Lizard Clan. At this moment, at the border between the Bone Clan and the Lizard Clan, a massive iron fortress slowly emerged from a spatial rift. With such a vast foundation, the Interstellar Fortress no longer needed to hide. With this steel behemoth suppressing them, even if there were forces opposing Chu Li's rule among the Bone Clan and Lizard Clan, they could only lower their flags and cease hostilities. Given some time, Chu Li would naturally eliminate these unstable factors. Between the Interstellar Fortress and the home planets of various civilizations, tens of thousands of pirate starships took on the mission of transporting all the supplies from these civilizations to Chu Li's Interstellar Fortress. In terms of cargo capacity, pirate starships modified from civilian ships are undoubtedly larger than ordinary warships. The Interstellar Fortress was flooded with supplies piled chaotically in the square. It wasn't that the pirates didn't want to organize. The sheer volume of supplies to be transported was overwhelming, and they had to rush off to fetch the next load. Chu Li had Medusa support hundreds of thousands of Snake Clan laborers, which continuously transported the supplies unloaded from the pirate starships to the resource furnace. The furnace worked non-stop, and the number of resource points in the Interstellar Fortress kept increasing. Resource points, 15000 resource points, 3000 resource points, 2000. The numbers piled up rapidly, soon skyrocketing to 12 million. This was still because the primary starship dock and primary commander school were continuously producing starships and captains consuming resource points, otherwise the resource point count would be even higher. Soon 800 Mimitar battleships were completed. The corresponding crew and captains were already in place. Chu Li evenly distributed the battleships among 10 fleets, instantly boosting the combat power of the fleets significantly prior to the addition of the 800 battleships. Each fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade could independently engage an ordinary level 4 fleet. After the addition of the 800 battleships, the Divine Emperor's blade's fleet was more than capable of facing elite level 4 fleets. A massive influx of resources continued to arrive from the recently conquered civilization's home planets. The resource points of the Interstellar Fortress soon exceeded 100 million. Suddenly, Chu Li noticed a red button labeled Upgrade appear on the management interface of the primary starship dock. He checked the description of this option. Upgrade consumed 200 million resource points to upgrade the primary starship dock to a middle-level starship dock. Middle-level starship dock consuming resource points allows for the production of starships below level 5 civilizations whose dock production efficiency increased by 28 resource point consumption reduced by 10. Level 5 civilization. Even when Chu Li was the Divine Emperor of the Titanium Star, he had only seen such existence once, and that was a level 5 civilization that had already fallen and was sliding towards level 4. Under normal circumstances, level 5 civilizations are high and mighty, utterly disdainful of interacting with level 4 civilizations like the Titanium Star. The arrogance of level 5 civilizations is naturally backed by their strength. Level 5 civilization starships completely overpower level 4 civilization starships. This crushing is even more severe than the crushing of level 4 starships over level 3. Level 4 civilization starships, when engaging level 3, they still have to face each other directly in battle. Level 5 civilization starships can obliterate level 4 from dozens of light years away without the need for such hassle. And the level 4 civilization starships would die without ever knowing who attacked them. This is absolute suppression. Upgrading the primary starship dock to middle level allows for the manufacturing of level 5 civilization starships. Chu Li did not hesitate at all. Once the resource points of the interstellar fortress reached 200 million, he directly clicked to upgrade. The management interface of the primary starship dock, originally black iron in color, transformed to silver white. The title of the management interface also changed to Welcome to the middle-level starship dock. Chu Li opened the price list for the middle-level starship dock. Due to the resource consumption reduction buff from the middle-level starship dock, the resource points required for the production of all starships were reduced by 10. Since the fortress was anchored, all starships from the various civilizations that Chu Li and the Divine Emperor's Blade had encountered were listed on the price list, ready to be produced at any time. Chu Li saw that the price list now included the starships of the Wolfkiller with prices slightly higher than those of the Mimitar starships. Since the fortress was anchored, Chu Li had yet to encounter any level 5 civilization. Thus, level 5 civilization starships did not appear on the price list. Fortunately, the Divine Emperor's Blade was currently surrounded mostly by level 3 civilizations, with the possibility of encountering some level 4 civilizations. Given the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade comparable to elite level 4 fleets, dealing with these civilizations posed no problem. Soon the resource points rose to 200 million again. Chu Li opened the management interface of the Junior Commander School. Indeed, an upgrade option appeared at the bottom of the interface. Chu Li checked the option description. Upgrade consumed 200 million resource points to elevate the Junior Commander School to a mid-level Commander School. Mid-level Commander School capable of training captains of dreadnoughts and lower. Dreadnoughts. Chu Li's eyes brightened. Dreadnoughts are strategic weapons that can determine the outcome of interstellar battlefields. When Chu Li was still the Titanium Star Emperor, he conquered countless powerful civilizations with 5 dreadnoughts. Both the dreadnoughts themselves and their captains are invaluable treasures. And the mid-level Commander School can actually mass-produce such high-level talents. Chu Li opened the price list. Battleship Captain Dreadnought Captain 100 resource points. Compared to the upgrade cost of 200 million resource points, producing a Dreadnought Captain for only 100 resource points is not considered expensive. What Chu Li lacks now is a Dreadnought. The civilizations he encounters now do not have the capability to build Dreadnoughts. The mid-level starship dock still cannot construct Dreadnoughts. Suddenly, Chu Li thought if he could obtain the manufacturing technology for dreadnoughts, could the mid-level starship dock construct dreadnoughts? Chu Li immediately opened the management interface of the mid-level starship dock. After searching, he found the answer. Yes. Chu Li couldn't help but feel excited. This time, conquering the lizard and bone races and taking care of their vassal civilizations, Chu Li gained nearly 3.5 million civilization points. Among them, 3 million civilization points are enough for him to draw 10 times, with an additional 5.0 civilization points remaining. Before the lottery, Chu Li confirmed with the system. System, if I want to obtain the manufacturing technology for dreadnoughts, should I choose technology in the prize category? The lottery prizes are divided into 3 categories: fleet technology and items. According to Chu Li's understanding, the manufacturing technology for dreadnoughts is most likely contained within the technology category. Your Majesty, all starship manufacturing technologies are included in the technology category. To more easily obtain the technology for dreadnoughts, you can choose to consume 3 civilization points to anchor the prize to dreadnought technology. The technology category encompasses many types. With 10 draws, each one is precious, and Chu Li naturally does not want to waste them. It would be best if he could draw all technologies related to dreadnoughts. Chu Li nodded. 10 consecutive draws for technology anchoring on dreadnought-related technology while consuming civilization points to improve prize quality. Given the quality of the prizes from the last lottery, spending civilization points to enhance the prize quality is still worthwhile. Your Majesty, you currently have 3.5 million civilization points. 10 consecutive draws will consume 3 million. Anchoring dreadnought technology will consume 3.0, and enhancing prize quality will consume 2.0. Please confirm if you wish to continue. Confirm. With Chu Li's command, the system drew his gaze to a uniquely styled interstellar fortress. The fortress architecture was layered and intricate with flying eaves and walls exuding elegance and solemnity. This is the architectural style of the Xia race. Chu Li's memories from his past life were awakened. In his previous life, he was indeed a member of the Xia Empire. His gaze was drawn into the fortress where numerous scientists with black eyes and yellow skin were busy at work. Many were entering and exiting the belly of a massive and imposing warship. Chu Li looked at the giant ship and was immediately stunned. A dragon. The giant ship took the form of a dragon with a curved neck extending forward and armor like dragon scales crafted from unknown metals shimmering with dazzling light. The entire giant ship seemed poised to tear apart the constraints of the universe and soar into the sky. Majestic. Dominant. Chu Li couldn't help but clench his fists. Could it be that he was to obtain the manufacturing technology for this giant ship? Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired the Lost Civilization, Xia Race Dreadnought, Longyin, Armor Modification Technology. Indeed, the interstellar fortress Chu Li just saw belonged to the Xia race. To his surprise, the Xia civilization turned out to be one of the lost civilizations. Lost civilizations represent the pinnacle of technological development. In that case, the technology for the Longyin dreadnought is the epitome of dreadnought technology. Thinking of this, Chu Li's breath quickened. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired the Lost Civilization, Xia Race Dreadnought, Longyin Engine Optimization Technology. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired the Lost Civilization, Xia Race Dreadnought, Longyin Ammunition Modification Technology. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired the Lost Civilization, Xia Race Dreadnought, Longyin Microcurvature Acceleration Technology. After 9 consecutive draws. Unfortunately, Chu Li drew only enhancement technologies for the Longyin, yet the manufacturing technology for the Longyin that he needed most was not drawn. Only one draw remains. If he does not draw the manufacturing technology for the Longyin, then these 9 optimization technologies pertaining only to the Longyin will be of no use. After all, manufacturing technology is fundamental. Only with the Starship can one perform optimizations and modifications. Next draw, I must get the manufacturing technology for the Longyin. Chu Li couldn't help but feel nervous. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have acquired the manufacturing technology for Longyin. Yes. Chu Li excitedly raised his fist. The system directly transmitted the 10 Longyin technologies into Chu Li's mind. With his superbrain, although the data transfer was enormous, Chu Li felt no discomfort. On the contrary, with his brain speed enhanced by 1.0 times, Chu Li could call upon details from these technologies at any time. His brain, strictly speaking, had already transcended biological limitations. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was a walking intellect. Chu Li reopened the management interface of the mid-level Starship dock. Indeed, as Chu Li had thought, the list showed the Xia race. There was only one Starship option below. Dreadnought, Longyin, 30 billion resource points. Hiss. Chu Li inhaled sharply. According to Xiao Ying's statistics, the resources plundered from conquering the bone and lizard races amounted to less than 2 billion when converted to resource points. Building a dreadnought, Longyin, requires 30 billion resource points. The Longyin truly lives up to its status as a dreadnought of a lost civilization with a price that reflects the level of a lost civilization. Chu Li glanced at the current number of resource points in the interstellar fortress. 500 million. Compared to 30 billion, the gap is quite large. Fortunately, the lizard bone races and their vassal civilizations will contribute resources to Chu Li daily. Chu Li had Xiaoying calculate. Converting these resources into resource points, he would receive about 1 billion daily. At this rate, it would take Chu Li roughly 1 month to gather 30 billion resource points. Moreover, considering the manufacturing time, within a year Chu Li would possess the Longyin. Compared to other civilizations that take years or even decades to build a dreadnought, Chu Li's construction speed is already very fast. Wolfkill, the most powerful mercenary organization in the Twin Star region. Strictly speaking, it resembles a civilization rather than an organization, as it possesses its own territory and home planet. Unlike the Bone Clan and the Lizard Clan, which only control a few or several dozen star systems, as third-level civilizations, Wolfkill's territory spans 3 nebulae. The cosmic regions can be categorized from small to large as follows: stellar systems, galaxies, nebulae, star domains, star domain clusters, and planes. A stellar system is roughly equivalent to one solar system. A galaxy is composed of dozens to hundreds of stellar systems. A nebula consists of dozens to hundreds of galaxies, and so forth. 3 nebulae are dozens of times larger than the territories of the Lizard Clan and the Bone Clan. The vastness of its territory demonstrates the strength of Wolfkill. The President Wolf Quan is assigning the latest tasks. Below him stands the most elite fleet commander of Wolfkill. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly ran in. President, we have received information from the rescue team. The fleet of Wolf Li has been completely annihilated. What? Wolf Quan was taken aback. With Wolf Li's abilities encountering any existence below 5th level civilization, even if they were unable to fight back, should have been no problem for escape. How could they be completely wiped out? Everyone present was shocked into silence. The messenger continued. From the photos sent back by the rescue team, the wreckage of the Wolf Li fleet has been arranged into a strange spherical shape. It seems the culprit used the wreckage of the Wolf Li fleet as some kind of ritual sacrifice. Wolf Quan took the information handed to him by the messenger and after reading it slammed his fist on the table. Using the wreckage of the Wolf Li fleet as a sacrifice is an insult to the entire Wolfkill organization. Damn it. Whoever dares to insult Wolfkill like this will pay the price. Wolf Quan's eyes were filled with rage. A middle-aged commander spoke. President, could it be the Divine Emperor's blade that did this? The mission of the Wolf Li fleet was aimed at the Divine Emperor's blade. Now that the Wolf Li fleet has been annihilated, the suspicion falls heavily on the Divine Emperor's blade. Wolf Quan handed the information in his hand to the middle-aged man while shaking his head. According to the intelligence, the Wolf Li fleet was severely damaged in connection with a black hole collapse. In the nearby star domains, there are only a few civilizations capable of creating black holes. The Divine Emperor's blade, a mudloach turning in a muddy pond, cannot acquire such technology. In the face of these powerful 4th-level civilizations and forces, the Eternal Nebula is merely a small muddy pond that cannot hide a true dragon. The commanders nodded in agreement, feeling that Wolf Quan's reasoning was sound. Deploy all resources of Wolfkill and find out who did this. No matter who it is, whoever dares to insult Wolfkill like this will find themselves unable to live or die. Wolf Quan roared, his eyes blood red like a man-eating wolf. The Lizard Clan. In the early stage of 4th-level civilization, they are the overlord of the Fishtail Nebula. Though their territory is not as vast as Wolfkill, they still occupy an entire nebula. The Fishtail Nebula and the Eternal Nebula are adjacent to each other, both part of the Twin Star region. The Lizard Clan often instigates infighting among the several 3rd-level civilizations in the Eternal Nebula, profiting from the chaos. Inside the Lizard Royal Palace, the Lizard Emperor is receiving intelligence. What? The Bone Dragon is dead. The Bone Clan has also been devoured by the Divine Emperor's blade. The Lizard Emperor stood up anxiously from his throne. He had not yet received payment for the starship technologies he sold to the Bone Clan, especially the 10-star systems promised to him when the Bone Clan purchased the stellar collapse bombs, which the Lizard Emperor had long coveted. Now that the Bone Dragon is dead, who is he supposed to ask for that? Is the Lizard Clan just going to let the Bone Clan get away with it? The Lizard Emperor would not allow such a thing to happen. Connect me to the Divine Emperor's blade. Since the Lizard Clan has not received payment due to the Divine Emperor's blade's actions of annihilation, the Lizard Emperor believes that the debts and territories owed by the Bone Clan should be repaid by the Divine Emperor's blade. When the other 2 3rd-level civilizations in the Eternal Nebula, the Fox Clan and the Plant Clan, received the news, they were already a step behind both Wolfkill and the Lizard Clan. After all, they are merely 3rd-level civilizations, and their channels for obtaining information are much weaker than those of Wolfkill and the Lizard Clan. On the Plant Clan's home planet, the landscape is lush with green trees, presenting a scene reminiscent of Immortals. Everything here is close to its natural state, making it hard to imagine this is the home planet of a 3rd-level interstellar civilization. In the Goddess Palace, the Fox King and the Plant Clan's goddess sit facing each other. The Divine Emperor's blade has done well. The Bone Dragon's tyranny has led to this outcome. It is his own fault. The Fox King wore a smile on his face, appearing quite pleased. The Bone Clan plunders blood sacrifices from other civilizations everywhere, and no one likes the Bone Clan. The Plant Clan goddess lightly smiles as she pours tea for him. Aren't you afraid that the Divine Emperor's blade will come back and deal with us? The Fox King asked in confusion. We have no conflict with the Divine Emperor's blade. Why would he come after us? The Plant Clan goddess remained silent. She had observed the Divine Emperor's blade for a long time. In less than a year, the Divine Emperor's blade had already swallowed up more than half of the territory of the Eternal Nebula. If given another year or so, how much more would the Divine Emperor's blade expand? The Plant Clan goddess could hardly imagine. Images of the Divine Emperor's blade's master flashed through her mind. That handsome face appeared before her eyes, especially those wild and ambitious eyes that made the Plant Clan goddess' heart race. She could tell that the Divine Emperor's blade's ambitions extend far beyond the Eternal Nebula, even beyond the Twin Star region. The Fox King suddenly asked the Plant Clan goddess, seeing that the time for the opening of the Death Space is approaching, our Fox Clan is preparing to organize a fleet to explore. Will your Plant Clan join us? At the border of the Eternal Nebula and the Fishtail Nebula, there lies an ancient civilization's abandoned space-time tunnel. Each time a solar storm occurs, the space-time tunnel experiences disturbances, creating random death spaces. In the death space, opportunities and dangers coexist. Entering fleets might gain endless resources or advanced civilization technologies, but they could also be annihilated by unknown dangers. Time is of the essence. With the solar storm approaching, this opportunity is rare, and the plant clan goddess naturally wants to give it a try. Of course we will go. Just this going won't work. Even if we find good things, we won't be able to carry them away. That bastard won't let us leave. We need to find another helper. The Fox King knows who the bastard the plant clan goddess is referring to is. The Lizard Clan. The greedy Lizard Emperor often ambushes lower-level civilizations' fleets in the death space, seizing their spoils. Naturally, the fleets of the Fox Clan and the Plant Clan would not be exempt from the Lizard Emperor's scrutiny. However, the Lizard Clan is a fourth-level civilization with formidable combat power. Even among fourth-level civilizations, they are not willing to provoke the Lizard Clan easily. Where would the Fox Clan and the Plant Clan find such a helper? Suddenly, the Fox King slapped his forehead. Are you saying? The Plant Clan goddess replied, the Divine Emperor's blade. The Fox King nodded. If it were they indeed, they would not fear the Lizard Clan. Early morning. Before the large window sofa, Chu Li had specially prepared. Chu Li and Medusa engaged in 5 spirited rounds of applause contests. Medusa collapsed from exhaustion. After the contest, Chu Li dressed with the attentive ministrations of Guling and Tianro. Guling was the illegitimate daughter of Gulong. Her mother had died by Gulong's hand. She harbored an intense hatred for Gulong and an equally fervent reverence and gratitude toward Chu Li, who had slain him. Tianro was the daughter of Tion Shan. After Tion Shan submitted to Chu Li, he offered Tianro to serve Chu Li as a token of loyalty. Both women were regarded as supreme beauties in their respective civilizations. Guling's softness and Tianra's supple grace left Chu Li very satisfied. He shifted his intent. A stamp album popped up. Beyond the Snake Tribe stamps it already contained dozens more stamps had been added. Shizu Loyalty 85, Guzu Loyalty 75, Tian Shizu Loyalty 78. Chengzu Loyalty 67. These figures were the fruit of Chu Li's recent labors. He studied the loyalty metrics in silence. He noticed that as the loyalty of each race rose, the resources they contributed to the Shanhuang Zhiren increased as well. It seemed that to complete the dreadnought Longyin as swiftly as possible, Chu Li would have to redouble his efforts. He walked into the hall. Lao Lu was already waiting inside. Your Majesty, we have just received a commission mission. The Huzu and Jizu wish us to escort their fleets into the death space to hunt for treasures. The mission reward is 200 billion interstellar credits. Additionally, any resources or treasures we obtain within the death space will belong to us. Chu Li paused. Death space. He had led the Shenhuang Imperial Guard fleet into it many times. Even with the top strength of a level 4 fleet, each entry had been a near-suicidal gamble. That testified to the murderous peril of death space. 200 billion credits converted to resources amounted to roughly 2 billion resource points. Compared to the hazards of death space, 2 billion resource points were not considerable. What drew Chu Li far more were the technologies and rare materials hidden within. As a seasoned explorer of death space, Chu Li knew its mechanisms well and could acquire technologies and resources others could not. Perhaps the haul from this incursion would accelerate construction of the dreadnought Longyin. Chu Li told Lao Lu, tell the Huzu and Jizu that we accept the mission. Yes, Majesty. As they spoke, Ifu entered. Lao Lu, seeing this, retreated discreetly. The Sisters Guild excelled at technological research. Chu Li entrusted the schematics and technologies he had obtained from the system to Ifu for implementation. Your Majesty, using the blueprints and data you provided, we have produced clone chambers. The first batch of 100 is already in operation. Chu Li's interest was immediately piqued. Clone chambers, devices that preserve clones and allowed the dead to be resurrected upon those bodies. When the system granted Chu Li the clone chamber technology, it had explained that it was genetic engineering from the lost civilization Jubite. Technologies of lost civilizations were perfected to extremes. Even for a level 4 civilization, mastering them was exceedingly difficult. He had not expected Ifu and the Sisters Guild engineers to fabricate a physical device so swiftly. Excellent, show me. Ifu led Chu Li to a row of oval fish tank-like devices. Through the glass, Chu Li saw fully matured clones suspended within each chamber. Chu Li located his own. The clone was an exact likeness. With the clone chambers, he effectively possessed immortality. He examined the other clones, Xiaoing, Chu, Chu Air. Ifu, all trusted associates of his. Very good, your comprehension is remarkable, he praised. Chu Li patted Ifu on the shoulder. Yifa's cheeks flushed. It is all thanks to the precise guidance of the Shenhuang Majesty. Without your instruction, we could not have grasped the clone chamber technology so quickly. Yifu's words were sincere. Ever since the acquisition of the superluminal neural core, knowledge presented itself before Chu Li as if it were the simplest arithmetic. Even pinnacle technologies of lost civilizations he absorbed at once. Whenever Yifu encountered a difficulty in constructing the chambers and asked Chu Li, she received immediate precise answers. It was no wonder she held him in such esteem. Chu Li inspected every clone chamber. They all operated flawlessly and their parameters were normal. He turned to Yifu, who followed him closely. How are the various improvement technologies for Longyin progressing? The 9 upgrades for Longyin were each more difficult than the clone chamber technology. Chu Li worried they might not master them. Yifu's expression grew troubled. We are doing our best to digest them, but we will need some time. She could not fathom where the Shanhuang Majesty had obtained such enigmatic and powerful technologies. Any single one of those technologies taxed the engineers of the Sisters Guild to the limit, leaving a group proud of their research prowess feeling ashamed and defeated. It's all right, these technologies are indeed a bit beyond you for now. Chu Li did not mean to chastise. After all, however strong the Sisters Guild was, they remained a 4th-tier civilization. Lost civilization technologies resided on a far higher plane. Forgive me, Majesty, for disappointing you, Yifu said, lowering her head in embarrassment. She experienced such intense research frustration for the first time. At the same time, she found herself wondering why was the Shanhuang Majesty so omniscient and omnipotent. Chu Li comforted her. Take your time. If any questions arise during research, ask me. His figure receded. Yifu's eyes were filled with adoration. They moved to the control room. Xiaoying had just finished compiling the intelligence on the pirate fleet. Chu Li opened the civilization distribution map. With the pirate fleet's expansion and the swelling influence of the Shenhuang, Ji-Rin, the Yongheng Nebula map no longer sufficed. He instructed Xiaoying to extend the map to the entire Shuangzi star domain. The Shuangzi star domain comprised 4 nebulae: Yongheng Nebula, Yue Nebula, Shueku Nebula, and Yaoshi Nebula. The 4 nebulae were similar in size. Yongheng lay at the center, ringed by the other 3. Unlike Yongheng, which had been carved up by several level 3 civilizations, each of the other nebulae was dominated by a single level 4 hegemon. Were it not for the mutual checks between those level 4 civilizations, Yongheng's weak societies would long ago have been parceled out. Chu Li checked the civilization point totals of the level 4 powers. Yue Nebula, Linzhou 250, Shueku Nebula, Shuezhou 300, Yaoshi Nebula, Shizhou 280. Each civilization's points were many times those of the Yongheng Nebula civs. Civilization point totals corresponded to each civilization's strength. From these figures, Chu Li understood that conquering those level 4 powers would be far more difficult than taking Guzhou or Shizhou. He shifted his gaze to the Yongheng Nebula. After subduing Guzhou and Shizhou, Chu Li had occupied most of Yongheng's territory. The previous stalemate among several level 3 civilizations had been broken. Small powers thereby lost their diplomatic maneuvering room. Under the menace of the Shenhuang, Ji-Ren's great guns, the Renmizu and many once independent minor civilizations fell into vassalage. As for the remaining Huzhou, Jizhou, and Renzu, Chu Li considered them of little consequence. The Shenhuang Ji-Ren fleet's combat power already approached that of an elite level 4 fleet. Before such overwhelming strength, those civilizations would ultimately yield. Your Majesty, an unknown video request wishes to connect. Accept. Xiaoying interrupted Chu Li's thoughts. The Fishtail Nebula. The Scale Tribe. Chu Li's gaze turned cold. This time the Bone Clan ambushed the Divine Emperor's blade with the shadow of the Scale Tribe behind it. Even if the Scale Tribe did not come looking for him, Chu Li was prepared to seek trouble with them. With the current combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade, it might not fully conquer the Scale Tribe, but inflicting pain and instilling fear in them would pose no issue. Come in. Chu Li stood proudly gazing at the light screen before him. On the screen appeared a creature with a fish head and a humanoid body covered in scales. The Scale Emperor's expression froze upon seeing Chu Li. His intelligence reports had not indicated that the owner of the Divine Emperor's blade was so young. He confirmed, "You are the owner of the Divine Emperor's blade." Chu Li replied, "I am." Scale Emperor, speak plainly. Chu Li cut straight to the point, disrupting the Scale Emperor's rhythm of negotiation. The Scale Emperor originally planned to suppress Chu Li with his aura, allowing him to present various excessive demands. However, as the video began, the Scale Emperor's aura was instead suppressed by Chu Li. The trade items between the Bone Clan and my Scale Tribe include 45 items of starship technology, 15 items of weapon technology. Chu Li frowned upon hearing this. Scale Emperor, just say your intentions directly. Chu Li's words left the Scale Emperor speechless. For some reason, the rhythm of their negotiation was entirely controlled by Chu Li. Chu Li seemed to possess wisdom beyond his years, always able to interrupt him at the right moment, suppressing the Scale Emperor's aura. The tone of the Scale Emperor weakened considerably. The losses of my Scale Tribe are all due to the Divine Emperor's blade swallowing the Bone Clan. The Divine Emperor's blade should compensate the Scale tribe for their losses. Chu Li was left speechless by the Scale Emperor's demands. The Scale tribe provided technology and weapons to the Bone Clan, assisting them in ambushing the Divine Emperor's blade. Now the Bone Clan was annihilated by the Divine Emperor's blade. The Scale tribe still dared to shamelessly seek compensation from the Divine Emperor's blade. Chu Li was so enraged that he laughed. The Scale Emperor was indeed as greedy as the intelligence had suggested. Arrogance. In response, Chu Li had only one word. Get lost. You. The Scale Emperor was furious and was about to speak when the video was cut off by Chu Li. In the Scale Emperor's palace, he broke the scepter in his hand. Damn it. Daring to be unreasonable. I will personally kill him. The Scale Emperor roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, the Scale tribe's Grand Elder entered. Your Majesty, a stellar storm will erupt tomorrow, opening the death space. Shall we participate in this harvest? The so-called harvest of the Scale tribe meant robbing lower civilizations entering the death space. The Scale tribe could gain enormous profits from it each time. This was a matter concerning the interests of the entire Scale tribe, and compared to it, the issue with the Divine Emperor's blade seemed less urgent. Of course we will participate. In this fleet participating in the harvest, we will include our tribe's shark-tooth whale. The Scale Emperor gritted his teeth as he spoke. The Grand Elder of the Scale tribe gasped in shock. Shark-tooth whale is one of the two dreadnoughts of the Scale tribe, a strategic asset guarding the fortune of their civilization, rarely to be deployed lightly. What has happened to the Scale Emperor? Why? The Grand Elder of the Scale tribe was shocked, but did not dare to ask. Yes, Your Majesty. The Scale Emperor said fiercely, Divine Emperor's blade, once I finish harvesting in the death space, I will settle this account with you properly. At the boundary between the Eternal Nebula and the Fishtail Nebula, stellar winds swept across the entire space. An ancient space-time tunnel generator continuously erupted with dazzling blue light. The blue light was deep and far-reaching, like a brilliant sapphire, attracting countless civilizations to enter and explore. The entrance of the space-time tunnel. The Obsidian Fleet of the Stone Clan, the Blood Ancestor Guard Fleet of the Blood Clan. The Level 4 civilizations of the Twin Star region all sent their most elite fleets. Of course, accompanying them were also the fleets of the Stone Clan and Blood Clan's subordinate civilizations. These subordinate civilizations' fleets enjoyed the protection of their suzerain civilizations, but had to pay a portion of the resources they obtained to their suzerains. At the same time, there were also many rogue fleets hoping to pick up cheap gains, which were essentially cannon fodder. Once they entered the death space, if they had no gains it would be fine, but if they did obtain something, their fate would either be death from unknown dangers or annihilation by robbing fleets. In the interstellar civilization, the law of the jungle prevailed. Even before entering the death space, some civilizations had already begun to open fire. Starships exploded and entire fleets were annihilated. All of this undoubtedly heightened the tension of this treasure hunt. The stellar winds continued to strengthen. The countdown to the opening of the space-time tunnel began. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared. Two full level 4 fleets formed a combat formation as the vanguard. The rift began to stir again. A golden-hulled battleship clad in red armor slowly emerged. Behind the battleship were 5 full level 4 fleets following closely. On the communication channel of the Stone Clan's legion, there were both the Stone Clan and its subordinate civilizations. The Stone Emperor said, "What an elite fleet, which power does it belong to?" The Elf tribe leader replied, "Your Majesty, this fleet has just appeared, but following it closely are the fleets of the Fox tribe and the Plant tribe from the Eternal Nebula." The Gnome King said, "Eternal Nebula, I heard that a very powerful mercenary organization has recently risen. It seems to be called the Divine Emperor's Blade." In the command room of the Stone Clan's fleet, the Stone Emperor's eyes narrowed. Standing at 5 meters tall, his body was composed of a material similar to obsidian. Divine Emperor's Blade. This name had recently appeared before him often. Interesting. In 1 hour, I want to see detailed intelligence on the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Stone Emperor instructed his aide. Blood Clan. In the Legion's communication channel, the Divine Emperor's Blade also sparked intense discussions. The Blood Ancestor, dressed in a blood-black robe, smirked, revealing long fangs. Divine Emperor's Blade. This adventure is getting more and more interesting. The Fox King and the Plant Goddess brought their most elite fleets for this expedition. At the entrance of the death space, just like previous times, many powerful civilizations' fleets were waiting. Even the mixed level 4 fleet of the Plant tribe, which claimed to be the strongest in the Eternal Nebula, seemed insignificant before these fleets. Moreover, when the Fox tribe and Plant tribe previously participated in the death space, they encountered high-level civilizations that deliberately made things difficult for them. In the universe, strength was paramount, and everything spoke for itself. Level 3 civilizations, the strong of the Eternal Nebula, were merely a backdrop to the entire Twin Star region, which was dominated by Level 4 civilizations. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet led the way, followed closely by the fleets of the two tribes. The fleets ahead, whether level 4 or level 3 civilizations, were quick to make way. The Eternal Nebula was a strategic buffer zone in the Twin Star region, attracting the attention of various forces. The rise and strength of the Divine Emperor's blade had been heard of by all the civilizations present. No one wished to make things difficult for the Divine Emperor's blade. Moreover, no one would be foolish enough to confront 7 fully equipped level 4 fleets. The Divine Emperor's blade, accompanied by the fleets of the Fox tribe and Plant tribe, reached the entrance. The intense blue light rapidly expanded. The space-time tunnel opened, and after a dazzling blue light, the Divine Emperor's blade vanished into the entrance. The entrance to the time-space tunnel. Blue light flickers incessantly. Fleet after fleet enters the realm of death. At this moment, within an asteroid belt thousands of kilometers away from the entrance. Hiding within is a starship legion. In the center of the legion lies a massive ship resembling a saber-toothed shark with a size equivalent to at least 1,000 battleships combined. Surrounding it, numerous asteroids shatter and crumble under its shield. 3 additional fleets form a triangular formation, guarding the giant starship, like a school of swordfish protecting their king, ready to reveal their sharp swords at any moment. Thanks to the camouflage device used by the Starship Legion, no one has noticed its presence. In the command room of the fleet, Lin Huang stares intently at the screen. As he spots those scattered fleets, a glint of greed flashes in his eyes, akin to a hungry wolf eyeing a fat sheep. Good, so many plump sheep have come this time. The losses I've suffered from the Bone Clan can easily be compensated on their backs. Lin Huang chuckles with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sees the Divine Emperor's blade appear with the fleets of the Fox clan and the Plant clan. The smile on Lin Huang's face instantly freezes. The Divine Emperor's blade. They've come to me, saving me the effort of searching for them. Lin Huang's expression twists into something sinister and malevolent. The Lin clan's fleet has long made ambushing other civilizations in the realm of death a habit, becoming a feared predator in this space over the years. Lin Huang believes that as long as they enter the realm of death, no matter how strong the Divine Emperor's blade is, they cannot escape the ambush of the Lin clan's fleet. Moreover, in this legion, there is also an saber-toothed shark dreadnought, a terrifying presence capable of obliterating an entire medium-sized star system with a single volley. No matter how powerful the Divine Emperor's blade fleet is, they cannot possibly withstand a single round from the saber-toothed shark. Of course, this is merely Lin Huang's wishful thinking. He is unaware that the Divine Emperor's blade has previously annihilated elite fleets in mere moments. Otherwise, he would certainly need to reassess the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade. The adjutant beside Lin Huang senses his thoughts and cautiously asks, "Your Majesty, should we ambush the Divine Emperor's blade first?" Lin Huang shakes his head. No need. The Divine Emperor's blade is so conspicuous right now that if we eliminate it first, we would alert and scare away those plump sheep. The adjutant understands that the plump sheep Lin Huang refers to are the scattered fleets. Naturally, if the Stone Clan and Blood Clan's legions are severely injured by the wild beasts in the realm of death, Lin Huang wouldn't mind devouring them as well. Let us first seize enough gains before turning back to deal with the Divine Emperor's blade. The adjutant quickly gives a thumbs up. Your Majesty is wise. Lin Huang, filled with pride, commands the fleet to quietly follow a scattered fleet from a level 3 civilization. The realm of death is a chaotic void connected to ordinary cosmic space through accelerated trajectories. The exact cause of the realm of death is unclear. Rumors suggest that these death spaces are transit stations for lost civilizations venturing to other planes. It contains a vast amount of high-level resources. Some fortunate individuals can even obtain advanced technology from lost civilizations or other planes within the realm of death. At this moment, in a certain part of the realm of death, streams of light burst forth from the rifts in space-time. The fleets of the Fox clan and the Plant clan are at the center, wrapped by the Divine Emperor's blade fleet rushing towards an abandoned starship dock. Within the communication channels of the Divine Emperor's blade and the Fox and Plant clans, the Fox King says, "Your Majesty, we are eternally grateful. If it weren't for you and the Divine Emperor's blade, we would have already been swept into the chaotic currents of space-time." Being caught in the chaotic currents of space-time is an extremely perilous situation, as the time sequences inside are completely disordered. The possible outcome could be that the bow of a starship appears in the age of dinosaurs, while its stern is thrown into the future. In short, the fleet is torn apart by the blades of time. In the face of such a crisis, even 4th-level civilizations have no good solutions, only blindly colliding within the chaotic currents, hoping to stumble upon the correct timeline to safely escape. However, this probability is exceedingly low. Not long ago, the fleets of the Fox and Plant clans were able to escape along the correct timeline under the guidance of the Divine Emperor's blade fleet. The Divine Emperor's blade truly saved the lives of the Fox King and the Plant clan's goddess. The usually proud Plant clan goddess could not help but express her gratitude saying, "Divine Emperor, thank you." Chu Li remained silent, taking money to eliminate disasters for others. Since accepting the employment of both clans, ensuring their safety has been the duty of the Divine Emperor's blade. Moreover, possessing a super quantum brain, Chu Li can easily solve the time chaos and find the correct timeline. Rescuing the fleets of the Fox and Plant clans is merely a side task for Chu Li. Just as they were conversing, countless dark round dots surged from the abandoned starship dock. Dense and numerous, there are at least hundreds of them. Each black dot flashes with red light. Chu Li's flagship is quickly locked onto by the opponent's radar. Clearly, these black dots do not bring goodwill. Beams of laser sweep past the Divine Emperor's blade starship. The protective ships of the Sisterhood promptly activate their shields, covering all the starships of the Divine Emperor's blade. The lasers strike the shields, merely causing ripples without damaging the starships behind the shields. However, some starships of the Fox and Plant clans not covered by the shields are occasionally hit by lasers, igniting fierce flames on many starships, and several third-level battleships suffer severe damage. Freedom drones. Chu Li's pupils constrict. The origin of Freedom drones is now untraceable. Legends suggest they are related to the drone technology of lost civilizations. Each group of Freedom drones is controlled by a Freedom drone mother nest corresponding to the levels of various starships. The levels of Freedom drones are similarly divided into frigate level, destroyer level, cruiser level, battleship level, while the Freedom drone mother nests are mostly of dreadnought level. Radar shows that at this moment Chu Li and the others are facing Freedom drones, all at battleship level. Hundreds of Freedom drones possess combat power comparable to several fully equipped 4th-level fleets. Within the Legion's communication system, the Fox King exclaims, "Damn, so many Freedom drones. Heavens, they're all battleship level." The Plant Clan goddess asks, "What should we do? Is it still possible to retreat now? The enemy is too strong. Retreating now to explore other areas of the realm of death may not be a bad way to preserve their strength." At this moment in the communication system, Chu Li says, "Wait." In the command room of the Divine Emperor's supreme excitement flashes in Chu Li's eyes. Because he knows that in the realm of death, the stronger the monsters, the better the resources or technology. Hundreds of battleship-level Freedom drones. There should be good stuff in the abandoned dock. Chu Li turns his gaze toward the abandoned dock. The abandoned starship dock quietly floated, desolate and barren. Anyone else who saw the dilapidated side of the dock would believe it to be beyond use. Then Chu Li's gaze met the dock, and a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Lost Civilization Jupiter Empire Relay Dock. Detected super quantum brain can connect and activate the dock. Would you like to remotely activate the dock? Chu Li was taken aback. It was Jupiter again. The last time he heard this name was when he acquired the cloning chamber technology. What surprised Chu Li was that the super quantum brain could directly connect to the Jupiter dock. Was it possible that the super quantum brain could connect to and activate all the remnants of the Jupiter Empire? Could it even activate all the facilities left by lost civilizations? Chu Li had a vague premonition in his heart. The super quantum brain was likely the key to unlocking the treasure trove of lost civilization technology. Of course, this was merely his speculation, and everything awaited his verification. With the experience of connecting to the Divine Emperor's Ujixio brain, before Chu Li was not worried about whether connecting to the Jupiter dock would exceed his brain's capacity. Activate the dock. Chu Li silently urged. Connecting to the dock. Connection complete. Loading dock defense weapons. Laser cannon capacitor fully charged. 30 units of 1,000 mm close defense ammunition loaded. Crocodile heavy torpedoes fully loaded. As the prompts progressed, Chu Li felt an invisible nerve connecting to his super quantum brain. As long as he focused his thoughts, the weapons of the Jupiter Empire dock would all point towards his target. At this moment, the Fox clan and Plant clan were pressed behind the Sisterhoods, shielded by the attacks of the free drones not daring to show their heads. Had it not been for Chu Li's earlier remark of, "Wait a moment," they would have already fled. A third-tier civilization, no matter how strong, could only passively endure against these free drones, which were comparable to the strongest forces of fourth-tier civilizations. In the channel of the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion, the Fox King exclaimed, "Your Majesty, hurry and take action, we can barely hold on." The flagship of the Fox King had just taken a hit from a free drone, damaging 2 of its engines, and anxiously sought Chu Li's assistance. The losses of the Plant Clan goddess were also significant, but her nature was calm, and she did not react as wildly as the Fox King. The Divine Emperor's Blade Fleet had not received orders from Chu Li and did not choose to open fire, but they all tacitly opened the shields for their weapons, aiming their cannons at the hundreds of free drones. Now they were just waiting for Chu Li's command. Once they opened fire, the Sisterhood's shield would undoubtedly withdraw. The firepower of the free drones was not weak, and striking the enemy, while suffering heavy losses, was inevitable for the Divine Emperor's Blade Fleet. At this moment inside the command of the Divine Emperors, Yujixio Chu Li and the others quietly awaited Chu Li's orders, their faces filled with determination and resolve. If given the chance, to dedicate themselves to the Divine Emperor was for them a form of honor. At this moment, Chu Li was controlling the weapons of the abandoned dock, aiming them at the several hundred free drones. Strangely enough, as long as Chu Li swept his gaze over the free drones, a red cross icon appeared on them in his view, seemingly being automatically aimed at. To verify his thoughts, Chu Li silently urged, "Fire." Thousands of laser cannons and missile launchers on the abandoned dock fired simultaneously. Lasers like swords, missiles like rain. The free drones marked with red cross icons were quickly engulfed by violent explosions, just as Chu Li had guessed. Indeed, the red cross icon was automatic targeting. Surprised by such an effect, Chu Li felt a thrill of excitement. He swept his gaze across the rows of free drones. These free drones were bewildered by the attacks from the abandoned dock. They did not know whether to attack the abandoned dock or to continue their assault on the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, seemingly waiting for new orders from the drone mothership. Boom, boom, boom. 2 more rows of free drones were annihilated. No matter how strong the combat power of the free drones was, or how thick their defenses were, they were trivial before the weapon technology of the lost civilization of the Jupiter Empire. In the channel of the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion, the Fox King exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Why is the abandoned dock attacking the free drones that are guarding it? Could it be the Divine Emperor?" The Fox King was not foolish and quickly thought of Chu Li. In the command room of the Plant Clan flagship, the Plant Clan goddess gazed intently. She also vaguely guessed that the abandoned dock attacking the free drones should be related to Chu Li. From Chu Li's reluctance to retreat earlier, she knew he must have a backup plan to deal with these drones. Yet she simply could not fathom what method Chu Li was using to control this abandoned dock. Even the well-informed Plant Clan goddess could not guess that Chu Li had installed a super quantum brain, which enabled him to control the dock. After Chu Li had eliminated 3 rows of free drones, they seemed to receive new orders, abandoning the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion and turning to charge at the abandoned dock. Chu Li controlled the dock's weapons, crazily harvesting the free drones. Meanwhile, these free drones were like moths drawn to a flame, determined to break into the abandoned dock at all costs. It seemed there was something in the dock that the free drones were very concerned about, something they could not tolerate being under threat within the dock. At this moment, with the free drones facing away from the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, Chu Li decisively gave the order. "Everyone prepare for a triple volley of uranium penetrator rounds." "Yes," Chu Li replied. "Yes," Chu Li responded. The Fox King said yes. The Plant Clan goddess murmured. Chu Li was taken aback. This command was mainly intended for Chu Li and his subordinates. The Fox King's response was even more sycophantic than Chu Li's, leaving Chu Li somewhat bewildered. With Chu Li's command, 1,000,000 shells fired simultaneously, interspersed with the pulse waves of the Fox Clan and the laser beams of the Plant Clan. The Divine Emperor's Blade fleet and the abandoned dock flanked the remaining free drones, annihilating them all. The intense explosions continued for a full 10 minutes before they finally ceased. Seeing this, the Fox King clicked his tongue. The combat power of the free drones, comparable to elite 4th-tier forces, still stood no chance against the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. The strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade only grew stronger in the face of adversity, seemingly with no ceiling. In contrast, the Plant Clan goddess remained much calmer, wiping out the Lizard Clan's Guardian fleet, annihilating the Bone Clan's Quasi 4th-tier fleet, devouring the Bone and Lizard clans. The miracles created by the Divine Emperor's Blade over the past year have been numerous. It left her numb. Instead, the Plant Clan goddess watched that tall figure with great interest. Chu Li. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured. After annihilating the free drones, the next step was to collect the spoils of war. During the earlier battle with the free drones, the Fox Clan and Plant Clan had been unable to assist, and at this moment both fleets intentionally lagged behind the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. According to their employment agreement and the customary practice of cosmic civilizations teaming up for treasure hunting, they must wait for the Divine Emperor's Blade to feast and gather sufficient spoils before they were eligible to share the remaining scraps. Even if they could only get scraps, it still excited the Fox King and the Plant Clan goddess. After all, this was a facility guarded by hundreds of battleship-class free drones, and the energy and technological wealth stored within must be astonishing. Even if they ended up with only one, or even less, the total amount would still be considerable. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of harvesting a free drone, suddenly leaped continuously, like a twinkling star approaching the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion. The dock's radar first detected the drone. In Chu Li's mind, the drone's spherical shape was vividly clear. Self-destruct drone. The superintelligent brain automatically retrieved the data on the self-destruct drone. There are 2 types of self-destruct drones. One type is destructive, causing violent explosions that obliterate everything around the target. This drone, comparable in size to a battleship, would generate an explosion powerful enough to annihilate an entire fleet. The other type is functional self-destruct drones, which do not cause massive destruction but produce special effects such as generating electromagnetic pulses to disrupt the enemy fleet's electronic devices or teleporting the target fleet to a designated area. From its appearance alone, it was hard to determine which type this drone belonged to. It moved quickly. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet was still within the shield of the Sisterhood escort ship, and the spherical drone could not penetrate. Thus, it charged directly towards the Fox and Plant Clan's fleets trailing behind the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. In the blink of an eye, it had already plunged into the fleets of the Fox and Plant Clans. In an instant, neither the Doc's weapons nor the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet's weapons had the time to lock onto the target. Military channel. Fox King. Plant Clan Goddess. A dazzling white light rapidly expanded from the center of the spherical drone, quickly enveloping the fleets of the Fox and Plant Clans. As the white light dissipated, the spherical drone vanished. The fleets of the Fox and Plant Clans were also nowhere to be seen. There were no remnants or debris from an explosion where the fleets had just been. Clearly, the earlier white light was not a destructive explosion, but rather a spatial force field that had transported the Fox and Plant Clans somewhere else. On the Divine Emperor's Blade military channel, Chu Li asked, "Fox King, Plant Clan Goddess, are you both all right?" No one responded in the channel. Chu Li then activated the onboard radar of the Divine Emperor's Imperial ship, but still could not find any signals from the two clans' fleets. Eventually, through the Doc's radar, Chu Li discovered that the fleets had been relocated to a position 30 light-years away. Using the Doc's long-distance communication, Chu Li contacted the Fox King and Plant Clan Goddess. After confirming that the two clans' fleets were safe and that there was no danger in the vicinity, he decided not to engage further. The mission of the Divine Emperor's Blade was to ensure the safety of the two clans' fleets, but it was not obligated to guarantee their benefit in the realm of death. Since the two clans' fleets were currently absent, all profits from the dock would belong to the Divine Emperor's Blade. Chu Li decided to loot the dock first before setting out to find the fleets of the two clans. Chu Li had already obtained the coordinates of the two clans' fleets from the dock's radar, and he would simply jump to that location later. A distance of 30 light-years could be traversed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Emperor's Blade fleet slowly entered the dock. What came into Chu Li's view were 3 bright silver boxes, each slightly larger than a battleship, floating in the center of the spacious dock. Chu Li's breath quickened. Xiaoying was also delighted upon seeing this. "Your Majesty, these are hyperspace storage boxes." Hyperspace storage boxes are connected to special storage spaces, potentially containing resources as large as planets or perhaps just a small piece of equipment. In any case, hyperspace storage boxes are extremely precious. The items they can store are certainly not ordinary. Each hyperspace storage box is equipped with a password, and generally speaking, the difficulty is slightly higher than that of acceleration track passwords. However, the password difficulty for these boxes was clearly much higher than that of acceleration track passwords. The intelligent brain of the Divine Emperor's Imperial ship connected to the first hyperspace storage box. The decryption attempts amounted to 60 trillion, requiring at least 2 hours. One box would take 2 hours, so 3 boxes would take at least 6 hours. In the realm of death, danger could strike at any moment. They certainly could not afford to spend 6 hours cracking passwords. Everyone present turned their gaze towards Chu Li. Having created many miracles, everyone involuntarily began to place their faith in Chu Li. They believed he could solve any problem. Of course, Chu Li did not let them down. The superintelligent brain connected to the intelligent brain of the Divine Emperor's Imperial ship. The processing speed was increased by 100 times, quickly cracking the passwords for all 3 boxes. The first box opened. Inside was empty except for a dark golden small box. Chu Li used the tractor beam of the Divine Emperor's Imperial ship to retrieve the small box. Xiaoying quickly brought the small box to Chu Li. Inside the box lay a pair of frameless glasses. Chu Li put on the glasses. On the lenses, prompt messages flashed continuously. "Jupiter Zinfutong technology welcomes you. Battle power analyzer ready. Focus your gaze on the target to analyze its battle power." Chu Li aimed at the flagship of Chu Li outside the glass window. The lenses immediately displayed Target Selection 1. Starship 2. Fleet of the Starship 3. Legion of the Starship. It turned out that, as long as he focused on a starship, he could view the battle power at the levels of the Starship Fleet and Legion. Chu Li attempted to select one. Target Mimitar Battleship Flagship Battle Power 130 Special 20 Fleet Battle Power Bonus. Chu Li then inspected other battleships. Target Mimitar Battleship Battle Power 130 Special 0. As a longtime warrior of the Titanium Star Emperor, Chu Li certainly understood that the flagship enhances the overall battle power of the fleet, but he had not previously known that the enhancement could reach 20. The data from the Battle Power Analyzer was precise and direct, which greatly satisfied Chu Li. Naturally, the function of the battle power analyzer was not just to analyze his own fleet's battle power. More importantly, on the battlefield with the battle power analyzer, he could know the comparison of enemy and ally battle powers before the battle. If his battle power was stronger than the enemy's, he would attack. If weaker, he would retreat. Although he was cunning and unscrupulous, he could maximize the preservation of battlefield strength. With the battle power analyzer, Chu Li essentially possessed a golden finger that allowed him to know the battle's outcome in advance. The Jupiter Empire truly lived up to its reputation as a lost civilization, having devised such a heaven-defying battlefield tool. Chu Li was very pleased with this. At that moment, the door of the second box also slowly opened. Inside the second box, it was filled with energy cores. The box was stuffed to the brim with countless energy cores, making it impossible to ascertain their quantity with the naked eye. The Divine Emperor's ship, the Ujiheo, used a tractor beam to retrieve one of the cores. Similar to the energy crystals obtained from the Deep Space Fortress by Chu Li before, the energy cores were about the size of a fist. Through the purple crystalline exterior, Chu Li could see yellow lightning dancing within the energy core. According to the universal cosmic calculations, 1 kilogram of energy core contained energy equivalent to 10 tons of energy crystals. Chu Li gazed at the second box. With so many energy cores, if they were all dissolved into resource points, he would be one step closer to constructing the longing invincible ship. Chu Li called for Eve. "Your Majesty, Eve is here to heed your command." Eve respectfully bowed to Chu Li. Chu Li said, "Immediately arrange for the engineering ship to construct an interstellar bridge from the dock to the interstellar fortress. I can only give you half an hour." Eve smiled slightly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we only need 20 minutes. The interstellar bridge could simultaneously anchor 2 fixed interstellar locations, allowing starships to shuttle freely between them. Compared to the acceleration track, the interstellar bridge could facilitate bidirectional travel, whereas the acceleration track could only transport in one direction. Technically, the interstellar bridge was naturally far superior. Fortunately, these technologies were not difficult for the Sisterhood, and their fleet included specialized engineering ships. Just 15 minutes later, the bridge from the interstellar fortress to the Jupiter dock was completed. When Lao Lu arrived at the dock via the bridge, he had no time to marvel at the advanced technology and hurried to report to Chu Li, saying, "Your Majesty, your most loyal Lao Lu has come to obey." Chu Li nodded. He had always been satisfied with Lao Lu's keen eyesight. Soon pirate fleets began to shuttle back and forth through the interstellar bridge laden with ships full of energy cores returning to the interstellar fortress. Lao Lu initially thought that a box of energy cores could be transported quickly, but to his surprise, the energy cores in the box gushed forth like a fountain. After transporting one box, another would emerge, seemingly endless. With no other option, he had to summon the pirate fleets that were out gathering intelligence back, and only after a few thousand pirate starships worked together could they finally empty the energy cores inside. Afterward, Chu Li was curious as well. Why did the Jupiter Empire store so many energy cores in this abandoned dock? At this moment, however, Chu Li's attention was drawn to the third superspace storage box. The door of the box slowly opened. When Chu Li saw the items inside the box, he finally understood why hundreds of drones guarded this seemingly abandoned dock. A free drone mother nest larva. The people of the Jupiter Empire had actually raised a free drone mother nest larva like a pet inside the superspace storage box. Even though it was still a larva, it already possessed the ability to capture other free drones using wireless signals. The free drones outside the dock must have been captured while passing by, becoming its temporary bodyguards. Chu Li's gaze fell upon the free drone larva. Suddenly, the superlight brain issued a prompt. Free drone mother nest larva detected. Superlight brain automatically connecting to the mother nest larva's mainframe. Connection successful. The superlight brain can connect and rewrite the logical program of the mother nest larva. After rewriting, the mother nest larva will recognize you as its master. Would you like to proceed with the rewrite? Chu Li certainly chose to rewrite. It was important to note that once matured, the free drone mother nest equated to a battleship-level entity. Although what was before him was merely a larva, as long as Chu Li nurtured it, it could fully develop into a complete entity. Moreover, the mother nest larva could capture other free drones to serve Chu Li, which meant he could form a free drone army without spending a single penny. As for other benefits that Chu Li could not see, they were likely even greater. Rewrite. With Chu Li's command, he sensed the superlight brain operating under an unusually high load. He vaguely felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. An invisible connection formed between the free drone mother nest larva and Chu Li. The Divine Emperor's ship emitted a blue tractor beam, slowly drawing the free drone mother nest larva into the starship. The free drone mother nest larva was half a person tall, with a round head and mechanical arms covered in flickering lights resembling a glowing octopus. Upon seeing Chu Li, it immediately shrank to the size of a cat, leaping onto Chu Li's shoulder and settling down, appearing very affectionate towards him. Chu Li named the free drone mother nest larva octopus. Although Xiaoying, Chu, Yi, and others were curious, they did not dare to approach and observe closely, because they knew that while octopus seemed harmless, it was only to Chu Li. If anyone dared to offend octopus, it would show no mercy. Though merely a larva, it already possessed battleship-level combat power. To provoke octopus, did they want to experience the sensation of being crushed by a battleship? Xiao Ying and the others felt a chill run down their spines at the thought. They certainly weren't so reckless. At the same time, they were puzzled. They had never heard of anyone being able to tame free drones, let alone a free drone mother nest. It was important to know that the reason free drones were called free was that they were not controlled by any civilization, only obeying the commands of the nest and mechanical logic. Any attempt to invade the control center of the free drones would trigger their self-defense mechanism, leading to an immediate self-detonation. No one was exempt from this. Chu Li taming octopus was a record-breaking achievement. Your Majesty is becoming more and more formidable. Xiaoying felt that the current divine emperor was even more mysterious and wise than before. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her cheeks flushed, and she was completely smitten. Your Majesty, how impressive. Chu Yi and the other fleet commanders were so excited they clenched their fists. The divine emperor was omnipotent and would surely lead them to create more battlefield legends. Eve, as a professional technician, understood better than Xiaoying and Chu Yi just how difficult it was to tame octopus. The Sisterhood had previously attempted similar experiments, all of which had ended in failure. Even the Grand Master of the Sisterhood had asserted that not even the god of science Newton could tame free drones. However, what Newton could not accomplish, Chu Li achieved. In Eve's mind, Chu Li was akin to the god of science Newton and would surely trigger a new wave of scientific evolution. Perhaps only someone like him is worthy to lead our Sisterhood forward. Eve hesitated whether to recommend Chu Li to the Sisterhood Council. The current Sisterhood lacked a strong leader, like Chu Li, becoming fragmented like a pile of loose sand. As a result, the ideals of saving and loving people that the Sisterhood upheld could no longer be maintained. The 3 superspace storage boxes were opened. Chu Li was just about to lead the fleet away from the dock, when he suddenly thought, since the weapons in the dock could still be used, could the other facilities in the dock also be operational? He began to try using the superlight brain to access other functions of the dock. Living area connection failed. Ammunition warehouse connection failed. Starship manufacturing plant connection failed. All connection attempts failed repeatedly. Just as Chu Li was about to give up, the superlight brain suddenly prompted. Starship modification area connection successful. Starship modification management interface loading. A luminous screen appeared before Chu Li. At the top of the screen, a line of bold text read, "Welcome to the Jupiter Starship Modification System." The interface was similar to that of the Interstellar Fortress dock interface. Price list. Dreadnought weapon upgrade, 500 macro energy. Battleship weapon upgrade, 800 macro energy. Cruiser weapon upgrade, 300 macro energy. In Chu Li's Interstellar Fortress, the Starship Modification module had not yet been loaded. Therefore, he was not clear about the extent of the weapon upgrade modification's impact on the starship's combat power. At the same time, it was the first time he had seen the resources required for dock starship modifications. Macro energy. Chu Li had never heard of such a substance. The superlight brain searched for information, but found nothing about macro energy. Chu Li turned his gaze to his trusty encyclopedia, Xiaoying. Xiaoying shook her head helplessly. Eve, who was well-informed, also stated she had never heard of the substance macro energy. Macro energy is likely a substance or energy from other dimensions, Chu Li pondered. Below the Starship Modification interface, there was a row of small text. Macro energy reserve 1456700. This should be the total amount of macro energy Chu Li could currently use. The quantity was considerable enough for him to upgrade the weapons of all the battleships he brought. However, Chu Li was unsure whether the Jupiter Empire's starship modification technology was suitable for the starships of his fleet. After all, the technology of the Jupiter Empire was far superior to that of a level 4 starship, and compatibility issues were likely to arise. Chu Li randomly selected a Mimitar battleship for weapon enhancement. He clicked the modification button next to the battleship on the price list. The selected battleship was slowly sent to the modification area. Buzz. Countless life-sized flying drones like bees returning to their hive attached themselves to the modified battleship. A continuous blue light flickered on the surface of the battleship as large cannons were unloaded from the weapon bay of the battleship. Then countless flying drones attached themselves to the cannons, modifying and optimizing their structure. In less than 5 minutes, a brand new Mimitar battleship was pushed out of the modification area. Compared to before, the modified Mimitar battleship looked more menacing and brutal, with all exposed gun barrels adorned with bulging energy conduits resembling protruding veins. Chu Li opened the combat power analyzer. The lens displayed. Target Mimitar battleship weapon upgrade, combat power 3900, special 300 combat power optimization increase. A 300 increase. Chu Li was astonished. This Mimitar battleship's technology was already mature, and its model was stable. The room for improvement was not large. This astonishing 300 increase could not simply be described as a modification, it could be said to be a completely new and more advanced battleship. Chu Li was deeply shocked and gained a new understanding of the technology of the lost civilization. Next, he modified all 7 fleets, a total of over 800 battleships. Watching battleship after battleship being pushed into the modification area, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu Li's face. After this modification, the combat power of these 7 fleets would receive a terrifying boost. With these 7 fleets, Chu Li could easily annihilate an ordinary level 4 civilization. At this moment, hundreds of light years away from the Jupiter dock in a corner of the death space, the Fox and Plant tribes' fleets hovered lonely in space. In this position, there were no resource points, and naturally no powerful legions would come here. The fleets of the 2 tribes were safe here, and they had also used camouflage stealth devices. Occasionally passing legions or fleets did not discover them. Since an hour ago, when Chu Li contacted them through the dock, the 2 tribes' fleets had not received any communication signals. In the Legion channel, there were only the Fox King and the Plant Tribe Goddess. Fox King Goddess, it's been an hour. Do you think the Divine Emperor's blade will come to rescue us? Should we leave first? There are no shelters nearby, and we can easily become others' targets. Plant Tribe Goddess, the Divine Emperor's blade will definitely not abandon us. Abandoning a mission midway is a mercenary's taboo. If the Divine Emperor's blade does this, no employer will trust them in the future. Moreover, from what I observe, the Divine Emperor is a person of firm will and not the type to easily abandon a target. While the 2 were chatting, suddenly, the Legion channel received a merge request with the note saying concerning safety, hurry into the channel. With both Legion administrators confirming their agreement, the Legion channel was able to merge. At this moment, Chu Li was not in the channel, and the administrator of the Legion channel was the Plant Tribe Goddess. Concerning safety, she and the Fox King certainly wanted to understand the situation. She clicked agree to merge. The 2 entered a channel named Scaly Dog Gone Mad. The Plant Tribe Goddess glanced at it. The channel members numbered over 100, all from civilizations participating in this death space expedition. Even level 4 civilizations such as the Blood Tribe and Stone Tribe were included. Blood Ancestor, that mad dog Scaly Emperor, actually brought a dreadnought to a death space operation. Does he really need to use strategic weapons? Stone Emperor, fortunately our Stone Tribe fleet was quick and jumped away first, otherwise that cannon just now would have taken me out here. What a pity for the vassal civilization fleets that followed me. They became cannon fodder just by being a step slow. Blood Ancestor and Stone Emperor cursed in the channel. If it weren't for the death space only allowing 1 dreadnought to enter, they would definitely send their own civilization's dreadnought for support. Now with the dreadnought outside the space, unable to enter, the Scaly Tribe's dreadnought was essentially invincible. No matter how angry Blood Ancestor and Stone Emperor were, they could only endure. As for using their elite fleet to confront the Scaly Tribe's dreadnought, they would never do such a foolish thing unless they were insane. One must know dreadnoughts can annihilate entire star systems with a single volley. Destroying a fleet also only requires 1 shot. The Fox King and Plant Tribe Goddess were astonished upon seeing this information. Death space. Dreadnought. The Scaly Emperor has truly gone mad, setting such a precedent. In the future, level 4 civilizations will rush to send their own dreadnoughts to participate in activities. At that time, before the death space even opens, the entrance would become a battlefield for dreadnoughts. However, this was not something that the Fox Tribe and Plant Tribe as level 3 civilizations should worry about. What they were currently concerned about was their own safety. Fortunately, their hiding position was remote, and as long as the Scaly Emperor wasn't losing his mind, he shouldn't come to such a place. However, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident is bound to occur. Boom. The sound wave blast nearly overturned both fleets. In the distant space, a huge energy light ball was expanding rapidly, resembling a star explosion. A small fleet was fleeing towards the direction of the Fox Tribe and Plant Tribe fleets. Each starship in the fleet was battered and on fire, looking like survivors of a disaster. If this small fleet continued to approach the 2 tribes' fleets, the stealth camouflage of the 2 tribes would fail, and exposure would only be a matter of time. Fox Kingdom. Plant Tribe Goddess. Human race. The Fox King had already recognized the fleeing fleet. In the blink of an eye, the human fleet had arrived before the 2 ethnic fleets. The camouflage of the 2 ethnic fleets failed. 2 fully armed fleets appeared beside the human fleet. The human fleet thought it was an ambush and quickly turned their cannons. In the command room of the human fleet, Commander Huangjung sighed in relief upon seeing that it was the Fox and Plant clans' fleets. Although the relationship between the human race and the 2 clans was not good, it was not bad enough to ambush their own kind. He prepared to continue fleeing, and before leaving sent a text warning to the 2 clan fleets, hurry. The fearless ship of the Scale clan is coming after us. In the two clan fleets, the Fox King and the Plant Goddess turned pale upon seeing the message. Earlier in the channel, it was said that the fearless ship of the Scale clan was attacking the fleets of other civilizations. They had thought that hiding in this remote corner would keep them safe from the Scale clan, but they had not escaped the disaster brought by the human race. The human race prepared to flee. Naturally, they could not just wait foolishly here. Fortunately, unlike the humans, the Fox and Plant clans were protected by the Divine Emperor's blade. They only needed to find a safe location and quietly wait for the rescue of the Divine Emperor's blade. However, their jump engine had just started. In the distance, several silver-white shells flew towards the center of the three clan fleets. Boom. Following that came wave after wave of electromagnetic pulses. Under the effect of the pulse waves, countless ions surged crazily into the engines of the three clan starships. The jump engines shut down. Even the regular engines of the starships could not function. Jump interference. It could effectively disrupt the operation of the starship's jump engines. Clearly, the Scale clan was not prepared to let them leave. The Fox King panicked. Even the usually calm Plant Goddess felt a jolt in her heart, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, a space-time rift thousands of kilometers long tore open in the void from which a terrifying savage aura emanated. Boom. A magnificent, fearless ship slowly emerged from the space-time rift. The entire ship resembled a shark with its mouth wide open in anger. At the bow of the ship was mounted a gigantic cannon with a caliber of 100,000 meters, surrounded by numerous mysterious auxiliary devices. Along the sides of the fish fins and the shark's body, thousands of cannons with a caliber of 10,000 meters and countless star torpedoes larger than battleships were installed. The fearless ship was clad in armor made of black, mysterious metal exuding a mysterious and fierce light, and as the entire ship emerged from the space-time rift, it seemed to swiftly glide through the vast universe like a giant shark. Before such a terrifying beast, the battleships of the three clans appeared as small as ants, lacking any courage to confront it. This was not only a crushing advantage in tonnage, but also a technological oppression of a level 4 civilization over a level 3 civilization. Moreover, alongside the fearless ship, 3 elite level 4 fleets of the Scale clan followed. Not to mention this fearless ship, even any one of these 3 Scale clan fleets would be sufficient to crush the fleets of the 3 clans. In the command room of the fearless ship, the Scale Emperor looked down upon the 3 clan fleets. So the little ants of the Fox and Plant clans are also here. The Scale Emperor was elated. This time he had reaped a great harvest. He originally intended to finish off the remaining human fleets before going after the Divine Emperor's blade. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the Fox and Plant clans here. In his eyes, the Fox and Plant clans were subordinates of the Divine Emperor's blade. Finding them would lead him to the Divine Emperor's blade. Thinking of the last time, when Chu Li directly cut off his video signal, he became furious. That guy who called himself the Divine Emperor dared to disregard the wrath of the Scale Emperor. The Scale Emperor was determined to make him pay. At this moment, an officer beside him reported to the Scale Emperor, "Your Majesty, should we deploy the Annihilation Cannon?" The Annihilation Cannon was the massive cannon at the bow of the sword-toothed shark. Earlier during their journey, the Scale Emperor had been so excited that he annihilated many level 3 fleets with the Annihilation Cannon. The Annihilation Cannon could indeed obliterate an entire star system, but the terrifying recoil would also cause the fearless ship to disintegrate. Under normal circumstances, fleet commanders would only use 1 or even less of the cannon's energy. Even so, the powerful recoil would still damage the structure of the fearless ship. Therefore, the number of times the Annihilation Cannon could be fired in each battle was limited. No need, I planned to reserve the remaining shells for the Divine Emperor's blade. Although he despised the Divine Emperor's blade, after carefully studying its intelligence, the Scale Emperor had to admit that the Divine Emperor's blade was a formidable opponent. Without the Annihilation Cannon, he might not have full confidence in annihilating the Divine Emperor's blade. To eliminate the Divine Emperor's blade at the smallest cost, the Scale Emperor prepared to make good use of the level 3 civilization before him. I want to communicate with their fleet commander. At this moment, in the command room of the Fox clan fleet, the Fox King saw that the Scale clan fleet did not directly crush them as he had imagined, and doubts arose in his heart. At that moment, a video request came in. It was a video signal from the Scale Emperor. Clearly, the Scale Emperor did not intend to directly crush the 3 clans. The Fox King thought for a moment. If negotiations were possible, he did not want to be crushed. The video connected. Besides the Scale Emperor, there were also Huang Zheng from the human race and the Plant Goddess. The Scale Emperor said, "Everyone, our Scale clan only has grievances with the Divine Emperor's blade. We have no enmity with you. As long as you help me lure the Divine Emperor's blade into the ambush I set up, I can spare you, and even share some resources from the death space with you." The Scale Emperor feigned a very amiable demeanor, speaking in a tempting tone. To be honest, the Scale Emperor's offer was very attractive to the human race, the Fox clan, and the Plant clan. The fleets they brought this time were the most elite of the three clans. If they were annihilated here, it would greatly impact the future development of the three clans. As long as they betrayed the Divine Emperor's blade, they could not only save their most elite fleets, but also gain resources from the death space. One must know that so far they had not obtained any decent resources in the death space. The Scale Emperor was confident. With such an enticing condition, someone among the three clans would definitely be willing to cooperate with him, while those who did not cooperate, the Scale Emperor, would naturally show no mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Huangzheng from the human race was the first to express his stance. He straightforwardly rejected, saying, "Scale Emperor, I will not cooperate with you." This time the human fleet, brought by Huangzheng, was left with only remnants. Regardless of whether the Scale Emperor spared him, the significant losses suffered by the human race could not be changed. This was not something the Scale Emperor's offer of some resources from the death space could compensate. For Huangzheng, betraying the Divine Emperor's blade for a small gain was not worth it, especially when it would bring a great enemy to the everlasting star cloud's human race. Then it was the plant goddess' turn. She shook her head, saying, "I will not cooperate with you." Her reason was simple. She simply felt that even with the fearless ship, the Scale clan would not be a match for the Divine Emperor's blade. The Plant clan had grown to become the most powerful civilization in the everlasting star cloud because they always stood on the side of the victors. Only the Fox King appeared to be in deep conflict. If he refused, the Scale Emperor would definitely wipe out the Fox clan fleet immediately, but if he agreed to betray the Divine Emperor's blade, he would find it hard to reconcile with his own conscience. After much hesitation, in the end the Fox King still shook his head with difficulty. "Scale Emperor, I will not betray the Divine Emperor's blade." The Scale Emperor originally thought that the Fox King would eventually agree after hesitating for so long. To his surprise, the response he received was still a refusal. He could not help but roar in frustration. "Why? Are you not afraid of death?" The Fox King replied, "Because I trust the judgment of the Plant tribe. They always stand on the side of the victors." Upon hearing this, the Scale Emperor laughed heartily, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "I will lose. The invincible ship against battleships. Will I lose, eh? You insects of a level 3 civilization truly know nothing of real power." At that moment, an abrupt signal interrupted the video. Seeing that familiar upright figure, the Plant tribe goddess' eyes lit up. "Divine Emperor." The Fox King also looked pleased. "Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor." For Huangzheng of the human race, it was the first time seeing Chu Li, and he felt that the young man in the image was impressively charismatic, exuding an aura beyond his years that made one want to worship him. "Is this the master of the Divine Emperor's blade, oi?" Huangzheng gazed upward in awe. As Chu Li entered the video call, he happened to hear the statements of the three tribes. He glanced at the leaders of the three tribes, nodding slightly. These three tribes had some principles, they were worth his effort. Then he turned his gaze to the Scale Emperor, a hint of faint sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. "Scale Emperor, you and your fleet will all die this time. I said it." When Chu Li spoke these words, there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Clearly in his eyes, the Scale Emperor was not enough to provoke his anger. "The Divine Emperor's blade. You." Before he could finish speaking, the video was abruptly cut off by Chu Li. Chu Li couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. The Scale Emperor was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. In the command room of the Scale tribe fleet, the Scale Emperor angrily bent the staff he had just welded. "Damn it. The Divine Emperor's blade is too rude. I want to capture its master and make sashimi to drink with." The Scale Emperor's aide cautiously reminded him. "Your Majesty, look quickly. It's the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade." The Scale Emperor looked in the direction pointed by his aide. Less than 1,000 kilometers from the Scale tribe fleet, a space-time rift appeared. Well-equipped fleets surged out from the space-time rift, quickly forming a battle formation. If we only consider the fleet's combat power and discipline, the Scale Emperor had to admit that the three elite fleets he brought were no match for the opposing side. Moreover, the opponent had a total of 7 fleets, while he only had 3. He was at a disadvantage in numbers. If it weren't for the Scale Emperor possessing the invincible ship, he would have fled upon encountering such a formidable enemy. The combat power of a single invincible ship could not be compensated for even by 10 fleets. Even if he ultimately could not win, as long as the Scale Emperor activated the Annihilation cannon, a single shot would be enough to obliterate all 7 of the opponent's fleets. After all, it's just a mercenary organization that has never seen the horror of the invincible ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to confront an invincible ship hidden with a fully equipped level 4 fleet. The Scale Emperor secretly despised them in his heart. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's blade, Chu Li stood proudly, wearing a combat power analyzer, having thoroughly assessed the strength comparison of both sides. For Chu Li's side, the original combat power of each fleet was 140 million, which had been enhanced to 300 million after modifications at the Jupiter dock. The 7 fleets combined had a total combat power of 1 billion. On the Scale Tribe side, the 3 elite fleets following the invincible ship had an average combat power of only 100 million, with a combined combat power of 300 million. The combat power of one invincible ship reached 1 billion. In total, the Scale Tribe's combat power was 1.3 billion. Although the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade had an advantage, it was not strong enough to crush the Scale Tribe. In such a power comparison, if the Divine Emperor's blade were to engage in battle with the Scale Tribe, even if they ultimately emerged victorious, they would still suffer significant losses. If any of the 3 tribes had agreed to scheme against the Divine Emperor's blade earlier, Chu Li would have simply walked away and would never have intervened to save them. Of course, Chu Li chose to intervene to save the 3 tribes also because he had a way to restrain the invincible ship. Otherwise, no matter how moved he was by the actions of the 3 tribes, he would not take the risk of jeopardizing his own strength. At this moment in the channel of the Scale Dog has gone mad, the leader of the Spirit Tribe said, "The Divine Emperor's blade is about to battle the Scale Tribe. The coordinates are XXXX. Is anyone coming to watch? Is the invincible ship present in the Scale Tribe?" The leader of the Spirit Tribe replied, "Yes, the Divine Emperor's blade has 7 fully equipped level 4 fleets, and the Scale Tribe has 3 fully equipped level 4 fleets along with 1 invincible ship. To confront an invincible ship with a level 4 fleet, the Divine Emperor's blade is simply seeking death. This time the Divine Emperor's blade is likely to be doomed." Some people worried for the Divine Emperor's blade, but more were gloating. No one believed that the Divine Emperor's blade could defeat the Scale Tribe's invincible ship with just a level 4 fleet. At this moment, the 2 factions of the Divine Emperor's blade and the Scale Tribe, like dueling quick-draw artists, were waiting for the other to expose a flaw for a decisive strike. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly tense. The 3 tribes' fleets were caught between the 2, unable to advance or retreat. It was quite uncomfortable. They wanted to slightly shift aside. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 3 tribes' fleets moved, the Scale Tribe's fleet struck first. The 3 level 4 fleets of the Scale Tribe fired simultaneously. On the invincible ship, in addition to the Annihilation cannon, other turrets began to spew lasers continuously, each beam thicker than a cruiser's hull, making the 3 tribes gasp in astonishment. Is this the combat of a level 4 civilization? Compared to this, the intensity of battles in level 3 civilizations seemed laughable, akin to children's games. The Divine Emperor's blade faction formed a shield matrix with the Sisterhood Guardian ships, connecting all shields into one. The shield matrix is a unique fusion skill of the Sisterhood Guardian ships capable of rapidly increasing shield strength to 500 of the normal level for a short period. As the Scale Tribe's bombardment hit the shields, it caused violent fluctuations. Compared to the ease of defending against attacks from level 3 civilizations, the Sisterhood Guardian ships clearly found it much more challenging to defend against the Scale Tribe's assault. Fortunately, they managed to block all of the Scale Tribe's attacks. Even the interstellar torpedoes launched by the invincible ship, comparable in size to battleships, could not break through the shields of the Sisterhood Guardian ships. After all, in terms of defense, the technology level of the Sisterhood was among the top in level 4 civilizations. Upon seeing this, the Scale Emperor's face turned iron blue with rage. He had initially thought that using the ordinary attacks of the invincible ship would be enough to easily crush the Divine Emperor's blade, yet he found that he couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. It seemed that without using a trump card, the Scale Tribe might end up losing this battle. He turned to his aide and said, "Activate the Annihilation cannon." The Scale Emperor could not believe it. No matter how strong the Divine Emperor's blade's defense was, could it withstand the bombardment of the Annihilation cannon? The Swordfish-class dreadnought, the Fearless, unleashed a barrage of over 10,000 super-large caliber cannons, causing the entire starship to tremble violently. Creak. Amidst the shaking, the starship's front section, the Annihilation ship, slowly moved, targeting the direction of the Divine Emperor's blade under the radar's guidance. Orange-red cannon light gathered at the muzzle, causing the surrounding space to collapse. In the command room of the Swordfish-class dreadnought, the Lizard Emperor's icy gaze fell upon the golden battleship within the Divine Emperor's blade, the Divine Emperor's Extreme. That disrespectful Divine Emperor should be aboard that starship now. The Lizard Emperor's hand moved toward a green button beside him. If he pressed this button, the Annihilation cannon would destroy the Divine Emperor's Extreme along with all the fleets of the Divine Emperor's blade. But at that moment, several points of light approached rapidly nearby, charging toward the Lizard Clan fleet and the Fearless. The Lizard Emperor nearly stumbled as he recognized the incoming lights. Self-destruct drones. Each self-destruct drone was as large as a battleship. There were at least 10 of them. If so many battleship-sized self-destruct drones detonated within the Lizard Clan fleet, not to mention the 3 elite fleets of the Lizard Clan being completely annihilated, even the Fearless would suffer severe damage. The Fearless was a powerful weapon for a level 4 civilization, and the Lizard Emperor dared to flaunt it in the death space, knowing there was nothing in the death space that could harm the Fearless. But if the Swordfish-class dreadnought suffered severe damage in the death space, the Lizard Clan would likely be besieged by other civilizations. Not to mention the Blood Clan and the Stone Clan, who had been bullied by the Lizard Emperor this time, would not let go of this opportunity. If that were to happen, the Lizard Emperor would become the center responsible for the decline of the Lizard Clan's power. He could no longer afford to fire at the Divine Emperor's blade and hurriedly commanded the Fearless to evade the self-destruct drones. Quick turn. Let the fleet block these drones. In the face of danger, the less valuable Level 4 fleet was the first to be abandoned by the Lizard Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's blade, Chu Li calmly observed everything happening before him. These self-destruct drones were among the many free drones captured by the free drone mother Nest the Octopus. Previously used to bomb the Fox Clan and the Plant Clan, the functional self-destruct drones created spatial distortions, teleporting the two clans' fleets here without causing any harm to them. As for these powerful explosive drones, they had been dispatched by the Octopus for patrol at the borders when Chu Li infiltrated the dock, and thus they couldn't return in time, allowing Chu Li to evade. Now these drones became Chu Li's weapons to attack the Lizard Clan's Fearless. 4 self-destruct drones shattered the 3 Level 4 fleets of the Lizard Clan into pieces. The remaining 6 self-destruct drones quickly closed in on the Swordfish-class dreadnought. With 2 violent explosions, the 2 stabilizers of the Fearless were destroyed, causing the entire dreadnought to capsize, exposing its most vulnerable underside. The interstellar Fearless, thousands of kilometers long, exposed its underside, towering majestically like the legendary Pangu continent. All cannon fire aimed at the Divine Emperor's blade deviated by tens of thousands of miles, smashing a nearby asteroid slightly larger than the new moon into 4 pieces, resulting in an unfortunate fate for the civilization that had just developed a feudal society on that asteroid. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's extreme, Chu Li's eyes brightened. Now was the opportunity. All 7 fleets target the underside of the Fearless. Prepare for triple volley. With Chu Li's command, the orders were issued. Chu E, ammunition preparation complete. Chu Air, second fleet lock on target. Fire. With Chu Li's command, the orders were given. The cannons, improved by the Jupiter Empire's technology, roared like dragon chants, unleashing relentless firepower akin to a dragon's flame toward the tender underside of the Swordfish-class dreadnought. At the same time, the remaining 4 self-destruct drones also arrived, attacking the Swordfish-class dreadnought together. Encircled, even the battle-hardened Swordfish-class dreadnought could not escape the groans of metal creaking. Explosion. Raging fire. The torturous energy layered upon itself, surging continuously. Creak. Even after suffering such severe damage, the Swordfish-class dreadnought slowly turned its massive body amidst the baptism of cannon fire. As it turned, the cannons on its body fired frantically towards the Divine Emperor's blade, hitting several starships in the fleet, some of which were severely damaged and nearly exploded into pieces. Fortunately, the medical motherships of the Sisterhood arrived in time. They continuously deployed remote-controlled repair robots to the starships of the Divine Emperor's blade, managing to control the damage. In the command room of the Swordfish-class dreadnought, the Lizard Emperor's aide gripped his shoulder tightly, urging excitedly, "Your Majesty, we must retreat. The Swordfish-class dreadnought has sustained 67 damage. If we don't withdraw now, we will all be lost here." The current battlefield situation had the Lizard Clan at an absolute disadvantage against the Divine Emperor's blade. The jump engine of the Swordfish-class dreadnought had also been damaged due to the earlier attack by the self-destruct drones. The fall of this Lizard Clan dreadnought was only a matter of time. It was meaningless for the Lizard Emperor to persist here any longer. Reluctantly, he cast a glance towards the distant Divine Emperor's extreme. If it weren't for the self-destruct drone's appearance, the annihilation cannon of the Swordfish-class dreadnought would have already shattered the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. What a pity. How infuriating. The aide dragged the Lizard Emperor onto an escape shuttle. The shuttle was a starship designed specifically for fleeing, sacrificing all armor and weapons for maximum speed, nearing the speed of light. Before leaving, the Lizard Emperor transferred command of the Swordfish-class dreadnought to the Intelligent Brain. According to the program settings, the Intelligent Brain would continue charging the Annihilation Cannon. As the Lizard Emperor and his aide piloted the escape shuttle away, the Annihilation Cannon fired its first shot, a deafening roar suppressing all noise on the battlefield. High-energy particle streams surged from the cannon's bore, condensing into a massive sphere at the muzzle resembling the eye of a demon, flashing with blue light. Whoosh! A piercing scream tore through the void. The blue energy beam, like a fluid, condensed intensely, directly penetrating a large star behind the Divine Emperor's blade. It seemed the energy beam hit something, causing a violent explosion to erupt from behind the Divine Emperor's blade. Then came the second shot. The third shot. Since the Annihilation Cannon was controlled by the intelligent brain, the firing positions for each shot were exactly the same. Naturally, the targets they hit were all consistent. Yet none of them hit the Divine Emperor's blade. When the fourth shot concluded, the swordfish-glass dreadnought could no longer hold on and began to slowly disintegrate. Although many Lizard Clan members had piloted escape pods to flee, still over 100 million Lizard Clan people would accompany the swordfish-glass dreadnought to its demise. During the fierce battle between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Lizard Clan, the fleets of the three clans hid aside, not daring to move, fearing that they might attract the attention of the Lizard Emperor and be targeted with a few cannonballs. In front of a true level 4 fleet, the so-called mixed level 4 fleet of the Plant Clan was nothing but a joke. At this moment, the undefeated myth of the Fearless exploded, collapsing after lasting 20 minutes. The leaders of the three clans were stunned by the scene before them, rendered speechless for a long time. The Plant Clan's goddess exclaimed, "The Divine Emperor's blade actually shattered the Lizard Clan's Fearless." She had anticipated that the Divine Emperor's blade would win, but never expected it to win so thoroughly. Using a level 4 fleet to annihilate the Fearless aside from the Divine Emperor's blade, who else could do that? The Fox King watched the still exploding Fearless outside the window, swallowing hard. He glanced with reverence at the golden battleship within the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade, his eyes filled with an unshakable awe. At this moment, Huang Zheng connected with the special communication line to the human home planet, a line unaffected by distance. He reported everything that happened here to the human headquarters on New Earth. Chu Li discovered several starships wandering in the distance. Their radars constantly scanned the area. He estimated that these ships were merely there to spectate, and he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind, commanding the fleet to randomly fire a couple of shells in their direction to chase them away. Channel Linguadog is crazy. The leader of the Spirit Clan said that was close. I almost got hit by the Divine Emperor's blade's shells. I bet you all didn't expect that the Lin Clan's invincible ship actually lost, getting blasted into pieces by the Divine Emperor's blade. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Stone Sovereign exclaimed. How could a level 4 fleet defeat an invincible ship? Why would we invest so many resources to build invincible ships, then? The invincible ship is capable of annihilating star systems. Even if it can't win, it will self-destruct and utilize its annihilation cannon to ensure mutual destruction with the Divine Emperor's blade fleet. In the channel, the leaders of the level 4 civilization were unwilling to believe this news. They were pouring the resources of their entire civilization into building invincible ships. If someone were to tell them at this moment that the capabilities of the invincible ship were not as great as they imagined, it would undoubtedly threaten their lives. Moreover, their ability to become the overlords of their respective nebulae was greatly supported by the deterrence of the invincible ship against other civilizations. If it were confirmed that the invincible ship was not that terrifying, those vassal civilizations would inevitably harbor rebellious thoughts. In the command room of the Stone Clan fleet, Stone Sovereign said to his adjutant, "Send out scout starships immediately. I want to see the battle report between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Lin Clan as soon as possible." In the Blood Clan fleet command room, the Blood Clan said, "Release all our Bloodbat intelligence drones and bring back every detail from the battlefield. I want to understand the full scope of this battle." In the channel, other civilizations also began to stir. Various factions, both overt and covert, started investigating the ins and outs of the battle between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Lin Clan. After the battle, Chu Li assigned the task of cleaning up the battlefield to the pirate fleet led by Old Six. Unlike before this time, Chu Li did not order Old Six to slaughter all the captives. The development work on Omega Planet in the Centaur star system had been completed, and it was now capable of producing energy. With these captives, the planet could operate in shifts, boosting energy output by at least 3 times. As for whether these captives could survive under such intense work, Chu Li was unconcerned. The Fox Clan, Plant Clan, and Human Clan fleets, having just faced danger, no longer wished to explore the death space. Chu Li arranged for Chu Yi's fleet to escort the 3 clans out of the death space. Due to the lack of a hiring agreement, this time the Divine Emperor's blade had no obligation to escort the Human Clan fleet. The Human Clan paid 3.0 tons of energy crystals as a reward for the Divine Emperor's blade's escort. Meanwhile, Chu Li himself led 7 fleets of the Divine Emperor's blade towards the direction where the swordfish had just fired. The annihilation cannon from the Lin Clan seemed to have struck a strange target. From the sound of the explosion, the target did not seem to be a celestial body or a structure. What could it be? Chu Li was very curious. The Divine Emperor's blade fleet advanced slowly, passing by one celestial body after another. Stars, planets, satellites. The celestial bodies struck by the annihilation cannon, regardless of their size, were pierced through in one hit, erupting with magma from the gaping holes. Suddenly, countless black dots appeared ahead. Chu Li estimated that the number of black dots reached into the thousands. Free drones. The Divine Emperor's blade aimed all its weapons at these black dots. The Sisterhood Guardian ship raised its shield in front of the Divine Emperor's Supreme ship. The number of free drones in front was dozens of times more than before. If a fight broke out, it would be a tough battle. The Divine Emperor's blade stood ready. However, the free drones remained motionless. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's Supreme ship, Chu Li said, "Chu Air, send a reconnaissance ship up to check the situation." Soon a reconnaissance ship resembling a bird took off from Chu Air's fleet, nimbly jumping and executing tactical maneuvers as it approached the free drones. The images captured by the reconnaissance ship were synchronized to Chu Li's screen. In the desolate and silent space, the free drones hovered quietly. They showed no signs of damage, and their current state resembled that of being shut down. The reconnaissance ship attempted to connect with the intelligence brain of one of the drones, discovering that its mechanical logic program was in a dormant state, with its connection to the mother nest also down. The free drones operating without a connection to a mother nest were functioning based on the mechanical logic program within their intelligence brain. Once controlled by the mother nest, the drone's mechanical logic program would shift to a dormant state, and the connection to the mother nest would become active. The fact that these free drones' logic programs were in a dormant state indicated that at least before shutting down, they were under the control of the mother nest. Now that the connection to the mother nest was down, it suggested that the mother nest controlling these free drones had encountered a problem. It was very likely destroyed. A mother nest capable of controlling thousands of free drones is certainly not an immature form like the octopus, but a complete entity. The complete mother nest of the free drones is equivalent to the level of an invincible ship. To inflict damage on such a high-level entity, only a monstrous force like the Divine Emperor's blade or another invincible ship level or higher combat power could achieve that. Suddenly, Chu Li thought of something, seemingly confirming his thoughts. The reconnaissance ship passed through the dense cluster of free drones and arrived inside the drone swarm. There, a massive wreckage measuring thousands of kilometers in length and width appeared before everyone. The shape of the enormous wreckage resembled an octopus, but on its rounded head, 4 large holes of several dozen kilometers in diameter had been blasted open. Within the large holes, embers were erupting, with countless optical cables resembling the blood vessels of the human race falling out, green liquid dripping down along the cables. In the command room of the Divine Emperor's Supreme ship, Chu Li and the others present were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the complete entity of the free drone mother nest. At this moment, the complete entity of the mother nest's tentacles were still twitching, clearly not fully dead yet. There was no doubt. From the size and location of its wounds, it could be deduced that during the fierce battle between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Lin Clan's invincible ships, 4 cannon shots did not hit the Divine Emperor's blade, but instead blew up the hidden free drone mother nest. This drone mother nest is really unlucky. Chu Li couldn't help but feel grateful that the powerful 4 shots did not strike the Divine Emperor's blade fleet, reflecting on the situation. Beside him, Xiao Ying and the others silently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chu Li felt a lightness on his shoulder. The octopus, which had been resting on his shoulder, suddenly emitted a lively electronic sound and jumped off. Without any visible movement, it vanished in place. When Chu Li saw it again, the octopus had appeared in the reconnaissance ship's footage. At that moment, the octopus charged towards the wreckage of the complete mother nest. Just as the others were left bewildered, Chu Li suddenly remembered something. It turns out that the free drone mother nest belongs to a mechanical entity capable of scavenging usable parts from the wreckage of other nests to enhance and upgrade itself. The octopus lunged into the large hole at the front of the free drone mother nest wreckage. Immediately, a violent tremor shook the area. The wreckage surprisingly began to move as the Divine Emperor's blade aimed all its cannons at the debris. However, the wreckage merely swung its mechanical tentacles and ceased any further movement. Then the onlookers witnessed the massive body of the mother nest slowly beginning to collapse. Countless metal fragments and fiber cables shattered and scattered as the free drone mother nest, thousands of kilometers in length and width, disintegrated within seconds, with flames erupting from the cracks as if it were the end of the world. Soon after, a juvenile mother nest larger than the Divine Emperor's flagship appeared before everyone. Having absorbed the energy and components of the complete mother nest, the octopus experienced a tremendous upgrade. Though it was still a juvenile, both its combat power and its ability to control other free drones had significantly improved. The upgrade of the free drone mother nest juvenile was complete, automatically increasing the connection bandwidth. A line of small text appeared before Chu Li indicating this was a prompt from the super quantum brain. Buzz. Chu Li felt a ringing in his ears, and his head suddenly throbbed with pain far more intense than when he first connected with the octopus. At that moment, the octopus emitted a sudden red glow. It abruptly extended its mechanical arms. Buzz. A crimson wave of light radiated from the octopus, gradually oscillating outward. Buzz, buzz. 2 more waves of light emerged. They moved. The free drones that had been in a dormant state around them suddenly sprang to life. Thousands of free drones ignited their thrusters and slowly sailed towards the octopus, surrounding it like worshippers venerating a deity. Once again, the octopus emitted another wave of light. Xiaoying remarked, "It's attempting to control these drones. But it's still not a complete form. Controlling thousands of free drones could prove challenging. Controlling the number of free drones is related to the operational speed of the Mother Nest Intelligence Core. Although the Octopus Intelligence Core speed has improved, it still lags behind the complete Mother Nest." Chu Li pondered. What Xiaoying mentioned was merely the normal situation. However, Chu Li's super quantum brain had 100,000 times the enhancement effect on the Starship's intelligence core, similarly benefiting the Octopus Intelligence Core. Indeed, after 5 waves of red light, the free drones swirling around the octopus suddenly began to move. They arranged themselves in formation resembling the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet and joined the fleet. The octopus then shrank back to its original size, returning to Chu Li's shoulder. The octopus had actually helped Chu Li capture a fleet of several thousand free drones. Chu Li used the combat power analyzer to assess the free drone fleet. The result was 250 million combat power, roughly double that of an elite level 4 fleet, but lower than the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, which had been upgraded at the Jupiter dock. After all, the Jupiter dock had achieved an astonishing 300 increase in Starship combat power, so it was normal for the free drone fleet to be inferior. Nonetheless, among standard level 4 fleets, the free drone fleet was virtually invincible. Xiaoying expressed her amazement. This was the first free drone fleet to be subdued and controlled by civilization. "Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor is becoming increasingly unpredictable," Eve said, looking at the octopus with excitement. If possible, she wanted to study the principles behind the free drone Mother Nest, capturing and controlling free drones, perhaps enabling the Divine Emperor's Blade to master this technology as well. However, she knew this was unlikely. Even if Chu Li agreed, the octopus with combat power comparable to a battleship was not something they could control. Chu Li seemed to see through Eve's thoughts. He tossed her a small blue cube. "This is the intelligence core chip from the Mother Nest wreckage. You should be able to find technological clues for controlling free drones on it." This was given to Chu Li by the octopus upon its return. With the super quantum brain database, Chu Li instantly recognized what it was. Although the Mother Nest intelligence core chip was precious, it was of little use to Chu Li, so he decided to hand it over to Eve for research. Eve held the chip, her face filled with excitement. "Your Majesty, rest assured we will crack the technology in the chip as soon as possible," Chu Li instructed. "The research on the chip can be delayed. We need to focus on breaking through the 9 improvement technologies for the invincible ship." The improvement technologies for the invincible ship relate to the ultimate combat performance of the longing ship. Eve nodded in response. "Your Majesty, rest assured we will strive to break through as soon as possible." During this activity in the Death Space, the Fox Clan and Plant Clan as employers gained no benefits, and their fleet nearly faced annihilation by the Scale Clan. The Divine Emperor's Blade originally entered merely as bodyguards, but unexpectedly reaped tremendous rewards. Not only did they acquire a large number of energy cores, but Chu Li himself also obtained the combat power analyzer and the octopus. Now they had also acquired a fleet composed of free drones. The reason the Divine Emperor's Blade could obtain these rewards might be influenced by Chu Li's extraordinary luck. However, more importantly, it was due to the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade itself. In the chaotic death space, no matter how many gains one could achieve, without sufficient combat power for protection, they would still be robbed by others. The opening of the death space has a time limit. Once the stellar winds decline, the time-space tunnel connecting the death space and the normal universe will close. Civilizations continuously returned to the normal universe through the time-space tunnel. At the tunnel's entrance, the threat from the Scale Clan was gone. The Stone Clan and Blood Clan, along with their vassal civilizations, blocked the entrance, robbing those scattered fleets and collecting tolls. Any fleet wishing to enter the time-space tunnel had to pay them. From a moral standpoint, the Stone Clan and Blood Clan as 4th-level civilizations were not much better than the Scale Clan. Those disobedient scattered fleets would end up getting obliterated by the 2 clans' fleets. Fire and starship wreckage littered the ground. The scattered fleets and small civilizations were left with no choice but to obey and pay, unable to fight back. At this moment, the radars of all starships at the tunnel entrance simultaneously lit up. A large-scale fleet was approaching the time-space tunnel. "It's the Divine Emperor's Blade. Oh my goodness, so many starships. How enviable such a mighty fleet. When can I have one?" As the fleet commanders waiting in line to pay saw the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, they felt a mix of emotions and various fantasies. When they saw the free drone fleet, everyone broke into a cold sweat. In the command room of the Stone Clan fleet, the Stone Emperor, who had been grinning at his ever-increasing interstellar coin balance, was taken aback and involuntarily stepped back 2 paces upon seeing thousands of free drones rushing towards him. Why are free drones appearing here? The free drones belong to uncontrollable mechanical entities. Under the manipulation of logical programs, both the free drones and their nests possess a certain degree of mechanical intelligence. They often ambush isolated starships from various civilizations, creating new free drones in the process, but generally avoid direct conflicts with civilized powers and do not launch large-scale assaults. They would never strike at a gathering place of civilization fleets, as they do now. When Shi Huang realized that this fleet of free drones was under the command of the Blade of the Divine Emperor, his shock not only did not diminish, but intensified. Because free drones are not controlled by civilized forces, they only obey the innate mechanical instincts and logical program controls. Apart from the nests of other free drones, no one can manipulate their actions. How did the Blade of the Divine Emperor manage to subjugate the free drones? Shi Huang was eager to know, yet he did not dare to ask. The Blade of the Divine Emperor is a fierce character that can withstand a level 4 fleet Hedon, and even when, if they were to become displeased, the Shi clan would not be able to withstand their wrath. After all, there are no invincible ships by Shi Huang's side now to endure the anger of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. The Blood Clan's patriarch shares the same thoughts. When the Blade of the Divine Emperor wants to use the space-time tunnel, the Blood Clan not only dares not charge a fee, but also disperses all fleets from various races blocking the tunnel. The fleets of the Shi clan and Blood Clan act like two sentinels, escorting the fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor into the space-time tunnel. Chu Li originally did not wish to take the space-time tunnel. If it were not for the fact that the fleet of free drones could not yet pass through the jump bridge constructed by the Sisterhood, the fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor would find it more convenient to traverse the jump bridge, which leads directly to their home star fortress. He observed that the Shi clan and Blood Clan were somewhat reasonable and did not make things difficult for them. With the current combat power of the Blade of the Divine Emperor, civilizations like the Shi clan and Blood Clan, which are in the early stages of level 4 civilization, are already beneath his notice. Both are level 4 civilizations. Races like the Scale Clan, Shi Clan, and Blood Clan belong to the early stages of level 4 civilization, characterized by their ability to construct strategic weapons like invincible ships. However, due to insufficient technology and strength, the invincible ships cannot handle the recoil from the Annihilation cannon effectively, which can easily lead to destruction if used carelessly. The territory they can control generally encompasses only a single nebula. Organizations like the Wolfkill that Chu Li encountered earlier are at the mid-level of level 4 civilization, with technology and strength significantly stronger than early level 4 civilizations. They no longer worry about the recoil from Annihilation cannons, and their controlled territory expands to several nebulae, or even a star region. The Titanium Star, where Chu Li previously resided, is at the peak level of level 4 civilization, with both level 4 technology and strength reaching their zenith. The invincible ships they built can freely use Annihilation cannons. During large-scale battles, the invincible ships become the primary weapon, determining the outcome of the battlefield. When Chu Li was still the Divine Emperor, the territory controlled by Titanium Star spanned 3-star regions, with over 10,000 subordinate civilizations, truly a star region empire. After enhancements at the Jupiter dock, Chu Li's current fleet strength is such that as long as the Scale Clan, Shi Clan, and Blood Clan do not unite to attack, he can easily prevail. Although Chu Li finds it a bit distasteful that the Shi clan and Blood Clan bully the weak, since both races behaved so reasonably in his presence, he could not be bothered to stand up for these weaker civilizations. In the struggle for supremacy in the universe, the law of the jungle prevails. If you are weak, you deserve to be beaten. Chu Li has long surpassed the age of acting based on feelings. The fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor slowly entered the space-time tunnel. Shi Huang and the patriarch of the Blood Clan looked at the elite and orderly fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor, their eyes filled with envy. They too desired such a powerful force. The numerous small civilizations watching from the sidelines looked up in admiration. During this journey through the death space, the Scale Emperor wreaked havoc, yet the Fox Clan and Plant Clan remained unscathed. This made them understand a truth even more clearly: it is good to be sheltered under a big tree. Small civilizations must find a patron and cling to a powerful ally. The Blade of the Divine Emperor is a sturdy leg to lean on. On the day the death space ended, the Shi Clan and Blood Clan formed a coalition and invaded the territory of the Scale Clan. A great battle ensued between both sides. However, all of this has nothing to do with Chu Li. He gained immensely from this journey through the death space. Although the Fox Clan and Plant Clan did not acquire much, they still obediently transferred 200 billion star coins to Chu Li's account. Chu Li did not convert these star coins into resources, as he had other uses for this money according to Tion Shan's arrangements. Today, the Centaur Queen is playing games with Chu Li. While torturing Tion Shan for transformation, Eve accidentally lost an important 10 cm. The leader of the Angel Clan, Tion Shan, took the initiative to apply to become Chu Li's chief steward. In Chu Li's room, the Centaur Queen gently tilted her head, and softly asked Chu Li, "Your Majesty, do I need to use the transformation device?" The transformation device can transform a person into an image that meets the aesthetic standards of any race based on their original appearance and physique. If the beauty of the Centaur Queen, which captivates her entire race, were transformed into a human, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Chu Li shook his head. "No need, I prefer to ride horses. Though riding can be tiring, it is beneficial for physical and mental health." After exercising, Chu Li opened his collection album. The loyalty of the Centaur clan reached 90. With a civilization loyalty of 90, the resource points contributed to the blade of the Divine Emperor daily are 5 times more than those at 60 loyalty. While horse riding is good, one should not overindulge. Other exercises should not be neglected either. Chu Li took the book that Tion Shan handed over and made a mark with the Queen of the Bug Clan. "Let's go with this next time." He left the remaining matters to Tion Shan to arrange. Chu Li entered the hall where the human leader Zhao Qingtian, the Fox King, and the Plant Clan goddess awaited. Chu Li cast a curious glance at them. The contract between the blade of the Divine Emperor and the Fox Clan and Plant Clan had already ended. What could they want from him? Chu Li stepped onto the high platform and arrived before his seat, made of pure gold. "What brings you three to me? Please speak directly." Saying this, Chu Li received the information handed to him by Xiaoying. Despite losing an invincible ship, the Scale Clan could still hold its own against the coalition of the Blood Clan and Sure Clan. There were even rumors that the Scale Clan had gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Chu Li looked on in astonishment. Having fought against the Scale Clan before, he did not think they were capable of such strength. There must be something amiss with the Scale Clan. Chu Li did not glance at the 3 individuals below again. The 3 had certainly come with a request, and Chu Li decided to keep them in suspense, hoping to secure an even greater reward from them. This is a negotiation tactic. The expressions of the 3 individuals below became quite awkward. In the end, it was the Fox King who stepped forward on behalf of the other 2. He bowed toward Chu Li. "Your Majesty, our 3 races have decided to submit to your rule. Please allow us to express our loyalty to you." Upon hearing this, a half-smile appeared on Chu Li's face. He looked at Zhao Qingtian and the Plant Clan goddess. "Is this your wish as well? Are you certain you want to submit to me?" Zhao Qingtian and the Plant Clan goddess nodded. This was indeed their intention. Why? The leaders of the 3 clans initially thought that the Divine Emperor's blade would readily accept their surrender. However, Chu Li's reaction completely took them by surprise. "Why? Is there any reason for surrender?" The 3 exchanged glances. Chu Li raised the intelligence report in his hand. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall speak for you. The reason you are hastily seeking to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade at this moment is due to the war among the Scale Clan, Stone Clan, and Blood Clan, right?" The 3 listened attentively. Their expressions froze, and the Fox King bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor truly has a discerning eye. We cannot continue to conceal the truth. Currently, the Scale Clan, Stone Clan, and Blood Clan are at war. The Stone Clan and Blood Clan cannot compete with the Scale Clan, so they are conscripting weaker civilizations as cannon fodder. I have heard that many civilizations have been pushed onto the battlefield as expendables, suffering heavy losses. We 3 clans are located next to the territory of the Blood Clan. The Blood Ancestor has already declared that if we do not follow him into battle, he will exterminate our 3 clans first. So you wish to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade to seek our protection?" Chu Li's gaze flickered as he coldly stared at the Fox King. The Fox King felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient behemoth that devours the stars, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The fear and pressure within him rose constantly, nearly causing him to kneel. The Fox King wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeatedly bowed to Chu Li. "Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor is truly wise. I implore you to protect our 3 clans based on the decent relationship we have had with the Divine Emperor's blade." Chu Li shifted his gaze towards the human Zhao Qingtian and the Plant Clan goddess. The Fox King felt the immense pressure lift, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "I can accept your allegiance." But the leaders of the 3 clans looked towards Chu Li. Since the Divine Emperor was aware that their motives for allegiance were impure, accepting them would undoubtedly come with conditions. All 3 were astute individuals who would not naively believe that the Divine Emperor's blade would provide protection without a price. They had discussed this before coming. The Blood Clan was pressing them too hard. As long as the conditions proposed by the Divine Emperor's blade were not excessive, they would accept them. "I have 3 conditions. First, this protection is equivalent to hiring the Divine Emperor's blade. You will need to pay 10 trillion interstellar coins. Second, each of your clans must provide me with 1 royal female from your direct bloodline. Third, 50 of the resources generated in the territories of the 3 clans will belong to the Divine Emperor's blade." 3 conditions. For Chu Li, the most important was the second condition. As long as the 3 clans agreed to the second condition, it would have a collecting effect. Once he raised their loyalty to 100, the resources and territories of the three clans would be at his disposal. However, for the leaders of the three clans, the second condition was the least concerning. This condition was a privilege of a star-level civilization's sovereign over its subordinate civilizations. Since they intended to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade, they naturally prepared themselves mentally for this. 10 trillion interstellar coins was also reasonable, but the third condition was another matter. Each of their three civilizations controlled at least a dozen star systems with hundreds of stellar systems, and the resources produced daily were immense. If half of that had to be contributed to the Divine Emperor's blade, it would likely harm the foundations of the three clans. The Fox King said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, the first and second conditions are no problem. But the third condition, will 50 be too much? Can it be reduced?" Hearing this, Chu Li couldn't help but smirk internally. If these three clan leaders knew that the Bone Clan and Lizard Clan, which had been conquered by Chu Li, contributed 90 of their resources daily, they would surely be astonished. The Blood Ancestor must have pressured the three clans severely, otherwise they wouldn't have rushed to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade. Chu Li was not in a hurry. He waved his hand. "If you feel my conditions are harsh, you may return and reconsider." Clearly, Chu Li was issuing an eviction order. The Fox King wanted to say more, but was stopped by Zhao Qintian. The Fox King understood Zhao Qinshan's meaning. They were forced into a corner by the Blood Ancestor. The final deadline given to them by the Blood Clan was today. If they did not respond to the Blood Ancestor today, the Blood Clan's fleet would descend upon the home planet of the three clans. A third-level civilization, faced with a fourth-level civilization, had no ability to resist. The three clans did not want to become cannon fodder for the Blood Clan. They either had to ally with the enemies of the Blood Clan, the Scale Clan, or with the most powerful Divine Emperor's blade. Allying with the Scale Clan would also lead them to be pushed onto the battlefield as cannon fodder. Better to live on than to die in vain. The leaders of the three clans did not wish to see their people perish needlessly. Allying with the Divine Emperor's blade had become the only way out for the three clans. Although the condition of 50 resources was harsh, they truly had no choice. Zhao Qintian of the human race bowed to Chu Li. "Your Majesty, there is no need to deliberate further. We are willing to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade under the three conditions you proposed." Chu Li looked at Zhao Qintian. This Zhao Qintian was quite a character. From the intelligence gathered from the pirate fleet, his administrative abilities were also commendable. Since the Lizard Emperor became Chu Li's chief administrative officer, the resources contributed by Chu Li's territory had increased by more than 15 daily. Zhao Qintian can be trained as the administrative officer of the new territory. Chu Li's gaze towards Zhao Qintian revealed appreciation. He could not assign all of his territories to the Lizard Emperor to manage. As an upper-class individual, the key to managing subordinates was balance and checks. Chu Li entrusted the matter of the three clans' allegiance to Xiaoying. The three clans quickly submitted the passwords for their sovereign facilities, including those of their subordinate civilizations. This meant that the fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade could settle into these sovereign buildings at any time. The three clans acted decisively, sending the royal females to be contributed to Chu Li on the same day. Upon seeing the Plant Clan goddess, Chu Li was taken aback. "Goddess of the Plant Clan, why are you here?" Although there were precedents like Medusa and the Centaur Queen, those two came to serve Chu Li only at his request. If it weren't for Chu Li's remarkable abilities in conquering the two women, they would not have been willing. But the Plant Clan goddess. Chu Li remembered that he had never made such a request to her. The Plant Clan goddess gazed at Chu Li with alluring eyes. "Your Majesty, wouldn't you wish for it to be me?" Hearing this, Chu Li's handsome face flushed. It seemed that he had indeed been captivated by the Plant Clan goddess curves, but he did not expect that this scene would be captured by her. "Ding, congratulations, Your Majesty, for conquering the third-level civilization Fox Clan, and its subordinate civilizations gaining 2.78 million civilization points. Ding, congratulations, Your Majesty, for conquering the third-level civilization Plant Clan, and its subordinate civilizations gaining 3.12 million civilization points. Ding. The news of the three clans' allegiance to the Divine Emperor's blade was deliberately spread by the pirate fleet. Also circulated was the declaration of the Divine Emperor's blade's protection over the three clans. In short, the three clans now belonged to the sphere of influence of the Divine Emperor's blade, and any attack on them would be seen as an attack on the Divine Emperor's blade. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing a sensation among the surrounding civilizations. For it meant that the Divine Emperor's blade had unified the Eternal Nebula. The Eternal Nebula would end its long-standing state of division and become the territory of the Divine Emperor's blade. The blood-red planets appeared as if veins were continuously pulsing on their surfaces. This was the home planet of the fourth-level civilization, the Blood Clan. Bang! A cup of crimson drink was knocked over by the Blood Ancestor. The Divine Emperor's blade. How dare they annex the territory of my Blood Clan? This is an affront to my Blood Clan. Damn it! And those three traitors, the Fox Clan, Plant Clan, and Human Clan, I will surely drain their blood. Due to the proximity of the three clans to the territory of the Blood Clan has always regarded the lands of these three clans as its own sphere of influence. Although it cannot directly annex the three clans due to the balance of power with the Scale Clan and Stone Clan, it has always eyed them covetously. The Blade of the Divine Emperor directly incorporated the three clans, effectively cutting off the Blood Clan's opportunity to swallow them, which explains the intense anger of the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Clan generals who had originally been discussing the battlefield situation fell silent upon witnessing the Blood Ancestor's fury, their expressions filled with reverence. Blood Ancestor, there's no need to be angry. An aged voice sounded beside the Blood Ancestor. Beside him, an elderly Blood Clan member with large fangs slowly stood up. The Blood Ancestor showed great respect towards the old man, reaching out to support him. Elder, you are correct. Such pathetic forces are indeed not worth my anger. The Blood Clan elder chuckled. The Blade of the Divine Emperor is no simple force. It can withstand a level 4 fleet and still emerge victorious. In the entire Twin Star domain, only the Blade of the Divine Emperor can achieve such a feat. Such a force can be utilized, but one must never confront it heathen. Upon hearing this, the Blood Ancestor's crimson eyes lit up. Elder, do you mean? The Blood Clan elder smiled coldly, a glint of cunning and malice flashing in his gaze. Chu Li opened the Star Domain Civilization Distribution Map, created by Xiaoying. Currently, the entire Eternal Nebula has become Chu Li's sphere of influence, with the Scale Clan's Fishtail Nebula in the west, the Blood Clan's Blood Pit Nebula in the east, and the Stone Clan's Obsidian Nebula in the north, forming a triangular territory that encases the Eternal Nebula. If Chu Li wishes to continue expanding outward, he must conquer at least one of the 3 level 4 civilizations. This differs from level 3 civilizations. Level 4 civilizations can utilize invincible ships. Although the invincible ships of these 3 clans are still in their early stages and have limitations on the use of annihilation cannons, they can already pose a threat to the fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. If it weren't for the assistance of self-destructing drones this time, the invincible ships of the Scale Clan would have posed a significant threat to the fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. Chu Li will inevitably encounter invincible ships again when conquering level 4 civilizations. Chu Li is uncertain whether he will have the help of self-destructing drones next time. The best way to avoid the threat of invincible ships is for Chu Li to quickly build his own. Chu Li arrived at the medium starship dock of the Interstellar Fortress. Inside the dock, the keel of the invincible ship Dragon's Roar has been completed, and it is currently being equipped and armed. In the sky, countless engineering drones are coming and going. Exaggeratively large cannons and missile launchers larger than battleships are being hoisted onto the Dragon's Roar. Although Eve has not yet found the technology to capture and control free drones from the mainframe chip of the Free Drone Mother Nest, the many technological clues discovered during her research have led to a qualitative leap in the drone technology of the Interstellar Fortress. This has also greatly accelerated the construction speed of Dragon's Roar. The energy cores obtained by the Blade of the Divine Emperor during this trip to the death space were dissolved into resource points totaling 20 billion. Combined with the resources looted from conquering the Bone Clan and Lizard Clan, there is only a shortfall of several billion from the 30 billion resource points needed to construct Dragon's Roar. With the bonus from the stamp album and the administrative efficiency of the Lizard Emperor, Chu Li's territory can now contribute nearly 2 billion resource points to the Blade of the Divine Emperor daily. Chu Li will soon be able to gather the resource points needed to build the Dragon's Roar. Now he just needs to wait patiently. While constructing Dragon's Roar, the construction of lower-level ships, such as battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, has not ceased. The Interstellar Fortress has produced a total of 200 battleships and 100 cruisers. Chu Li has reorganized these warships into 20 new fleets in addition to the 10 existing fleets, numbered from Chu 1 to Chu 10, forming a total of 10 legions, each with 3 fleets. In Chu Li's vision, the fleets of these 10 legions should increase. If based on the standard of Titanium Star, each legion should have at least 10 fleets. Chu 1 to Chu 10 have been appointed as the commanders of these 10 legions. From initially leading a single subfleet to now commanding 3 fleets as legion commanders, it has taken Chu 1 and the others less than 2 years. Such a growth rate is rare not only in the Twin Star domain, but also throughout the universe. Their rapid development is inseparable from the nurturing of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. When Chu Li handed over the military knife, symbolizing the authority of the Legion commander to them, the 10 individuals' eyes turned red, filled with tears. Such a favor can only be repaid with their lives. Chu Li looked at the imposing 10 commanders and nodded with satisfaction. After this period of training, Chu 1 and the others' command abilities have become adequate as Legion commanders. Next, they need to undergo more practical training in battle. As for Chu Li, he must gradually withdraw from combat. In the future, unless it is a crucial battle, Chu Li does not intend to participate. As the Divine Emperor, his battlefield should be in other realms. The more civilizations he conquers, the larger his harem will be. The battles he faces alone with a gun are no less daunting than those faced by Chu Li and the others. At this moment, Lao Lu approached Chu Li. "Your Majesty, the Blood Clan wishes to meet. It seems they want to commission us for a task." "Oh, the Blood Clan." A playful expression appeared on Chu Li's face. At this time, the Blood Clan and the Stone Clan were being pressed down by the Scale Clan on the battlefield. Their approach to the Blade of the Divine Emperor was likely an attempt to use it against the Scale Clan. The Blade of the Divine Emperor, however, might be able to turn around and utilize the Blood Clan and Stone Clan to conquer the Scale Clan. Conquering the Scale Clan would not only yield vast territories and resources, but also grant Chu Li 25 million civilization points. The temptation is certainly not small. Lao Lu noticed the expression on Chu Li's face and felt a jolt in his heart. He knew well that when such a peculiar expression appeared on Chu Li's face, it meant that Chu Li was plotting against someone, and the one being plotted against was bound to be unlucky. Let him wait for 2 hours and say, "I am meeting with the envoy of the Scale Clan." Furthermore, you go and select 2 prisoners from the Scale Clan to disguise as Scale Clan envoys. This time, aside from conquering the Scale Clan, I intend to carve a nice chunk off the Blood Clan as well. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Chu Li's eyes. He planned to play the role of the Blood Clan envoy while facilitating his request for more rewards from the Blood Clan. In interstellar civilization, alliances are formed with interests taking precedence. Chu Li is certainly no naive fool. The Blood Clan envoy waited for a full 2 hours. He had never been treated with such neglect before. Infuriated to the point of almost losing his temper, he suppressed his anger, reminding himself of the mission he was entrusted with. At this moment, someone finally brought him to a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, 2 familiar figures appeared. The Scale Clan. Haven't they fallen out with the Divine Emperor's blade? How could they be here? The Blood Clan envoy harbored doubts, no longer in the mood to question the Divine Emperor's blade's delay. Blood Clan envoy, what brings you here this time? On the high platform in the center of the hall, a human youth sat upon a golden throne. This young man must be the owner of the Divine Emperor's blade, the Divine Emperor. Chu Li looked down with a gaze sharp as a sword, causing the Blood Clan envoy's heart to lurch, cold sweat forming unbidden. Such a powerful aura. The Blood Clan envoy barely managed to keep his legs from trembling. He took a deep breath and bowed to Chu Li. "Your Majesty, I come representing my clan, the Blood Ancestor, to entrust a task to the Divine Emperor's blade." The Blood Clan envoy tried to maintain a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, yet his legs still trembled uncontrollably. "Oh, coincidentally, the Scale Clan envoy is also here to entrust a task." "Interesting." Chu Li's gaze turned hazy and mysterious, making the Blood Clan envoy uneasy. "What? The Scale Clan is also here to entrust a task. Could it be that their aims are the same as those of my Blood Clan?" At this moment, the Scale Clan captives, well trained by the 6th, began their performance. "Your Majesty, if the Divine Emperor's blade is willing to send troops to assist us in attacking the Blood Clan and Stone Clan, my Scale Clan is not only willing to pay 100 million tons of energy crystals, but also after annihilating the Blood Clan and Stone Clan, we are willing to offer all of our stored resources." The Scale Clan captive, disguised as the Scale Clan envoy, also bowed to Chu Li. "Hiss." The Blood Clan envoy gasped in shock. 100 million tons of energy crystals. This must be the Scale Clan's annual resource income that old Scale Emperor is truly willing to spend. In comparison, the conditions set by the Blood Ancestor for the envoy seemed rather miserly. On the golden throne, Chu Li nodded, seemingly satisfied with the Scale Clan's offer. Before Chu Li could speak, the Blood Clan envoy anxiously shouted, "No, Your Majesty, you absolutely must not accept the Scale Clan's task. The Scale Clan has previously offended Your Majesty. Have you forgotten? The Scale Clan already holds the advantage on the battlefield, and if they gain the support of the Divine Emperor's blade, it will spell doom for both the Blood Clan and Stone Clan." Chu Li turned his gaze toward the Blood Clan envoy. "To me, interests come first. The conditions offered by the Scale Clan are quite enticing. I have no reason to refuse. At worst, after completing this task, I can still hunt down the Scale Clan. Your reasons do not suffice to make me decline this task from the Scale Clan. Isn't the Blood Clan here to entrust the Divine Emperor's blade? Speak of your commission and remuneration." Hearing this, the Blood Clan envoy gritted his teeth. The Divine Emperor spoke correctly. He needed to prevent the Divine Emperor's blade from siding with the Scale Clan, and even to bring the Divine Emperor's blade to his side, he needed benefits. More substantial benefits than those offered by the Scale Clan. Fortunately, before coming, the Blood Ancestor granted him full authority to represent. "Your Majesty, if the Divine Emperor's blade can assist us in defeating the Scale Clan, the Blood Clan is willing to pay 200 million tons of energy crystals, and we are also willing to offer all of the Scale Clan's stored resources." Chu Li's eyes flashed. The conditions offered by the Blood Ancestor were indeed tempting. However, Chu Li wanted more. Moreover, you must cede the Snow Clan and Water Clan, two vassal civilizations. If you agree, the Divine Emperor's Blade will join your camp to deal with the Scale Clan together. The Blood Clan envoy was taken aback. The Snow Clan and Water Clan were the most lucrative vassal civilizations under the Blood Clan's influence. Ceding these two vassal civilizations would be a grievous wound for the Blood Clan. Your Majesty, this condition is too. If the Blood Clan envoy easily agreed, he would surely be flayed alive by the Blood Ancestor upon returning. The disguised Scale Clan envoy suddenly shouted under Chu Li's subtle hint. Your Majesty, as long as you are willing to send troops to the Stone Clan and Blood Clan, my Scale Clan is willing to offer the Merman Clan and the Shell People Clan. The Merman Clan and Shell People Clan are also the two most lucrative vassal civilizations controlled by the Scale Clan. The Scale Clan is indeed willing to go to such lengths to deal with the two clans. At this time it was as if an auction was occurring in the hall. The disguised Scale Clan envoy and the Blood Clan envoy were competing against each other, with the highest bidder gaining the battle prowess of the Divine Emperor's Blade. In such an environment, the Blood Clan envoy had no time to think further. If he hesitated, the Divine Emperor's Blade would join the Scale Clan's camp, and both the Blood Clan and Stone Clan would face extermination. By then, forget the Snow Clan and Water Clan. Even the two clans themselves would become spoils of war for the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Blood Clan envoy stomped his foot, gritting his teeth in resentment. Your Majesty, my Blood Clan is willing to cede the Snow Clan and Water Clan. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Chu Li's mouth. This negotiation had yielded great rewards once again. Chu Li had mercilessly extracted a piece of flesh from the Blood Clan. As for how the Blood Clan and Stone Clan would divide the overwhelming losses, that was no concern of his. After sending off the Blood Clan envoy, Chu Li convened a war meeting. Commander Chu Li and the 10 fleet commanders stood at attention on both sides of Chu Li. Chu Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the distribution map of power. Chu Li, take command. Chu Li's voice rang out like a great bell, invigorating all. Chu Li and the others had awaited this moment for a long time. This was their first battle after the establishment of the 10 legions, and they had to perform well in front of the Divine Emperor, to showcase their might and the reputation of the Divine Emperor's Blade. Please, Your Majesty, give your orders. Chu Li knelt on one knee. Chu Li's gaze was deep. You will lead 6 legions to the west to conquer the Scale Clan's vassal civilizations, the Merman Clan, the Ray Clan, and the Shell People Clan's territories, advancing towards the Scale Clan's home star. Take all the resources stored by the Scale Clan. Besides Chu Li, 5 other legion commanders stepped forward. Yes. Chu Li asked Chu Li, Your Majesty, should we occupy the entire territory of the Scale Clan? With the combat power of 6 legions, they could easily conquer the entire Fishtail Nebula, which was currently weak. Chu Li replied calmly, no need. Leave the Scale Emperor with a breath. I still need him to restrain the Blood Clan and Stone Clan. Chu Li turned his gaze to the civilization distribution map of the Twin Star Domain. With the current battle power of the Divine Emperor's Blade, swallowing any one of the Blood Clan, Scale Clan, or Stone Clan would likely be no problem, but there would inevitably be casualties. On the contrary, keeping the half-dead Scale Clan and using it to wear down the Blood Clan and Stone Clan was the most advantageous strategy for Chu Li at this moment. Chu Li, take command. Chu Li knelt on one knee. You will lead 2 legions to receive the remuneration promised by the Blood Clan, the territories of the Snow Clan and Water Clan. It is more reliable for us to take it ourselves than to wait for others to deliver. Chu Li clasped his hands and accepted the order. Understood. Chu Li continued, Chu Li, take command. Present. You will lead 2 legions to ambush around the Interstellar fortress. As Chu Li spoke, a cunning light flickered in his eyes. I have a feeling that the Blood Clan and Stone Clan may have some strange ideas about us. The mother planet of the Ray species. A fleet composed of Ray ships is patrolling back and forth. To enhance the combat power of the Ray faction, the Scale species provided them with a decommissioned dreadnought. The dreadnought's annihilation cannon is out of commission, but its other weapons are still operational. In terms of ordinary combat power, it is no less than 3 level 4 fleets. Suddenly, countless starship signals appeared on the dreadnought's radar. Could it be a large-scale invasion by a fleet? The Ray commander sensed something was amiss. He attempted to send a communication request to these starships, but received no response. The energy shield dissipated during the jump. 2 massive starship fleets gradually revealed their true forms, with the emblem of the leading flagship being a blade cleaving through dark clouds. He recognized this emblem. The Blade of the Divine Emperor. Every starship in the Blade of the Divine Emperor fleet is equipped with superior technology compared to the Scale Emperor's elite level 4 fleet. The Ray commander roughly counted 6 elite level 4 fleets. Looking at these 2 elite fleets, he gasped in shock, his pupils constricting, and felt a chill run through him. Suddenly jolted, he made a quick decision to seek help from the Scale Emperor. Even at this moment sitting in a dreadnought, he had no thoughts of resisting his opponents. What kind of interstellar joke is this? This is the blade of the Divine Emperor capable of forcefully shattering the Ray's dreadnought with just a few level 4 fleets. How could he be enemies with such a presence? Although the Ray's combat power is decent due to the scale's enhancements, facing the blade of the Divine Emperor would mean certain death. Moreover, the battleship that the scale provided to the Ray is a defective product, with the most important annihilation cannon being a dud. Quickly send a distress signal to His Majesty the Scale Emperor. There is a dedicated communication channel for assistance between the Ray and the Scale Emperor, no matter how far. As long as the Ray calls for help, the signal will reach the Scale Emperor directly. Given the strategic importance of the Ray's position, if the Scale Emperor learns of the invasion by the blade of the Divine Emperor, he will surely come to their aid. If we can just hold out until the Scale Emperor arrives, it should be fine, right? The Ray commander thought optimistically. At that moment, the commander of the blade of the Divine Emperor sent a video signal. Simultaneously, the radar detection device displayed. All starships in the blade of the Divine Emperor fleet have locked onto the Ray fleet. If the Ray fleet dares to make any movements, they will absolutely be obliterated by the blade of the Divine Emperor. The Ray commander hesitated for a moment, but still connected. After all, it was the Scale who had enmity with the blade of the Divine Emperor. The Ray needed to leave themselves a way out, and not completely offend the blade of the Divine Emperor. The video connected. A man of the human race with a square face and crew cut appeared on the screen. Ray Commander, I am Chu Li, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. I am now issuing the decree of the Divine Emperor. If the Ray surrenders sincerely, they may enjoy the rights of a second-class citizen of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. Those who dare resist will be directly annihilated, and all Ray people will be subjected to harsh labor. Chu Li classified the population under his control into 3 classes. Members of the Blade of the Divine Emperor and Starship Pirate Fleet members are first-class citizens, true confidants of Chu Li. The snake and centaur species, among others who voluntarily surrendered to Chu Li, are considered second-class citizens. The lizard and bone races who remained compliant after being conquered are third-class citizens. First-class citizens hold the highest status, while third-class citizens hold the lowest. As for civilizations subjected to harsh labor, they will be sent to planet Omega to work to death, living like livestock. With a look of reverence, Chu Li finished reciting the decree of Chu Li and then said to the Ray commander, the decree of His Majesty the Divine Emperor is as above. You have 10 minutes to consider. After 10 minutes, if there is no response, we will consider it a rejection from you. The result of the Ray's rejection can only be one, Chu Li said, while making a slashing motion across his neck. The Ray commander shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned to look at his adjutant, who was frantically sending distress signals, and heard Chu Li's cold laughter. Don't waste your efforts. All communication signals in this area have been blocked by us. Even if you send 10 distress signals, they won't reach the Scale Emperor. In fact, even the closer Ray mother planet will not receive your distress signals. The electronic warfare system optimized for the blade of the Divine Emperor can almost block all communication signals below the level 4 pinnacle civilization, let alone a level 3 civilization like the Ray. Upon hearing this, the Ray commander's face turned pale. Without the Scale Emperor's support, with the Ray's current combat strength, they are simply no match for the blade of the Divine Emperor. Aren't they doomed? No way. Absolutely impossible. The Ray commander still refused to believe it, and chose to deceive himself. The special communication technology provided by the Scale Emperor had been tested to withstand the strongest electronic warfare systems. Even a level 4 pinnacle civilization could not crack it. No matter how strong the blade of the Divine Emperor's electronic warfare equipment is, can it be stronger than a level 4 pinnacle civilization? The Ray commander was unwilling. Commander Chu Li, my Ray has no enmity with your blade of the Divine Emperor. Why are you taking action against us? Moreover, deploying 2 legions directly seems to be overkill. If you are seeking revenge against the Scale, my Ray can clear a path for you to reach the Scale mother planet. The Ray commander now dared not ascertain what the true purpose of the blade of the Divine Emperor was. If it was merely seeking revenge against the Scale, then it would be easy to handle. First, he would deceive the blade of the Divine Emperor's legions to the Scale mother planet. Then he could call for help from the Scale Emperor. At that time, surrounded from within and without, he could eliminate the blade of the Divine Emperor's legions. However, the Ray commander held on to his beautiful fantasies while Chu Li ignored him. Chu Li kept looking at his watch. 10 minutes are up. Chu Li's expression darkened as he coldly said to the Ray commander, you wasted such a crucial 10 minutes on idle thoughts. What a pity the Ray will fall into hell because of you. Chu Li directly cut off the video. He ordered his adjutant to annihilate. The 2 legions, a total of 6 elite level 4 fleets, simultaneously sprang into action. A torrent of barrage surged, resembling a sea of fire, incinerating space and obliterating all. The 6 elite level 4 fleets launched their attacks together. The Ray fleet had no room for resistance whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Li's flagship modified by Jupiter technology fired shells that illuminated the vastness like the sun and moon, annihilating all enemy ships. The other starships in the Legion also did not back down. They all unleashed their cannon fire, the barrage converging like a majestic aura breaking through the galaxy, using flames and explosions to obliterate all stubborn foes. The ray had no strength to resist. Even the dreadnought that the scale had given to the ray could only withstand less than a minute under such a fierce assault. Pierced, exploded, burned. The dreadnought suddenly broke into two pieces with flames and electric currents gushing from the fracture. The ray commander wanted to escape using a shuttle, but was struck by a 155mm nuclear explosive shell. Chu Li calmly observed the hellish scene before him, his expression unchanged. Having been through numerous battles, he was already accustomed to life and death. Destroy all ray starships, leave the battlefield for the pirate fleet to clean up. As a soldier with a sense of honor, Chu Li had always looked down on the pirate fleet, but he had to admit that the pirate fleet was indeed skilled at cleaning up the battlefield. Chu Li turned his gaze back to the ray mother planet. From today onward, this place will become the territory of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. This is the first piece of land that the Blade of the Divine Emperor gains from this war. But it won't be the last. Everything has just begun. Meanwhile, the most significant vassal civilization of the Scale clan welcomed the army of the Divine Emperor's Blade. Chu Li led 2 legions to appear on the home planet of the Merfolk. The Merfolk King led the Merfolk Legion into battle. Although the Merfolk lacked the fearless ships provided by the Scale clan, the Merfolk King remained more composed than the Ray clan in the face of the formidable fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blade. The video communication was connected. Chu Li looked at the man with a fishtail in the screen and said indifferently, "Merfolk King, I am Chu Li, commander of the 4th Legion of the Divine Emperor's Blade. The destiny of the Scale Emperor has run its course. I am here by the decree of the Divine Emperor to take control of the Scale clan's power. The Merfolk have 2 choices: surrender or die." Upon hearing this and seeing the 6 powerful elite 4th-level fleets before him, the Merfolk King's expression darkened. "This is the Fishtail Nebula protected by His Majesty the Scale Emperor. Do you dare to attack us? Are you not afraid of the Scale Emperor's retaliation? Furthermore, we Merfolk are members of the Panstellar Commerce Community. Have you considered how to face the economic blockade from the Panstellar Commerce Community if you attack us? The Merfolk are an interstellar commercial civilization. They frequently engage in trade between various non-commercial civilizations and serve as an important source of material supply for these non-commercial civilizations. Generally, interstellar civilizations are reluctant to offend commercial civilizations, especially the Panstellar Commerce Community, which is an alliance of various commercial civilizations. Anyone who dares to invade a member of the alliance will face commercial sanctions and blockades from all members. Historically, many interstellar civilizations have directly declined after facing sanctions and blockades. A powerful 4th-level civilization might ignore the Scale Emperor's warnings, but they absolutely cannot disregard the influence of the Panstellar Commerce Community. The Merfolk King invoked the Panstellar Commerce Community, hoping that the Divine Emperor's Blade would fear the immense influence of the Panstellar Commerce Community and spare the Merfolk. Otherwise, faced with the 6 elite 4th-level fleets of the Divine Emperor's Blade, the Merfolk are merely a 3rd-level civilization and cannot withstand them. Even if the Divine Emperor's Blade does not deploy all 6 fleets, any single fleet would crush the Merfolk. Therefore, the Panstellar Commerce Community. Chu Li frowned slightly. "You need not worry about that, Merfolk King, because we of the Divine Emperor's Blade never engage in trade. Whatever we desire, we will take it ourselves." Chu Li grinned, revealing his white teeth. His smile appeared devilish in the eyes of the Merfolk King. Indeed, the rapid growth of the Divine Emperor's Blade has never relied on commerce, but rather on war and plunder. Whatever they desire, the Divine Emperor's Blade simply takes it. In interstellar civilization, the law of the jungle prevails, and the one with the biggest fist reigns supreme. With the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade, there is no need to accumulate wealth slowly through trade. Upon hearing this, the Merfolk King panicked and warned in a trembling voice, "I advise you of the Divine Emperor's Blade to handle your relationship with my Merfolk cautiously. If you dare to act recklessly, neither the Scale Emperor nor the Panstellar Commerce Community will spare you. The Merfolk are but ants. Would the Panstellar Commerce Community even regard you?" Chu Li replied calmly. "It seems the Merfolk are unwilling to surrender according to the Divine Emperor's decree. Annihilate." With a command from Chu Li, the 6 elite 4th-level fleets simultaneously pressed towards the Merfolk Legion. In less than 10 minutes, the Merfolk Legion was engulfed in flames with debris from starships and the remains of Merfolk crew members floating throughout the starry sky. Chu Li picked up the dedicated communication line. A soft voice from Xiaoying came through. Chu Li said indifferently, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Chu Li has completed the mission. almost simultaneously on a planet that was entirely oceanic above a city enveloped in a protective shield. A vast and imposing iron fortress loomed in the sky with a circumference of over 1,000 kilometers stacked with various weapons, each one powerful enough to rival that of a fearless ship. The fortress exuded a terrifying and lethal aura, and at its pinnacle was mounted a planet-destroying cannon. The steel fortress is an essential defensive structure built by the Scale clan using resources from the entire clan on the home planet of the beings. The Scale clan's home planet is not far from the being's home planet. If the being's home planet falls, the Scale clan's home planet will also be at risk. The steel fortress is also the Scale clan's most crucial line of defense against enemies. In the past, both the Blood clan and the Stone clan attempted to attack the steel fortress, but were halted before it, unable to advance. At this moment, the being's clan leader was bowing and flattering a Scale clan general atop the steel fortress. "General Lin Sheng, with you guarding the steel fortress, I feel much more at ease." Lin Sheng laughed heartily upon hearing this, patting the being's clan leader on the shoulder. "Rest assured, with me here, neither the Stone clan nor the Blood clan will lay a finger on the beings. As for that clown from the Divine Emperor's Blade, I don't take him seriously at all." When mentioning the Divine Emperor's Blade, Lin Sheng felt a bit uneasy, unable to suppress a forced laugh. He stole a glance at the distant horizon, as if fearing the Divine Emperor's Blade would suddenly appear. It's one thing to talk bravado, but if it came to a real confrontation with the Divine Emperor's Blade, he would still feel somewhat afraid. Even the fearless ship piloted by the Scale Emperor was destroyed by the Divine Emperor's Blade. No matter how strong the steel fortress was, it still fell short in comparison. Lin Sheng told the being's clan leader, "Deploy all the being's legion to surround the steel fortress. If anything bad happens, let the being's legion take the brunt of it." Although the being's clan leader did not understand Lin Sheng's arrangement, he dared not question it, and could only comply. The being's legion had just set up their formation. Suddenly, thousands of bursts of fire descended upon them. The being's legion nearly collided head-on with the artillery fire and was completely wiped out. Another wave of intense bombardment hit, catching the steel fortress entirely off guard as the planet-destroying cannon atop was obliterated. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away from the steel fortress, 2 starship legions slowly retracted their cloaking, revealing their true forms. The Divine Emperor's Blade. What you fear most has come. Lin Sheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The video request from the Divine Emperor's Blade came through. Lin Sheng answered. "Divine Emperor's Blade, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Sheng forced himself to appear calm. He would not lose face. He represented the Scale Emperor in defending the steel fortress and could not show fear. Moreover, he had already sent a request for help to the Scale Emperor. As the garrison officer of the steel fortress faced with such a terrifying enemy as the Divine Emperor's Blade, his only choice now aside from surrendering was to call for help and delay until reinforcements arrived. Though he projected a strong front, even adopting a scolding tone inside, he was in a state of panic. 6 elite 4th-level fleets, 2 major legions simultaneously arriving, the Divine Emperor's Blade greatly underestimated the steel fortress. Moreover, the firepower of each of these 6 fleets appeared to be stronger than that of the steel fortress. Lin Sheng felt like crying. He had only just taken over the command of the steel fortress yesterday. He had thought he would be guarding the steel fortress in safety, earning military merit, and enjoying the softness of the being's women. Had he known that the Divine Emperor's Blade would come today, he would have never taken the position. Lin Sheng, the little brother-in-law of Lin Huang, a 5-star general of the Lin clan. Heh. In the scene, Chu Li recited Lin Sheng's information fluently, yet his tone dripped with disdain. Lin Sheng's attempts to stall were utterly laughable in his eyes. He had already used electronic warfare equipment to block all external signals from the steel fortress, making it impossible for Lin Huang to receive any distress signals. The decree of His Majesty the Divine Emperor states that the target of the Divine Emperor's Blade's special military operation is the Lin clan, and the Bei clan, as a vassal of the Lin clan, is also a target for attack. Now the Bei clan has 2 choices: surrender, and His Majesty the Divine Emperor will grant the Bei people second-class citizenship, or resist and be annihilated with all Bei people reduced to slaves. If the Bei people choose to surrender, they must bring Lin Sheng to us. Chu Li's expression was cold, his words piercing like a sword through the psychological defenses of the Bei clan's leader. The leader of the Bei clan seemed to envision a bleak scene amidst the vast clouds of gas. Countless Bei people became slaves, extracting fuel from the Divine Emperor's Blade, struggling in agony under the lashes of the overseers. He didn't have time to mourn the recently destroyed Bei clan army and directly pleaded with Chu Li. Divine Emperor's Blade's official. We the Bei clan are enslaved by the Lin clan and have no intention to oppose the Divine Emperor's Blade. We can withdraw now and no longer participate in the matters between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Lin clan. But let us bind Lin Sheng this. The leader of the Bei clan was genuinely flustered. He had heard of the Divine Emperor's Blade's reputation. Not to mention the Divine Emperor's Blade's victories over the Lin clan's fearless ships. The fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blade was simply not something the Bei clan could contend with. Furthermore, the Bei clan's army had just been destroyed by the Divine Emperor's Blade. If the Bei clan did not want to be annihilated alongside the Lin clan, surrender was their only choice. However, the Divine Emperor's Blade wanted him to bind Lin Sheng, which he could not do. After all, for the Bei clan, the Divine Emperor's Blade was formidable, and the Lin clan was not weak either. He did not want to offend the Lin clan while trying to please the Divine Emperor's Blade. Simply put, the Bei clan wanted to be fence-sitters. The leader of the Bei clan smiled at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng felt uneasy under the gaze of the Bei clan's leader and quickly stepped back 2 paces. The Bei clan's leader hastily explained, "General, please don't misunderstand, you." The Bei clan's leader looked in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, and then at the laser gun in Lin Sheng's hand. The muzzle of the laser gun was still smoking. The traitor wants to play both sides, how naive. Lin Sheng's expression was venomous. He had come to understand that the Lin clan's ambush on the Divine Emperor's Blade in the death space left no room for reconciliation between the 2 sides. The Divine Emperor's Blade might spare the Bei clan, but it would never let him and the Steel Fortress go. The Bei clan's leader could plead for mercy, but Lin Sheng could not. Desperate, the video footage captured everything happening across from him. Drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf. The wisdom of His Majesty the Divine Emperor is truly profound. Annihilate, Chu Li commanded. The Lin clan and the Bei clan were slaughtering each other, which was the perfect opportunity for them to launch their attack. 6 fleets fired simultaneously. To pry open the Steel Fortress, all of the Divine Emperor's Blade starships were loaded with armor-piercing shells. The sky was filled with light, and the violent explosions nearly tore apart space. Boom, boom, boom. The interstellar torpedoes roared like colossal beasts from the depths of the starry void, breaking through the barriers of time and space and crashing violently against the seemingly sturdy shell of the Steel Fortress, unleashing infinite destruction and havoc. Rumble. Lin Sheng's face changed dramatically. If the Divine Emperor's Blade continued to bombard without restraint, the defenses of the Steel Fortress would soon be breached. Deploy all backup weapons and cover the artillery fire comprehensively, Lin Sheng commanded. The shattered armor plates of the Steel Fortress opened, revealing up to 3 times the artillery and missile launchers. The artillery fire from the Steel Fortress formed a beam of light wrapping around the Divine Emperor's Blade army. Such dense attacks would inevitably result in significant damage to the starships once they were enveloped by the light. However, Lin Sheng's struggles were all in vain. The shields of the Sisterhood Guardian ship blocked all the artillery fire from the Steel Fortress. Although the Steel Fortress struggles greatly increased its attack power, it sacrificed most of its defenses. The artillery fire of the Divine Emperor's Blade descended like a golden giant sword, ruthlessly striking the now defenseless Steel Fortress, and then piercing through it, directly plowing through the Bei clan city below. Countless Bei people perished as a result. With a tearing sound, the position that had just been pierced by the artillery fire suddenly broke apart, and flames and electricity surged wildly at the fracture. Lin clan warriors reserved starships, military supplies. Countless items fell from the sky, and the Steel Fortress instantly became a hell on earth. Immediately afterward, the artillery fire from the Divine Emperor's Blade blasted another section of the Steel Fortress. The entire Steel Fortress tilted and began to crash towards the ground ahead. Inside the command room of the Steel Fortress, Lin Sheng was covered in blood, gazing at the Divine Emperor's Blade army outside with madness in his eyes as he picked up a button device. What the Bei people did not know was that in order to defend the last line of defense leading to the Lin clan's home, the Lin clan had already installed stellar collapse bombs within the Steel Fortress. What Lin Sheng held was the activation device for the bombs. Once the stellar collapse bomb detonated, the Steel Fortress and even the entire Bei clan homestar would be annihilated, including the Divine Emperor's Blade army. Since you want me dead, then accompany me to the grave. Lin Sheng frantically pressed the button multiple times. However, nothing happened. It turned out that the Divine Emperor's Blade army had already detected the stellar collapse bombs within the Steel Fortress and had long since cut off the detonation signal through electronic warfare. If Lin Sheng wanted to perish together, he should ask whether Chu Li of the Divine Emperor's Blade would agree. Oh. Lin Sheng smashed the failed detonation device against the ground, pulled out the laser gun, aimed it at his temple, and despair flickered in his eyes. The Steel Fortress was destroyed. The battle intensity of a level 4 civilization was far beyond that of a level 3 civilization. The Bei clan home star below was affected by the battle, leaving it riddled with holes. Chu Li silently picked up the microphone. Reporting to Your Majesty, Chu Li has completed the mission. Below the battlefield, the surviving Bei people looked at the Divine Emperor's Blade army with awe. The starships of the Divine Emperor's Blade were imposing and powerful, far stronger than any civilization's starships they had ever seen. I must be seeing things. The so-called impenetrable steel fortress was shattered so easily by the Divine Emperor's blade. One elder of the Bei clan said tremblingly, his eyes filled with horror, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. So astonished was he that he did not even have time to feel sorrow for the calamities experienced by the Bei clan. As an elder of the Bei clan, he had witnessed the siege of the steel fortress by the Stone clan and Blood clan coalition. In that battle, both clans used every weapon except the Annihilation cannon and still failed to breach the steel fortress. Because of this, the steel fortress earned the title of Impenetrable Fortress. Since then, many years had passed, and no civilization had attempted to attack the steel fortress. A fortress this solid, even if someone told him it would last for 10,000 years, he would not be surprised. And now, right before him, an impenetrable fortress had been effortlessly shattered by the Divine Emperor's Blade's army. It was as easy as opening a can. Am I dreaming? The elder of the Bei clan could hardly believe it. The territory of the Baron tribe has already entered the heartland of the Scale tribe, surrounded by several affiliated civilizations of the Scale tribe. The downfall of Steelcast Fortress has sparked panic among these civilizations. Faced with the 2 legions of the Divine Emperor's Blade and 6 elite level 4 fleets, even if Steelcast Fortress were to be extremely fortified, it would be difficult to escape its downfall. In the presence of absolute combat power, no defense is merely a means to endure more blows. Ultimately, it will still fall. I simply did not expect Steelcast Fortress to collapse so easily. A leader of an affiliated civilization of the Scale tribe sighed. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he knew that if the Divine Emperor's Blade were attacking not the Baron tribe and Steelcast Fortress, but his civilization, the downfall would come even faster. This is reality. It is cruel and cold. What once seemed invincible becomes a joke in the presence of true power. Like ants viewing humans as great, yet before ferocious beasts, humans are equally vulnerable. The same principle applies to Steelcast Fortress. To this end, the leaders of the vassal civilizations convened via video conference to discuss the invasion of the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Baron tribe is an affiliated civilization of the Scale tribe, so are we. If the Divine Emperor's Blade attacks the Baron tribe, will they also target us? Looking at the posture of the Divine Emperor's Blade, they will not easily relent. Even if they wish to annihilate us, they should be able to do so effortlessly. Who knows? However, with the strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade, if they truly wish to do so, we would be powerless to resist. The combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade is clearly beyond what we can see. Their full strength is unfathomable, otherwise they would not mobilize 2 legions merely to annihilate a trivial Baron tribe. Moreover, these 2 legions are not the strongest army of the Divine Emperor's Blade. Perhaps their trump card legions are still hidden. The foundation of the Divine Emperor's Blade exceeds our imagination. If their full combat power were unleashed, it might reach the level of a peak level 4 civilization. Hiss! All the leaders inhaled sharply. The highest among them was merely a level 3 civilization powerhouse. A peak level 4 civilization appeared to them like a divine realm in the sky, something to be looked up to. The possibility that the Divine Emperor's Blade's power could match that of a peak level 4 civilization sent chills down the spines of many. After a brief moment of distraction, they resumed their discussion. Undoubtedly, the destruction of the Baron tribe and Steelcast Fortress by the Divine Emperor's Blade brought them immense shock. The more they discussed, the more fear the leaders felt towards the Divine Emperor's Blade. Knowing they could not resist the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade, many leaders of the vassal civilizations even chose to lie flat. If the Divine Emperor's Blade attacked, they prepared to surrender directly. Of course, some civilizations sent distress signals to the distant Scale Emperor at the front lines, placing their hopes of survival on him. The Ray tribe has been annihilated and their territory has been swallowed up. The Sharkman tribe has been annihilated and their territory has been swallowed up. The Baron tribe has been annihilated and their territory has been swallowed up. Steelcast Fortress has been destroyed. On the front lines of the battlefield, the Scale Emperor looked at the distressed messages, his eyes bulging with anger. Damn it! The Scale Emperor grabbed the neck of the intelligence officer beside him. What is that brat Lin Xing doing? Steelcast Fortress has been destroyed. Why didn't the stellar collapse bombs detonate? Even if the Divine Emperor's Blade launched a surprise attack, the Baron tribe and Steelcast Fortress could not withstand it. The stellar collapse bombs inside were sufficient to ensure their mutual destruction with the Divine Emperor's Blade. This way, at least the mother star of the Scale tribe would be safe. The intelligence officer said, "Your Majesty, General Lin Xing was preparing to detonate the bombs, but for some unknown reason he failed." He trembled with fear, as not everyone could withstand the Scale Emperor's wrath. The Divine Emperor's Blade. I will swallow these bastards alive. Assemble the entire army. Prepare to return to aid the Mother Star. With the fall of the Baron tribe's Mother Star, the next target of the Divine Emperor's Blade would undoubtedly be the Mother Star of the Scale tribe. If the Scale Emperor did not return to aid, his stronghold would be destroyed. By the time the Blood Tribe and Stone Tribe discovered the anomaly and rushed to pursue the Scale Tribe's army, the Scale Emperor would already be far away. Blood Patriarch said, "Great. It seems the Divine Emperor's blade succeeded in their surprise attack. Our payment to the Divine Emperor's blade was not in vain." Stone Emperor said, "I heard that the Divine Emperor's blade has conquered Steelcast Fortress. No wonder the Scale Emperor is so anxious." The combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade is indeed formidable. Both the Blood Patriarch and Stone Emperor harbored doubts. The strength of the Divine Emperor's blade being so strong might not necessarily be a good thing. Now that they can deal with the Scale Tribe for money, they can naturally do the same to them. Mercenaries are organizations that do things for money. At this moment, an intelligence report reached the hands of the Blood Patriarch. The army of the Divine Emperor's blade occupied the territories of the Snow Tribe and Water Tribe. In the vast starry sky, the Scale Tribe's army made several jumps, with many starships' jump engines nearly overheating. The flagship of the Scale Emperor is a dreadnought named Great Tooth Shark, identical to the Sword Tooth Shark that was destroyed by the Divine Emperor's blade. In the command room, the Scale Emperor paced anxiously. "Hurry, continue the jumps. We will reach the Mother Star in just 2 more jumps." The Scale Emperor's adjutant showed a troubled expression. "Your Majesty, our jump engines have reached their limits. If we jump again, many starships' engines will overload and explode." The Scale Emperor was enraged upon hearing this. "Our Mother Star is almost gone. How can we worry about these engines? Send the order down to continue the jumps." The adjutant was helpless and was about to transmit the order when suddenly the display screen in the command room was disrupted, indicating someone had infiltrated the Scale Tribe's communication system. A middle-aged human in military attire appeared on the screen. With a square face and crew-cut hair, he said, "Scale Emperor, please hold." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Great Tooth Shark began to tremble violently. The chief engineer of the starship rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, we are encountering a jump interference field. All starship jump engines in the Legion cannot activate. The jump interference field would continuously interrupt the energy supply of the starship's jump engines, preventing the starships from making the jump." Clearly, the square-faced man stopping the Scale Emperor was not just lip service. He had also employed some technological means aimed at keeping the Scale Tribe's army behind. Subsequently, a fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade emerged from stealth mode. Upon seeing the emblem of a knife cleaving through dark clouds on the enemy starship, the Scale Emperor's gaze gradually turned cold. He was all too familiar with this emblem. "Are you from the Divine Emperor's blade?" The square-faced man chuckled. "I am Chu Li, commander of the 1st Legion of the Divine Emperor's blade." After conquering the Ray Tribe and Sharkmen Tribe, Chu Li's legion ambushed the Scale Emperor here under the orders of Chu Li. The Scale Emperor asked, "Where is the Divine Emperor?" "You only sent a single fleet to ambush my Scale Tribe's army. The Divine Emperor is underestimating us too much." The Scale Tribe's army now had a complete 10 level 4 fleets, and a dreadnought, their combat power not weak. The Divine Emperor's blade did not send their Divine Emperor and only dispatched a single fleet to ambush him, which made the Scale Emperor feel humiliated. "Scale Emperor, you jest. Our Divine Emperor holds you in high regard. How could we possibly send only 1 fleet? In order to welcome you, we have made ample preparations to ensure you are given enough face." Chu Li said with a hint of sarcasm, his gaze indifferent. "Come out now." As soon as Chu Li's voice fell, a spatial rift appeared, and 11 fleets slowly emerged from the rift, all identical starships, all with the same emblem along with Chu Li's fleet. The Divine Emperor's blade comprises 4 legions and 12 fleets. 4 legions. Observing the fleet configuration of the Divine Emperor's blade, the Scale Emperor's expression gradually became serious. Having experienced the terrifying power of the Divine Emperor's blade in the death space, last time the Scale Emperor was acutely aware of their might. Last time the Divine Emperor's blade had only sent a few fleets and had obliterated the Scale Tribe's dreadnought. This time the Divine Emperor's blade had dispatched a full 4 legions. Compared to the last time, the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade legions was clearly several times higher. If the combat power the Scale Emperor commanded was only what he had now, he was doomed this time. "Scale Emperor, to demonstrate our high regard for you, our Divine Emperor has sent 4 legions, a total of 12 elite fleets." Upon hearing this, the Scale Emperor's face tensed, his expression dark as water. Highly regarded. The Divine Emperor truly valued him too much. 4 legions. The Divine Emperor must be afraid he wouldn't die thoroughly. Fortunately, the Lizard King was not entirely unprepared. He let out a cold laugh. "Could I have received the sincerity of your God Emperor? However, even if you dispatch 4 legions, it will not change your inevitable downfall. Last time I was defeated by you, it was due to my underestimation. This time I will not allow you the opportunity to defeat me again." After the Lizard King finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. "Come forth, Orca and Azure Dragon." With the command of the Lizard King, 2 massive spatial fissures suddenly appeared in the starry sky. A powerful energy surged forth from the fissures akin to a planetary explosion sweeping through the void with unmatched might. Following that, two colossal starships, even larger than the Lizard King's flagship, Great White Shark, slowly emerged from the fissures. Each of these gigantic vessels resembled a frenzied shark traversing the starry sea, and every inch they traversed nearly triggered the collapse of spatial mass. The Xuanjia Invincible Ship. The starship technology that civilization progresses to from the early stage of Level 4 to the mid-stage of Level 4, compared to the early-stage invincible ships like Great White Shark and Saber-Tooth Shark, the Xuanjia Invincible Ship of mid-level 4 possesses even more powerful firepower, and its hull has undergone special reinforcement. 4 early-stage invincible ships firing a single annihilation cannon at full power would cause the hull to disintegrate. However, this issue is improved in the Xuanjia Invincible Ship. Within 3 shots, the hull remains intact. The Lizard King expended a great deal of resources to commission the merfolk to purchase the technology of the Xuanjia Invincible Ship from the Panstellar Commercial Consortium. Although the technology he acquired was not for the top-tier Xuanjia Invincible Ship, it was sufficient to crush civilizations at the early stage of Level 4. The Lizard Clan had been secretly constructing these 2 invincible ships, completing them just before the war against the Blood Clan and Stone Clan. It is precisely because of such formidable combat power that the Lizard King has been able to keep the Blood Clan and Stone Clan at bay. Die. Without any unnecessary words, the Lizard King directly activated the annihilation cannons of the 2 Xuanjia Invincible ships, targeting the direction of the God Emperor's Blade Legion, and unleashed a shot with 100 energy. Boom. Within a light-year range, the entire interstellar space shook violently, causing some stars to even shift from their trajectories, leading to the obliteration of primordial civilizations on their planets. At the cannon mouths of Orca and Azure Dragon, the space rapidly collapsed, forming a small black hole with all the matter of surrounding planets and the energy of stars frantically converging towards the black hole at the cannon mouth. When the extremes are reached, a micro-black hole once saturated suddenly erupts with energy rapidly expanding into 2 brilliant orbs of light akin to scorching suns. Bang! Bang! 2 explosive sounds rang out, not loud, yet generating 2 sonic shockwaves larger than the diameter of planets. The energy spewed forth from the black hole resembled 2 golden dragons surging forward. The annihilation cannons of the invincible ship, utilizing 100 energy, could obliterate an entire star system. However, to avoid affecting the Lizard Clan's forces, the Lizard King compressed the cannon's coverage range to the utmost. The compressed range was sufficient to annihilate the God Emperor's Blade Legion, but would not affect the Lizard Clan's forces. Such extreme compression resulted in the cannon fire's energy being extraordinarily condensed. Where the Golden Dragon passed, the space collapsed, the starry sky was directly crushed, and celestial bodies, whether stars or planets, would be affected from a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Collapse and annihilation. At the end of the cannon fire, there was only the silence of everything having been obliterated. The intense energy explosion even obliterated light and sound together, which is why it was so eerily calm. The God Emperor's blade should have been annihilated right. Even with protective glasses on, the brilliance of the annihilation cannon still left him dizzy. He barely regained his vision and could not help but look towards the direction of the God Emperor's Blade Legion with pride. However, the God Emperor's Blade Legion remained intact. What is going on? The Lizard King was utterly bewildered. Was the God Emperor's blade truly that monstrous? Even the annihilation cannon, capable of obliterating star systems, was ineffective against them. In the flagship command room of the God Emperor's Blade Legion, Chu Li took off his sunglasses. Tisk, the annihilation cannon of the invincible ship is indeed powerful. Once the Dragon's Roar invincible ship is completed, I must become its first captain. He turned his head, and beside him stood Eve, who smiled brightly at Chu Li and said, "Commander Chu Li, how is it? The cannon disturbance device I developed, is it useful?" The cannon disturbance device, as the name suggests, interferes with the operation of the enemy's cannon fire control computer, causing their artillery to miss. The disturbance device developed by Eve can cause the enemy's artillery to miss with a rate over 90. Even if the enemy fires 10 shells, they may not hit a single one. The only drawback of the device is that it does not last long, only operating for 5 seconds. However, it is just right for interfering with rare heavy artillery, like the annihilation cannon. As long as the timing is right, interfering at the moment of firing, it would be difficult for the Lizard Clan to hit the God Emperor's Blade Legion. Chu Li had to admit that Eve's disturbance device was indeed effective. However, the Lizard King on the opposite side did not know that the miss of the annihilation cannon was due to interference. He still believed there was a problem with the technology of the Xuanjia Invincible Ship. What is happening? Have you found the reason? The Lizard King anxiously inquired of the artillery commander as the annihilation cannon fell under his jurisdiction. Your Majesty, we only found a slight fluctuation in the electric current of the fire control computer, but we are still investigating the cause of the fluctuation. The artillery commander repeatedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Useless. The Lizard King exploded in fury. Although the Xuanjia invincible ship could fire 3 shots of 100 annihilation cannon, the interval between each shot was quite long. The next time they could fire would be at least half an hour later. During this time, the Lizard King could only rely on the combat power of the Lizard Clan. Having experienced the previous death space, the Lizard King knew that relying on the Lizard Clan's forces to stop the 4 God Emperor's Blade Legions was simply impossible. But he had no choice now. Let's fight to the end. A glint of ferocity flashed in the Lizard King's eyes as he waved his staff, issuing the command. All Lizard Clan starships activated their weapon shields. At this moment, the Lizard Clan forces resembled a small boat desperately struggling in the vast ocean of the God Emperor's blade. It's a struggle for a sliver of survival. Cannon fire erupted, missiles flew in all directions, torpedoes roared. The firepower of the Lizard Clan burst forth like the ashes of a blazing sun, sweeping towards the God Emperor's Blade Legion. Great White Shark, Orca, and Azure Dragon unleashed their ordinary weapons in unison. The annihilation cannon of the Great White Shark could even fire a slow shot with 1 energy, each shot's power being thousands of times that of ordinary artillery. These surging cannon fires converged into a torrent of destructive power, sweeping towards the God Emperor's Blade Legion from another direction. Boom. Rumbling. The original position of the God Emperor's Blade Legion was covered by the surging cannon fire and explosions, and it seemed as if space itself were about to shatter. The radar of the Great White Shark battleship indicated that the starships of the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion had not diminished. He understood. These ordinary artillery fire, though lively, could not even break the shield of the Divine Emperor's blade, let alone harm the starships. Damn it, not only is the attack power strong, but the defense is also so abnormal. Encountering an opponent like the Divine Emperor's blade, I truly am having bad luck. The Lin Emperor secretly cursed in his heart. It was evident that the destructive power of the Lin clan's ordinary weapons against the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion was limited, and waiting for the next wave of annihilation cannons would take at least half an hour. During this time, as long as the Lin clan's attack paused, the Divine Emperor's blade would inevitably counterattack. The attack from the Divine Emperor's blade. The Lin Emperor recalled the terrifying storm of ammunition, unable to help but feel his throat dry. When the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion opened fire, even the Xuanjia battleship would find it hard to withstand. The Lin Emperor wanted to flee. He was not a fool. Knowing that he would surely die, he would not stay. What was the difference from waiting for death? As a leader of a clan, how could he be so foolish? He set his sights on the interference field that prevented the Lin clan's fleet from jumping. The Great White Shark began to fire the annihilation cannon using 1 of its energy. The 1 energy annihilation cannon's pulse was far beyond what an ordinary starship could compare to, quickly damaging the interference field's equipment. Subsequently, the Great White Shark, Orca, and Songlong, 3 battleships, jumped away together. To buy time against the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion, the Lin Emperor deliberately left behind all the fully equipped 4th-level fleets as cannon fodder to hold back the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion. In the flagship command room of the Divine Emperor's Blade, the radar already showed the direction the Lin Emperor had fled. Commander, the Lin clan's battleships are fleeing. The Divine Emperor has laid a net of heaven and earth. No matter how far the Lin Emperor runs, he cannot escape the cage. There is no need to worry, Chu Li said calmly. He was not afraid of the Lin Emperor fleeing at all, because all of this was already within the Divine Emperor's expectations. Everything was arranged by the Emperor. As for the Lin clan's fleet before him, Chu Li did not intend to let them go, ordering 2 rounds of concentrated fire from the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion. Explosions ensued, annihilating everything. It was like the explosion of stars, a destructive force sweeping outward. In the flames, billions of Lin clan members turned to ash. The 3 Lin clan battleships passed through a space crack, arriving at a starry space 10 light-years away from Chu Li. However, as soon as the starships came to a stop, they were locked by the jump interference field. An ambush. The fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blade appeared ahead. The Lin Emperor was stunned, staring at the Divine Emperor's Blade starships with a very puzzled expression. Damn it, what is going on? His escape direction was randomly chosen, and he didn't even know where he was now. How did the Divine Emperor's Blade manage to set up an ambush in advance? The Divine Emperor's Blade Legion before him consisted of 12 fleets, with combat power no less than that of Chu Li a moment ago. This was hardly an escape. It was almost like delivering one's head on a platter. In the flagship command room of the Divine Emperor's Blade, Chu Li smiled coldly. The Lin Emperor probably never imagined that not only was his annihilation cannon being interfered with, but even his jump engine's computer was compromised. Any jump coordinates he inputs we can synchronize and obtain. As soon as Chu Si's words fell, Chu Li annihilated the Lin clan's fleet and brought 4 legions with him. At this moment, the 3 Lin clan battleships were surrounded by 8 legions of the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Orca and Kanglong's annihilation cannons have not yet cooled down, and if the Great White Shark were to unleash its full power, it is uncertain whether the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion could be completely wiped out. The Great White Shark would likely be destroyed first. The 4th-level primitive civilization's manufactured battleships were technologically backward and had too many restrictions in usage. To utilize the Great White Shark's annihilation cannon, the Lin Emperor had to be prepared to perish alongside it. Clearly, the Lin Emperor did not have such determination. Just now, 4 legions of the Divine Emperor's Blade had already forced him to flee. Now, with 4 more 8 legions attacking, he had no chance of winning. The Lin Emperor decisively boarded the shuttle for escape. The Divine Emperor's Blade legions had already begun attacking the 3 Lin clan battleships. If he did not leave now, he might very well perish again. The Lin Emperor looked back reluctantly at the Orca and Songlong. What a pity. The Lin Emperor had thought these 2 Xuanjia battleships were the symbol of the Lin clan's rise, but unexpectedly, they represented the end of Lin clan civilization. After this battle, the Lin clan was thoroughly crippled. Even if they could barely maintain their 4th-level civilization status, there would be little hope for resurgence. The Divine Emperor's Blade. Thinking of this name, the Lin Emperor's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Hatred, fear, and even an indescribable sense of admiration. Commander, a Lin clan shuttle is fleeing. Should we use anti-air firepower to destroy it? Please advise. The officer beside Chu Li indicated. The fleeing direction of the Lin Emperor's shuttle was directly towards Chu Li's legion. Although the shuttle could reach the speed of light after accelerating, it was not fast during the takeoff phase. The anti-air firepower of ordinary starships could easily destroy it. No need. After this battle, the foundation of the Lin clan has been destroyed and poses no threat to us. Let him go. Indeed. The main fleet of the Lin clan had already been completely annihilated by Chu Li's legion. If they were to destroy these 3 Lin clan battleships, the Lin clan would have no significant combat power left. To the Divine Emperor's Blade, the Lin clan no longer posed a threat. Of course, Chu Li's decision was also because Chu Li wanted to use the remaining forces of the Lin clan to deplete the Blood clan and Stone clan. Otherwise, Chu Li would not dare to easily let the Lin Emperor go. Old Six had, under Chu Li's instructions, spread the information about the Blood clan's envoy meeting with Chu Li across several star regions. The information included recordings and videos, leaving no room for the Lin Emperor to disbelieve. Chu Li believed that if the Lin Emperor learned that his defeat was so disastrous due to the Blood clan's behind Thessine's manipulation, he would undoubtedly find a way to retaliate against them. If that were the case, then Chu Li's purpose would be achieved. Without the Lin Emperor's command, the 3 Lin clan battleships fell into chaos and were quickly destroyed by the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion, especially the Orca and Songlong. The explosion's light spread across the starry sky, the blinding white light akin to an endless river of stars, brilliant and violent. The explosion obliterated the entire solar system. In the solar system, whether stars or planets, they were directly shattered and annihilated by the explosion. Not to mention the life and civilizations within the solar system all became victims of this explosion. Chu Li and Chu Si led the 8 legions to flee before the explosion, otherwise they would surely have been affected by this terrifying blast. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was still left to old Six's pirate fleet, the mother star of the Scale clan. At this moment, a fortress similar in size to the Steel Fortress stands high in the sky, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the mother star. Scale Emperor Fortress, the last line of defense for the Scale clan's mother star. Surrounding the Scale Emperor Fortress, the defensive fleet of the Scale clan gathers, consisting of 6 fully equipped 4th-level fleets, all elite. Outside the Scale clan's fleet, there are numerous fleets from other civilizations providing support. These are fleets from the vassal civilizations of the Scale clan. Although not many in number, each one is an elite force. However, their fleet levels do not reach 4th level, and naturally their combat power cannot match that of the Scale clan's fleet. After all, the Scale clan has ruled the Fishtail Star region for many years, and there are still some loyal vassal civilizations. They gather here because they have received intelligence about the invasion of the Divine Emperor's Blade. After the annihilation of the Baron clan, the Divine Emperor's Blade's next target is undoubtedly the Scale clan's mother star. At this moment, inside the Scale Emperor Fortress, the elders stationed at the mother star and the leaders of the supporting vassal civilizations gather. At the forefront are 2 individuals. One is the Grand Elder of the Scale clan, a highly respected figure deeply beloved by the leaders present. The other is the Scale Prince Lin Wu. Grand Elder, what is the situation at the front lines? Has father returned with reinforcements? Lin Wu's expression remains calm, but his tone reveals his anxiety. He knows the power of the Divine Emperor's blade, but if the Scale Emperor can return in time, with the combined internal and external forces defending the Scale clan's mother star, they might be able to defeat the Divine Emperor's blade army and reclaim lost territory. The Grand Elder of the Scale clan shakes his head. They had sent a distress signal to the Scale Emperor long ago, but have yet to receive any updates. Little do they know. The Scale Emperor's fleet has already been annihilated by Chu Li and Chu Li on the way. Your Highness need not worry. Even without His Majesty's arrival, with the solidity of the Scale Emperor Fortress and the numerous defensive installations on the Mother Star, we may not be able to attack the Divine Emperor's blade army, but self-defense should not be difficult. The Grand Elder reassures. Lin Wu nods. Indeed, the Scale clan has spared no expense in fortifying their Mother Star. The defensive works are incredibly sturdy, like an impregnable fortress which ordinary 4th-level civilizations cannot breach. The fleet of the Divine Emperor's blade. The Divine Emperor's blade is here. The crowd around Lin Wu begins to stir. In the sky, starships leap in, increasing in number, forming 8 entire legions, 24 elite 4th-level fleets. The appearance of the fleets brings a powerful sense of oppression. Even Lin Wu and the Grand Elder of the Scale clan are frightened into stepping back at such terrifying combat power. Both silently curse at the situation. Before the Divine Emperor's blade army even opens fire, the mere pressure from their presence nearly shatters the will to resist among the Scale clan and the vassal civilization leaders. This battle is utterly unwinnable. The video link connects. The commander of the Divine Emperor's blade on the other side has a buzz cut and a square face. The Grand Elder of the Scale clan recognizes him as Chu Li, one of the commanders of the invasion into the Scale clan. Commander Chu Li, although we have had some minor conflicts in the past, you took advantage of the Scale Emperor's absence to invade the territories of my clan's vassal civilizations, and now you are invading our Mother Star. Is this not going too far? The Grand Elder of the Scale clan feigns calmness as he questions Chu Li. He actually hopes to buy time, hoping to hold out until the Scale Emperor's reinforcements arrive. Chu Li coldly smiles, having seen through the Grand Elder's scheme. You are waiting for the Scale Emperor's reinforcements, aren't you? I officially inform you that the Scale Emperor's fleet was ambushed and annihilated by us an hour ago. Thus, the only remaining combat power you have is that of the Scale clan. The Grand Elder and Lin Wu are stunned into silence upon hearing this. The Scale Emperor's fleet annihilated. Impossible. The Grand Elder of the Scale clan firmly shakes his head. His Majesty the Scale Emperor is leading the Xian Iron Invincible ship on this expedition, and it cannot be so easily defeated. Those around the Grand Elder all nod in agreement, including Lin Wu. The Scale clan has already utilized the Xian Iron Invincible ship in battle. This is not a secret. The Xian Iron Invincible ship is a technological marvel of mid-level 4th civilization, not only boasting formidable defenses, but also terrifying attack capabilities. Without the invincible ships, even if the Divine Emperor's blade is powerful, it might be possible to injure the Xian Iron Invincible ship, but complete annihilation would be utterly impossible. Chu Li couldn't be bothered to waste time on them, directly inserting footage into the video of the Xian Iron Invincible ship being destroyed in an explosion. Inside the Scale Emperor Fortress. Under the massive light screen, the leaders of the Scale clan and the vassal civilizations are shocked by the explosion of the Xian Iron Invincible ship. This is said to be tougher and larger than the Invincible ship itself, yet it was blown up by the Divine Emperor's blade army. However, with the image as evidence, no one dares to doubt Chu Li's words. Chu Li casts his gaze towards the leaders of the vassal civilizations. This is a matter between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Scale clan, and it has nothing to do with you. If you choose to leave now, the Divine Emperor's blade can forgive your actions of assisting the Scale clan. Otherwise, the fates of the Yao clan, the Jiao clan, and the Baron clan will be yours. As Chu Li speaks, his eyes are filled with endless killing intent. Some of the less resolute leaders of the vassal civilizations are startled by Chu Li's words. The brutality and cruelty of the Divine Emperor's blade towards captive enemy civilizations have already spread throughout the surrounding star regions. Even without Chu Li's words, these leaders of the vassal civilizations know what fate awaits the Yao clan and the other 2 clans. Even the Scale Emperor's army has been annihilated. What significance is there for these 3rd-level civilization fleets to hold on here? Your Highness, my Dog clan's fleet is weak and may not be of any help to you, so we will withdraw. I apologize. Your Highness, my Cat clan. Me too. One by one, the vassal civilizations leave. Soon in the once bustling hall of the Scale Emperor Fortress, 2/3 of the leaders of the vassal civilizations have departed. Chu Li stands by, making no additional moves. According to Chu Li's instructions, these vassal civilizations of the Scale clan that choose neutrality will be preserved as much as possible. After all, these vassal civilizations will all be part of his sphere of influence in the future, and reducing damage will allow them to produce resources for Chu Li as much as possible after they submit. Of course, if any vassal civilization continues to support the Scale clan, Chu Li will not show mercy. Faced with betrayal, the once proud Lin Wu can no longer contain himself. His complexion changes drastically, a surge of blood rushing to his head. PFF. Green blood sprays wildly, and Lin Wu, as if struck by a tremendous blow, spits out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. Your Highness. The Grand Elder of the Scale clan quickly supports Lin Wu. Lin Wu extends a trembling finger pointing at Chu Li on the light screen. Divine Emperor's Blade. My Scale clan is far from as simple as you think. The grudge of today will naturally be avenged tenfold by someone. Chu Li said calmly. You need not worry about future matters. Rest assured on your journey. After finishing, Chu Li closed the video. Fire. Within half an hour, take down the Scale clan's mother star. Yes, Commander. Not long after, a terrifying white light explodes above the Scale clan's mother star, resembling dazzling fireworks. But these fireworks represent not celebration and joy, but destruction and death. The explosion of the Scale Emperor Fortress signifies the fall of the Scale clan's mother star. 200 light-years away from the Scale clan's mother star, in the empty depths of space, a wormhole hovers. Entering the wormhole will directly transport starships to specific star systems. These star systems are formed by supernova explosions, extremely isolated and not connected to other star systems. Cosmic civilizations generally refer to such star systems as closed star systems. Ordinary means cannot reach these closed star systems. Only through specific wormholes can they enter and exit. The wormhole before us is the gateway to a certain closed star system. Whoosh! A light shadow rushes in and halts before the wormhole. This is a Scale clan shuttle. Inside the shuttle, the Scale Emperor exhales deeply. This flight for his life has exhausted him. He does not dare return to the Scale clan's mother star, for he already anticipates that the Scale clan's mother star has likely fallen into the hands of the Divine Emperor's Blade. For the Scale Emperor, now this should be the safest place. On the other side of the wormhole lies the closed star system, which is the origin star of the Scale clan. The civilization of the Scale clan originated from there. Linshur Star, the planet where the Lin clan originated. Even though the Lin clan established a vast empire in the Fishtail Nebula, they still retained sufficient military strength on Linshur Star. 5 elite fleets of level 4 along with 2 decommissioned, yet still operational dreadnoughts. This military strength is usually kept in reserve, activated only when Linshur Star faces an invasion or the Lin clan encounters a crisis. Presently, the Lin Emperor is preparing to deploy this military strength. While it is certain that they cannot contend with the God Emperor's Blade, it is enough for him to defend Linshur Star and preserve the flame of Lin clan civilization. In the ancestral land of the Lin clan, in a slightly outdated palace, the high-ranking members of the Lin clan stationed at Linshur Star gather around the Lin Emperor. At this moment, an intelligence officer of Linshur Star hurriedly walks in. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence, the Lin clan's home planet has fallen, and the Crown Prince and the Grand Elder's fates are uncertain. The surrounding high-ranking Lin clan members wore worried expressions upon hearing this. The Lin Emperor clenched his fist tightly, his fingers nearly piercing his palm with blood. The fall of the home planet. Since becoming an interstellar civilization, the Lin clan had never faced such humiliation. Another intelligence officer rushed in. Your Majesty, the intelligence has been confirmed. The Crown Prince has sacrificed himself. The Grand Elder died in Lin Emperor's castle while protecting the Crown Prince. The God Emperor's Blade has plundered our home planet, and the territories of the Yao clan, the Merfolk clan, and the Shell clan have also been looted. Currently, the God Emperor's Blade is still besieging our other strongholds in the Fishtail Nebula. Reports are piling up like bombs, exploding in the minds of the Lin clan's high-ranking officials. In the palace, the Lin clan's leaders fell silent. They felt a tightening at their backs, and before they knew it, they were drenched in cold sweat. Although the Lin Emperor had been mentally prepared, he was now shocked and fell back onto his throne. How could this be? Why is it like this? The Lin Emperor was repeatedly in a daze. Before encountering the God Emperor's Blade, the Lin clan, while not claiming dominance over the Twin Star domain, was still a regional power, with most of the wars ending in victory. However, after encountering the God Emperor's Blade, they first suffered losses in the death space, losing a dreadnought and several elite fleets, and then were ambushed by the God Emperor's Blade, leading to the breach of their home planet. Even the Xuanjia dreadnought, regarded by the Lin Emperor as a secret weapon, was blown to bits by the God Emperor's Blade forces. This organization, the God Emperor's Blade, is simply the Lin clan's nemesis. The Lin Emperor's expression was somewhat dejected. The high-ranking Lin clan members who had long been stationed in the closed Linshur Star were hearing about the God Emperor's Blade for the first time. They could not believe that a mere mercenary organization could push the Lin clan to such a state. To be cautious, the 4th elder of the Lin clan, as a senior representative stationed at Linshur Star, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the intelligence may also be mistaken. We should send reconnaissance drones to investigate. That would be more prudent. Mainly because this news came too suddenly and was too shocking. It made them incredulous. A mercenary organization with such power. How could they break through and defeat the Lin clan in such a short time? Many high-ranking Lin clan members began to eye the Lin Emperor with suspicion. They suspected that this might all be a fabricated scheme by the Lin Emperor to cover up the fact of his military failure. The high-ranking Lin clan members present had not left the closed star system for a long time and were not aware of the situation outside. All right, we will proceed as you suggested. The Lin Emperor nodded. With the Lin Emperor's elite forces annihilated by the God Emperor's blade, he must rely on the military strength of Lin Star and gain the trust of these high-ranking officials stationed there. Soon, thousands of reconnaissance drones surged out from Lin Star, passing through wormholes and entering open space. The thousands of drones spread out like raindrops falling into the sea, quickly merging into the starry sky. Lin Star, the high-ranking Lin clan members, and the Lin Emperor stand before a massive light screen. The screen displays the footage sent back by the reconnaissance drones. At this moment, the Lin clan's home planet has just experienced tragedy. The explosion shockwave from the Lin Emperor's castle has brought terrifying destruction to the Lin clan's home planet. The once prosperous planet is now silent. As the reconnaissance drones delved deeper, scenes of devastation assaulted the senses of the Lin clan's high-ranking officials. Ruined starship wreckage, Lin clan refugees. In the shattered city, soldiers of the God Emperor's blade constantly searched and drove away Lin clan captives. Starships bearing the insignia of the God Emperor's blade transported these captives like livestock. As the overlords of the fishtail nebula, the Lin clan could never have imagined that they would face such a day of downfall. Particularly the high-ranking officials of Lin Star, who fell silent. They had just questioned the intelligence regarding the God Emperor's blade, believing that their military strength was exaggerated. Now, witnessing the Lin clan's home planet indeed being ravaged by the God Emperor's blade, they realized that the earlier intelligence was all true. The scene switched. One Lin clan after another in other star systems colonies was currently suffering ruthless attacks from the God Emperor's blade. Fleet after fleet of the God Emperor's blade appeared in the footage. The Lin clan's colonies were continuously falling. In these colonies, whether they had sturdy defensive fortresses, powerful station fleets, or even the most rudimentary settlements, all could not withstand a single round of bombardment from the God Emperor's blade fleets. The overwhelming military strength of the God Emperor's blade instilled fear in everyone. If this continues, the fall of all Lin clan colonies is merely a matter of time. What awaits all Lin clan people will be a tragic fate. The Lin clan has developed for 1,000,000 years in the Fishtail Nebula, acquiring so many colonies and affiliated civilizations. And now more than half of them have been conquered by the God Emperor's blade. With the Lin clan's current weakened strength, they are powerless to do anything, only able to watch helplessly. Some affiliated civilizations and colonies declared their separation from the rule of the God Emperor's blade at the first moment of the Lin clan's home planet's fall, attempting to evade the attacks of the God Emperor's blade. However, the God Emperor's blade would not be swayed by their actions. The mercy of the God Emperor's blade is not unconditional. Any civilization or colony that did not separate from Lin clan's control before the fall of the home planet is a target for the God Emperor's blade. The only fate awaiting them is downfall and annihilation. Your Majesty, let the clansmen in the outer colonies return to Lin Star. Regardless of whether they announce their separation from the Lin clan, as long as they are willing, they should be allowed to return. If we continue to be attacked like this by the God Emperor's blade, our clansmen will soon be exhausted. To preserve people and lose land, we must preserve our people first. The fourth elder of the Lin clan spoke slowly. The Lin Emperor nodded. The fourth elder's words made sense. When unable to preserve both population and territory, the priority must be to safeguard the population. They could no longer allow the Lin clan people to be captured by the God Emperor's blade. The strength of an interstellar civilization is also crucially linked to its population. Population represents the future of civilization, especially talents like scientists and engineers, who are the backbone of civilization. Without these technical talents in reserve, the Lin clan's technology will gradually decline, potentially falling from a level 4 civilization to a level 3 civilization. It is not that ordinary clansmen are unimportant, they form the foundation. The more clansmen there are, the more scientists and engineers will emerge. This principle is certainly understood by the Lin Emperor. He agreed with the suggestion of the fourth elder, intending to use the Lin Star, a closed star system, to protect the Lin clansmen while opening the outer universe. The Lin clan has already failed and cannot stop the onslaught of the Divine Emperor's blade. Although the Lin Star is connected to the outside world through wormholes, these wormholes appear and disappear randomly, and their locations vary each time. It is not easy for the Divine Emperor's blade to find this place. Thus only on the Lin star can the propagation of the Lin clansmen be preserved, safeguarding the ember of civilization for the Lin clan. Seeing the Lin Emperor's agreement, the fourth elder hurriedly instructed his subordinates to mobilize the Lin clansmen from the tail star cloud, calling them all to converge at the Lin star. The Lin Emperor turned to the intelligence officer standing nearby. What is the loss of our clan's combat power in this war? The intelligence officer's face bore a look of despair. Your Majesty, according to preliminary statistics in this war against the Divine Emperor's blade, a total of 25 fleets were annihilated, including 20 elite fleets of level 4 and 5 patrol fleets. In addition, 1 invincible ship and 2 mystic invincible ships have fallen. As for the defense fleets of the affiliated civilizations and colonies, the number annihilated is simply impossible to tally. The intelligence officer reported with a heavy heart. These are the foundation upon which the Lin clan dominated the tail star cloud, contending with other level 4 civilizations. It took the Lin clan many years to accumulate this combat power. Now all of this has been destroyed by the Divine Emperor's blade, making it extremely difficult for the Lin clan to rise again. Hearing these numbers, the Lin Emperor's heart trembled violently. The Lin clan can be said to have been thoroughly wounded at its roots. With 3 invincible ships and 25 fleets, even if the Lin Emperor were to challenge both the Stone Clan and the Blood Clan with this combat power, he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. How strong must the Divine Emperor's blade be to easily annihilate such combat power? The Lin Emperor had encountered 4 Divine Emperor's blade legions himself, but he believed this was not the full extent of their power this time. Have we gathered intelligence on the combat strength of the Divine Emperor's blade? According to our statistics, this time the Divine Emperor's blade deployed a total of 8 legions and 24 elite level 4 fleets, of which 6 legions attacked our clan, while the remaining 2 legions headed towards the territory of the Blood Clan with unclear objectives. 8 legions, 24 elite level 4 fleets. The Lin Emperor was astonished. The Divine Emperor's blade possesses such terrifying combat power. With the same elite level 4 fleets, the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade is at least 3 times that of the Lin clan. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to obliterate the Lin clan's invincible ship with only level 4 fleets. Such a monstrous combat power, the Divine Emperor's blade evidently has 24 fleets. If converted to Lin clan fleets, this would correspond to at least 80 elite level 4 fleets of the Lin clan. Hiss! Even the usually calm Lin Emperor could not help but gasp in shock. He was genuinely frightened by the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade. The intelligence officer said, moreover, according to intelligence, these 8 legions are likely not the full strength of the Divine blade. In this war, the Divine Emperor's blade has retained a substantial portion of their combat power to defend their territory. However, we have yet to ascertain how much strength the Divine Emperor's blade has truly retained. The Lin Emperor fell silent. The combat power of the 8 major legions is already terrifying. If we account for the retained strength, it is impossible to estimate just how strong the Divine Emperor's blade truly is. Among the civilizations, the Lin Emperor knows only the Dragon and Phoenix clans possess combat power comparable to the Divine Emperor's blade. The Dragon and Phoenix clans are both powerful among mid-level 4 civilizations, each forming a military alliance composed of early and mid-level 4 civilizations. The Dragon Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance. The 2 alliances frequently engage in warfare over members and territory. In the Twin Star domain, the Lin clan belongs to the Dragon faction, while the Blood clan and Stone clan belong to the Phoenix faction. This is also the reason why the Lin clan has been in constant conflict with the other 2 clans. However, the Dragon and Phoenix clans are quite special. It is said that they originated from a level 5 civilization, serving as derivative civilizations of that level. Though they have lost contact with their progenitor clan over billions of years, and their advanced technology has gradually been lost in the river of time, the Dragon and Phoenix clans still maintain a combat power that surpasses other mid-level 4 civilizations due to their terrifying historical legacy. The Divine Emperor's blade, on the other hand, is merely a newly emerging mercenary organization from the Eternal Star Cloud. In just a year or 2, they have developed combat power comparable to that of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. How did they achieve this? It should be noted that the development and evolution of any civilization follows a process. A primitive civilization cannot suddenly evolve into an interstellar civilization without external assistance. The sudden rise of the Divine Emperor's blade appears quite strange, leaving the Lin Emperor puzzled. The higher-ups of the Lin Star also fell into complete silence upon hearing this. Although their understanding of the Divine Emperor's blade's combat power is not as deep as that of the Lin Emperor, the mere existence of 24 elite level 4 fleets from the Divine Emperor's blade left them so astounded they could not speak. Even for a mid-level 4 civilization, deploying 24 elite level 4 fleets at once is not easy, let alone for a level 4 early civilization like the Lin clan. According to the intelligence officer, these 24 fleets are merely a portion of the Divine Emperor's blade strength. If the Divine Emperor's blade were to unleash all their combat power, just how terrifying would that be? Thinking of this, many among the Lin higher-ups began to feel an infinite fear. However, they are unaware. Even the Divine Emperor's blade legions with such terrifying combat power are merely a part of their overall strength. The Octopus, Drone Fleet, and Pirate Fleets. The Divine Emperor's blade has many hidden cards yet to be revealed. Especially the soon-to-be-completed Dragon Chant Invincible ship, which is the technology of a lost civilization. Once completed, the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade will increase by several magnitudes. All of this has been deliberately concealed by Chu Li. For the Divine Emperor's blade, the most crucial thing now is to accumulate wealth quietly and preserve their strength. During the rise of the Divine Emperor's blade from the Eternal Star Cloud, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the surrounding ordinary level 4 civilizations, have maintained a watchful and silent stance. Although they are curious about the astonishing growth rate of the Divine Emperor's blade, they have basically not interfered. However, if the Divine Emperor's blade were to expose all of their combat power, powerful civilizations will no longer remain watchful and silent. They may tolerate the rise of the Divine Emperor's blade, but will not allow it to become an existence that defies the heavens. Because the Divine Emperor's blade is a mercenary organization, once it loses control, it poses a significant danger to the surrounding powers. Mercenary organizations have no stance. Their activities are solely for profit and rewards. This time they can act against the Lin clan for a reward, and next time they can do the same against any other civilization for a reward. If the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade becomes too inflated, it may even threaten the safety of the Dragon and Phoenix clans in the future. If the Dragon and Phoenix clans were to realize this, they might abandon their conflicts and unite to strike against the Divine Emperor's blade. To this end, from the beginning, Chu Li has deliberately concealed part of his strength to avoid drawing the attention of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. He may currently possess the power to crush 1 or 2 level 4 early civilizations, but it is still insufficient to challenge both the Dragon and Phoenix alliances simultaneously. Yet even though Chu Li has only displayed part of his power, it is enough to instill fear in those who witness it. Your Majesty, the combat strength exhibited by the Divine Emperor's blade is likely greater than the combined might of the Scale Clan, Blood Clan, and Stone Clan. The Divine Emperor's blade is merely an emerging mercenary organization. How could it possess such formidable power? This matter may not be as simple as it seems. It could potentially be a conspiracy of the Phoenix clan. Please contact the Dragon Clan Alliance. If the Phoenix clan is indeed behind this, we must prepare early. The higher-ups of the Scale clan were in heated discussions. The sudden rise of the Divine Emperor's blade and its assault on the Scale clan were both shrouded in mystery. An unusual occurrence must have an underlying cause. The leaders of the Scale clan suspected that the Divine Emperor's blade was a force supported by the Phoenix clan within the Twin Star domain. At that moment, the 7th elder of the Scale clan strode in. No need to doubt, the Divine Emperor's blade is definitely a force supported by the Phoenix clan alliance. The 7th elder controlled the intelligence agency of the Scale clan. Please take a look. This is the information just sent back by our intelligence personnel. He handed the documents to the Scale Emperor. Blood Ancestor. So it was him. The Scale Emperor's eyes widened and rage nearly burst forth from his pupils. His hands trembled violently as he held the information. The information clearly indicated that the Blood Clan had hired the Divine Emperor's blade to ambush the Scale Clan, and to this end the Blood Clan had ceded the territories of its vassal civilizations, the Water Clan and Snow Clan, to the Divine Emperor's blade. The entire report included text, video, and audio. The evidence was thoroughly complete, and the Blood Clan could not possibly deny it. However, the Scale Emperor suddenly had another thought. The ambush by the Divine Emperor's blade had nearly led to the annihilation of the Scale Clan. It was impossible for the Blood Ancestor alone to devise such a scheme. After all, having fought for so many years, the Scale Emperor knew these two old rivals better than anyone. If they were that clever, they wouldn't have been consistently suppressed by the Scale Clan on the battlefield. Behind the Blood Clan and Stone Clan, there must be a greater mastermind. It could be the Phoenix Clan, or even the entire Phoenix Clan alliance. Perhaps the Scale Emperor's initial thought was misguided. The Divine Emperor's blade was not an unfamiliar force that had suddenly appeared, but rather a pawn placed by the Phoenix Clan alliance to target the Scale Clan. In this way, the sudden rise and terrifying combat strength of the Divine Emperor's blade become understandable. After all, with the resources of the Phoenix Clan alliance, it is not difficult to create a force like the Divine Emperor's blade. Due to the contract restrictions between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the Phoenix Clan alliance was not in a position to directly confront the Scale Clan. Instead, they leveraged the Divine Emperor's blade to overthrow the Scale Clan. At the same time, they took this opportunity to suppress the Dragon Clan and the entire Dragon Clan alliance. The Phoenix Clan Alliance had done similar things before, and the Dragon Clan Alliance had not been innocent either. If this were merely a war between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Scale Clan, the Dragon Clan Alliance might not intervene. However, the situation is different now. This time it is highly likely a conspiracy specifically targeting the Dragon Clan Alliance. I believe the Dragon Clan Alliance will not sit idly by. The Scale Emperor said excitedly, his eyes shining. Whether or not the Divine Emperor's Blade is a conspiracy of the Phoenix Clan is not important to him. If it is, that would be best. If not, even if he has to fabricate some evidence, he will make the whole affair appear like a conspiracy of the Phoenix Clan. Only in this way will he have a chance to drag the entire Dragon Clan Alliance into the mire. Only then will he have a chance to stand against the Divine Emperor's Blade. Otherwise, with the current combat strength of the Scale Clan, they would be utterly powerless to resist the Divine Emperor's Blade. Only by dragging the entire Dragon Clan Alliance down with them will the Scale Clan have a chance to weather the storm, or even hope to annihilate the Divine Emperor's Blade and avenge their grievances. Even if this would spark a great war between the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance, the Scale Emperor was willing to risk it. He was fully aware of the consequences of his actions. But even if the final result is a great war between the two major civilization alliances leading to countless lives lost and the destruction of numerous star systems, he does not care. In his eyes, the Scale Clan is of utmost importance. He only cares for his own race. If he does not act, should the Divine Emperor's Blade find the wormhole into the Scale Star, the annihilation of the entire Scale Clan could occur in an instant. The Scale Clan spent billions of years to reach their current level of civilization. It cannot end here. The Scale Emperor will not allow such a scene to unfold before his eyes. A ruthless glint flickered in the Scale Emperor's eyes. As for the Blood Clan, they cannot be spared. Whether it is the war between the Blood and Stone clans against the Scale Clan or the ambush by the Divine Emperor's Blade, in both instances the Blood Clan was the mastermind. From today onward, keep a close watch on the Blood Clan. Report any signs of weakness immediately. The Scale Emperor commanded the Seventh Elder. The current Scale Clan may not be able to defeat the Divine Emperor's Blade, but they can still harass the Blood Clan, making them pay some interest for the blood debts of the Scale Clan. Understood. 5,000 light-years away from the Twin Star Domain in the Fire Phoenix Star Domain. Unlike the chaotic situation in the Twin Star Domain, the entire Fire Phoenix Star Domain has only one overlord, the Phoenix Clan. At the center of the Fire Phoenix Star Domain lies a planet that burns like fire, appearing in a brilliant red hue. This is the mother planet of the Phoenix Clan, Nirvana Star. On a phoenix tree made entirely of energy crystals, there stood a small house. The Blood Ancestor descended from the starship, and under the watchful eyes of the Phoenix Clan guards entered the small house. You have arrived. Before the Blood Ancestor stood a woman engulfed in flames, with an exquisite figure and an air of pride. Her eyes burned with flames, seemingly overflowing with endless majesty. Long time no see, Phoenix Lord. The Blood Ancestor bowed in greeting. The Phoenix Lord is the most outstanding leader in the history of the Phoenix Clan. Under her leadership, the technology of the Phoenix Clan advanced significantly, and the population continued to rise. Even the various civilizations within the Phoenix Clan Alliance developed to varying degrees under her guidance. Moreover, during the war with the Dragon Clan Alliance, she once led the coalition of the Phoenix Clan Alliance to defeat the Dragon Clan Alliance, forcing them to sign a treaty of surrender. Though the Phoenix Clan is only a mid-level civilization and appears on par with the early Blood Clan civilization, in reality, in terms of technological level and combat power, the Phoenix Clan absolutely outclasses the Blood Clan by several magnitudes. If the Phoenix Lord is likened to a high-level chess player, then the Blood Clan is merely one of the many pawns in her hand. At the level of the Phoenix Lord, with a mere thought she could annihilate a civilization. With a mere thought she could erase countless lives. Such a radiant leader of civilization, even as a woman, commands the respect of the Blood Ancestor. The Phoenix Lord slightly nodded, signaling the Scale Emperor to sit. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met. Your Blood Clan and the Stone Clan have performed remarkably well in this war against the Scale Clan. If I am not mistaken, the ambush by the Divine Emperor's Blade against the Scale Clan was also arranged by you, right? Utilizing the strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade to strike at the Scale Clan, while deepening their hatred, you have done well. The Phoenix Lord praised. Hearing this, the Blood Ancestor shook his head. Phoenix Lord, you misunderstand. Oh. The Phoenix Lord looked at the Blood Ancestor with a puzzled expression. The Blood Ancestor continued. I hired the Divine Emperor's Blade to deal with the Scale Clan with the hope that they could merely harass the Scale Clan's battlefield and restrain them. I never expected the Divine Emperor's Blade to take on the task so readily and act with such swiftness, capturing the Scale Clan's mother planet almost instantaneously. All of this exceeded my expectations. Rather than saying I arranged all of this, it would be more accurate to say that the Divine Emperor's Blade had long been waiting for this opportunity. a chance to exploit the war between the Scale Clan, Blood Clan, and Stone Clan, reaping substantial profits from both sides. The Blood Ancestor couldn't help but sigh. The direction of events had exceeded his control. He originally intended to use the Divine Emperor's Blade to alleviate some pressure on the battlefield, while simultaneously deepening the conflict between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Scale Clan. If the Divine Emperor's Blade defeated the Scale Clan, it goes without saying that the Blood Clan would take the opportunity to launch a counterattack on the battlefield, smashing the Scale Clan's forces. If the Divine Emperor's Blade couldn't defeat the Scale Clan, it would at least exhaust the Scale Clan's war potential. The Blood Clan could seize the opportunity of the Divine Emperor's Blade's failure to occupy the Eternal Nebula and expand their territory. Regardless of which side won in the struggle between the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Scale Clan, it was advantageous for the Blood Clan. He never expected this. The outcome of events was completely beyond his expectations. The Scale Clan suffered a devastating defeat in their battle with the Divine Emperor's Blade. The once powerful Scale Clan army was annihilated, and both the Scale Clan's home planet and colonies were occupied by the Divine Emperor's Blade. The Blood Ancestor was shocked by all of this. The combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. First, they annihilated the Scale Clan's invincible ships with a level 4 fleet in the Death Space, and then in this raid against the Scale Clan, they wiped out the Scale Clan's forces. I've even heard that the 2 Xuanjia invincible ships of the Scale Clan were also destroyed by the Divine Emperor's Blade. None of us anticipated that the Divine Emperor's Blade, an emerging force from the Eternal Nebula, would possess such terrifying combat capabilities. Suddenly rising and possessing such formidable power, the organization of the Divine Emperor's Blade must have an extraordinary background. Recalling the 8 legions exposed by the Divine Emperor's Blade, each with the capability to annihilate invincible ships, the Blood Ancestor couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. On the surface, the Blood Clan possessed 3 invincible ships, and 3 more lay in ambush in the shadows like the Scale Clan. This level of power is not considered weak even among the Phoenix Clan alliance. Yet, even so, the Blood Ancestor felt that if it had been the Blood Clan battling the Divine Emperor's Blade instead of the Scale Clan, they too would have faced a crushing defeat. The combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade is simply monstrous. This technology, which disregards the differences in starship tonnage and firepower to counter high-level starships, has never been seen even among the top-tier forces at the peak of level 4. Hearing this, the Phoenix Master's eyes sparkled with flames. What exactly is the Divine Emperor's Blade? Could it be an offshoot of a level 5 civilization or the remnants of a lost civilization? Level 5 civilizations and lost civilizations are currently far beyond the technological level of level 4. The background of the Divine Emperor's Blade is too mysterious. After the Divine Emperor's Blade's raid on the Scale Clan, the Phoenix Master began to pay close attention to this force, mobilizing considerable resources to investigate their origins. Although the Phoenix Clan has a strong intelligence capability, they have yet to uncover the origins of the Divine Emperor's Blade. They appeared out of nowhere, and then suddenly grew stronger. Dealing with such a powerful force with no identifiable source would be quite troublesome. Level 5 civilizations are almost all in a closed state, not interacting with level 4 civilizations. The Divine Emperor's Blade should not come from a level 5 civilization. As for the remnants of lost civilizations, they may appear occasionally, but after a brief appearance they are taken away by their mother families and do not linger in this plane for long. Since the Divine Emperor's Blade has stayed in the Eternal Nebula for 2 years, it likely does not belong to the remnants of a lost civilization. The Phoenix Master fell into contemplation. The reason she excluded level 5 and lost civilizations was also that these 2 types of civilizations are too powerful. If they were to move against the Dragon Clan Alliance or the Phoenix Clan Alliance, there would be no need to waste time creating a mercenary organization like the Divine Emperor's Blade. With their combat power, sending any starship fleet would be enough to sweep away everything here. Where does the Phoenix Master think the Divine Emperor's Blade might originate? I suspect that the Divine Emperor's Blade is very likely comprised of time usurpers. After hesitating for a moment, the Phoenix Master revealed her conjecture. Time usurpers are civilizations with highly developed future technology that, after breaking through time limits, send expeditionary forces to different time nodes. These civilizations hope to change the historical trajectory of this civilization at some previous time node using the advantages of future technology. The Phoenix Master has encountered such time usurpers before. Their technological level is stronger than that of the level 4 civilizations at this time node, but still not as advanced as the heights of level 5 civilizations and lost civilizations. In order to change the historical trajectory, they may directly alter the distribution of power at this time node. The Divine Emperor's Blade possesses extremely advanced technology capable of countering starships and has been continuously altering the regional power structure. Whether from the technological level or the actions of the Divine Emperor's blade, it closely resembles the time usurpers that the Phoenix Master has encountered before. I've heard the Phoenix clan possesses technology to deduce time-space clues. Wouldn't it be clear whether the Divine Emperor's blade is a time usurper if we deduce it? The fact that the Phoenix clan obtained technology to deduce time-space clues from the time usurpers is not a secret within the Phoenix clan alliance. The Blood Ancestor is aware of this and finds it unremarkable. Hearing this, the Phoenix Master glanced at the Blood Ancestor. I don't want to bring disaster to this star region. Upon hearing the Phoenix Master's words, the Blood Ancestor was puzzled. He had not encountered technology for deducing time-space clues and could not understand the Phoenix Master's words. The Phoenix Master explained, using technology to deduce time-space clues will leave a search mark in the river of time. Other time usurpers discovering this mark will follow it like sharks smelling blood arriving at our time node. These time usurpers could be friendly, or they could be ruthless bastards. If the latter come, it would be a calamity for our starry sky. I am increasingly suspicious that the Divine Emperor's blade is a time usurper that followed the residue of the mark I left last time. Fortunately, up to now, the Divine Emperor's blade has not shown much malice towards my Phoenix clan alliance. Hiss! The Blood Ancestor gasped. If the combat power of the time usurpers is as monstrous as that of the Divine Emperor's blade, then the fewer the better. Otherwise, if a time usurper that dislikes the Blood clan appears, the fate of the Scale clan may very well repeat itself with the Blood clan. The Blood Ancestor dared not mention the topic of deducing the Divine Emperor's blade again. I've heard the Scale Emperor has already gone to the Dragon clan's home planet. Given his unwillingness to suffer losses, he will likely do everything possible to pull the Dragon clan alliance into the fray, using its power to take revenge on the Divine Emperor's blade. I'm even more worried that the Dragon Emperor may take the opportunity to provoke the Phoenix clan alliance. The Blood Ancestor said solemnly, "Your concerns are not unfounded. The fact that you hired the Divine Emperor's blade to raid the Scale clan is no longer a secret. The Dragon clan alliance may very well take advantage of dealing with the Divine Emperor's blade to bring the flames of war to my Phoenix clan alliance. In dealing with the Dragon clan alliance, we have room for cooperation with the Divine Emperor's blade," said the Phoenix Master. "Know the blade of the Divine Emperor is a mercenary organization that only values profit. Even if we assist them, the blade of the Divine Emperor may not appreciate our efforts." The Blood Ancestor couldn't help but frown. They were still unclear about the origins of the blade of the Divine Emperor, and the mercenary organization's stance was problematic. If the blade of the Divine Emperor were indeed time usurpers, the Phoenix Alliance could very likely be backstabbed at a crucial moment. There were precedents for this in the past. We cannot consider it helping them. We are merely seeking mutual benefit. Once the Dragon Alliance launches an attack, they will not only target the blade of the Divine Emperor. With the Lizard Emperor instigating from the middle, even if they start off aimed at the blade of the Divine Emperor, they will eventually turn their war towards us. Moreover, if the blade of the Divine Emperor is indeed time usurpers, as long as the war is unfavorable, they can easily escape to other timelines. With the current technological strength of the Dragon Alliance, they will be unable to pursue the blade of the Divine Emperor across timelines. Once the blade of the Divine Emperor disappears, the Dragon Alliance will still turn to attack our Phoenix Alliance. Regardless of whether we admit it or not, we have already been drawn into this conflict. The Phoenix Lord spoke with a glint of wisdom in his eyes. This was no longer about whether the Phoenix Alliance wanted to participate. They were already embroiled in the conflict. If the blade of the Divine Emperor disappears and the Dragon Alliance cannot reach them, they will still set their sights on the Phoenix Alliance. Even more so, if the Dragon Alliance does not discover the identity of the blade of the Divine Emperor, as time usurpers, they will believe that the Phoenix Alliance is sheltering them. The last great war between the Dragon Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance was triggered merely because the Dragon Alliance believed the Phoenix was sheltering a pirate faction. As long as the Dragon Alliance wishes to attack the Phoenix Alliance, they will always find a way to fabricate a reason. Moreover, the recent incident of the Blood Clan hiring the blade of the Divine Emperor has already spread widely, leaving the Phoenix Alliance with no room for denial. The Phoenix Lord pondered, deeply contemplating when to send envoys to make contact with the blade of the Divine Emperor. At this moment, the Blood Ancestor suddenly spoke up. "Actually, we have other methods. The origins of the blade of the Divine Emperor are too mysterious and their stance is unclear. Such a force continues to grow, and it poses a significant threat to both the Dragon Alliance and our Phoenix Alliance. To completely resolve this major problem, we might as well join forces with the Dragon Alliance to directly annihilate the blade of the Divine Emperor. Recently, there have been disturbances in the nearby star regions, and the shadow of the blade of the Divine Emperor can be seen everywhere. If we eradicate them, the star regions might return to their former tranquility." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Lord slightly nodded. Indeed, the source of the recent unrest was tied to the blade of the Divine Emperor. If they were to eliminate the blade of the Divine Emperor, perhaps all the current problems could be resolved. The Blood Ancestor's words held some truth. Moreover, the Blade of the Divine Emperor is a mercenary organization without a clear stance. As long as someone offers a higher reward, they would not hesitate to turn against the Phoenix Alliance. Additionally, the Blade of the Divine Emperor's origins are unknown, with their actions enigmatic and tyrannical. Many of their behaviors are incomprehensible to the Phoenix Lord. Such a force, as long as it exists, will shake the rule of both the Dragon Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance. The Phoenix Lord pondered for a long while before shaking his head. No, you should abandon this idea. Why? The Blood Ancestor looked puzzled. It was clear that if they resolved the Blade of the Divine Emperor, all problems would be solved. Why did the Phoenix Lord oppose it? The Phoenix Lord slowly replied, firstly, the identity of the Blade of the Divine Emperor is too mysterious. If they are indeed time usurpers, it means they are not alone. They have allies in other timelines. Once we engage the Blade of the Divine Emperor and attract the attention of other time usurpers from different timelines, it will lead to a true catastrophe. Just the combat power of a single Blade of the Divine Emperor is terrifying. If 10 or even 20 more emerge from the River of Time, can you imagine what kind of scene that would be? Upon hearing this, the Blood Ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. If even one Blade of the Divine Emperor was so hard to deal with, if 10 or 20 appeared, let alone the Dragon Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance, even the most elite level 4 civilizations in the universe would be overthrown. As for what fate awaited the Blood Clan at that time, the Blood Ancestor dared not even think about it. The Phoenix Lord continued, furthermore, so far the Blade of the Divine Emperor has primarily targeted the Lizard Clan and the forces of the Dragon Alliance without posing significant malice towards our Phoenix Alliance. There is still a great opportunity for us to cooperate with the Blade of the Divine Emperor. The Dragon Alliance is such a large piece of meat, the Blade of the Divine Emperor cannot consume it all, and it will inevitably benefit us. The Blood Ancestor sighed inwardly. He had come this time to instigate a conflict between the Phoenix Alliance and the Blade of the Divine Emperor, but the Phoenix Lord was too wise. She had her own plans which could not be changed by mere words from the Blood Ancestor. I heard you, and the Stone Emperor led the troops to the Eternal Nebula only to turn back halfway. The Phoenix Lord's casual remark caused the Blood Ancestor to break into a cold sweat. At that time, they were also observing the situation. If the Blade of the Divine Emperor defeated the Lizard Emperor, they could then divide the Lizard's territory with the Blade of the Divine Emperor. If the Blade of the Divine Emperor were defeated by the Lizard Emperor, they could take the opportunity to invade the Blade of the Divine Emperor's stronghold. Regardless of the outcome, they would not be at a loss. However, to their surprise, the Blade of the Divine Emperor acted too quickly. Before they could reach the Eternal Nebula, the Lizard Clan was already thoroughly defeated. Fortunately, you did not enter the territory of the Blade of the Divine Emperor, otherwise they would probably not have spared you this time. Do not engage in such activities in the future. If your recklessness angers the Blade of the Divine Emperor, our Phoenix Alliance will not offer protection. The Phoenix Lord's calm words frightened the Blood Ancestor, making him tremble all over. Without the protection of the Phoenix Alliance, they would have to face an enemy like the Blade of the Divine Emperor alone. The Blood Ancestor could not imagine. I understand now. Star Fortress. Chu Li stood with his hands behind his back in front of the distribution map of the Twin Star Domain civilization. Ding. Your Majesty, conquering the level 3 civilization of the Ray clan, you have gained 387 million civilization points. Ding. Your Majesty, conquering the level 3 civilization of the Shell clan, you have gained 448 million civilization points. Ding. Annihilating the elite fleet of the Lizard clan, you have gained 215 million civilization points. System notifications kept ringing. Adding the 65 million civilization points gained from unifying the Eternal Nebula, Chu Li's civilization point tally had soared to 61 million. At this moment, Xiaoying had finished consolidating the intelligence, and the distribution map of the Twin Star Domain in front of Chu Li underwent a significant change. The vast territories formerly belonging to the Lizard Clan, including their home planet, had been occupied by the Blade of the Divine Emperor. The remaining lands of the Lizard Clan were either low-level civilizations or desolate star systems. Chu Li planned to use this area to support a puppet regime of the Lizard Clan, utilizing this puppet regime of the Lizard Clan to stabilize the Dragon Alliance and avoid direct conflict with them. From the intelligence, it seemed that the Dragon Alliance was not entirely united. Since Chu Li did not completely annex the Lizard Clan, it was likely that the Dragon Alliance also did not wish to offend such a formidable enemy as the Blade of the Divine Emperor over just one Lizard Clan. In addition to acquiring territory from the Lizard Clan, the Blade of the Divine Emperor also gained control over the Water Clan and the Snow Clan from the Blood Clan. Beneath the stairs, two slender figures knelt. Rise, no need for formalities. Chu Li walked up to the two women. Are you the contributions from the Water Clan and the Snow Clan? At this moment, Eve rushed in, seeing Chu Li teasing the two women. A ripple of water stirred in her eyes, and her charming face flushed slightly. Eve, you're here. The two women knew that His Majesty the Divine Emperor had important matters to discuss with Eve, so they obediently stepped back. Eve blushed as she shouldn't disturb him at such a moment. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I came at the wrong time. Chu Li waved his hand. No, you came just in time. I was just about to look for you. How is the implementation of the 9 improvements for the Dragon's Roar coming along? Will we be able to finish it on time? As the war progressed, a vast amount of plundered resources was being transported into the interstellar fortress, being converted into resource points. Chu Li had already gathered the 30 billion resource points needed to construct the Dragon's Roar long ago, and he could even utilize the surplus resource points to build 1 starships of other classes. Once this war ends, the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion would undergo another enhancement and reorganization. Based on this, Chu Li focused on the improvements and upgrades for the Dragon's Roar. These 9 technologies greatly enhanced the combat power of the Dragon's Roar. Even if employing these technologies required a massive amount of resources, he would spare no expense. Your Majesty, I have come to report on this matter as well, Eve said happily. Under your guidance, our Sisterhood has fully mastered these 9 technologies. We have also modified the dock needed for the retrofit of the Dragon's Roar, and now we are just waiting for its completion. Chu Li nodded. Although the Divine Emperor's Blade could use a level 4 battleship to counter a dreadnought, this was only possible because the opponents were lower-level civilizations like the Scale and Blood clans. If they encountered a more powerful level 4 civilization, it would be risky for the Divine Emperor's Blade to proceed in this manner. As a former Emperor of the Titanium Star, Chu Li was well aware of the technological gaps between level 4 civilizations. At the very least, the Titanium Star as a peak level 4 civilization possessed dreadnoughts with terrifying combat prowess that posed a significant threat to the Divine Emperor's Blade. To address this threat, the Divine Emperor's Blade must possess its own dreadnought. Let's go see the Dragon's Roar. Chu Li took Eve to the construction site of the Dragon's Roar. Due to this war, the Divine Emperor's Blade had captured numerous prisoners, and Chu Li allocated some of the forced labor to expedite the construction of the Dragon's Roar. Many Scale prisoners were initially unhappy with their defeat to the Divine Emperor's Blade, believing that they had lost due to a sneak attack, deeming it despicable and shameless. But when they saw the grand and massive Dragon's Roar, they were all stunned. If the Dragon's Roar could be compared to a giant dragon, the dreadnoughts of the Scale clan were merely small fish, utterly incomparable. They finally understood that the Divine Emperor's Blade could defeat them not only through cunning schemes, but also with overwhelming combat power. Chu Li stood in the command room of the nearly completed Dragon's Roar, unable to restrain a long sigh. With the Dragon's Roar, his path to revenge had taken another step forward. At that moment, Old Six approached Chu Li from behind. Your Majesty, this time we have obtained countless resources from the Scale clan territory, as well as from the Snow and Water clans, totaling nearly 80 billion tons of energy crystals. Should we convert all these energy crystals into resource points? Please instruct us, Your Majesty. Chu Li pondered for a moment. Convert 75 billion tons into resource points, and the remaining 5 billion tons of energy crystals should be given to Eve. Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange for the engineering ships to start construction as soon as possible. The rapid stargates are akin to highways, allowing starships, fleets, and even entire legions to pass quickly between 2 rapid stargates, similar to jumping. However, during the jump, starships rely on their own energy for power, and for long-distance assaults, multiple consecutive jumps are necessary. With rapid stargates, it would become exceedingly simple for legions to move swiftly. Chu Li thought for a moment, and then instructed Old Six. I heard that the Scale Emperor is heading towards the Dragon Clan's home planet, attempting to use the Dragon Clan alliance to deal with us. Let the pirates spread the false news that the Dragon's Roar has been completed. Given the reputation the Divine Emperor's Blade has earned this time, combined with this false news as a deterrent, many civilizations within the Dragon Clan alliance will likely be wary. The sworn enemy of the Dragon Clan alliance is always the Phoenix Clan alliance. I believe the Dragon Clan alliance won't take the risk of attacking the Divine Emperor's Blade for the sake of a mere Scale clan. Yes, Your Majesty. Chu Li walked to the glass window, watching countless Scale people being whipped and trampled below, and a cold smile crept across his lips. If there were indeed any civilization that wasn't afraid of death and wanted to help the Scale clan, he wouldn't mind having more livestock working at this construction site. As long as it wasn't the entire Dragon Clan alliance coming together, he wouldn't take 1 or 2 early level 4 civilizations seeking trouble seriously. Dragon Clan home planet. In the palace of the Dragon Emperor. In a magnificent palace, there was a 40-meter-long table with 8 seats arranged side by side. At the end of the 40-meter table, there was a throne made entirely of gold. There were a total of 9 seats. The golden throne belonged to the Dragon Emperor, the leader of the Dragon Clan. This was the venue for meetings of the Dragon Clan alliance, where all major affairs were discussed. The palace doors opened. 8 figures slowly took their seats, one of whom was the Scale Emperor. The Scale Emperor looked towards the empty golden throne, a puzzled expression on his face. At that moment, a Dragon Clan attendant walked in. The Dragon Emperor is feeling unwell today and asks that all leaders do not wait for him. Upon hearing this, the Scale Emperor inwardly cursed the Dragon Emperor as a cunning old fool. It was clear that the Dragon Emperor was not unwell at all. He simply didn't want to deal with Scale Clan matters and was finding an excuse not to attend. Important members of the Dragon Clan alliance were also present. The leaders of the Qilan clan, the Subdragon clan, and the Cloud clan goddess. The Cloud clan had always been at odds with the Scale clan and looked at the Scale Emperor with cold smiles. Scale Emperor, aside from the Dragon Emperor, everyone else is present. Why the rush to gather us all? What is it really about? I'll make it clear in advance, if this is a personal grudge between the Scale clan and the Divine Emperor's blade, my Cloud clan will not intervene. Of course, aside from the Subdragon clan leader, the other clan leaders nodded in agreement. The purpose of forming the Dragon Clan Alliance was to deal with the Phoenix Clan Alliance, not to resolve personal grudges among members. Each clan handles its own affairs. This is an unspoken understanding among the members of the Dragon Clan Alliance. If this meeting only discusses the personal grievances between the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's blade, then they could all leave. There would be no need to listen further. If it's merely a personal grudge between the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's blade, I certainly wouldn't dare to disturb everyone. But if the Divine Emperor's blade is a force supported by the Phoenix Clan Alliance to strike against our Dragon Clan Alliance, then what should we say? The Scale Emperor said ominously. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders who had been showing impatience fell silent. Even the Cloud Clan goddess changed her attitude and looked seriously at the Scale Emperor. If the Divine Emperor's blade was related to the Phoenix Clan Alliance, then the matter was different. This would become a conflict between the two major alliances, affecting the interests of all the leaders present. The combat strength mobilized by the God Emperor's blade in this surprise attack on our Lin clan is equivalent to that of 80 elite 4th-level fleets of the Lin clan, and it is highly likely that this is not the full extent of the God Emperor's blade's power. In just 2 short years since its establishment, the God Emperor's blade has developed such terrifying combat strength, suggesting that there must be someone supporting it from behind. Do you all think this is normal? Indeed, it is not normal. The Lin Emperor's words make sense. The leaders of various clans present nodded in agreement. Many of the civilizations present are even weaker than the Lin clan, making them better able to appreciate the extraordinary nature of the God Emperor's blade. The Lin Emperor continued, the Twin Star Domain is located in a corner of the universe lacking in resources and of little strategic importance. Other than the neighboring Dragon Clan Alliance and Phoenix Clan Alliance, no other forces would set their sights on such a remote corner. And we, the Dragon Clan Alliance, have not supported the God Emperor's blade. The only ones who could support the God Emperor's blade are the Phoenix Clan Alliance. Moreover, near the Twin Star Domain, besides our Dragon Clan Alliance, only the Phoenix Clan Alliance could provide such a significant combat force for the God Emperor's blade. The Phoenix Clan Alliance providing such a force to the God Emperor's blade clearly has objectives beyond simply annihilating the Lin clan. It is highly likely that their ultimate target is everyone present, or even the entire Dragon Clan Alliance. Therefore, I believe the invasion of the God Emperor's blade is not just a matter for the Lin clan alone. I have gathered you all here to discuss how to deal with the invasion of the God Emperor's blade and the Phoenix Clan Alliance. The Lin Emperor's meaning was clear. If you do not help me deal with the God Emperor's blade today, the miserable state I am in now will be your future fate. You are not helping me, you are helping yourselves. The leaders of various clans exchanged glances. At this moment, the leader of the Yalong clan was the first to stand up and express his stance. The Lin Emperor's words make sense. I support the Dragon Clan Alliance working together to deal with the God Emperor's blade. The Yalong clan has a good relationship with the Lin clan, akin to an alliance. The leader of the Yalong clan was the first to support the Lin Emperor, and no one was surprised. Seeing the leader of the Yalong clan speak, first the leader of the Qilan clan also said in a deep voice, the Lin Emperor's words make sense. If the God Emperor's blade is indeed being manipulated by the Phoenix Clan Alliance, I agree that we should join forces to deal with the God Emperor's blade. Everyone present was not foolish. The possibility of the God Emperor's blade belonging to the Phoenix Clan Alliance was quite high. In addition to what the Lin Emperor just mentioned, there is also the fact that since the establishment of the God Emperor's blade, there has only been cooperation with the Phoenix Clan Alliance and numerous conflicts with the Dragon Clan Alliance's Lin clan. One cannot help but doubt that the God Emperor's blade stands with the Phoenix Clan Alliance. A force with such combat strength that is unfriendly to the Dragon Clan Alliance poses a significant danger to the leaders present if not dealt with promptly. After all, the example of the Lin clan is right here, and no one wants to end up like the Lin clan, driven from their home planet by the God Emperor's blade. No, I oppose it. The goddess of the Cloud clan said coldly. Why? The Lin Emperor looked darkly at the goddess of the Cloud clan. The goddess of the Cloud Clan calmly replied, "Firstly, your judgment about the God Emperor's blade is merely speculation and does not establish that the God Emperor's blade is supported by the Phoenix Clan alliance. Secondly, intelligence shows that since the God Emperor's blade's surprise attack on the Lin clan, the Phoenix Clan has dispatched numerous reconnaissance drones and spies to gather intelligence in the territory of the God Emperor's blade. If the God Emperor's blade is truly a puppet of the Phoenix Clan alliance, the Phoenix Clan would want to know something, so why not just ask directly rather than going through all these extra steps? Furthermore, I hope the Lin Emperor understands that the God Emperor's blade currently only has conflicts with your Lin clan and has not affected other civilizations within the Dragon Clan alliance. If the God Emperor's blade is unrelated to the Phoenix Clan alliance, offending the God Emperor's blade for the sake of the Lin clan would likely be what the Phoenix Clan alliance desires most." The Lin Emperor was left speechless by the Cloud Clan goddess rebuttal. This woman had been opposing him from the beginning, infuriating the Lin Emperor to the point of nearly grinding his teeth. "Since you say the God Emperor's blade is unrelated to the Phoenix Clan alliance, what evidence do you have?" The most critical point is, besides the two major alliances, which other forces would be willing to invest so many resources in the Eternal Nebula to support an organization like the God Emperor's blade? A fifth-level civilization. The goddess of the Cloud Clan slowly uttered those words. As soon as she spoke, the faces of the civilization leaders present changed drastically. Fifth-level civilizations are a taboo topic in many contexts. It represents mystery and power. Although fifth-level civilizations no longer associate with fourth-level civilizations, which are considered inferior, no one can guarantee that some fifth-level civilization won't suddenly take an interest and create a God Emperor's blade to stir up trouble here. For fourth-level civilizations, this could be a matter of great importance regarding their rise and fall, while for fifth-level civilizations, it is merely a trivial game of chess. Impossible. If it were truly a fifth-level civilization, why would they go through so much trouble? They could simply send an ordinary fleet to wipe us all out. There would be no need to create a God Emperor's blade at all. The Lin Emperor was the first to express disbelief. What a joke. If the God Emperor's blade were truly backed by a fifth-level civilization with the terrifying technology of a fifth-level civilization, none of us would still be alive here for this meeting. We would have all become captives of the God Emperor's blade. I also think it is not a fifth-level civilization. If it were indeed the work of a fifth-level civilization, then the existence of the God Emperor's blade would be entirely unnecessary. I also believe it is not a fifth-level civilization. The leader of the Chu clan shook his head. This is mainly because a fifth-level civilization has no need to do this, adding unnecessary complexity. I agree as well. The remaining civilization leaders also expressed their agreement with the Lin Emperor's viewpoint. If a fifth-level civilization were to take action, a single fleet would suffice to settle everything without needing to create a God Emperor's blade. I also believe the possibility of a fifth-level civilization is low, but it does exist. Aside from that, I think there is another possibility. What possibility? Facing the doubts of the crowd, the goddess of the Cloud Clan did not insist, maintaining her smile as if she had been alert all along. The Lin Emperor looked darkly at the goddess of the Cloud Clan. Among so many civilization leaders present, no one else had objections, yet this woman was always opposing him. If it weren't for her constant disruptions, perhaps the Dragon Clan alliance would have already united to take action against the God Emperor's blade. The Time Usurper. The Time Usurper is no stranger to everyone here. As far as I know, powerful civilizations like the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan have all had contact with the Time Usurper. How powerful the Time Usurper is, I don't need to elaborate for everyone, right? Everyone present nodded. They certainly understood how powerful the Time Usurper was. With just one legion, they can change the power dynamics of a region, and their combat strength is beyond doubt. Are you suggesting that the God Emperor's blade might be controlled by the Time Usurper? No, I believe that the God Emperor's blade itself is the Time Usurper. The Cloud Clan goddess continued, everyone must be aware of how terrifying the technology used by the Divine Emperor's blade is, especially their ability to reverse attack battleships with a fourth-level battleship. This is only possible when technology is absolutely overwhelming. Moreover, the origin of the Divine Emperor's blade seems to have appeared out of thin air with no history or background whatsoever. The Divine Emperor's blade suddenly emerged in the Eternal Nebula, and then it suddenly grew powerful, stirring up trouble in this star domain. Don't you think the characteristics of the Divine Emperor's blade are quite similar to those of the Time Usurper? The leaders fell into deep thought. The Cloud Clan goddess' words were not without reason, but like the Scale Emperor, much of what she said was speculation without any supporting evidence. Of course, what I say is merely my own speculation and not the absolute truth. However, one thing I can be sure of is that the Divine Emperor's blade should have no connection with the Phoenix Clan alliance. Everyone, please look at this. This is the result of my special request to the Secret Tracking Association to investigate this matter with the Phoenix Clan alliance. The Secret Tracking Association is a well-known military espionage organization, and their intelligence is highly credible. However, the Secret Tracking Association is incredibly secretive and rarely takes action, not even being able to be mobilized by powerful civilizations like the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. The Cloud Clan goddess was actually able to compel the Secret Tracking Association. This made the leaders present look at her with newfound respect. She uploaded the information in her hands to the intelligent brains of the clan leaders. According to the investigation by the Secret Tracking Association, before the Blood Clan made contact with the Divine Emperor's Blade, there was no connection between the Phoenix Clan Alliance and the Divine Emperor's Blade, nor did the Phoenix Clan Alliance support the Divine Emperor's Blade. This indicates that the Phoenix Clan Alliance is not the mastermind behind the Divine Emperor's Blade, or in other words, the Phoenix Clan Alliance has no relationship with the Divine Emperor's Blade at all. I also asked the Secret Tracking Association to investigate the origin of the Divine Emperor's Blade, but the result was a failure. Of course, the investigation by the Secret Tracking Association was not without results. They discovered traces of the 4th-level peaked civilization Mimitar at the site of the Divine Emperor's Blade, as well as shadows of the Sisterhood, and even found an interstellar fortress used by a 5th-level civilization or a higher time usurper. This is why I speculate that the Divine Emperor's Blade originates from a 5th-level civilization or the time usurper. Hiss. The leaders of various civilizations present all gasped in shock. A 4th-level peak civilization. The Sisterhood, an interstellar fortress. Each of these alone is enough to frighten them, yet the Divine Emperor's Blade has brought them all together. With such a multitude of civilizations and technological support, it is no wonder that the Divine Emperor's Blade has managed to reverse attack and grow to its current state. The Kirin clan leader looked shocked, his eyes filled with fear. It now seemed that the Cloud Clan goddess speculation was evidently much more reliable than that of the Scale Emperor. The reactions of the other clan leaders present mirrored that of the Kirin clan leader. The Cloud Clan leader continued, "If you want to join forces to deal with the Divine Emperor's Blade, I do not oppose it. But I must say that the Divine Emperor's Blade itself has nothing to do with the Phoenix Clan Alliance. Joining forces against it will only push the Divine Emperor's Blade towards the Phoenix Clan Alliance. On the surface, the Divine Emperor's Blade can mobilize nearly 80 elite fleets of the Scale Clan. We do not know how much hidden power it has nor whether it is supported by other higher civilizations. If we really go to war and the Phoenix Clan Alliance suddenly attacks the Dragon Clan Alliance at this time, what would be the outcome if we are caught between two powerful forces? Even if we manage to win in the end, it would probably only be a Pyrrhic victory. How many of us here would survive, or would we all be wiped out?" Once these words were spoken, the already wavering leaders began to seriously consider the consequences of going to war, especially if it were to be, as the Cloud Clan goddess said. Even if the Dragon Clan Alliance were to attack the Divine Emperor's Blade, the enemies they would face would be exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, the hope of victory would be very slim. A crushing defeat was even a possibility. Not to mention the Phoenix Clan Alliance's involvement, just the combat power already demonstrated by the Divine Emperor's Blade was enough to terrify many leaders present. What should we do? After all, we are all part of the Dragon Clan Alliance. We cannot ignore the Scale Clan, can we? One of the leaders hesitantly suggested. Since everyone had begun discussing the matters concerning the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade, they needed to arrive at some conclusion. What should be done about the Scale Clan? If things were allowed to continue developing and the Scale Clan were to be obliterated by the Divine Emperor's Blade, the Dragon Clan Alliance would lose a fighting force, which would not be a good thing for the Dragon Clan Alliance. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Clan goddess turned her gaze towards the Scale Emperor, a smile that was neither here nor there appearing on her face. Let the Scale Emperor apologize to the Divine Emperor's Blade. As far as I know, the origin of the conflict between the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade stems from the Scale Emperor's attack on the employer of the Divine Emperor's Blade in the Death Space. The Scale Clan was in the wrong from the start, and it is only right to apologize to the Divine Emperor's Blade. Then the Scale Clan should pay a price and request the Divine Emperor's Blade to end this war. Upon hearing this, the Scale Emperor felt a surge of anger rise within him. Their Scale Clan had been beaten by the Divine Emperor's Blade to the point of losing their home planet and becoming homeless. These Dragon Clan Alliance dogs actually wanted him to apologize to the Divine Emperor's Blade. This was no longer just slapping his face, it was like throwing his face on the ground and stepping on it repeatedly. The Scale Emperor's eyes turned blood red as he stared fiercely at the Cloud Clan goddess. "Are you joking with me? This incident was clearly instigated by the Blood Clan to attack my Scale Clan, and yet you not only refuse to help us, but also want us to submit and apologize to the Divine Emperor's Blade. If the Scale Clan does not want to be exterminated, we can only do this. Otherwise, the Scale Clan will be obliterated. I don't know what everyone thinks, but if this leads to a war between the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade, my Cloud Clan will never participate. I do not want my Cloud Clan to face such a terrifying enemy as the Divine Emperor's Blade and the mysterious forces behind it because of the Scale Clan. The Cloud Clan goddess attitude was extremely firm. After all, the purpose of forming the Dragon Clan Alliance was simply to counter the Phoenix Clan Alliance. Since the Divine Emperor's Blade has no relation to the Phoenix Clan Alliance, the conflict between the Scale Clan and the Divine Emperor's Blade is the Scale Clan's own issue. The matter was instigated by the Scale Clan, so naturally, they must resolve it themselves. If they are unwilling to submit, they should be prepared for annihilation. The Scale Emperor's fantasy of dragging the entire Dragon Clan Alliance down with him was quite naive. Hearing the words of the Cloud Clan goddess, the Scale Emperor's face turned an ashen green with rage. Just as he was about to retort, the Kirin clan leader solemnly spoke up. I just received news that the first invincible ship of the Divine Emperor's Blade has successfully undergone trial navigation. It is said that the technology used by this invincible ship is as advanced as that of the Divine Emperor's Blade battleship. The leaders of various clans present were stunned into silence upon hearing this. Given that the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade battleship is already so extraordinary, how terrifying would the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade's invincible ship be? Reverse attacking a Titan-class ship? Everyone dared not imagine it. This news felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the Scale Emperor, instantly waking him up. The other civilization leaders also fell into silence. Soon all the clan leaders present received reports from their intelligence personnel. The situation was consistent with what the Cloud Clan's goddess had said. Although the intelligence gathered by each clan was limited, the news that the Divine Blade of Light possessed an invincible ship was already shocking enough. The expressions of the clan leaders changed. Taking advantage of the moment, the Cloud Clan's goddess said, Lin Huang, I advise you to give up. When the Divine Blade of Light only had battleships, their combat power was already terrifying. Now that they possess an invincible ship, your Lin clan will be even less able to contend. I know that the Lin clan wants to drag the entire Dragon Alliance down to prevent the Divine Blade of Light from ravaging the Lin clan. But even if you succeed, the outcome will still be disastrous for the Lin clan. Because the Divine Blade of Light will likely form an alliance with the Phoenix clan. The Lin clan will face not just the Divine Blade of Light, but the entire Phoenix clan. Moreover, if you do this, a war will erupt between the Dragon Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance, and it will be the civilizations of the Dragon Alliance that suffer the most. The Lin Huang's intentions were clear to the Cloud Clan's goddess. He just wanted to drag the Dragon Alliance down with him. The Cloud Clan already had a poor relationship with the Lin clan, and she was unwilling to become cannon fodder for them. Admitting defeat may be shameful, but it is better than being annihilated in defeat. Furthermore, with the current combat power of the Lin clan, once war breaks out, they will probably struggle to protect themselves. Does the Lin clan still expect our Dragon Alliance to fight the enemy, while also sending troops to protect you? The goddess' words struck deep, nearly turning Lin Huang's face green with anger. Her meaning was clear: once war broke out, the members of the Dragon Alliance would not care about the Lin clan's fate. Whether the Lin clan could survive the combined assaults of the Divine Blade of Light and the Phoenix Alliance would depend solely on their own capabilities and fortune. If the Divine Blade of Light decided to deal with the Lin clan first, they would have to face it alone. The other leaders present nodded in agreement, supporting the goddess' viewpoint. They urged Lin Huang to apologize to the Divine Blade of Light. The consequences of an alliance between the Divine Blade of Light and the Phoenix clan would be too severe. The Phoenix Alliance was already capable of matching the Dragon Alliance in strength. If the Phoenix Alliance gained the support of the Divine Blade of Light, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in their favor. And this was something the leaders of the civilizations present did not want to see. Above all, they had to avoid a situation where the Divine Blade of Light and the Phoenix Alliance teamed up. With this in mind, the leaders urged Lin Huang. But in truth, rather than persuasion, it was more like they were threatening him. They did not want the issue between the Lin clan and the Divine Blade of Light to affect their own interests. The Dragon Alliance was never a unified entity. They had only come together to deal with the Phoenix Alliance primarily for their own benefits. Now, as they had to unite against the Divine Blade of Light, which could jeopardize their own interests, they were certainly unwilling to act. The Lin clan faced only two choices: either humble themselves and apologize to seek the Divine Blade of Light's forgiveness, or maintain the status quo, allowing the Lin clan to continue bearing the wrath of the Divine Blade of Light, with the other civilizations of the Dragon Alliance not intervening. In the end, whether the Lin clan could withstand it depended entirely on their own capabilities. Today you all abandoned the Lin clan. I will remember this. I hope that when the Divine Blade of Light comes looking for you, you do not come to me. Lin Huang surveyed the crowd, his face darkening. Before leaving, he threw down a harsh remark. Returning to Lin Star, the high-ranking members of the Lin clan immediately surrounded him. Elder 4 of the Lin clan asked, "Your Majesty, what was the outcome of the meeting? Did the Dragon Alliance agree to deal with the Divine Blade of Light?" Lin Huang shook his head grimly. No, they said the Divine Blade of Light has nothing to do with the Phoenix Alliance and refused to act. A bunch of cowards nurturing a tiger will bring calamity. One day they will regret letting the Divine Blade of Light go today. Gather all the elders of the Lin clan. Soon the high-ranking members of Lin Star, along with some elders who had just returned from the Lin clan's colonies, arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, I heard that the Dragon Alliance rejected our request, an elder from the Lin clan's colony asked. He had witnessed how the Divine Blade of Light annihilated the Lin clan's elite fleet. The combat power of the Divine Blade of Light left a deep impression on him. Without the intervention of the Dragon Alliance, the Lin clan alone could not contend with the Divine Blade of Light. Lin Huang said with a dark expression, the Dragon Alliance is worried that supporting us will push the Divine Blade of Light to the Phoenix Alliance, so they refuse to act. Moreover, they suggested that we Lin clan apologize to the Divine Blade of Light to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Lin Huang couldn't help but sneer at this suggestion. The crowd understood from Lin Huang's words that the Divine Blade of Light didn't seem to be aligned with the Phoenix Alliance. Elder 4 frowned. Hasn't the Divine Blade of Light already sided with the Phoenix Alliance? Lin Huang shook his head. The Cloud Clan obtained intelligence from the secret society, proving that the Divine Blade of Light has no ties to the Phoenix clan. They even suspect that the Divine Blade of Light is a time usurper. A time usurper? The crowd exchanged glances. If the Divine Blade of Light truly were a time usurper, it would indeed explain many previously unexplainable issues. But if that were the case, it would be quite troublesome. The combat power and difficulty of a time usurper are not any less than that of the Phoenix Alliance. If the Divine Blade of Light were to ally with the Phoenix Alliance, it would mean the end for the entire Dragon Alliance, and of course, it would also be the end for the Lin clan. No wonder the Dragon Alliance wanted the Lin clan to apologize to the Divine Blade of Light, seeking their forgiveness. Until the background of the Divine Blade of Light is confirmed, it is best not to push them towards the Phoenix Alliance. Your Majesty, why don't we just act according to the wishes of the Dragon Alliance? Elder 4 hesitated for a moment and said softly. Upon hearing Elder 4's words, the surrounding Lin clan elders fell silent. At this moment, silence equated to agreement with Elder 4's suggestion. Lin Huang's expression darkened even further. It was bad enough that the Dragon Alliance pressured him to bow to the Divine Blade of Light, but now even the Lin clan's internal members were forcing him. Your Majesty, make a decision soon. Let's end all of this as quickly as possible. Although it is very shameful, it is unavoidable. If we do not humble ourselves, our civilization will be destroyed and our race will face extinction. Then the Lin clan will truly have no hope left. Yes, Your Majesty, let everything come to an end soon. The tone of those speaking grew increasingly impolite, losing the usual respect they had for Lin Huang. Without the assistance of the Dragon Alliance, the Lin clan would simply not be able to deal with the Divine Blade of Light. If Lin Huang still clung to his pride and refused to humble himself, it would lead the Lin clan straight into the fire pit. They would not mind replacing him as their ruler. Lin Huang sensed the crisis. He hurriedly nodded. I will personally go to the Divine Blade of Light and request their forgiveness. After saying this, Lin Huang appeared instantly aged, entirely devoid of his former vigor. He wished he could resist the Divine Blade of Light, but unfortunately the Lin clan's strength did not permit it. If the Lin clan were truly annihilated, even if he were to survive, he would amount to nothing. The Blade of the Divine Emperor annihilated the Scale clan's army. The Blade of the Divine Emperor's Legion launched a counterattack, exploding the Scale clan's fearless warship. News spread, and the reputation of the Blade of the Divine Emperor surged beyond the Twin Star region, resounding throughout the Dragon and Phoenix clans' alliance. The Blade of the Divine Emperor swiftly became the most mysterious and most feared force by the alliance of the two clans. Consequently, while the rewards for tasks entrusted to the Blade of the Divine Emperor continued to rise, an increasing number of civilizations attempted to commission them. The Blade of the Divine Emperor thus profited immensely. Although reluctant, the Scale Emperor ultimately boarded the starship bound for the Eternal Nebula. Whether the peace negotiation with the Blade of the Divine Emperor would succeed was no longer just a matter of the Scale clan's survival, but also crucial to whether the Scale Emperor could maintain his throne. It was better to seek peace sooner rather than later. The Scale Emperor's starship raced to the location where the Fishtail Nebula and the Eternal Nebula met. Soon the patrol fleet of the Blade of the Divine Emperor appeared. Even the patrol fleet, in terms of warship quality and equipment level, was far more formidable than the Scale clan's 4th-tier elite fleet. Seeing this, the Scale Emperor understood that his defeat to the Blade of the Divine Emperor was indeed justified. Upon identifying the Scale clan starship, the patrol fleet immediately locked onto it with radar. Should the Scale clan starship show any movement, they would not hesitate to destroy it. The Scale Emperor, seeing the situation, hurriedly communicated his intentions through the starship's communication system. He was there to seek peace and urge them not to fire. Soon he was brought before a familiar face. Chu Li, one of the commanders of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. The area the Scale Emperor was about to enter was precisely within Chu Li's defense zone. Upon seeing the Scale Emperor, Chu Li said calmly, "Your Majesty, the Scale Emperor, long time no see. I hear you seek peace." At this moment, Chu Li, having just emerged from the baptism of battle, exuded a strong aura of killing intent. The Scale Emperor felt immense psychological pressure in front of Chu Li. He steeled himself and replied, "Yes, I am here to seek peace. Take me to meet your Divine Emperor." Chu Li replied, "Our Divine Emperor is currently busy and has no time to meet with you." How absurd. The Scale clan was merely a defeated foe of the Blade of the Divine Emperor. If it weren't for the Blade of the Divine Emperor deliberately holding back, the Scale clan would have been annihilated long ago. And the Scale Emperor had long since become a laborer for the Blade of the Divine Emperor. Such a role had no qualifications to meet the Divine Emperor. Since the Scale clan wishes to negotiate, let's hear your conditions. Chu Li decided to first listen to the Scale clan's conditions. If they were satisfactory, he would assist in bringing the matter to the Divine Emperor's attention. If the Scale clan's conditions could not satisfy him, then there was no need to disturb the Divine Emperor over this matter. He would simply send the Scale Emperor back. After all, the Divine Emperor's appetite would only be greater than his. The current battlefield situation was quite clear. The Scale clan was essentially the defeated party. Without sacrificing some interests, it would be difficult to persuade the Blade of the Divine Emperor to cease hostilities. The Scale Emperor had also prepared accordingly. "Here is our tribute list," he said as a holographic image was transmitted to Chu Li. Chu Li nodded slightly. "All right, understood. You can return and wait for news." After saying this, the patrol fleet expelled the Scale Emperor's starship from the border. The Scale Emperor truly felt very aggrieved. After all, he was a leader of a civilization, yet he didn't even get to see the Divine Emperor. Now being driven out of the border like a dog was such a humiliation that he truly felt like dying. However, the fact that the Blade of the Divine Emperor accepted this tribute list indicated that they acknowledged his submission and apology. Thus, the Blade of the Divine Emperor should not continue to attack and annex the Scale clan's territory. In the interstellar fortress, Chu Li had just enjoyed a playful game with two beautiful women from the Water Clan and Snow Clan. Feeling refreshed and at ease, Chu Li came to seek an audience. "Your Majesty, the Scale clan intends to negotiate peace. Here is the tribute list provided by the Scale Emperor." Chu Li chuckled. It seems the Dragon Clan Alliance has no intention of standing up for the Scale clan. Clearly, the false news we spread about the invincible warship being completed has worked. If the Dragon Clan Alliance intended to come to the Scale clan's aid against the Blade of the Divine Emperor, then it would not be the Scale Emperor seeking peace, but rather a coalition from the Dragon Clan Alliance. Though with the current combat power of the Blade of the Divine Emperor, Chu Li was not afraid of the Dragon Clan Alliance. Any war would consume resources. Moreover, the Dragon Clan Alliance had no fundamental conflict of interest with the Blade of the Divine Emperor, and Chu Li did not wish to waste precious resources on such a meaningless war. The conflict with the Scale clan could be resolved so peacefully, which was already quite good. Furthermore, this time the Scale clan's request for peace would allow Chu Li to profit greatly. "Your Majesty, your foresight is impeccable. The developments have unfolded as you predicted. Here is the tribute list from the Scale clan for your review." Chu Li checked the list through his superlight brain. The contents of the tribute list prepared by the Scale clan were quite abundant. In addition to a large amount of resources, the Scale clan was also willing to cede 2 colonial star systems to the Blade of the Divine Emperor. Even though the Blade of the Divine Emperor could easily conquer these 2-star domains without the Scale clan's concession, it was evident from this gesture that the Scale clan was sincere in seeking peace. After all, these were the Scale clan's territories. Unless they were truly terrified of being defeated, no civilization would willingly cede their own lands. This contribution was essentially a windfall for Chu Li, and in terms of material, he was begrudgingly satisfied. Unfortunately, if only the Scale clan were willing to cede their root star Ringshi star. Chu Li murmured to himself, while Chu Li beside him was left dumbfounded in shock. Ringshi star was the root of the Scale clan. The Divine Emperor's appetite was indeed insatiable, wanting to uproot the Scale clan completely. Chu Li silently admired Chu Li in his heart. Compared to the Divine Emperor, Chu Li truly had too narrow a vision, feeling satisfied with the meager offerings on the list. Ignorance. Shame. Learning from the Divine Emperor. "Tell the Scale Emperor to deliver the items according to the list, and we will withdraw our troops." Chu Li had not intended to annihilate the Scale clan. He also wanted to use the remaining forces of the Scale clan to restrain the Blood clan and Stone clan. Otherwise, the Scale clan would have been eliminated by the Blade of the Divine Emperor long ago. Now, with the Scale clan softening and seeking peace, paying a hefty tribute to Chu Li, he would undoubtedly agree. After all, this posed no drawbacks for him. On the contrary, it brought numerous benefits. Not only could it avoid the toll of war, but it could also yield a vast amount of resources. How could that be bad? Furthermore, the Scale clan's active request for peace also elevated the reputation of the Blade of the Divine Emperor to another level. Chu Li had essentially achieved his objectives. Continuing the battle was no longer meaningful for Chu Li. Upon learning of the reconciliation between the Blade of the Divine Emperor and the Scale clan, the Dragon Clan alliance finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the war continued, the risks of the Dragon Clan alliance being swept into the conflict would only increase. The Scale clan's submission to the Blade of the Divine Emperor was beneficial for everyone. In contrast, the Phoenix Clan alliance felt a bit disappointed. If the Blade of the Divine Emperor could take advantage of this momentum to annihilate the Scale clan, it would be a massive blow to the Dragon Clan alliance. The sudden call for peace from both sides was not the outcome the Phoenix Clan alliance had hoped for. The Phoenix Clan's homestar. In the small dwelling of the Phoenix Lord, when Blood Ancestor entered, the Phoenix Lord was examining the star map. Did the Scale clan finally choose to submit? The Dragon Clan alliance actually did not take action. A look of regret appeared on the Phoenix Lord's face. If the Dragon Clan alliance had acted this time and launched an attack on the Divine Emperor's blade, the Phoenix Clan alliance could have taken the opportunity to pull the Divine Emperor's blade to their side. The Scale clan had no choice. The Divine Emperor's blade nearly annihilated their civilization, while the Dragon Clan alliance did not extend a helping hand, and we were merely watching from the sidelines. It seems that the Scale Emperor had exhausted all options before choosing to submit to the Divine Emperor's blade. If the Scale clan does not submit, their entire civilization could very well be destroyed by the Divine Emperor's blade. Now that they have submitted, although they lost some benefits, fortunately the Divine Emperor's blade has retreated, and at least they will not face the fate of annihilation. Blood Ancestor sighed, deeply relieved that he and Stone Emperor did not enter the territory of the Divine Emperor's blade last time. Otherwise, the fate of the Scale clan might very well have been mirrored by the two clans. As for the Scale Emperor seeking aid from the Dragon Clan alliance, Blood Ancestor glanced at the Phoenix Lord. He would not be as naive as the Scale Emperor. Whether it is the Dragon Clan alliance or the Phoenix Clan alliance, their only role is to target each other. As for other troubles, each civilization must resolve them on its own. The Phoenix Lord chuckled. I thought a hard-headed individual like the Scale Emperor would fight to the end against the Divine Emperor's blade. In that case, we could take the opportunity to win over the Divine Emperor's blade. We could even join forces with the Divine Emperor's blade to annihilate the entire Dragon Clan alliance. What a pity. The Scale Emperor, despite his fierce demeanor, turned out to be soft-hearted. I overestimated him. The Phoenix Lord still hoped for a conflict between the Divine Emperor's blade and the Dragon Clan alliance. Even if the Divine Emperor's blade did not eventually side with the Phoenix Clan alliance, it would significantly weaken the Dragon Clan alliance, ultimately benefiting the Phoenix Clan alliance. I just didn't expect the Divine Emperor's blade to break through technical restrictions at this time and construct the Fearless-class battleship. The combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade will clearly ascend to a new level. It seems that the nearby star regions will be restless from now on. Blood Ancestor smiled faintly. The Phoenix Lord nodded in agreement. Indeed. The nearby star regions have become increasingly unsettled lately. How is the investigation I asked you to conduct going? The Phoenix Lord looked towards Blood Ancestor. The Bloodbats of the Blood Clan are highly advanced reconnaissance drones capable of silently gathering much intelligence. Blood Ancestor hurriedly handed a black box to the Phoenix Lord. The box was a genetically encrypted disk which only the Phoenix Lord could open. After reviewing the information inside, the Phoenix Lord's expression turned extremely grave. Time usurper. Unusual activity. She fell into deep thought. In the interstellar fortress, Chu Li was reorganizing the newly constructed 100,000 starships into 30 fleets, 10 legions, with each legion assigned 3 fleets. In this way, Chu Li's total combat strength reached 10 legions and 60 level 4 elite fleets. Though this power could not yet compare to the enemies Chu Li faced on Titan, it had already surpassed the combined strength of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The territory now occupied by Chu Li includes not only the Eternal Nebula, but also parts of the Fishtail Nebula and the Blood Pit Nebula. Among the several factions in the Gemini Star region, Chu Li's faction was now the most powerful. The Scale clan goes without saying, the Blood clan and Stone clan also had to behave submissively before him. At this moment in the hall, Chu Li announced, "System, prepare for the lottery." Chu Li currently possessed nearly 40 million civilization points, which when combined with the rewards from anchoring and the lottery boost, was just enough for 20 consecutive draws. At your command, Your Majesty. Your servant has been waiting for your instructions. Please choose the type of lottery. The lottery prizes can be divided into 3 categories: fleets, items, and technology. In the last lottery, Chu Li drew technology. This time, he chose to draw all 20 times for fleets. Even if all he received were ordinary patrol fleets, it would still bring him the strength of 20 fleets, which is quite appealing. Of course, given Chu Li's past luck, it was unlikely that he would draw all patrol fleets 20 times. Such a scenario should not happen to him. Moreover, he had also spent money on reward anchoring and lottery boosts. If he still failed to draw anything good, he would truly be the unluckiest. The lottery began. First draw. Chu Li's vision started to be pulled away by the system arriving in a deep part of the universe. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained a level 4 civilization patrol fleet. Second draw. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have received 20 level 4 battleships. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have received a fully equipped level 4 fleet. Ding. The prizes from the lottery were quite satisfactory. In the first 15 draws, Chu Li obtained a total of 10 level 4 elite fleets, 3 level 4 patrol fleets, 1 set of 20 battleships, and 1 set of 100 cruisers. Under normal winning probabilities, the chances of obtaining level 4 elite fleets are not this high. Although Chu Li used a lottery boost to acquire so many level 4 elite fleets is undeniably a stroke of luck. 16th draw. Whoosh. Chu Li's vision was pulled to a vast, boundless land. Could this be the surface of a planet? Chu Li felt puzzled. Suddenly, rumbling sounds erupted. The ground began to shift slowly. What is this? With a thought, Chu Li's view began to gradually pull away. After drawing so many times, Chu Li had also grasped some methods for using the system's functionalities. Changing the perspective was one of those features. As the view pulled away, Chu Li realized that the place he had just been was not a planet at all, but rather a massive starship. The sheer size of this starship even surpassed that of some planets only slightly smaller than the nearby superplanet. Even as the former divine emperor of Titan, Chu Li had never seen such an enormous starship. He could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained the Emma Empire's secret weapon, the Messenger-class Titan battleship. The Titan battleship. Chu Li's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. I actually drew the Titan battleship. Titan-class starship. A starship that can only be constructed by civilizations of level 5 or above. The Titan-class starship is immensely large, often measuring dozens or even hundreds of times the size of a dreadnought, with its weaponry sometimes comparable to the size of a small asteroid. Each Titan-class starship is equipped with a terrifyingly powerful doomsday weapon. The doomsday weapon uses stellar energy as ammunition. Each time the Titan-class starship travels through a stellar system, the ammo bays mounted on the starship automatically extract and store stellar energy. Each Titan-class starship can store energy equivalent to 1,000 stars. Each firing of the doomsday weapon unleashes energy equivalent to the total energy of thousands of stellar explosions with the waves of energy it emits capable of sweeping across entire star systems, obliterating celestial bodies, and annihilating all entities except for cosmic dark matter. A truly terrifying weapon capable of eradicating an interstellar civilization in a single shot. At this moment, the Titan-class starship before Chu Li moved slowly, its massive body occasionally brushing past one planet after another, causing the planets to crumble and disintegrate under the ship's gravitational influence. Chu Li looked at the Titan-class starship through a combat analysis device. Target messenger level Titan-class starship combat power 20 billion. A combat power of 20 billion is equivalent to the combined power of dozens of dreadnoughts. The strength of its combat power was astonishing. Chu Li had only heard of the Titan-class starship before, and seeing it in person for the first time left him deeply shocked. And this starship now belonged to Chu Li. The system's lottery instructions did not mention the possibility of winning a Titan-class starship. This indicated that even with the use of lottery critical hits and targeted prizes, the chance of winning a Titan-class starship was extremely slim, so slim that the system deemed it unnecessary to explain. And yet Chu Li managed to win such a rare prize. It must be said his luck was indeed remarkable. Chu Li did not rush to claim the Titan-class starship, but instead had it cloaked and anchored in the depths of space. He did this mainly because the Titan-class starship was too large, so large that it could not dock at an interstellar fortress. Moreover, the Titan-class starship's massive weight generated a terrifying gravitational pull, causing even the planets nearby to crumble. Chu Li was also concerned that if the Titan-class starship got too close to the interstellar fortress, its overwhelming gravity might cause malfunctions. Chu Li hid it in deep space where it could serve as a trump card, catching enemies off guard at a critical moment. In subsequent lotteries, Chu Li drew 4 elite fleets of level 4. Although the prizes were not as impressive as the Titan-class starship, the rewards from the level 4 elite fleets were also substantial, and he was very satisfied. In this lottery, Chu Li obtained 1 messenger-level Titan-class starship, 14 level 4 elite fleets, 3 level 4 patrol fleets, and 1 draw for 20 battleships, and another for 100 cruisers. If these combat forces were integrated into the Divine Emperor's Blade Legion, the Legion's combat power would be greatly enhanced. Especially with the addition of the messenger-level Titan-class starship, even if the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance teamed up to attack, he would be more than capable of handling it. At this moment Lao Lu approached, kneeling on one knee at the foot of the steps. "Your Majesty, a mysterious envoy from the Phoenix clan requests an audience." Phoenix clan. Chu Li's gaze flickered slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. When the Divine Emperor's blade launched a surprise attack on the Scale clan, the Blood clan, and Stone clan's legions moved towards the Eternal Nebula, which was highly suspicious. Although the Blood clan and Stone clan retreated midway, Chu Li was still displeased. The Blood clan and Stone clan were members of the Phoenix clan alliance. If it weren't for Chu Li not wanting to engage in war with both the Dragon clan alliance and the Phoenix clan alliance simultaneously, he would have already taken action to teach the Blood clan and Stone clan a lesson. In Chu Li's view, neither the Dragon clan alliance nor the Phoenix clan alliance had any true sense of justice. The ultimate goal of the war between the two alliances was simply the word interest. The mysterious envoy from the Phoenix clan likely came for profit. Interest. Chu Li liked it too. He had no objection to meeting the mysterious envoy from the Phoenix clan. If the rewards were substantial enough, he wouldn't mind putting aside past grievances and collaborating with the Phoenix clan alliance again. As for the provocations from the Blood clan and Stone clan, Chu Li would wait for the right opportunity to settle the score with them. A person dressed in a large red hooded cloak was led in by the guards, and through the wide cloak, Chu Li could see the alluring silhouette within. 3060. Chu Li pondered. As the cloak was removed, a beautiful face was revealed, followed by a figure that was truly exquisite. The only regret was that her body was entirely composed of flames and light. The Phoenix Lord. She raised her eyes slightly, looking with interest at the handsome young man on the throne. "Your Majesty the Divine Emperor, let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Phoenix clan." Chu Li smiled slightly. "Phoenix Lord, it is an honor to meet you. May I ask the purpose of your visit today?" "The purpose I can think of for the Phoenix Lord is simply twofold. Either the Phoenix Lord has come to ally with the Divine Emperor's blade, but for the time being I do not wish to take sides in the conflict between the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. The current transcendent position of the Divine Emperor's blade is most beneficial for Chu Li to gain benefits from both sides. After all, the terrifying combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade is evident. Neither the Dragon clan nor the Phoenix clan would dare to offend the Divine Emperor's blade excessively, and more often they would seek to curry favor and compromise. If the Divine Emperor's blade chooses a side between the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, the other side would exert all efforts to suppress the Divine Emperor's blade, causing them to lose their advantageous position of benefiting from both. Or perhaps the Phoenix Lord has come to commission a task, and whether Chu Li agrees would depend on the difficulty of the task she wishes to commission and the compensation she is willing to offer. Chu Li's gaze flickered, filled with calculation. The Phoenix Lord under Chu Li's gaze felt no offense, but rather a strange sense of compatibility within her body. She did not realize that she would become the next target of Chu Li, the master of PUA. If the Phoenix Lord seeks to have the Divine Emperor's blade join the Phoenix clan alliance, then I must kindly ask you to leave. The Divine Emperor's blade has no stance in the conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As long as you do not harm our interests, we will remain impartial." The Phoenix Lord sighed slightly at these words. Her initial proposal was indeed to invite the Divine Emperor's blade to join the Phoenix clan alliance. However, being blocked by the Divine Emperor's words, she could not bring it up again. If the Divine Emperor's blade maintains its current status, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans would strive to win it over to avoid pushing it towards the other side. This position is actually the best. If it were the Phoenix Lord herself, she would not easily change her stance. It is said that the master of the Divine Emperor's blade is shrewd and cunning. It seems the rumors are true. The Phoenix Lord couldn't help but regard Chu Li differently. Since the Divine Emperor's blade is unwilling to join our Phoenix clan alliance, won't insist. I have another mission for which I wish to commission the Divine Emperor's blade. What task? Please tell me. With business at hand, Chu Li's gaze instantly became sharp. Does Your Majesty the Divine Emperor still remember the organization known as the Panxing High Commercial Community? Hearing this, Chu Li was slightly taken aback. The merfolk tribe was not prominent among the many civilizations he had conquered. If there was anything that made Chu Li remember this civilization, it was only the fish lip technique of the merfolk princess. It was only after the Phoenix Lord's prompt that Chu Li recalled that the merfolk tribe was originally a member of the Panxing High Commercial Community. Chu Li did not know much about the Panxing High Commercial Community. The Panxing High Commercial Community is an organization formed by commercial civilizations in the universe. It is said that any hostile actions against the organization's members will incur collective sanctions from the entire Panxing High Commercial Community, and the Sanction Party will be unable to obtain trade and supplies from any member civilization within the organization. The Divine Emperor's blade was listed as the least favored force by the Panxing High Commercial Community and was sanctioned for 100 years due to its attack and annexation of the merfolk tribe. Fortunately, the Divine Emperor's blade had always relied on warfare to sustain itself, acquiring resources and supplies from its enemies, without depending on trade and production. Thus, the sanctions from the Panxing high commercial community had little effect on the Divine Emperor's blade. Therefore, Chu Li nearly forgot about this minor matter. Chu Li nodded slowly. In his mind, the Panxing high commercial community was merely an insignificant hostile force. Oh, it seems like a commercial organization, and there is some misunderstanding between us. Could it be that the task the Phoenix Lord wants to entrust us with is related to the Panxing high commercial community? The Phoenix Lord wouldn't want us to rob the merchant ships of the Panxing high commercial community, would she? In the competition among interstellar powers, hiring mercenaries to impersonate interstellar pirates to attack the merchant ship routes of the opponent and weaken their war potential is a common tactic. If the Phoenix Clan Alliance is hostile to the Panxing high commercial community, this is quite normal. The Divine Emperor's blade is still under a 100-year sanction from the Panxing high commercial community, which is still considered a hostile force to the Divine Emperor's blade. If the Phoenix Lord truly has such intentions, Chu Li wouldn't mind collaborating with her. Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor has misunderstood. A bemused expression appeared on the Phoenix Lord's face. I am not asking the Divine Emperor's blade to attack the Panxing high commercial community, but rather to participate in the abyssal archaeology activity organized by the Panxing high commercial community on behalf of the Phoenix Clan Alliance. The Abyss. It frequently appears in the territories of level 4 civilizations. The reason for its formation is unknown, and its danger level remains unspecified. For most level 4 civilizations, the Abyss is a lifeless place devoid of value. However, ancient civilization relics are often discovered within the Abyss, containing vast amounts of ancient civilization technology and war information, which are highly valuable to level 5 civilizations. Level 5 civilizations constantly require large quantities of ancient civilization relics for research, yet perhaps deeming archaeology a waste of time, they rarely enter the Abyss for excavation themselves and prefer to purchase from commercial civilizations. Unlike most level 4 civilizations that are isolated from level 5 civilizations, the Panxing high commercial community has special commercial exchanges with level 5 commercial civilizations. Acquiring ancient civilization relics on behalf of level 5 commercial civilizations in lower-level civilizations is an important source of income for the Panxing high commercial community. The Panxing high commercial community independently possesses a large abyss in the Sagittarius star domain. They regularly organize archaeological activities in this abyss. Any force or civilization with sufficient strength can organize archaeological fleets to enter the abyss. The Panxing high commercial community will purchase ancient civilization relics obtained through excavation at high prices. In particular, for some unique ancient civilization relics, the Panxing high commercial community offers the highest rewards. The highest rewards may involve powerful technologies and resources that only level 5 civilizations possess. There may even be other enticing prizes. For this reason, many level 4 civilizations and forces head there to try their luck, including the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance. In the past, due to the extreme mystery and danger of abyssal archaeology, both major alliances would send their most powerful fleets to participate in the activities. However, this time, for reasons unknown, all the intellects aboard the carefully assembled fleet of the Phoenix Clan Alliance suffered inexplicable malfunctions, preventing the starships from launching. Even the newly reassembled fleet of the Phoenix Clan Alliance encountered the same issue. This has happened repeatedly. Although the scientists of the Phoenix Clan Alliance have tried their best, they still cannot eliminate this fault. As the date of the abyssal archaeology activity draws nearer, the Phoenix Clan Alliance is becoming increasingly anxious. At this rate, the Phoenix Clan Alliance will be unable to participate in this abyssal archaeology activity. Since the civilizations or forces participating in the event are mostly of lesser strength than the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance, in the past the highest rewards from the Panxing high commercial community were alternately won between the two major alliances. If the Phoenix Clan Alliance cannot participate due to starship malfunctions, the Dragon Clan is very likely to obtain the highest rewards as a result. The highest reward offered by the Panxing high commercial community this time is particularly unique. The VIP cooperation qualification of the Panxing high commercial community. The civilization or force that obtains the VIP cooperation qualification will receive the absolute support of the Panxing high commercial community and can use its goods channels and market services unconditionally. This means that the Panxing high commercial community will unconditionally support this civilization and force in their quest for dominance, even helping them establish a terrifying intelligence network through its vast commercial network. If the Dragon Clan Alliance obtains this VIP cooperation qualification, they will likely surpass the Phoenix Clan Alliance with the assistance of the Panxing high commercial community. This is something the Phoenix Clan Alliance does not wish to see. Even if the Phoenix Clan Alliance cannot obtain this highest reward, they do not want the Dragon Clan Alliance to get it. In light of the Phoenix Clan Alliance's inability to participate personally, the best course of action is to find an opponent stronger than the Dragon Clan Alliance to snatch away the highest reward. In this way, the balance of power between the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance can still be maintained. The Phoenix Lord first thought of the Divine Emperor's Blade. It was inevitable. Aside from the Divine Emperor's Blade, she had never seen any civilization capable of countering an invincible ship with a level 4 fleet. Such combat power is simply extraordinary. If the Divine Emperor's Blade is willing to participate in the abyssal archaeology, then the highest reward would have nothing to do with the Dragon Clan Alliance. The VIP cooperation qualification of the Panxing high commercial community. Chu Li's expression remained calm. This reward might be very appealing to other civilizations or forces, but for Chu Li it holds little significance. What could the Panxing high commercial community do to aid the Divine Emperor's Blade? Supplies and provisions. Compared to trade and production, Chu Li prefers to acquire resources from his enemies. The pirate fleet formed by the spy organization Chu Li established has grown to a scale of 100,000 starships, with the pirates' reach covering any area that Chu Li pays attention to. Chu Li truly could not fathom what benefits participating in the abyssal archaeology would bring to the Divine Emperor's Blade. If there was anything that could persuade Chu Li to accept this task, it would only be the reward the Phoenix Lord would offer next. The question is, how much reward is the Phoenix Lord willing to offer for this matter? The Phoenix Master was incredibly confident the price she offered was one that Chu Li could not refuse. The Divine Emperor is very interested in the method of obtaining Hong Neng, isn't he? Coincidentally, I happen to know how to obtain Hong Neng. The Phoenix Master maintained her composure as she revealed shocking news to Chu Li. Hong Neng is the resource consumed for transforming starships at the Jupiter dock. During the last escort mission of the Fox Clan and Plant Clan into the Death Space, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet unexpectedly discovered the Jupiter dock. The Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, enhanced by the Jupiter dock, had its combat power increased by more than double. Chu Li wanted to upgrade all the fleets under his command using the Jupiter dock, including the soon-to-be-completed Longyin Invincible ship. However, the nearly 1 million Hong Neng that came with the Jupiter dock had already been mostly used up by Chu Li. If he wanted to continue using the Jupiter dock to enhance the starship's combat power, he had to find a way to obtain more Hong Neng. To this end, Chu Li had Lao Lu send out pirate fleets to gather information, but no leads on Hong Neng were found. Chu Li even instructed Lao Lu to seek out the information broker's secret trail to purchase intelligence, yet it was still fruitless. The Phoenix Master used the information on Hong Neng as a bargaining chip, which Chu Li truly could not refuse. An increase in combat power by over double was something he could not give up on. With Hong Neng, he could continue to use the Jupiter dock to enhance the starships, especially the Longyin, which was itself a technological marvel from the lost civilization of the Xia clan, boasting astonishing combat power. If further enhanced by the Jupiter dock, Chu Li could hardly imagine the extent of its combat capabilities. Having talked with the Phoenix Master for so long, it was the first time she saw him so unsettled, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. She was actually quite displeased with Chu Li's earlier calm demeanor, and now witnessing his flustered state satisfied her wicked sense of amusement. As long as the Divine Emperor's Blade participates in the Abyss archaeology and seizes the highest bounty, I will reveal the method to obtain Hong Neng. What do you think, Your Majesty? After speaking, the Phoenix Master quietly looked at Chu Li. Participating in the Abyss archaeology might not bring much benefit to the Divine Emperor's Blade, but there were no downsides either. Chu Li originally held a nonchalant attitude towards participation. However, he was determined to secure Hong Neng, who, for the sake of the information controlled by the Phoenix Master, he had to take on this task. Alright, the Divine Emperor's Blade will take on this task. However, the Phoenix Master knows that the Divine Emperor's Blade has had misunderstandings with the galactic commercial community. They may not allow us to participate in the event. The Phoenix Master shook her head and said, the galactic commercial community is an organization that prioritizes profit. The Abyss archaeology creates huge profits for them. For the sake of money, they will not refuse any organization's fleet from participating in the Abyss archaeology. Organizations that have long-standing grievances with the galactic commercial community can send fleets to participate, let alone the Divine Emperor's Blade, which has only been sanctioned by them. Chu Li nodded. As long as the galactic commercial community did not interfere, given the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade, sending a fleet to seize the highest bounty in the event would not be difficult. 2 days later, in the intermediate dock of the Star Fortress at Dock No. 1, a massive starship more than twice the size of a standard invincible ship was undergoing pre-launch checks. Today was the day the Longyin officially set sail. Inside the command center of Longyin, Chu Li stood atop the bridge. Below on the bridge, subordinates like Chu Li to Chu Shi Xiaoying and Eve all wore excited expressions. Longyin is the first invincible ship of the Divine Emperor's Blade. From its menacing and impressive appearance, one could tell that this ship was extraordinary. Chu Li excitedly raised his fist. Your Majesty, please allow me to be the first captain of Longyin. Though a dignified Corps Commander, Chu Li would rather give up his position to personally pilot this fearsome beast that devours the stars. Boss, you have already been the captain of the Emperor's flagship. This time, it should be my turn. Chu Air jumped out, unwilling to back down. Chu Li had previously served as captain of the Divine Emperor's Supreme for a time, and since he ranked first, they had been unable to contest back then. But this time, faced with the ultimate temptation of Longyin, they no longer wished to relent. Let me do it instead. Your Majesty, please let me pilot. Chu San Chu Si. Chu Li watched as Chu Li to Chu Shi created a ruckus, unable to help but frown. What are you doing? Making such a racket? Where's the semblance of a Corps Commander? Look at your unseemly behavior. We are not only building one invincible ship, so why fight over it like this? The crowd was scolded by Chu Li, all blushing and standing straight like children caught misbehaving. Xiaoying, Eve, and the other women couldn't help but want to laugh. Chu Li, with the keenest ears, couldn't help but ask Chu Li, Your Majesty, do you mean that we will have a second, third, or even more invincible ships in the future? Chu Li nodded. Of course. Chu Li was not just making empty promises. As the newly annexed territory began to yield resources, the resource points of the Star Fortress continued to soar. Although the construction of regular starships like battleships had not ceased, the resource points of the Star Fortress had already risen to 37 billion. The construction of the second Longyin had already commenced. If the territory expands further in the future, the more resources Chu Li could mobilize, and naturally, the more invincible ships there would be. By then, assigning each corps a Longyin would not be difficult. Chu Air and several others couldn't help but show joy upon hearing this. Knowing that His Majesty had such ambition, there was no need for them to compete. On the bridge, Chu Li's expression was solemn, his thoughts already drifting far away. Once the number of Longyin invincible ships increases, he could prepare to march towards Titanium Star. Chu Tion, Chu Xiong, you would never guess that in just 2 years I have regained my strength. Titanium Star, I will soon return with a vengeance. With these thoughts, Chu Li's spirit soared. Below the bridge, Xiaoying gazed at Chu Li with admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. In her eyes, His Majesty was always so handsome. Eve surveyed Chu Li with interest, her gaze drifting, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a loud alert sounded from the starship dock. Longyin is preparing for launch. Hull checks are normal. Brain checks are normal. Weapon system checks are normal. Power system checks are normal. As the alerts sounded, the area around the Longyin began to light up. When all checks were completed, the Longyin was illuminated in golden light, resembling a golden dragon about to soar through the cosmic sea, revealing its claws. Boom! The starship's engine emitted a terrifying roar akin to the roar of a giant dragon, resonating throughout the fortress. The command center began to shake violently. Chu Li's eyes flickered slightly, but his posture remained as steady as a mountain. The trial launch of Longyin began. The hall of the Interstellar Fortress. Your Majesty, recently some leaders from the Dragon Clan Alliance and the Phoenix Clan Alliance wish to meet you. Would you like to see them? Old Six stood cautiously at the foot of Chu Li, bowing his head to report. The majesty of the Divine Emperor had grown heavier, and he hardly dared to look up. Hearing this, Chu Li smiled slightly. Since the successful trial voyage of the Longyin ship, the true face of the Divine Emperor's Blade, an invincible vessel once thought to exist only in legend, was now revealed to the surrounding civilizations. With Chu Li's tacit approval, the news of the successful trial voyage of the Longyin spread like wildfire across the nearby star regions, leaving many civilization leaders perplexed. Some vassal civilizations that originally aligned with the Scale Clan and the Blood Clan turned to support the Divine Emperor's Blade. However, more civilization leaders remained cautious. Chu Li knew that these leaders wanted to meet him mainly to test the strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade. Such an encounter held no benefits for him, so he was too lazy to attend. No meeting, Chu Li said calmly. Old Six clasped his hands. Yes, Your Majesty. I will inform them immediately. Old Six continued. Your Majesty, a leader of a civilization, said you would definitely meet him and insisted that I tell you his name. Chu Li smiled slyly. You must be talking about the leader of the Dragon Clan, Old Six said admiringly, looking at Chu Li. Your Majesty is truly remarkable. It's hard not to admire you. Chu Li laughed and scolded. You rascal, your flattery skills have improved again. Old Six casually flattered him again. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's guidance. Chu Li smiled wryly, shaking his head. He couldn't remember teaching Old Six this skill. Speaking of the leader of the Dragon Clan, Chu Li felt he needed to meet him. After all, the leader of the Dragon Clan controlled the Dragon Clan Alliance and was no simple figure in terms of cunning and strength. Previously, when Chu Li launched a surprise attack on the Scale clan, nearly annihilating them, the leader of the Dragon clan had not shown any response. Chu Li was curious about why the leader of the Dragon clan wanted to see him now and what they intended to discuss. The Scale clan incident. Impossible. That matter had already been resolved with the Scale clan's submission. Then what could it be? Chu Li pondered slightly. Tell him I am willing to meet. Let's set the time for after this archaeological expedition in the abyss. In terms of scheduling, Chu Li had to take the initiative. He did not want to be led around by the nose by the leader of the Dragon clan. As you command. Old Six clasped his hands and then strode away. 3 days later. Interstellar Fortress. Hull. Today they would set off for the archaeological expedition in the abyss. Chu Li selected a fleet of 4th-level elite ships as the main force for this archaeological expedition. In addition, he had the Longing on standby at all times. Due to restrictions from the Panstar Sea business community, the invincible ships could not participate in the archaeological activities in the abyss. Therefore, the Longing could only remain on standby outside the abyss. However, Chu Li had already installed anchoring laser indicators on the starship, so in case of emergency, the Longing could jump to the designated location indicated by the laser to support the fleet. The anchoring laser indicators could provide coordinate guidance for the jump of giant starships. Chu Li had used them once when anchoring the Interstellar Fortress. Chu Li looked at the Longing through the combat power analyzer. Starship Longing Invincible Ship Combat Power 18 billion. After undergoing 9 technical enhancements from the system, although the Longing was merely an invincible ship, its combat power had soared to a level comparable to that of a Divine Envoy-class Titan ship, only 2 billion less than the Divine Envoy class. It should be noted that according to the standard combat power of ordinary starships, a Titan ship's combat power could easily crush dozens of invincible ships. Yet now the Longing as an invincible ship was nearly on par with a Titan ship. This showcased the technological dominance of lost civilizations over 4th-level civilizations. Even a single invincible ship could rival a Titan ship of a 4th-level civilization. At this moment, Old Six walked in. Your Majesty, the Phoenix Lord has arrived. The Phoenix Lord entered the Interstellar Fortress dock accompanied by an octopus-headed elder dressed in casual clothes. The octopus-headed elder was a senior elder representing the Panstar Sea business community. He was there to assess the combat power of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet to determine if they had sufficient strength to participate in the archaeological expedition in the abyss. This was a routine matter. Even forces with a good relationship with the Panstar Sea business community had to go through this procedure. After all, the archaeological activities in the abyss were rather mysterious and dangerous. If the fleet lacked sufficient strength, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Although the Divine Emperor's Blade and the Panstar Sea business community were in a state of hostility regarding the archaeological expedition in the abyss, the standards applied to the Divine Emperor's Blade were the same as those for other forces. The two were guided by guards to the dock of the Interstellar Fortress. Chu Li was waiting for them there. Along the way, the grandeur and order of the Interstellar Fortress along with the elite of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet left a deep impression on both of them. The octopus-headed elder was visiting the Interstellar Fortress for the first time. The shock he felt from everything before him far surpassed that of the Phoenix Lord. Just from what he saw, the octopus-headed elder had already concluded that the Divine Emperor's Blade not only possessed absolute strength to participate in the archaeological expedition in the abyss, but was also undoubtedly one of the strongest forces in the event. The two arrived at Dock 1, where Chu Li was leading his subordinates in inspecting the fleet participating in the expedition. Immediately, a giant starship larger than ordinary invincible ships struck a powerful visual impact on the Phoenix Lord and the octopus-headed elder. Its imposing and fierce appearance made both of them tremble internally, feeling as if they were facing a giant beast from the wild, filled with fear and shock. In addition, the Longing brought an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them. They felt like ants facing the vast sky, filled with endless feelings of insignificance and powerlessness. The Phoenix Lord and the octopus-headed elder felt a chill in their hearts. Both were prominent figures within their respective forces and were not without experience. They had seen plenty of Titan ships, let alone invincible ships. Yet no previous starship had ever instilled such a strong sense of pressure in them. This invincible ship of the Divine Emperor's Blade is extraordinary. The octopus-headed elder suppressed his discomfort and bowed to Chu Li. Your Majesty. Oh, you have arrived. The Phoenix Lord had already discussed the process of the Abyss expedition with Chu Li. Chu Li had no particular aversion to this routine assessment. Elder, based on your evaluation, does the Divine Emperor's Blade qualify to participate in the archaeological expedition in the Abyss? Upon hearing this, the octopus-headed elder secretly thought, qualified to qualified. If the Divine Emperor's Blade has such combat power and is deemed unqualified to participate, then other forces are even less qualified and the archaeological expedition in the abyss might as well be cancelled. However, despite his thoughts, he still maintained a tough exterior and said the combat power of the Divine Emperor's blade has met the minimum threshold for participating in the archaeological expedition. They are eligible to join the event. After all, the Divine Emperor's blade and the Panstar Sea business community were still in a state of hostility. While he would not deliberately obstruct the Divine Emperor's blade from participating, he was also unwilling to speak highly of their combat power. Chu Li was not surprised by the unyielding attitude of the octopus head. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the octopus head and simply said, Master Feng, Elder Steward, our fleet is ready. Why not travel to the abyss aboard our starship? The Fengzhou Alliance fleet did not participate in the event. Fengzhou would travel aboard the Divine Emperor's blade starship as previously arranged. The octopus head hesitated briefly and nodded. He was indeed curious about the Divine Emperor's blade and took this opportunity to learn more about the starship. The starship activated. Suddenly a shadow leaped onto Chu Li's shoulder. The octopus was a drone mother nest larva obtained in the death space. The octopus retained its original size and had not changed, as it had been maintaining itself at the size of a small cat to stay with Chu Li. In space, the octopus could return to the size of a battleship. The octopus curiously observed the octopus head. To it, the octopus head resembled it somewhat, like a long-lost brother. The octopus head stared blankly at the octopus, and the scene resembled a brotherly reunion. Chu Li and those around him held back their laughter. The octopus head waved its tentacles angrily. Your Majesty, how could you play tricks on me like this? It's too disrespectful. He thought Chu Li had brought an octopus-like pet to deliberately annoy him. Chu Li found it inconvenient to explain, and Xiaoying quickly stepped forward. Elder Steward, you've misunderstood. This is not His Majesty's pet. It's a larva of the free drone mother nest. It is also one of the main combat powers of our fleet this time. Impossible. Free drones belong to wild neutral entities and are not controlled by any force. Let alone the free drone mother nest, even ordinary free drones cannot be controlled. Free drones only act according to mechanical logic, and there is fundamentally no possibility of being manipulated. The octopus head did not believe a single punctuation mark of Xiaoying's words. He still believed that the octopus was just an ordinary pet. Hearing the octopus head's words, the octopus felt a bit angry. It had begun to possess initial wisdom and could sense the octopus head's disdain. Oh! The octopus let out a low roar, suddenly disappearing from Chu Li's shoulder. By the time everyone saw the octopus again, it had appeared in the outer space outside the window. At this moment, the octopus had already returned to the size of a battleship. It was constantly waving its tentacles. Soon, countless free drones appeared around the fleet, numbering no less than 10,000. The free drones formed a protective formation, escorting the Divine Emperor's blade fleet forward. The octopus acted like a commander, continuously issuing commands to the free drones with its waving tentacles. The octopus had watched everything happening outside the window dumbfounded. Even if he had never seen such things before, he now understood that the octopus before him was indeed the free drone mother nest. Otherwise, it would not be able to summon and control so many free drones. The octopus head's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The previous battleship had already given him a great shock, and now there was an additional free drone mother nest. He glanced at Chu Li beside him with awe pondering in his heart. What kind of background does the Divine Emperor's blade have to possess such numerous trump cards? Could it be, as rumored outside, that the Divine Emperor's blade is a remnant of a lost civilization or even a time usurper? If that's the case, is it really worth it for the Universal Star Sea commercial community to oppose the Divine Emperor's blade over just a mere shark people tribe? The octopus head couldn't help but think further. As a commercial organization, everything must prioritize benefits. Upon returning, I will report everything I saw to the chairman. The relationship between the Universal Star Sea commercial community and the Divine Emperor's blade needs to be re-evaluated. The Sagittarius star domain, where all the star systems are interconnected, resembled an archer drawing a bow. The abyss, controlled by the Universal Star Sea commercial community, is located at the tip of the bow. It is over 10,000 light-years away from the Gemini star domain. How long will it take to reach the abyss? Chu Li asked Xiaoying. At this time, the starship was in the process of transitioning. It will take about 10 days. If we use the latest developed curved transition propulsion by IVE and the others, we can compress the time to 3 days. Xiaoying's words startled the octopus head, who was eavesdropping nearby. He had taken nearly 10 days to travel the 2,000 light-years distance from the headquarters of the Universal Star Sea commercial community to the star fortress of the Divine Emperor's blade. Over 10,000 light-years in just 3 days. Is the transition technology of the Divine Emperor's blade really that extraordinary? The octopus head did not understand what the curved transition propulsion mentioned by Xiaoying was. What he knew was that the technological strength of the Divine Emperor's blade was likely much stronger than he had imagined. Opposing the Divine Emperor's blade would definitely not be beneficial. This time returning to the headquarters regardless of how the surviving shark people cried out, he would insist that the chairman rescind the sanctions against the Divine Emperor's blade. Not to mention the background of the Divine Emperor's blade, the technology it had displayed thus far was already so extraordinary. If the Universal Star Sea commercial community continued to oppose it, the future would likely not end well. The Sagittarius star domain. Vast and boundless in terms of space, it is at least hundreds of times that of the Gemini star domain. The Delta star system. The abyss controlled by the Universal Star Sea commercial community is located here. The entrance to the abyss resembles a swirling cloud of flashing black light. A gigantic space station stands beside the entrance. At this moment, countless light spots are stationed outside the space station. When the energy shields of the light spots were withdrawn, the magnificent starships inside were revealed. These were all fleets from various forces participating in the abyss archaeology. Several fearless ships were stationed even farther from the space station. The Abyss archaeology was a grand event for mid-level 4th-grade civilizations. As the forces participating in the event had their combat capabilities assessed by the Universal Star Sea commercial community, the fleets that could come were all elite fleets among the 4th-grade forces. At this moment, various fleets gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. To facilitate communication, the Universal Star Sea commercial community established a public communication channel for the participating fleets. In the channel, I heard that a new force is participating in the event this time. A mercenary organization called the Divine Emperor's Blade. I wonder what their combat strength is like. A mercenary organization that barely meets the threshold to enter the abyss, how strong can they be? It's their first time participating, or it would be good enough to come out alive. I have good news for you all. The Phone Clan Alliance is not participating in the event. Really? Where did you get the news? The activity list released by the Universal Star Sea commercial community does not include the Phone Clan Alliance. If the Phone Clan Alliance is not participating, the competitive pressure will significantly decrease. This is good news for us. Perhaps we might have a chance to vie for the highest bounty this time. You think too highly of it. Don't forget the Dragon Clan Alliance. I heard the Dragon Clan is sending their strongest fleet to participate, aiming directly for the highest bounty. I heard the Dragon Clan recently raided an ancient ruin and obtained considerable powerful technology, significantly enhancing the combat strength of their starships. The original combat strength of the Dragon Clan was already formidable, and now with the addition of ancient technology, their strength will likely be ridiculously high. At this moment, a fleet traversed the void, slowly materializing outside the space station. The fleet was composed of 4 subfleets. The subfleet at the core position resembled majestic silver-white dragons, exuding an air of dominance, with crimson runes embedded on their hulls, and their wings spread wide like those of a fierce dragon. From a distance, the subfleet appeared as a gathering of ferocious dragons, instilling a sense of awe. The other subfleets also had their own distinct characteristics, each being a standout among the elite 4th-level fleets. This was indeed the fleet of the Dragon Clan Alliance participating in the event. Another wave of starships jumped through space, coming to a halt beside the Dragon Clan Alliance fleet. The dark starships of the fleet resembled ferocious wolves, their hulls forged into sharp fangs and claws glowing ominously red, making the entire fleet appear eerie and terrifying. The flagship of the fleet bore the emblem of a blood-colored wolf's head. Wolfkill, the most renowned mercenary organization known for its prowess even among 4th-level civilizations. Compared to the nearby Dragon Clan Alliance fleet, the combat strength of the Wolfkill fleet was equally formidable. The Panstellar commercial community hastily dispatched 2 small fleets to guide the Dragon Clan Alliance and Wolfkill fleets into the VIP docking area of the space station. On the public channel, someone remarked, "That must be the Wolfkill organization's fleet, right? Why are they here as well? If the Wolfkill organization is participating, our clan has even less hope of securing the highest reward. Come on with the Dragon Clan Alliance around, you never had a chance to win the highest reward." This time, the Panstellar commercial community invited several powerful forces as special guests for the event, and Wolfkill is likely one of them. Aside from completing tasks, Wolfkill rarely exposes itself, who participating in this archaeological event is a rare exception. Other guests probably share the same complexity as Wolfkill. I heard that the Union Department will also send a fleet to supervise the event, likely because Wolfkill wants to take the opportunity to contact the Union Department, otherwise they might not be interested in such an event. Upon hearing that the Union Department would send a fleet to participate, the leaders of various civilizations were shaken. After all, compared to ordinary 4th-level civilizations, the position of the Union Department was even more transcendent and mysterious. The Union Department is a supervisory organization formed by the peak 4th-level civilizations, originally established to coordinate the conflicts and tensions among the 5 major peak 4th-level civilizations, such as the Minmatarl and the Imai Empire. As the strength of the Union Department itself continued to rise, it gradually became one of the most influential forces among the fourth-level civilizations. Some have assessed that the current combat strength of the Union Department, while unable to compete with the major peak fourth-level civilizations, has already surpassed the majority of fourth-level civilizations. In the absence of the major peak fourth-level civilizations, one could say that the Union Department is the most powerful force participating in this event. Fortunately, the Union Department is only here to supervise the event and is not participating in the archaeology, otherwise the highest reward would likely belong to the Union Department. The God Emperor's Blade fleet arrived in front of the space station without attracting the attention of others. After all, from the appearance of the fleet, aside from the God Emperor's Supreme, the other starships of the God Emperor's Blade did not appear as cool and stunning as those of the Dragon Clan Alliance and Wolfkill fleets. The Union Department? Chu Li pondered. He had heard of this organization when he was still the God Emperor. Its influence is significant, and its relationship with the 5 major peak fourth-level civilizations is quite complex. When facing a common enemy, the 5 major peak fourth-level civilizations, under the coordination of the Union Department, would form a coalition to confront outside threats. When there are no external enemies, the Union Department becomes the target of collective suppression by the 5 major peak fourth-level civilizations. Within the 5 major peak fourth-level civilizations, there are also entanglements of contradictions and interests, making it hard to define the relationship as good or bad. It is more about mutual exploitation. Overall, the Union Department wields significant power, and it is best not to provoke it during this event of the God Emperor's Blade. At the highest point of the space station, in a large office, the president of the Panstellar commercial community stood side by side with a straight-backed elderly man. The two looked at the Dragon Clan Alliance fleet and the Wolfkill fleet parked in the VIP area. Oldly, seeing the appearance of the Wolfkill fleet, I finally understand why you asked me to supervise this event. These mercenaries have always had no bottom line in their actions. Just look at Wolfkill. They suspected that the Eternal Life Church had destroyed one of their fleets, and in retaliation, they annihilated all 5 small civilizations that supported the Eternal Life Church. With such ruthless organizations appearing here, it is likely to bring about a storm of bloodshed. Those damned mercenaries. The elderly man frowned. Evidently, his discontent was directed towards mercenary organizations in general, not just Wolfkill. Old Li was indeed the president of the Panstellar commercial community. Hearing this, he could only smile wryly. He had invited the Union Department to supervise the event for other reasons, not specifically targeting Wolfkill or mercenary organizations. What left him feeling helpless was that the commander sent by the Union Department seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards mercenary organizations. Suddenly, the elderly man pointed at a fleet slowly approaching the space station and said that fleet should belong to a mercenary organization called God Emperor's Blade, right? As the starship stabilized, Chu Li looked towards the octopus-headed elder. Elder Steward, we have arrived at the space station. What should we do next? The octopus-headed elder took out a golden magnetic card from his pocket. This is the key to opening the abyssal extreme space. You can enter the extreme space directly afterward. The abyss is divided into 10 layers. With each descending layer, the danger level within the abyssal space increases. The final layer is called the extreme space, where only the strongest forces are generally able to send fleets. The danger is greatest in the extreme space, and the probability of obtaining ancient relics is also the highest. High risk, high reward. The octopus-headed elder handed the key to the extreme space to Chu Li, clearly recognizing the combat strength of the God Emperor's Blade. And rightly so. The combat strength of the God Emperor's Blade fleet is not to be underestimated. Standing on Chu Li's shoulder is the octopus and the thousands of free drones under its command. Aside from Chu Li, only top-tier forces like the Dragon Clan Alliance fleet and Wolfkill are likely to enter the extreme space. Other forces might not even qualify to go in. On the channel, someone finally noticed the appearance of the God Emperor's Blade. Is that the God Emperor's Blade that newly joined the event? It seems so. I heard their combat strength is remarkable, and they caused quite a stir in the Twin Star region. They annexed several third-level civilizations and defeated the Lin clan, a minor character that has just entered the 4th level. It's just that their opponents were too weak, making them appear strong. Suddenly, the black light at the abyss entrance expanded continuously. An orange-eared light shot from the Panstellar commercial community's space station into the abyss entrance. Following this, 10 beams of light split from the abyss entrance, resembling a tunnel. This marks the opening of the 10-layer abyssal space. The abyssal archaeological activity officially commences. In the endless depths of space, the fleet of the Divine Emperor's Blade travels in solitude. To seize the highest bounty set by the Panstellar commercial community, Chu Li must acquire the Eternal Relic. The Eternal Relic is said to harbor technological secrets of a civilization even beyond that of a level 5 civilization. Legend has it that the Eternal Relic is hidden within the ruins of a mysterious civilization in the ultimate space. The panstellar commercial community has organized fleets for archaeological expeditions multiple times, but none have succeeded in uncovering it. This time, however, the panstellar commercial community has set the acquisition of the Eternal Relic as the condition for obtaining the highest bounty, also hoping to test their luck to see if any fortunate fleet can succeed. Throughout the journey, although Chu Li has made breakthroughs in many ancient ruins and acquired numerous ancient relics, he is yet to find the mysterious ruins. Suddenly, swarms of free drones surged out from the abyssal black void ahead, continuously firing and closing in on the Divine Emperor's blade fleet. Lasers struck against the shield set up by the Sisterhood, causing only ripples and failing to breach its defenses. The octopus on Chu Li's shoulder let out a cheerful cry and instantly teleported into space. Before long, these free drones were captured by the octopus. With the support of Chu Li's superbrain, the octopus was able to capture and command well over 10,000 free drones simultaneously. Along the way, the number of free drones controlled by the octopus increased to nearly 20,000. Soon the Divine Emperor's blade fleet arrived at a space cloaked in thunder. Electromagnetic storms roared in the space, with bright purple lightning dragons raging about, preventing the fleet from proceeding. Fortunately, Eve had previously developed microwarp technology that allowed for short-distance jumps. The spatial corridor generated by the microwarp could shield against the effects of the electromagnetic storm. In the blink of an eye, the entire Divine Emperor's blade fleet had crossed the storm and arrived in a tranquil void. This was the depths of the ultimate space. Not far away, a dilapidated and ethereal ruin of a civilization floated. The remnants of starships and fortresses surrounding the ruins still hinted at the former might and prosperity of this civilization. The Divine Emperor's blade fleet had unexpectedly arrived at the mysterious ruins. The microwarp had inadvertently breached the camouflage barrier set by the mysterious civilization, directly teleporting them in front of the ruins. The mysterious ruins that the panstellar commercial community had struggled to locate were found by Chu Li in this manner, which can only be deemed as remarkable luck on his part. At this moment in the void, the mysterious ruins shone like a pearl awaiting his retrieval. Chu Li's heart was filled with anticipation. According to the intelligence from the panstellar commercial community, the Eternal Relic lay within the ruins. Proceed slowly and watch for nearby enemies. Such ruins left by a powerful civilization usually conceal unknown dangers. If one is careless, even the most elite fleet may face annihilation. The Divine Emperor's blade fleet navigated through layers of abandoned structures and debris, with the surrounding void remaining eerily still. Suddenly, a debris field composed of starship wrecks appeared ahead. As they moved forward, various styles of starship wrecks gradually increased. Many of these starship designs Chu Li had seen before. These civilizations had once been powerful forces in the universe. They were likely all here to explore the mysterious ruins, but for some unknown reason, they had been destroyed here. Be careful. Chu Li straightened his body and calmly gave orders. Suddenly, a crimson laser struck near a derelict starship docked not far from the Divine Emperor's blade fleet, as if issuing a warning. A warning to the Divine Emperor's blade fleet not to advance further. Not far from the fleet, close to the center of the ruins, 3 enormous starships barreled through the void. The 3 starships resembled floating castles blocking the way to the mysterious ruins. Their massive and towering forms spanned thousands of kilometers, and their battered hulls appeared as if forged from the stars themselves, obstructing the void. The enormous and menacing Annihilation cannons at the front of the starships revealed their identity. They were Invincible-class ships. These were likely the guardian fleet left by the mysterious civilization to protect the ruins. Given their posture, Chu Li realized that to reach the mysterious civilization's ruins, he must first defeat them. Chu Li attempted to send a communication request. The communication connected, and an electronic voice responded. Restricted area of the solar civilization, entry forbidden. Restricted area of the solar civilization. The other party kept repeating this phrase. As Chu Li had suspected, the crew on these 3 starships had long since perished, and the ships were now controlled solely by the onboard AI. However, unlike ordinary starships controlled by AI, the recent aggressive behavior of the 3 Invincible-class ships indicated that their AI seemed to possess its own mechanical logic. Mechanical logic is the origin of free drones. Free drones infected with mechanical logic can act completely like mechanical life forms before being controlled by their mother nest. After the crew's demise and countless eons passing, it is highly probable that the 3 Invincible-class ships became infected by free drones generating mechanical logic and gaining self-awareness. If this is indeed the case, it means that the AI structure and programming of these 3 Invincible-class ships are close to that of free drones. Perhaps the octopus could attempt to capture them. The octopus swiftly flew out into space. Buzz. A sudden wave of pain surged through Chu Li's brain. Since the octopus connected with Chu Li's superbrain, it was the first time he felt such an intense reaction. This indicates how much bandwidth the octopus needs to capture these 3 Invincible-class ships. Boom. Outside the window, a milky white radiance suddenly erupted from the octopus. As the rush of energy surged through his brain, Chu Li couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The capture of the 3 Invincible-class ships was successful. Looking at the newly added Invincible-class free drones, Chu Li couldn't help but feel emotional. With the addition of these 3 Invincible-class free drones, the combat power of the octopus fleet was already comparable to that of 5 Invincible-class ships. In this fleet participating in the Abyss archaeological expedition, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet was truly invincible. Beyond the 3 Invincible-class ships lay a graveyard of starships with countless styles similar to the 3 Invincible-class ships quietly suspended. These starship wrecks were likely remnants of the same fleet that had once been tasked with guarding the mysterious ruins. However, after billions of years, most starships had decayed. Only these 3 Invincible-class ships had persevered to the end, even undergoing mutations. This is considered luck for Chu Li. If this fleet still existed, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet would undoubtedly suffer casualties even if they could win, let alone allowing the octopus to easily capture these 3 Invincible-class free drones. Passing through the starship graveyard, the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet arrived at the center of the ruins. At the center of the ruins stood a structure resembling a metallic tower. At the top of the tower floated a metallic box. The box was small but emitted an ancient and mysterious aura that inspired a sense of reverence. There were no defensive installations surrounding the tower. Chu Li used the tractor beam of the Divine Emperor's flagship to pull the metallic box into the ship's body. The box was small enough for Chu Li to hold in his hands. The surface of the box was engraved with some mysterious characters, a script that Chu Li had never seen before, yet he could sense the immense power contained within these characters. He attempted to decipher these characters, but found it was no easy task. This box should be the Eternal Relic that the panstellar commercial community sought. The metallic box was locked. Eve attempted to open it, but discovered that even with all the technological means at the Sisterhood's disposal, they could not succeed. She shook her head at Chu Li. "Your Majesty, I fear only a civilization above level 5 could open this." Chu Li nodded. His goal was to obtain the highest bounty from the panstellar commercial community. He was not particularly interested in this box. The technology accessible to a level 5 civilization was beyond the comprehension of a level 4 civilization. Even if Chu Li could open this box, the technology inside would not be decipherable by the current Divine Emperor's Blade. In contrast, exchanging the Eternal Relic for the highest bounty and completing the task to obtain intel on Hong Nang from the Phoenix Lord was far more important to Chu Li. He handed the metallic box to Xiaoying. "Set course for home." Public channel. "Why are the guardians in the ancient ruins so much stronger than before? My flagship was just injured by a free drone inside. The easier ruins were cleared out during previous activities, so the ones we encounter now are naturally more formidable. My entire fleet has already lost over half, and if this continues, I fear I won't be able to escape the abyss. I'm retreating. If ordinary ruins are this difficult to conquer, how terrifying must the guardians of the mysterious ruins be? The mysterious ruins are in the ultimate space of the 10th layer, and the guardians there are beyond our capability to contend with. Only forces like the Dragon Alliance and Wolfkill, which are qualified to enter the ultimate space, stand a chance to challenge them. In the ultimate space, the Dragon Alliance fleet had just obliterated an ancient ruin. Looking at the statue handed to him, Commander Long Zhun of the Dragon Alliance casually tossed the statue aside. The statue belonged to an ancient relic. So far, the Dragon Alliance fleet had obtained a total of 20 ancient relics. In terms of quantity, the Dragon Alliance fleet had gathered the most ancient relics, but Long Zhun was not satisfied. His goal was the eternal relics within the mysterious ruins. Boom. A dazzling light flashed in the distance of the abyss. Long Zhun was taken aback, his gaze quickly sharpening. His aide beside him remarked to Long Zhun, "Commander, it seems the mysterious ruins have been opened by someone." Long Zhun nodded. "Let's go and take a look." No matter what, the eternal relics must belong to the Dragon Alliance. At this moment, in another corner of the abyss, Commander Lang Tao of Wolfkill also saw the white light, signaling the opening of the mysterious ruins. Eternal relics. The Wolfkill organization was at a disadvantage in the ongoing war against the Eternal Church and desperately needed the financial support of the galactic commercial community. Thus, their highest bounty for this archaeological expedition in the abyss was something they must obtain. Who is it? They got there first. No one could snatch food from the wolf's mouth. Whatever the Wolfkill organization wanted, they would get no matter the cost. The Wolfkill fleet transformed into streams of light, jumping toward the location of the white light. The unified fleet, which had been monitoring the Wolfkill fleet, also followed them, jumping toward the white light. They too were curious about who had found the mysterious ruins. Since the beginning of the activity, less than half a day had passed, and the mysterious ruins had already been opened. If the mysterious ruins were so easy to find, the galactic commercial community wouldn't have taken so long without success, nor would they have set it as the highest bounty. In an instant, the appearance of the white light caused a sensation in the ultimate space. Fleets from various forces converged. Chu Li looked at the erupting white light behind him, feeling a bead of sweat forming. The galactic commercial community only mentioned that opening the mysterious ruins would lead to strange phenomena. Chu Li did not expect that this phenomenon would be a massive explosion. Had the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet left a moment later, they would surely have been affected by the explosion. However, it wasn't entirely the fault of the galactic commercial community for not making things clear, as they had never truly opened the mysterious ruins. Speculation about possible phenomena was also based on previous experiences with ordinary ruins. Moved, Chu Li ordered. With such a violent explosion occurring in the mysterious ruins, it was impossible not to attract the attention of other forces. When other forces came to investigate and saw the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet here, they would inevitably come to entangle with them. With the formidable strength of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet, Chu Li was not afraid of those forces, but his most pressing concern was to secure the highest bounty as quickly as possible. There was no need to waste time here. However, even though Chu Li wanted to avoid trouble, someone came knocking on their door. Several silver points of light fell near the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. Visible waves of white light spread from the points of light, quickly enveloping the entire Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. The jump engine of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet had just activated, but it was extinguished again. "Your Majesty, it's a jump interference field," Eve said with a frown. "Although the fleet's jump was briefly interrupted, we can counter the interference, and the fleet can restart the jump engine after a 5-second cooldown. Should we continue to jump?" The jump engine of the Divine Emperor's Blade starship had been reinforced and modified by the Sisterhood, allowing it to counteract jump interference. Chu Li's gaze turned cold. "No need. Since the other party has taken direct action against us, it would be impolite not to greet them before we leave." A trace of sarcastic amusement appeared at the corners of Chu Li's mouth. It seemed the power of the Divine Emperor's Blade had been underestimated. If the other party had fully understood the achievements of the Divine Emperor's Blade, they would never have acted so rashly against the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. Streams of light rushed in, and a fleet blocked the path of the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet. The opposing fleet's formation resembled a pack of wolves. It was indeed the Wolfkill fleet. In the command room of the Wolfkill fleet, Lang Tao looked at the Divine Emperor's Blade fleet outside, his eyes filled with unconcealed contempt. The Divine Emperor's Blade, a mercenary organization established only 2 years ago, had only recently unified the Eternal Nebula. In contrast, the Wolfkill organization, also a mercenary group, spanned several nebulae. As an elite commander of Wolfkill, Lang Tao regarded the Divine Emperor's Blade as a master viewing a new apprentice entering the industry, filled with nothing but disdain. "Commander, the Divine Emperor's Blade has sent a communication request. Should we connect?" The aide looked at Lang Tao. Lang Tao glanced indifferently and coldly said, "No need. They are a low-level civilization, or just crush them." Immediately, the Divine Emperor's Blade and Wolfkill engaged in fierce combat, leading to a defeat for Wolfkill. This triggered the wrath of the Wolfkill organization. They suddenly realized that it was actually the Divine Emperor's Blade that had truly killed Wolf Li. Subsequently, the Wolfkill organization allied with the Eternal Church to attack the Divine Emperor's Blade, only to be defeated again. The remnants of the Eternal Church fled to Titanium Star, while Chu Li received assistance from the galactic commercial community, defeating the Dragon Alliance and subjugating the Phoenix Alliance. Then Chu Li led his subordinates to engage in fierce battles against Chu Tian and Chu Xiong of Titanium Star, ultimately defeating them and subjugating Titanium Star. Following this, they continued their campaign. Years later, having become the emperor of a plane, Chu Li looked down upon the entire universe, which had become his realm.